Duma key. How to draw a picture. 1. Start with a blank surface. It doesn't have to be paper or canvas, but I feel it should be white. We call it white because we need a word, but its true name is nothing. Black is the absence of light, but white is the absence of memory, the color of can't remember. How do we remember to remember? That's a question I've asked myself often since my time on Duma Key, often in the small hours of the morning, looking up into the absence of light, remembering absent friends. Sometimes in those little hours I think about the horizon. You have to establish the horizon. You have to mark the white. A simple enough act, you might say, but any act that remakes the world is heroic. Or so I've come to believe. Imagine a little girl, hardly more than a baby. She fell from a carriage almost 90 years ago, struck her head on a stone, and forgot everything. Not just her name, everything. And then one day she recalled just enough to pick up a pencil and make that first hesitant mark across the white. A horizon line, sure. But also a slot for blackness to pour through. Still, imagine that small hand lifting the pencil, hesitating, and then marking the white. Imagine the courage of that first effort to re-establish the world by picturing it. I will always love that little girl, in spite of all she has cost me. I must. I have no choice. Pictures are magic, as you know. 1. My other life. My name is Edgar Fremantle. I used to be a big deal in the building and contracting business. This was in Minnesota, in my other life. I learned that my other life thing from wiremen. I want to tell you about wiremen, but first let's get through the Minnesota part. Gotta say it, I was a genuine American boy success there. Worked my way up in the company where I started, and when I couldn't work my way any higher there, I went out and started my own. The boss of the company I left laughed at me, said I'd be broke in a year. I think that's what most bosses say when some hot young pocket rocket goes off on his own. For me, everything worked out. When Minneapolis, St. Paul boomed, the Fremantle Company boomed. When things tightened up, I never tried to play big. But I did play my hunches, and most played out well. By the time I was 50, Pam and I were worth $40 million. And we were still tight. We had 2 girls, and at the end of our particular golden age, Ilsa was at Brown and Melinda was teaching in France as part of a foreign exchange program. At the time things went wrong, my wife and I were planning to go and visit her. I had an accident at a job site. It was pretty simple. When a pickup truck, even a Dodge Ram with all the bells and whistles, argues with a 12-story crane, the pickup is going to lose every time. The right side of my skull only cracked. The left side was slammed so hard against the Ram's doorpost that it fractured in 3 places. Or maybe it was 5. My memory is better than it used to be, but it's still a long way from what it once was. The doctors called what happened to my head a contracture injury, and that kind of thing often does more damage than the original hit. My ribs were broken. My right hip was shattered. And although I retained 70% of the sight in my right eye, more on a good day, I lost my right arm. I was supposed to lose my life, but didn't. I was supposed to be mentally impaired thanks to the contracture thing, and at first I was, but it passed. Sort of. By the time it did, my wife had gone, and not just sort of. We were married for 25 years, but you know what they say, shit happens. I guess it doesn't matter, gone is gone. And over is over. Sometimes that's a good thing. When I say I was mentally impaired, I mean that at first I didn't know who people were, even my wife, or what had happened. I couldn't understand why I was in such pain. I can't remember the quality of that pain now, for years later. I know that I suffered it, and that it was excruciating, but it's all pretty academic. It wasn't academic at the time. At the time it was like being in hell and not knowing why you were there. At first you were afraid you'd die, then you were afraid you wouldn't. That's what Wireman says, and he would have known. He had his own season in hell. Everything hurt all the time. I had a constant ringing headache. Behind my forehead it was always midnight in the world's biggest clock shop. Because my right eye was fucked up, I was seeing the world through a film of blood, and I hardly knew what the world was. Nothing had a name. I remember one day when Pam was in the room, I was still in the hospital, and she was standing by my bed. I was extremely pissed that she should be standing when there was a thing to sit on right over in the cornhole. Bring the friend, I said. Sit in the friend. What do you mean, Edgar? She asked. The friend, the buddy. I shouted. Bring over the fucking pal, you dumb bitch. My head was killing me and she was starting to cry. I hated her for that. She had no business crying, because she wasn't the one in the cage, looking at everything through a red blur. She wasn't the monkey in the cage. And then it came to me. Bring over the chum and sit down. It was the closest my rattled, fucked up brain could come to chair. I was angry all the time. There were two older nurses that I called Dry Fuck 1 and Dry Fuck 2, as if they were characters in a dirty Dr. Seuss story. There was a candy striper I called Pilch Lozenge. I have no idea why, but that nickname also had some sort of sexual connotation. To me, at least. When I grew stronger, I tried to hit people. Twice I tried to stab Pam, and on one of those two occasions I succeeded, although only with a plastic knife. She still needed a couple of stitches in her forearm. There were times when I had to be tied down. Here is what I remember most clearly about that part of my other life. A hot afternoon toward the end of my month-long stay in an expensive convalescent home, the expensive air conditioning broken, tied down in my bed, a soap opera on the television, 1,000 midnight bells ringing in my head, pain burning and stiffening my right side like a poker, my missing right arm itching, my missing right fingers twitching. No more OxyContin due for a while, I don't know how long, because telling time is. Beyond me, and a nurse swims out of the red, a creature coming to look at the monkey in the cage, and the nurse says, "Are you ready to visit with your wife?" And I say, only if she brought a gun to shoot me with. You don't think that kind of pain will pass, but it does. Then they ship you home and replace it with the agony of physical rehabilitation. The red began to drain from my vision. A psychologist who specialized in hypnotherapy showed me some neat tricks for managing the phantom aches and itches in my missing arm. That was Cayman. It was Cayman who brought me Reba, one of the few things I took with me when I limped out of my other life and into the one I lived on Duma Key. This is not approved psychological therapy for anger management, Dr. Cayman said, although I suppose he might have been lying about that to make Reba more attractive. He told me I had to give her a hateful name, and so, although she looked like Lucy Ricardo, I named her after an aunt who used to pinch my fingers when I was small if I didn't eat all my carrots. Then, less than 2 days after getting her, I forgot her name. I could only think of boy names, each one making me angrier: Randall, Russell, Rudolph, River fucking Phoenix. I was home by then. Pam came in with my morning snack and must have seen the look on my face, because I could see her steeling herself for an outburst. But even though I'd forgotten the name of the fluffy red rage doll the psychologist had given me, I remembered how I was supposed to use it in this situation. "Pam," I said, "I need 5 minutes to get myself under control." "I can do this." "Are you sure?" "Yes. Now just get that ham hock out of here and stick it up your face powder." "I can do this." I didn't know if I really could, but that was what I was supposed to say. I couldn't remember the fucking doll's name, but I could remember I can do this. That's clear about the end of my other life, how I kept saying I can do this even when I knew I couldn't, even when I knew I was fucked. I was double fucked. I was dead as fucked in the pouring rain. "I can do this," I said, and God knows how I looked because she backed out without a word, the tray still in her hands and the cup chattering against the plate. When she was gone, I held the doll up in front of my face, staring into its stupid blue eyes as my thumb disappeared into its stupid yielding body. "What's your name, you bat-faced bitch?" I shouted at it. It never once occurred to me that Pam was listening on the kitchen intercom, she and the day nurse both. Tell you what, if the intercom had been broken they could have heard me through the door. I was in good voice that day. I began to shake the doll back and forth. Its head flopped and its synthetic I Love Lucy hair flew. Its big blue cartoon eyes seemed to be saying, "Oh you nasty man." Like Betty Boop in one of those old cartoons you can still see sometimes on the cable. "What's your name, bitch? What's your name, you cunt? What's your name, you cheap rag-filled whore? Tell me your name. Tell me your name. Tell me your name or I'll cut out your eyes and chop off your nose and rip out your—" My mind cross-connected then, a thing that still happens now, for years later, down here in the town of Tamazunchale, state of San Luis Potosí, country of Mexico, site of Edgar Fremantle's third life. For a moment I was in my pickup truck, clipboard rattling against my old steel lunch bucket in the passenger footwell. I doubt if I was the only working millionaire in America to carry a lunch bucket, but you probably could have counted us in the dozens, my power book beside me on the seat. And from the radio a woman's voice cried it was read, with evangelical fervor. Only 3 words, but 3 was enough. It was the song about the poor woman who turns out her pretty daughter as a prostitute. It was Fancy, by Reba McEntire. "Reba," I whispered, and hugged the doll against me. "You're Reba. Reba, Reba, Reba. I'll never forget again." I did, the following week, but I didn't get angry that time. No. I held her against me like a little love, closed my eyes, and visualized the pickup truck that had been demolished in the accident. I visualized my steel lunch bucket rattling against the steel clip on my clipboard, and the woman's voice came from the radio once more, exulting with that same evangelical fervor. It was red. Doctor came and called it a breakthrough. He was excited. My wife seemed a good deal less excited, and the kiss she put on my cheek was of the dutiful variety. I think it was 2 months later that she told me she wanted a divorce. By then the pain had either lessened or my mind had made certain crucial adjustments when it came to dealing with it. The headaches still came, but less often and rarely with the same violence. It was no longer always midnight in the world's biggest clock shop between my ears. I was always more than ready for Vicodin at 5 and OxyContin at 8, could hardly hobble on my bright red Canadian crutch until I'd swallowed those magic pills, but my rebuilt hip was starting to mend. Kathy Green, the rehab queen, came to Casa Fremantle in Mendota Heights on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I was allowed an extra Vicodin before our sessions, and still my screams filled the house by the time we finished up. Our basement rec room had been converted into a therapy suite, complete with a handicap-accessible hot tub. After 2 months of torture, I was able to make it down there on my own in the evenings to double up on my leg exercises and begin some abdominal work. Kathy said doing that stuff a couple of hours before bed would release endorphins and I'd sleep better. It was during one of these evening workouts, Edgar in search of those elusive endorphins, when my wife of a quarter century came downstairs and told me she wanted a divorce. I stopped what I was doing, crunches, and looked at her. I was sitting on a floor pad. She was standing at the foot of the stairs, prudently across the room. I could have asked her if she was serious, but the light down there was very good, those racked fluorescents, and I didn't have to. I don't think it's the sort of thing women joke about 6 months after their husbands have almost died in accidents, anyway. I could have asked her why, but I knew. I could see the small white scar on her arm where I had stabbed her with the plastic knife from my hospital supper tray, and that was really the least of it. I thought of telling her, not so long ago, to get the ham hock out of here and stick it up her face powder. I considered asking her to at least think about it, but the anger came back. In those days, what Dr. Kamen called inappropriate anger was my ugly friend. And hey, what I was feeling right then did not seem inappropriate at all. My shirt was off. My right arm ended 3.5 inches below the shoulder. I twitched it at her. A twitch was the best I could do with the muscle that was left. "This is me," I said, giving you the finger. "Get out of here if that's how you feel. Get out, you quitting Birch." The first tears had started rolling down her face, but she tried to smile. It was a pretty ghastly effort. "Bitch, Edgar," she said. "The word is bitch." "The word is what I say it is," I said, and began to do crunches again. It's harder than hell to do them with an arm gone. Your body wants to pull and corkscrew to that side. I wouldn't have left you, that's the point. I wouldn't have left you. I would have gone through the mud and the blood and the piss and the spilled beer. "It's different," she said. She made no effort to wipe her face. "It's different and you know it. I couldn't break you in two if I got into a rage. I'd have a hell of a job breaking you in two with only 1 amp, I said, doing crunches faster. "You stuck me with a knife." As if that were the point. It wasn't, and we both knew it. A plastic rudder knife is what it was. I was half out of my mind, and it'll be your last words on your fucking deathbed. Eddie stabbed me with a plastic fife. Goodbye, cruel world. "You choked me," she said in a voice I could barely hear. I stopped doing crunches and gaped at her. The clock shop started up in my head. "Bang a gong, get it on." "What are you saying? I choked you." "I never choked you. I know you don't remember, but you did. And you're not the same. Oh, quit it. Say the new age bullshit for the guy. I knew the word and I could see the man it stood for, but it wouldn't come. For that bald fuck you see in his office. My therapist," she said, and of course that made me angrier. She had the word and I didn't. Because her brain hadn't been shaken like Jell-O. "You want a divorce? You can have a divorce. Throw it all away, why not? Only go do the alligator somewhere else. Get out of here." She went up the stairs and closed the door without looking back. And it wasn't until she was gone that I realized I'd meant to say crocodile tears. Go cry your crocodile tears somewhere else. Oh, well, close enough for rock and roll. That's what Wireman says. And I was the one who ended up getting out. 3 except for Pam, I never had a partner in my other life. Edgar Fremantle's 4 rules for success, feel free to take notes, were: never borrow more than your IQ times 100, never borrow from a man who calls you by your first name on first acquaintance, never take a drink while the sun's still up, and never take a partner you wouldn't be willing to embrace naked on a waterbed. I did have an accountant I trusted, however, and it was Tom Riley who helped me move the few things I needed from Mendota Heights to our smaller place on Lake Phelan. Tom, a sad 2-time loser in the marriage game, worried me all the way out. "You don't give up the house in a situation like this," he said. "Not unless the judge kicks you out. It's like giving up home field advantage in a playoff game." I didn't care about home field advantage, I only wanted him to watch his driving. I winced every time a car coming the other way looked a little too close to the center line. Sometimes I stiffened and pumped the invisible passenger brake. As for getting behind the wheel again myself, I thought never sounded about right. Of course, God loves surprises. That's what Wireman says. Kathy Green, the rehab queen, had only been divorced once, but she and Tom were on the same wavelength. I remember her sitting cross-legged in her leotard, holding my feet and looking at me with grim outrage. Here you are, just out of Death's Motel and short an arm, and she wants to call it off. Because you poked her with a plastic hospital knife when you could barely remember your own name? Fuck me till I cry. Doesn't she understand that mood swings and short-term memory loss following accident trauma are common? She understands that she's scared of me, I said. Yeah? Well, listen to your mama, Sonny Jim. If you've got a good lawyer, you can make her pay for being such a wimp. Some hair had escaped from her rehab Gestapo ponytail and she blew it back from her forehead. She ought to pay for it. Read my lips, none of this is your fault. She says I tried to choke her. And if so, being choked by a one-armed invalid must have been a pants-wetting experience. Come on, Eddie, make her pay. I'm sure I'm stepping way out of my place, but I don't care. She should not be doing what she's doing. I think there's more to it than the choking thing and the butter knife thing. What? I can't remember. What does she say? She doesn't. But Pam and I had been together a long time, and even if love had run out into a delta of passive acceptance, I thought I still knew her well enough to know that yes, there had been something else, there was still something else, and that was what she wanted to get away from. For not long after I relocated to the place on Lake Phelan, the girls came to see me, the young women. They brought a picnic hamper. We sat on the piney-smelling lake porch, looked out at the lake, and nibbled sandwiches. It was past Labor Day by then, most of the floating toys put away for another year. There was also a bottle of wine in the hamper, but I only drank a little. On top of the pain medication, alcohol hit me hard. A single beer could turn me into a slurring drunk. The girls, the young women, finished the rest between them, and it loosened them up. Melinda, back from France for the second time since my argument with the crane and not happy about it, asked me if all adults in their 50s had these unpleasant regressive interludes. Did she have that to look forward to? Elsa, the younger, began to cry, leaned against me, and asked why it couldn't be like it was. Why couldn't we, meaning her mother and me, be like we were? Lynn told her this wasn't the time for Illy's patented baby act, and Illy gave her the finger. I laughed. I couldn't help it. Then we all laughed. Lynn's temper and Ilsa's tears weren't pleasant, but they were honest, and as familiar to me as the mole on Ilsa's chin or the faint vertical frown line, which in time would deepen into a groove between Lynn's eyes. Linny wanted to know what I was going to do, and I told her I didn't know. I'd come a long distance toward deciding to end my own life, but I knew that if I did it, it must absolutely look like an accident. I would not leave these 2 young women, just starting out in their lives, carrying the residual guilt of their father's suicide. Nor would I leave a load of guilt behind for the woman with whom I had once shared a milkshake in bed, both of us naked and laughing and listening to the Plastic Ono band on the stereo. After they'd had a chance to vent, after a full and complete exchange of feelings, and Dr. came in speak, my memory is that we had a pleasant afternoon, looking at old photo albums and reminiscing about the past. I think we even laughed some more, but not all memories of my other life are to be trusted. Wireman says when it comes to the past, we all stack the deck. Elsa wanted us all to go out to dinner, but Lynn had to meet someone at the public library before it closed, and I said I didn't feel much like hobbling anywhere. I thought I'd read a few chapters of the latest John Sanford and then go to bed. They kissed me, all friends again, and then left. 2 minutes later, Ilsa came back. I told Lenny I forgot my keys, she said. I take it you didn't, I said. No. Daddy, would you ever hurt Mom? I mean, now? On purpose? I shook my head, but that wasn't good enough for her. I could tell by the way she just stood there, looking me in the eye. No, I said. Never. You'd what, Daddy? I was going to say I'd cut my own arm off first, but all at once that seemed like a really bad idea. I'd never do it, Illy. Leave it at that. Then why is she still afraid of you? I think because I'm maimed. She hurled herself into my arms so hard she almost knocked us both onto the sofa. Oh, Daddy, I'm so sorry. All of this is just so sucky. I stroked her hair a little. I know, but remember this, it's as bad as it's going to get. That wasn't the truth, but if I was careful, Ilsa would never know it had been an outright lie. A horn honked from the driveway. Go on, I said, and kissed her wet cheek. Your sister's impatient. She wrinkled her nose. So what else is new? You're not overdoing the pain meds, are you? No call if you need me, Daddy. I'll catch the very next plane. She would, too. Which was why I wouldn't. You bet. I put a kiss on her other cheek. Give that to your sister. She nodded and went out. I sat down on the couch and closed my eyes. Behind them, the clocks were striking and striking and striking. My next visitor was Dr. Kamen, the psychologist who gave me Reba. I didn't invite him. I had Kathy, my rehabilitation dominatrix, to thank for that. Although surely no more than 40, Kamen walked like a much older man and wheezed even when he sat, peering at the world through enormous horn-rimmed spectacles and over an enormous pair of a belly. He was a very tall, very black man, with features carved so large they seemed unreal. His great staring eyeballs, ship's figurehead of a nose, and totemic lips were awe-inspiring. Xander Kamen looked like a minor god in a suit from Men's Warehouse. He also looked like a prime candidate for a fatal heart attack or stroke before his 50th birthday. He refused my offer of refreshment, said he couldn't stay, then put his briefcase aside on the couch as if to contradict that. He sank full fathom 5 beside the couch's armrest, and going deeper all the time, I fear for the thing's springs, looking at me and wheezing benignly. What brings you out this way? I asked him. Oh, Kathy tells me you're planning to bump yourself off, he said. It was the tone he might have used to say Kathy tells me you're having a lawn party and there are fresh Krispy Kremes on offer. Any truth to that rumor? I opened my mouth, then closed it again. Once, when I was 10 and growing up in Eau Claire, I took a comic book from a drugstore spin-around, put it down the front of my jeans, then dropped my t-shirt over it. As I was strolling out the door, feeling jacked up and very clever, a clerk grabbed me by the arm. She lifted my shirt with her other hand and exposed my ill-gotten treasure. How did that get there? She asked me. Not in the 4 years since that day had I been so completely stuck for an answer to a simple question. Finally, long after such a response could have any weight, I said, That's ridiculous. I don't know where she could have gotten such an idea. No. Sure you don't want a Coke? Thanks, but I'll pass. I got up and got a Coke from the kitchen fridge. I tucked the bottle firmly between my stump and my chest wall, possible but painful. I don't know what you may have seen in the movies, but broken ribs hurt for a long time, and spun off the cap with my left hand. I'm a southpaw. Caught a break there, muchacho, as Wireman says. I'm surprised you take her seriously in any case, I said as I came back in. Kathy's a hell of a physical therapist, but a head shrinker she's not. I paused before sitting down. Neither are you, actually. In the technical sense. Kamen cupped an enormous hand behind an ear that looked roughly the size of a desk drawer. Do I hear a ratcheting noise? I believe I do. What are you talking about? It's the charmingly medieval sound a person's defenses make when they go up. He tried an ironic wink, but the size of the man's face made irony impossible. He could only manage burlesque. Still, I took the point. As for Kathy Green, you're right. What does she know? All she does is work with paraplegics, quadriplegics, accident-related amps like you, and people recovering from traumatic head injuries, again, like you. For 15 years Kathy's done this work. She's had the opportunity to watch 1,000 maimed patients reflect on how not even a single second of time can ever be called back, so how could she possibly recognize the signs of pre-suicidal depression? I sat in the lumpy easy chair across from the couch and stared at him sullenly. Here was trouble. And Kathy Green was more. He leaned forward, although, given his girth, a few inches was all he could manage. You have to wait, he said. I gaped at him. He nodded. You're surprised. Yes. But I'm not a Christian, let alone a Catholic, and on the subject of suicide my mind is open. Yet I'm a believer in responsibilities. I know that you are, too, and I tell you this, if you kill yourself now, even 6 months from now, your wife and daughters will know. No matter how cleverly you do it, they'll know. I don't, he raised his hand. And the company that insures your life, for a very large sum, I'm sure, they'll know, too. They may not be able to prove it, but they'll try very hard. The rumors they start will hurt your girls, no matter how well armored against such things you may think they are. Melinda was well armored. Elsa, however, was a different story. When Melinda was mad at her, she called Illy a case of arrested development, but I didn't think that was true. I thought Illy was just tender. And in the end, they may prove it. Cayman shrugged his enormous shoulders. How much of a death duty that might entail I couldn't guess, but I'm sure it would erase a great deal of your life's treasure. I wasn't thinking about the money. I was thinking about a team of insurance investigators sniffing around whatever I set up. And all at once I began to laugh. Cayman sat with his huge dark brown hands on his doorstop knees, looking at me with his little I've seen everything smile. Except on his face nothing was little. He let my laughter run its course and then asked me what was so funny. You're telling me I'm too rich to kill myself, I said. I'm telling you not now, Edgar, and that's all I'm telling you. I'm also going to make a suggestion that goes against a good deal of my own practical experience. But I have a very strong intuition in your case, the same sort of intuition that caused me to give you the doll. I propose you try a geographical. Beg pardon? It's a form of recovery often attempted by late-stage alcoholics. They hope that a change of location will give them a fresh start. Turn things around. I felt a flicker of something. I won't say it was hope, but it was something. It rarely works, Cayman said. The old-timers in Alcoholics Anonymous, who have an answer for everything, it's their curse as well as their blessing, although very few ever realize it, like to say, put an asshole on a plane in Boston, an asshole gets off in Seattle. So where does that leave me? I asked. Right now it leaves you in suburban St. Paul. What I'm suggesting is that you pick someplace far from here and go there. You're in a unique position to do so, given your financial situation and marital status. For how long? At least a year. He looked at me inscrutably. His large face was made for such an expression, etched on King Tut's tomb, I believe it might have made even Howard Carter consider. And if you do anything at the end of that year, Edgar, for God's sake, no, for your daughter's sake, make it look good. He had nearly disappeared into the old sofa, now he began to shrivel up again. I stepped forward to help him and he waved me away. He made it to his feet at last, wheezing more loudly than ever, and took up his briefcase. He looked down at me from his height of 6.5 feet, those staring eyeballs with their yellowish corneas made even larger by his glasses, which had very thick lenses. Edgar, does anything make you happy? I considered the surface of this question, the only part that seemed safe, and said, I used to sketch. It had actually been a little more than just sketching, but that was long ago. Since then, other things had intervened. Marriage, a career. Both of which were now going or gone. When? As a kid. I thought of telling him I'd once dreamed of art school, and even bought the occasional book of reproductions when I could afford to, and then didn't. In the last 30 years, my contribution to the world of art had consisted of little more than doodles while taking telephone calls, and it had probably been 10 years since I'd bought the sort of picture book that belongs on a coffee table where it can impress your friends. Since then? I considered lying, didn't want to seem like a complete fixated drudge, but stuck to the truth. One-armed men should tell the truth whenever possible. Wireman doesn't say that, I do. No, take it up again, Cayman advised. You need hedges. Hedges, I said, bemused. Yes, Edgar. He looked surprised and a little disappointed, as if I had failed to understand a very simple concept. Hedges against the night. 6 a week or so later, Tom Riley came to see me again. By then the leaves had started to turn color, and I remember the clerks putting up Halloween posters in the Walmart where I bought my first sketch pads since college, hell, maybe since high school. What I remember most clearly about that visit is how embarrassed and ill at ease Tom seemed. I offered him a beer and he took me up on it. When I came back from the kitchen, he was looking at a pen and ink I'd done, 3 palm trees silhouetted against an expanse of water, a bit of screened-in porch jutting into the left foreground. This is pretty good, he said. You do this? Nah, the elves. They come in the night. Cobble my shoes, draw the occasional picture. He laughed too hard and set the picture back down on the desk. Don't look much like Minnesota, Dear, he said, doing a Swedish accent. I copied it out of a book, I said. I had actually used a photograph from a realtor's brochure. It had been taken from the so-called Florida room of Salmon Point, the place I had just leased for a year. I had never been in Florida, not even on vacation, but that picture had called to something deep in me, and for the first time since the accident, I felt actual anticipation. It was thin, but it was there. What can I do for you, Tom? If it's about the business, actually, Pam asked me to come out. He ducked his head. I didn't much want to, but I didn't feel I could say no. Old-time sake, you know. Sure. Tom went back to the days when the Fremantle Company had been nothing but 3 pickup trucks, a Caterpillar D9, and a lot of big dreams. So talk to me. I'm not going to bite you. She's got herself a lawyer. She's going ahead with this divorce business. I never thought she wouldn't. It was the truth. I still didn't remember choking her, but I remembered the look in her eyes when she told me I had. And there was this: once Pam started down a road, she rarely turned around. She wants to know if you're going to be using Bosie. I had to smile at that. William Bozeman III was a dapper, manicured, bow-tie-wearing 65-wheel dog of the Minneapolis law firm my company used, and if he knew Tom and I had been calling him Bosie for the last 20 years, he would probably have suffered an embolism. I hadn't thought about it. What's the deal, Tom? What exactly does she want? He drank off half his beer, then put the glass on a bookshelf beside my Alpha sketch. His cheeks had flushed a dull brick red. She said she hopes it doesn't have to be mean. She said, I don't want to be rich, and I don't want to fight. I just want him to be fair to me and the girls, the way he always was. Will you tell him that? So I am. He shrugged. I got up, went to the big window between the living room and the porch, and looked out at the lake. Soon I would be able to go out into my very own Florida room, whatever that was, and look out at the Gulf of Mexico. I wondered if it would be any better, any different, than looking out at Lake Phelan. I thought I would settle for different, at least to begin with. Different would be a start. When I turned back, Tom Riley didn't look himself at all. At first I thought he was sick to his stomach, and then I realized he was struggling not to cry. Tom, what's the matter? I asked. He tried to speak and produced only a watery croak. He cleared his throat and tried again. Boss, I can't get used to seeing you this way, with just the one arm. I'm so sorry. It was artless, unrehearsed, and sweet, a straight shot to the heart. I think there was a moment when we were both close to bawling, like a couple of sensitive guys on the Oprah Winfrey show. That idea helped me get myself under control again. I'm sorry, too, I said, but I'm getting along. Really? Now drink your damn beer before it goes flat. He laughed and poured the rest of his grain belt into the glass. I'm going to give you an offer to take back to her, I said. If she likes it, we can hammer out the details. Do-it-yourself deal. No lawyers needed. Are you serious, Eddie? I am. You do a comprehensive accounting so we have a bottom-line figure to work with. We divide the swag into 4 shares. She takes 75% for her and the girls. I take the rest. The divorce itself, hey, Minnesota's a no-fault state. After lunch we can go out to Borders and buy Divorce for Dummies. He looked dazed. Is there such a book? I haven't researched it, but if there isn't, I'll eat your shirts. I think the sayings eat my shorts. Isn't that what I said? Never mind. Eddie, that kind of deal is going to trash the estate. Ask me if I give a shit. Or a shirt, for that matter. I still care about the company, and the company is fine, intact, and being run by people who know what they're doing. As for the estate, all I'm proposing is that we dispense with the ego that usually allows the lawyers to swallow the cream. There's plenty for all of us, if we're reasonable. He finished his beer, never taking his eyes off me. Sometimes I wonder if you're the same man I used to work for, he said. That man died in his pickup, I said. 7 Pam took the deal, and I think she might have taken me again instead of the deal if I'd offered. It was a look that came and went on her face like sunshine through clouds when we had our lunch to discuss the details, but I didn't offer. I had Florida on my mind, that refuge of the newlywed and the nearly dead. And I think in her heart of hearts, even Pam knew it was for the best, knew that the man who had been pulled out of his ruined Dodge Ram with his steel hard hat crushed around his ears like a crumpled pet food can wasn't the same guy who gotten in. The life with Pam and the girls and the construction company was over. There were no other rooms in it to explore. There were, however, doors. The one marked suicide was currently a bad option, as Dr. Kamen had pointed out. That left the one marked Duma key. One other thing occurred in my other life before I slipped through that door, though. It was what happened to Monica Goldstein's Jack Russell Terrier, Gandalf. If you've been picturing my convalescent retreat as a lakeside cottage standing in splendid isolation at the end of a lonely dirt road in the North Woods, you better think again. We're talking your basic suburbia. Our place by the lake stood at the end of Astor Lane, a paved street running from East Hoyt Avenue to the water. Our closest neighbors were the Goldsteins. In the middle of October, I finally took Kathy Green's advice and began to walk. These were not the great beach walks I took later, and I came back from even these short outings with my bad hip crying for mercy, and more than once with tears standing in my eyes, but they were steps in the right direction. I was returning from one of these walks when Mrs. Fevereau hit Monica's dog. I was 3/4 of the way home when the Fevereau woman went past me in her ridiculous mustard-colored Hummer. As always, she had her cell phone in one hand and a cigarette in the other. As always, she was going too fast. I barely noticed, and I certainly didn't see Gandalf dash into the street up ahead, concentrating only on Monica, coming down the other side of the street in full Girl Scout. I was concentrating on my reconstructed hip. As always, near the end of my short strolls, this so-called medical marvel felt packed with roughly 10,000 tiny points of broken glass. Then tires yelled, and a little girl's scream joined them, Gandalf, and oh. For a moment I had a clear and unearthly vision of the crane that had almost killed me, the world I'd always lived in suddenly eaten up by a yellow much brighter than Mrs. Fevereau's Hummer, and black letters floating in it, swelling, getting larger, link belt. Then Gandalf began to scream, too, and the flashback, what Dr. Kamen would have called a recovered memory, I suppose, was gone. Until that afternoon in October 4 years ago, I hadn't known dogs could scream. I broke into a lurching, crabwise run, pounding the sidewalk with my red crutch. I'm sure it would have appeared ludicrous to an onlooker, but no one was paying any attention to me. Monica Goldstein was kneeling in the middle of the street beside her dog, which lay in front of the Hummer's high, boxy grill. Her face was white above her forest green uniform, from which a sash of badges and medals hung. The end of this sash was soaking in a spreading pool of Gandalf's blood. Mrs. Fevereau half jumped and half fell from the Hummer's ridiculously high driver's seat. Ava Goldstein came running from the front door of the Goldstein house, crying her daughter's name. Mrs. Goldstein's blouse was half-buttoned. Her feet were bare. "Don't touch him, honey, don't touch him," Mrs. Fevereau said. She was still holding her cigarette and she puffed nervously at it. Monica paid no attention. She stroked Gandalf's side. The dog screamed again when she did. It was a scream, and Monica covered her eyes with the heels of her hands. She began to shake her head. I didn't blame her. Mrs. Fevereau reached out for the girl, but changed her mind. She took 2 steps back, leaned against the high side of her Hummer, and looked up at the sky. Mrs. Goldstein knelt beside her daughter. "Honey, oh honey, please don't." Gandalf lay in the street, in a pool of his spreading blood, howling. And now I could also remember the sound the crane had made. Not the meep 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 it was supposed to make, its backup warning had been broken, but the juddering stutter of its diesel engine and the sound of its treads eating up the earth. "Get her inside, Ava," I said. "Get her in the house." Mrs. Goldstein got an arm around her daughter's shoulders and urged her up. "Come on, honey. Come inside." Not without Gandalf. Monica was 11 and mature for her age, but in those moments she had regressed to 3. Not without my doggie. Her sash, the last 3 inches now sodden with blood, thwopped against the side of her skirt and a long line of blood spattered down her calf. "Monica, go in and call the vet," I told her. "Say Gandalf's been hit by a car. Say he has to come right away. I'll stay with your dog while you do." Monica looked at me with eyes that were more than grief-stricken, more than shocked. They were crazy. I knew that look well. I'd seen it often in my own mirror. "Do you promise?" "Big swear?" "Mother's name?" "Big swear, mother's name." "Go on." She went with her mother, casting one more look back over her shoulder and uttering one more bereft wail before starting up the steps to her house. I knelt beside Gandalf, holding onto the Hummer's fender and going down as I always did, painfully and listing severely to the left, trying to keep my right knee from bending any more than it absolutely had to. Still, I voiced my own little cry of pain, and I wondered if I'd be able to get up again without help. It might not be forthcoming from Mrs. Fevereau. She walked over to the left-hand side of the street with her legs stiff and wide apart, then bent at the waist as if bowing to royalty, and vomited in the gutter. She held the hand with the cigarette in it off to one side as she did it. I turned my attention to Gandalf. He had been struck in the hindquarters. His spine was crushed. Blood and shit oozed sluggishly from between his broken rear legs. His eyes turned up to me, and in them I saw a horrible expression of hope. His tongue crept out and licked my inner left wrist. His tongue was dry as carpet and cold. Gandalf was going to die, but maybe not soon enough. Monica would come out again soon, and I didn't want him alive to lick her wrist when she did. I understood what I had to do. There was no one to see me do it. Monica and her mother were inside. Mrs. Fevereau's back was still turned. If others on this little stub of street had come to their windows or out on their lawns, the Hummer blocked their view of me sitting beside the dog with my bad right leg awkwardly outstretched. I had a few moments, but only a few, and if I stopped to think about what I was doing, my chance would be lost. So I took Gandalf's upper body in my arms, and without a pause I'm back at the Sutton Avenue site, where the Fremantle Company is getting ready to build a 40-story bank building. I'm in my pickup truck. Reba McEntire's on the radio, singing Fancy. I suddenly realized the crane's too loud even though I haven't heard any backup beeper, and when I look to my right the part of the world that should be in that window is gone. The world on that side has been replaced by yellow. Black letters float there, link belt. They're swelling. I spin the ram's wheel to the left, all the way to the stop, knowing I'm too late. The scream of crumpling metal starts, drowning out the radio and shrinking the inside of the cab right to left because the crane's invading my space, stealing my space, and the pickup is tipping. I'm trying for the driver's side door, but it's no good. I should have done that right away, but it got too late real early. The world in front of me disappears as the windshield turns to frozen milk shot through with a million cracks. Then the building site is back and still turning on an axle as the windshield pops out. Pops out? It flies out bent in the middle like a playing card, and I'm laying on the horn with the points of both elbows, my right arm doing its last job. I can barely hear the horn over the crane's engine. Link belt is still moving in, pushing the passenger door, closing the passenger side footwell, splintering the dashboard in tectonic chunks of plastic. The shit from the glove compartment floats around, the radio goes dead, my lunch bucket is tanging against my clipboard, and here comes Link belt. Link belt is right on top of me. I could stick out my tongue and lick the fucking hyphen. I start screaming because that's when the pressure starts. The pressure is my right arm first pushing against my side, then spreading, then splitting open. Blood douses my lap like a bucket of hot water, and I hear something breaking. Probably my ribs. It sounds like chicken bones under a boothiel. I held Gandalf against me and thought, bring the friend, sit in the fucking pal, you dumb bitch. And now I'm sitting in the chum, sitting in the fucking pal. It's at home, but home doesn't feel like home with all the clocks of Europe ringing inside my cracked head, and I can't remember the name of the doll came and gave me. All I can remember is boy names, Randall, Russell, Rudolph, River fucking Phoenix. I tell her to leave me alone when she comes in with the fruit and the fucking college cheese. I tell her I need 5 minutes. I can do this, I say, because it's the phrase came and gave me, it's the out, it's the meep that says watch it, Pammy, Edgar's backing up. But instead of leaving she takes the napkin from the tray to wipe the fret off my forehead, and while she's doing that I grab her by the throat because in that moment it seems to me it's her fault. I can't remember my doll's name, everything is her fault, including Link belt. I grab her with my good left hand. For a few seconds I want to kill her, and who knows, maybe I try. What I do know is I'd rather remember all the accidents in this round world than the look in her eyes as she struggles in my grip. Then I think it was red. And let her go. I held Gandalf against my chest as I had once held my infant daughters and thought, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I felt Gandalf's blood soak through my pants like hot water and thought, go on, you sad fuck, get out of Dodge. I held Gandalf and thought of how it felt to be crushed alive as the cab of your truck eats the air around you and the breath leaves your body and the blood blows out of your nose and those snapping sounds as consciousness flees. Those are the bones breaking inside your own body, your ribs, your arm, your hip, your leg, your cheek, your fucking skull. I held Monica's dog and thought, in a kind of miserable triumph, it was red. For a moment I was in a darkness shot with that red, then I opened my eyes. I was clutching Gandalf to my chest with my left arm, and his eyes were staring up at my face, no, past it. And past the sky. Mr. Fremantle? It was John Hastings, the old guy who lived 2 houses up from the Goldsteins. In his English tweed cap and sleeveless sweater, he looked ready for a hike on the Scottish moors. Except, that was, for the expression of dismay on his face. Edgar? You can let him go now. That dog is dead. Yes, I said, relaxing my grip on Gandalf. Would you help me get up? I'm not sure I can, John said. I'd be more apt to pull us both down. Then go in and see if the Goldsteins are okay, I said. It is her dog, he said. I was hoping. He shook his head. It's hers, I said. And I don't want her to come out and see him like this. Of course, but I'll help him, Mrs. Fevereux said. She looked a little better, and she had ditched the cigarette. She reached for my right armpit, then hesitated. Will that hurt you? It would, but far less than staying the way I was, so I told her no. As John went up the Goldsteins' walk, I got a grip on the Hummer's bumper. Together we managed to get me back on my feet. I don't suppose you've got anything to cover the dog with? As a matter of fact, there's a rug remnant in the back. Good. Great. She started around to the rear. It would be a long trek, given the Hummer's size, then turned back. Thank God it died before the little girl got back. Yes, I said. Thank God, Naya wasn't far back to my cottage at the end of the lane, but getting there was a slow chug just the same. By the time I arrived, I had developed the ache in my hand that I thought of as crutch fist, and Gandalf's blood was stiffening on my shirt. There was a card tucked in between the screen and the jamb of the front door. I pulled it out. Below a smiling girl giving the Girl Scout salute was this message: a friend from the neighborhood came to see you with news of delicious Girl Scout cookies. Although SHE didn't find you in today, Monica will call again. See you soon. Monica had dotted the I in her name with a smiley face. I crumpled the card up and tossed it into the wastebasket as I limped to the shower. My shirt, jeans, and blood-spotted underwear I tossed into the trash. I never wanted to see them again. My 2-year-old Lexus was in the driveway, but I hadn't been behind the wheel of a vehicle since the day of my accident. A kid from the nearby JUCO ran errands for me 3 days a week. Kathy Green was also willing to swing by the closest supermarket if I asked her, or take me to Blockbuster before one of our little torture sessions, after where I was always too wiped out. If you had told me I'd be driving again that fall, I would have laughed. It wasn't my bad leg, the very idea of driving put me in a cold sweat. But not long after my shower, that's what I was doing, sliding behind the wheel, keying the ignition, and looking over my right shoulder as I backed down the driveway. I had taken 4 of the little pink OxyContin pills instead of the usual 2, and was gambling they'd get me to and from the Stop and Shop near the intersection of East Hoyt and East Shore Drive without freaking out or killing anyone. I didn't tarry at the supermarket. It wasn't grocery shopping at all in the normal sense, just a quick bombing run, one stop at the meat case followed by a limping jaunt through the 10 items or less express lane, no coupons, nothing to declare. Still, by the time I got back to Astor Lane I was officially stoned. If a cop had stopped me, I never would have passed a field sobriety test. None did. I passed the Goldsteins' house, where there were 4 cars in the driveway, at least half a dozen more parked at the curb, and light streaming from every window. Monica's mom had called for backup on the chicken soup hotline, and it looked like plenty of relatives had responded. Good for them. And good for Monica. Less than a minute later I was turning into my own driveway. In spite of the medication, my right leg throbbed from switching back and forth between the gas and the brake, and I had a headache, a plain old-fashioned tension headache. My main problem, however, was hunger. It was what had driven me out in the first place. Only hunger was too mild a word for what I was feeling. I was ravenous, and the leftover lasagna in the fridge wouldn't do. There was meat in it, but not enough. I lurched into the house on my crutch, head swimming from the OxyContin, got a fry pan from the drawer under the stove, and slung it onto one of the burners. I turned the dial to high, barely hearing the flump of igniting gas. I was too busy tearing the plastic wrap from a package of ground sirloin. I threw it in the fry pan and mashed it flat with the palm of my hand before scrabbling a spatula out of the drawer beside the stove. Coming back into the house, shucking my clothes and climbing into the shower, I'd been able to mistake the flutters in my stomach for nausea. It seemed like a reasonable explanation. By the time I was rinsing away the soap, though, the flutters had settled into a steady low rumble like the idle of a powerful motor. The drugs had damped it down a little bit, but now I was back, worse than ever. If I'd ever been this hungry in my life, I couldn't remember when. I flipped the grotesquely large meat patty and tried to count to 30. I figured a 30 count on high heat would be at least a nod in the direction of what people mean when they say cooking meat. If I'd thought to flip on the fan and vent the aroma, I might have made it. As it was, I didn't even get to 20. At 17 I snatched a paper plate, flipped the hamburger onto it, and wolfed the half-raw ground beef while I leaned against the cabinet. About halfway through I saw the red juice seeping out of the red meat and got a momentary but brilliant picture of Gandalf looking up at me while blood and shit oozed from the wrecked remains of his hindquarters, matting the fur on his broken rear legs. My stomach didn't so much as quiver, just cried impatiently for more food. I was hungry. Hungry. 11 that night I dreamed I was in the bedroom I had shared for so many years with Pam. She was asleep beside me and couldn't hear the croaking voice coming from somewhere below in the darkened house, newlywed, nearly dead, newlywed, nearly dead. It sounded like some mechanical device stuck in a groove. I shook my wife, but she just turned away from me. Dreams mostly tell the truth, don't they? I got up and went downstairs, holding the banister to compensate for my bad leg. And there was something odd about how I was holding that familiar length of polished rail. As I approached the bottom of the staircase, I realized what it was. Fair or not, it's a righty's world. Guitars are made for righties, and school desks, and the control panels on American cars. The banister of the house I'd lived in with my family was no exception. It was on the right because, although my company had built the house from my plans, my wife and both our daughters were right-handers, and majority rules. But still, my hand was trailing down the banister. Of course, I thought. Because it's a dream. Just like this afternoon. You know? Gandalf was no dream, I thought back, and the voice of the stranger in my house, closer than ever, repeated newlywed, nearly dead over and over. Whoever it was, the person was in the living room. I didn't want to go in there. No, Gandalf was no dream, I thought. Maybe it was my phantom right hand having these thoughts. The dream was killing him. Had he died on his own, then? Was that what the voice was trying to tell me? Because I didn't think Gandalf had died on his own. I thought he had needed help. I went into my old living room. I wasn't conscious of moving my feet. I went in the way you move in dreams, as if it's really the world moving around you, streaming backward like some extravagant trick of projection. And there, sitting in Pam's old Boston rocker, was Reba the anger management doll, now grown to the size of an actual child. Her feet, clad in black Mary Janes, swung back and forth just above the floor at the end of horrible boneless pink legs. Her shallow eyes stared at me. Her lifeless strawberry curls bounced back and forth. Her mouth was smeared with blood, and in my dream I knew it wasn't human blood or dog's blood but the stuff that had oozed out of my mostly raw hamburger, the stuff I had licked off the paper plate when the meat was gone. The bad frog chased us. Reba cried. It has TEF. 12 That word, TEF, was still ringing in my head when I sat up with a cold puddle of October moonlight in my lap. I was trying to scream and producing only a series of silent gasps. My heart was thundering. I reached for the bedside lamp and mercifully avoided knocking it on the floor, although once it was on, I saw that I pushed the base halfway over the drop. The clock radio claimed it was 3:19 a.m. I swung my legs out of bed and reached for the phone. If you really need me, call me, Cayman had said. Any time, day or night. And if his number had been in the bedroom phone's memory, I probably would have. But as reality reasserted itself, the cottage by Lake Phelan, not the house in Mendota Heights, no croaking voice downstairs, the urge passed. Reba the anger management doll in the Boston rocker, and grown to the size of an actual child. Well, why not? I had been angry, although at Mrs. Fevero rather than at poor Gandalf, and I had no idea what toothy frogs had to do with the price of beans in Boston. The real question, it seemed to me, was about Monica's dog. Had I killed Gandalf, or had he just expired? Or maybe the question was why I'd been so hungry afterward. Maybe that was the question. So hungry for meat. I took him in my arms, I whispered. Your arm, you mean, because now one is all you've got. You're good left. But my memory was taking him in my arms, plural. Channeling my anger, it was red, away from that foolish woman with her cigarette and cell phone and somehow back into myself, in some kind of crazy closed loop, taking him in my arms, surely a hallucination, but yes, that was my memory. Taking him in my arms. Cradling his neck with my left elbow so I could strangle him with my right hand. Strangle him and put him out of his misery. I slept shirtless, so it was easy to look at my stump. I only had to turn my head. I could wiggle it, but not much more. I did that a couple of times, and then I looked up at the ceiling. My heartbeat was slowing a little. The dog died of his injuries, I said. And shock. An autopsy would confirm that. Except no one did autopsies on dogs that died after being crushed to bones and jelly by Hummers driven by careless, distracted women. I looked at the ceiling and I wished this life was over. This unhappy life that had started out so confidently. I thought I would sleep no more that night, but eventually I did. In the end, we always were our worries. That's what Wireman says. How to draw a picture. 2. Remember that the truth is in the details. No matter how you see the world or what style it imposes on your work as an artist, the truth is in the details. Of course the devil's there, too, everyone says so, but maybe truth and the devil are words for the same thing. It could be, you know. Imagine that baby girl again, the one who fell from the carriage. She struck the right side of her head, but it was the left side of her brain that suffered the worst insult, contre coup, remember? The left side is where Broca's area is, not that anyone knew that in the 1920s. Broca's area processes language. Smack it hard enough and you lose your language, sometimes for a little while, sometimes forever. But, although they are closely related, saying is not seeing. The little girl still sees. She sees her 5 sisters. Their dresses. How their hair is crazy combed by the wind when they come in from outside. She sees her father's mustache, now threaded with gray. She sees Nan Melda, not just the housekeeper but the closest thing to a mother this little girl knows. She sees the scarf Nanny wraps around her head when she cleans. She sees the knot in the front, at the very top of Nan Melda's high brown forehead. She sees Nan Melda's silver bracelets, and how they flash star points in the sunshine that falls through the windows. Details, details, the truth is in the details. And does seeing cry out to saying, even in a damaged mind? A wounded brain? Oh, it must, it must. She thinks my head hurts. She thinks something bad happened, and I don't know who I am. Or where I am. Or what all these bright surrounding images are. She thinks Libet? Is my name Libet? I used to know. I could talk in the used to know, but now my words are like fish in the water. I want the man with the hair on his lip. She thinks that's my daddy, but when I try to say his name I call IRD. IRD, instead, because one flies past my window. I see every feather. I see its eye like glass. I see its leg, how it bends like broke, and that word is crooked. My head hurts. Girls come in. Maria and Hannah come in. She doesn't like them the way she likes the twins. The twins are little, like her. She thinks I called Maria and Hannah the big meanies in the used to know and realizes she knows again. It's another thing that's come back. The name for another detail. She will forget again, but the next time she remembers, she will remember longer. She's almost sure of it. She thinks when I try to say Hannah, I say IRD. IRD. When I try to say Maria, I say we. We. And they laugh, those meanies. I cry. I want my daddy and can't remember how to say him, that word is gone again. Words like birds, they fly and fly and fly away. My sisters talk. Talk, talk, talk. My throat is dry. I try to say thirsty. I say first. First. But they only laugh, those meanies. I'm under the bandage, smelling the iodine, smelling the sweaty, listening to them laugh. I scream at them, scream loud, and they run away. Nan Melda comes, her head all red because her hair is wrapped in the snarf. Her roundies flash 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 in the sun and you call those roundies bracelets. I say first, first, and Nan Melda doesn't know. So then I say ass. Ass, and Nan makes me go potty even though I don't need to go potty. I'm on the potty and see and point. Ass. Ass. Daddy comes in. What's this shouting about, with all white bubbles on his face except for one smoothie? That's where he slid the thing that makes the hair go away. He sees how I point. He understands. Why she is thirsty. Fills up the glass. The room is full of sunny. Dust floats in the sunny and his hand goes through the sunny with the glass and you call that pretty. I drink every drink. I cry more afterwards, but from better. He kiss me, kiss me, kiss me, hug me, hug me, hug me, and I try to say him, Daddy. And still can't. Then I think around sideways to his name, and John is there, so I think that in my mind, and while I think John the first Daddy, out my mouth and he hug me some more. She thinks Daddy is my first word on this side of the bad thing. The truth is in the details. 2. Big Pink Eye Cayman's geographical worked, but when it came to fixing what was wrong with my head, I think the Florida part was coincidental. It's true that I lived there, but I never really lived there. No, Cayman's geographical work because of Duma and Big Pink. For me, those places came to constitute their own world. I left St. Paul on November 10th with hope in my heart but no real expectations. Kathy Green, the rehab queen, came to see me off. She kissed me on the mouth, hugged me hard, and whispered, "May all your dreams come true, Eddie." "Thanks, Kathy," I said. I was touched even though the dream I fixed on was of Reba the anger management doll, grown to the size of an actual child, sitting in the moonlit living room of the house I'd shared with Pam. That dream coming true I could live without. And send me a picture from Disney World. I long to see you in Mouse Ears. I will, I said, but I never got to Disney World, SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, or Daytona Speedway either. When I left St. Paul, flying in a Lair 55, successful retirement has its privileges, it was 24 and spitting the first snowflakes of another long northern winter. When I landed in Sarasota it was 85 and sunny. Even crossing the tarmac to the private air terminal, still clumping along on my trusty red crutch, I thought I could feel my hips saying thank you. When I look back on that time, it's with the strangest stew of emotions: love, longing, terror, horror, regret, and the deep sweetness only those who've been near death can know. I think it's how Adam and Eve must have felt. Surely they looked back at Eden, don't you think, as they started barefoot down the path to where we are now, in our glum political world of bullets and bombs and satellite TV? Looked past the angel guarding the shut gate with his fiery sword? Sure. I think they must have wanted one more look at the green world they had lost, with its sweet water and kind-hearted animals. And its snake, of course. Too, there's a charm bracelet of keys lying off the west coast of Florida. If you had your 7-league boots on, you could step from Longboat to Lido, from Lido to Siesta, from Siesta to Casey. The next step takes you to Duma Key, 9 miles long and half a mile wide at its widest, between Casey Key and Don Pedro Island. Most of it's uninhabited, a tangle of banyans, palms, and Australian pines with an uneven, dune-rumpled beach running along the Gulf edge. The beach is guarded by a waist-high band of sea oats. The sea oats belong, Wireman once told me, but the rest of that shit has no business growing without irrigation. For much of the time I spent on Duma Key, no one lived there but Wireman, the bride of the Godfather, and me. Sandy Smith was my realtor in St. Paul. I had asked her to find me a place that was quiet. I'm not sure I used the word isolated, but I may have, but still within reach of services. Thinking of Cayman's advice, I told Sandy I wanted to lease for a year, and price wasn't an object, as long as I wasn't getting skint too bad. Even depressed and in more or less constant pain, I was averse to being taken advantage of. Sandy fed my requirements into her computer, and Big Pink was what came out. It was just the luck of the draw. Except I don't really believe that. Because even my earliest pictures seem to have, I don't know, something. 3 on the day I arrived in my rental car, driven by Jack Cantori, the young man Sandy Smith had hired through a Sarasota employment agency. I knew nothing about the history of Duma Key. I only knew one reached it by crossing a WPA-era drawbridge from Casey Key. Once over this bridge, I observed that the northern tip of the island was free of the vegetation that tangled the rest. Instead, there was actual landscaping. In Florida, this means palms and grass undergoing nearly constant irrigation. I could see half a dozen houses strung along the narrow, patchy band of road leading south, the last one of them a huge and undeniably elegant hacienda. And close by, less than a football field's length from the Duma Key end of the drawbridge, I could see a pink house hanging over the Gulf. Is that it? I asked, thinking please let that be it. That's the one I want. It is, isn't it? I don't know, Mr. Fremantle, Jack said. I know Sarasota, but this is the first time I've ever been on Duma. Never had any reason to come here. He pulled up to the mailbox, which had a big red 13 on it. He glanced at the folder lying between us on the seat. This is it, all right. Salmon Point, number 13. I hope you're not superstitious. I shook my head, not taking my eyes off it. I didn't worry about broken mirrors or crossing black cats' paths, but I'm very much a believer in, well, maybe not love at first sight, that's a little too red and scarlet for me, but instant attraction? Sure. It's the way I felt about Pam the first time I met her, on a double date. She was with the other guy. And it's the way I felt about Big Pink from the very first. She stood on pilings with her chin jutting over the high tide line. There was a no trespassing sign slanting askew on an old gray stick beside the driveway, but I guess that didn't apply to me. Once you sign the lease, you have it for a year, Sandy told me. Even if it's sold, the owner can't kick you out until your time is up. Jack drove slowly up to the back door, only with its face hanging over the Gulf of Mexico. That was the only door. I'm surprised they were ever allowed to build this far out, he said. I suppose they did things different in the old days. To him, the old days probably meant the 1980s. There's your car. Hope it's okay. The car drawn up on the square cracked pavement to the right of the house was the sort of anonymous American midsize the rental companies specialize in. I hadn't driven since the day Mrs. Fevereau hit Gandalf and barely gave it a glance. I was more interested in the boxy pink elephant I'd rented. Aren't there ordinances about building too close to the Gulf of Mexico? Now, sure, but not when this place went up. From a practical standpoint, it's all about beach erosion. I doubt if this place hung out that way when it was built. He was undoubtedly right. I thought I could see at least 6 feet of the pilings supporting the screen porch, the so-called Florida room. Unless those pilings were sunk 60 feet into the underlying bedrock, eventually the place was going into the Gulf of Mexico. It was only a matter of time. As I was thinking it, Jack Cantor I was saying it. Then he grinned. Don't worry, though, I'm sure you'll get plenty of warning. You'll hear it groaning. Like the House of Usher, I said. His grin widened. But it's probably good for another 5 years or so. Otherwise it'd be condemned. Don't be so sure, I said. Jack had reversed to the driveway door, so the trunk would be easy to unload. Not a lot in there, 3 suitcases, 1 garment bag, a steel hard case with my laptop inside, and a knapsack containing some primitive art supplies, mostly pads and colored pencils. I traveled light while I left my other life. I figured what I'd need most in my new one was my checkbook and my American Express card. What do you mean? He asked. Someone who could afford to build here in the first place could probably talk a couple of BNC inspectors around. BNC? What's that? For a moment I couldn't tell him. I could see what I meant, men in white shirts and ties, wearing yellow high-impact plastic hard hats on their heads and carrying clipboards in their hands. I could even see the pens in their shirt pockets and the plastic pocket protectors to which they were clipped. The devil's in the details, right? But I couldn't think of what BNC stood for, although I knew it as well as my own name. And instantly I was furious. Instantly it seemed that making my left hand into a fist and driving it sideways into the unprotected Adam's apple of the young man sitting beside me was the most reasonable thing in the world. Almost imperative. Because it was his question that had hung me up. Mr. Fremantle? Just a sec, I said, and thought, I can do this. I thought of Don Field, the guy who had inspected at least half of my buildings in the 90s, or so it seemed, and my mind did its crosspatch thing. I realized I'd been sitting bolt upright, my hand clenched in my lap. I could see why the kid had sounded concerned. I looked like a man having a gastric episode. Or a heart attack. Sorry, I said. I had an accident. Banged my head. Sometimes my mind stutters. Don't worry about it, Jack said. No biggie. BNC is building and code. Basically they're the guys who decide if your building is going to fall down or not. You talking about bribes? My new young employee looked glum. Well, I'm sure it happens, especially down here. Money talks. Don't be so cynical. Sometimes it's just a matter of friendship. Your builders, your contractors, your building code inspectors, even your OSHA guys, they usually drink in the same bars, and they all went to the same schools. I laughed. Reform schools, in some cases. Jack said they condemned a couple beach houses at the north end of Casey Key when the erosion there sped up. One of them actually did fall into the drink. Well, as you say, I'll probably hear it groaning, and it looks safe enough for the time being. Let's get my stuff inside. I opened my door, got out, then staggered as my bad hip locked up. If I hadn't gotten my crutch planted in time, I would have said hello to Big Pink by sprawling on her stone doorstep. I'll get the stuff in, Jack said. You better go in and sit down, Mr. Fremantle. A cold drink wouldn't hurt, either. You look really tired, for the traveling had caught up with me, and I was more than tired. By the time I eased into a living room armchair, listing to the left, as usual, and trying to keep my right leg as straight as possible, I was willing to admit to myself that I was exhausted. Yet not homesick, at least not yet. As Jack went back and forth, stowing my bags in the bigger of the 2 bedrooms and putting the laptop on the desk in the smaller one, my eye kept being drawn to the living room's western wall, which was all glass, and the Florida room beyond it, and the Gulf of Mexico beyond that. It was a vast blue expanse, flat as a plate on that hot November afternoon, and even with the sliding glass window wall shut, I could hear its mild and steady sighing. I thought, it has no memory. It was an odd thought, and strangely optimistic. When it came to memory and anger, I still had my issues. Jack came back from the guest room and sat on the arm of the couch, the perch, I thought, of a young man who wants to be gone. "You've got all your basic staples," he said, "plus salad in a bag, hamburger, and one of those cooked chickens in a plastic capsule. We call them astronaut chickens at my house. I hope that's okay with you." "Fine. 2% milk, also fine. And half. I can get you real cream next time, if you want it. You want to clog my one remaining artery?" He laughed. "There's a little pantry with all kinds of canned stuff. The cable's hooked up, the computer's internet ready, I got you Wi-Fi, costs a little extra, but it's way cool, and I can get satellite installed if you want it." I shook my head. He was a good kid, but I wanted to listen to the Gulf, sweet-talking me with words it wouldn't remember a minute later. And I wanted to listen to the house, see if it had anything to say. I had an idea maybe it did. The keys were in an envelope on the kitchen table, car keys, too, and a list of numbers you might need are on the fridge. "I've got classes at FSU in Sarasota every day except Monday, but I'll be carrying my cell, and I'll be coming by Tuesdays and Thursdays at 5 unless we make a different arrangement. Is that okay?" "Yes." I reached in my pocket and brought out my money clip. "I want to give you a little extra. You've been great." He waved it away. "Nah, this is a sweet gig, Mr. Fremantle. Good pay and good hours." I'd feel like a hound taking any extra. That made me laugh, and I put my dough back in my pocket. "Okay. Maybe you ought to take a nap," he said, getting up. "Maybe I will." It was odd to be treated like Grandpa Walton, but I supposed I'd better get used to it. "What happened to the other house at the north end of Casey Key?" "Huh? You said one went into the drink. What happened to the other one?" "Far as I know, it's still there. Although if a big storm like Charlie ever hits this part of the coast dead on, it's gonna be like a going out of business sale. Everything must go." He walked over to me and stuck out his hand. "Anyway, Mr. Fremantle, welcome to Florida. I hope it treats you real well." I shook with him. "Thank you." I hesitated, probably not long enough for him to notice, and I didn't get angry. Not at him, anyway. "Thanks for everything." "Sure." He gave me the smallest of puzzled looks as he went out, so maybe he did notice. Maybe he did notice, at that. I didn't care. I was on my own at last. I listened to shells and gravel popping under his tires as his car started to roll. I listened to the motor fade. Least, gone. Now there was only the mild steady sighing of the Gulf. And the beat of my own heart, soft and low. No clocks. Not ringing, not bonging, not even ticking. I breathed deep and smelled the musty, slightly damp aroma of a place that's been shut up for a fairly long time except for the weekly or bi-weekly ritual airing. I thought I could also smell salt and subtropical grasses for which I as yet had no names. Mostly I listened to the sigh of the waves, so like the breath of some large sleeping creature, and looked out through the glass wall that fronted on the water. Because of Big Pink's elevation, I couldn't see the beach at all from where I was sitting, fairly deep in the living room. From my armchair I might have been on one of those big tankers that trudge their oily courses from Venezuela to Galveston. A high haze had crept over the dome of the sky, muting the pinpricks of light on the water. To the left were 3 palm trees silhouetted against the sky, their fronds ruffling in the mildest of breezes, the subjects of my first tentative post-accident sketch. "Don't look much like Minnesota, dear," Tom Riley had said. Looking at them made me want to draw again. It was like a dry hunger, but not precisely in the belly. It made my mind itch. And, oddly, the stump of my amputated arm. "Not now," I said. "Later." I'm whipped. I heaved myself out of the chair on my second try, glad the kid wasn't there to see the first backward flop and hear my childish, cut liquor, cry of exasperation. Once I was up I stood swaying on my crutch for a moment, marveling at just how tired I was. Usually whipped was just something you said, but at that moment it was exactly how I felt. Moving slowly, I had no intention of falling in here on my first day. I made my way into the master bedroom. The bed was a king, and I wanted nothing more than to go to it, sit on it, sweep the foolish decorative throw pillows, one bearing the likenesses of 2 cavorting cockers and the rather startling idea that maybe dogs are only people at their best, to the floor with my crutch, lie down, and sleep for 2 hours. Maybe 3. But first I went to the bench at the end of the bed, still moving carefully, knowing how very easy it would be to tangle my feet and fall while I was at this level of exhaustion, where the kid had stacked 2 of my 3 suitcases. The one I wanted was on the bottom, of course. I shoved the one on top to the floor without hesitation and unzipped the front pocket of the other. Glassy blue eyes looked out with their expression of eternal disapproving surprise. "Oh, you nasty man. I've been in here all this time." A fluff of lifeless oranger hair sprang from confinement. Reba the anger management doll in her best blue dress and black Mary Janes. I lay on the bed with her crooked between my stump and my side. When I had made an adequate space for myself among the ornamental pillows, it was mostly the comforting cockers I'd wanted on the floor. I laid her beside me. "I forgot his name," I said. I remembered it the whole way out here, then forgot it. Reba looked up at the ceiling, where the blades of the overhead fan were still and unmoving. I'd forgotten to turn it on. Reba didn't care if my new part-time hired man was Ike, Mike, or Andy Van Slyke. It was all the same to her. She was just rags stuffed into a pink body, probably by some unhappy child laborer in Cambodia or fucking Uruguay. "What is it?" I asked her. Tired as I was, I could feel the old dismal panic setting in. The old dismal anger. The fear that this would go on for the rest of my life. Or get worse. Yes, possible. They'd take me back into the convalescent home, which was really just hell with a fresh coat of paint. Reba didn't answer, that boneless bitch. "I can do this," I said, although I didn't believe it. And I thought, Jerry. No, Jeff. Then you're thinking about Jerry Jeff Walker, asshole. Johnson? Gerald? Great jumping Jehoshaphat? Starting to drift away. Starting to drift into sleep in spite of the anger and panic. Tuning into the mild respiration of the Gulf. I can do this, I thought. Crosspatch. Like when you remembered what BNC stood for. I thought of the kids saying they condemned a couple beach houses at the north end of Casey Key, and there was something there. My stump was itching like a mad bastard. But pretend that's some other guy's stump in some other universe. Meantime chase that thing, that rag, that bone, that connection, drifting away, although if a big storm like Charlie ever hits this part of the coast dead on, and bingo. Charlie was a hurricane, and when hurricane struck, I peeked at the Weather Channel, like the rest of America, and their hurricane guy was. I picked up Reba. She seemed to weigh at least 20 pounds in my soupy, half-asleep state. "The hurricane guy is Jim Cantor," I said. "My help-out guy is Jack Cantore. Case fucking closed." I flopped her back down and closed my eyes. I might have heard that faint sigh from the Gulf for another 10 or 15 seconds. Then I was asleep. I slept until sundown. It was the deepest, most satisfying sleep I'd had in 8 months. I had done no more than nibble on the plane, and consequently woke up ravenous. I did a dozen heel slides instead of the usual 25 to loosen my hip, made a quick trip to the bathroom, then lurched toward the kitchen. I was leaning on my crutch, but not as heavily as I might have expected, given the length of my nap. My plan was to make myself a sandwich, maybe 2. I hoped for sliced bologna, but reckon any lunch meat I found in the fridge would be okay. I'd call Ilsa after I ate and tell her I'd arrived safely. Ilsa could be depended upon to email everyone else with an interest in the welfare of Edgar Fremantle. Then I could take tonight's dose of pain medication and explore the rest of my new environment. The whole second floor waited. What my plan hadn't taken into account was how the westward view had changed. The sun was gone, but there was still a brilliant orange band above the flat line of the Gulf. It was broken in only one place, by the silhouette of some large ship. Its shape was as simple as a first grader's drawing. A cable stretched taut from the bow to what I assumed was the radio tower, creating a triangle of light. As that light skied upward, orange faded to a breathless Maxfield Parrish blue-green that I had never seen before with my own eyes, and yet I had a sense of déjà vu, as if maybe I had seen it, in my dreams. Maybe we all see skies like that in our dreams, and our waking minds can never quite translate them into colors that have names. Above, in the deepening black, the first stars. I was no longer hungry, and no longer wanted to call Ilsa. All I wanted to do was draw what I was looking at. I knew I couldn't get all of it, but I didn't care. That was the beauty part. I didn't give shit one. My new employee, for a moment I blanked on his name again, then I thought Weather Channel, then I thought Jack, case fucking closed, had put my knapsack of art supplies in the second bedroom. I flailed my way out to the Florida room with it, carrying it awkwardly and trying to use my crutch at the same time. A mildly curious breeze lifted my hair. The idea that such a breeze and snow in St. Paul might exist at the same time in the same world seemed absurd to me, science fiction. I set the sack down on the long, rough wooden table, thought about snapping on a light, and decided against it. I would draw until I couldn't see to draw, and then call it a night. I sat in my awkward fashion, unzipped the bag, pulled out my pad. Artisan, it said on the front. Given the level of my current skills, that was a joke. I grubbed deeper and brought out my box of colored pencils. I drew and colored quickly, hardly looking at what I was doing. I shaded up from an arbitrary horizon line, stroking my Venus yellow from side to side with wild abandon, sometimes going over the ship. It would be the first tanker in the world to come down with yellow jaundice, I reckoned, and not caring. When I had the sunset band to what seemed like the right depth, it was dying fast now. I grabbed the orange and shaded more and heavier. Then I went back to the ship, not thinking, just putting a series of angular black lines on my paper. That was what I saw. When I was done, it was almost full dark. To the left, the three palms clattered. Below and beyond me, but not so far beyond now, the tide was coming back in, the Gulf of Mexico side, as if it had had a long day and there was more work to do yet. Overhead there were now thousands of stars, and more appearing even as I looked. This was here all the time, I thought, and recalled something Melinda used to say when she heard a song she really liked on the radio. It had me from hello. Below my rudimentary tanker, I scratched the word hello in small letters. So far as I can remember, and I'm better at that now, it was the first time in my life I named a picture. And as names go, it's a good one, isn't it? In spite of all the damage that followed, I still think that's the perfect name for a picture drawn by a man who was trying his best not to be sad anymore, who was trying to remember how it felt to be happy. It was done. I put my pencil down, and that was when Big Pink spoke to me for the first time. Its voice was softer than the sigh of the Gulf's breathing, but I heard it quite well just the same. I've been waiting for you, it said. 6. That was my ear for talking to myself and answering myself back. Sometimes other voices answered back as well, but that night it was just me, myself, and I. Houston, this is Fremantle. Do you copy, Houston? Leaning into the fridge. Thinking, Christ, if this is basic staples, I hate to see what it would look like if the kid really decided to load up. I could wait out World War III. Ah, Roger, Fremantle, we copy. Ah, we have Bologna, Houston, that's a go on the Bologna. Do you copy? Roger, Fremantle, we read you loud and clear. What's your mayo situation? We were go for mayo, too. I made 2 Bologna sandwiches on white. Where I grew up, children are raised to believe mayonnaise, Bologna, and white bread are the food of the gods, and ate them at the kitchen table. In the pantry I found a stack of table talk pies, both apple and blueberry. I began to think of changing my will in favor of Jack Cantore. Almost sloshing with food, I went back to the living room, snapped on all the lights, and looked at hello. It wasn't very good. But it was interesting. The scribbled afterglow had a sullen, furnace-y quality that was startling. The ship wasn't the one I'd seen, but mine was interesting in a spooky sort of way. It was little more than a scarecrow ship, and the overlapping scribbles of yellow and orange had turned it into a ghost ship, as well as if that peculiar sunset were shining right through it. I propped it atop the TV, against the sign reading the owner requests that you and your guests do not smoke indoors. I looked at it a moment longer, thinking it needed something in the foreground, a smaller boat, maybe, just to lend the one on the horizon some perspective, but I no longer wanted to draw. Besides, adding something might fuck up what little charm the thing had. I tried the telephone instead, thinking if it wasn't working I could call Ilsa on my cell, but Jack had been on top of that, too. I thought I'd probably get her machine, college girls are busy girls, but she answered on the first ring. Daddy, that startled me so much that at first I couldn't speak, and she said it again. Dad? Yes, I said. How did you know? The callback number's got a 941 area code. That's where that Duma place is. I checked. Modern technology. I can't catch up. How are you, kiddo? Fine. The question is, how are you? I'm all right. Better than all right, actually. The fellow you hired? He's got game. The bed's made and the fridge is full. I got here and took a 5-hour nap. There was a pause, and when she spoke again she sounded more concerned than ever. You're not hitting those pain pills too hard, are you? Because OxyContin's supposed to be sort of a Trojan horse. Not that I'm telling you anything you didn't already know. Nope, I stick to the prescribed dosage. In fact, I stopped. What, Daddy? What? Now she sounded almost ready to hail a cab and take a plane. I was just realizing I skipped the 5 o'clock Vicodin. I checked my watch. And the 8 o'clock OxyContin, too. I'll be damned. How bad's the pain? Nothing a couple of Tylenol won't handle. At least until midnight. It's probably the change in climate, she said. And the nap. I had no doubt those things were part of it, but I didn't think they were all of it. Maybe it was crazy, but I thought drawing had played a part. In fact, it was something I sort of knew. We talked for a while, and little by little I could hear the concern going out of her voice. What replaced it was unhappiness. She was understanding, I suppose, that this thing was really happening, that her mother and father weren't just going to wake up one morning and take it back. But she promised to call Pam and email Melinda, let them know I was still in the land of the living. Don't you have email there, Dad? I do, but tonight you're my email, cookie. She laughed, sniffed, laughed again. I thought to ask if she was crying, then thought again. Better not to, maybe. Ilsa? I better let you go now, honey. I want to shower off the day. Okay, but a pause. Then she burst out, I hate to think of you all the way down there in Florida by yourself. Maybe falling on your ass in the shower. It's not right. Cookie, I'm fine. Really? The kid, his name's Hurricanes, I thought. Weather Channel. His name's Jim Cantore. But that was a case of right church, wrong pew. Jack, I mean. That's not the same, and you know it. Do you want me to come? Not unless you want your mother to scalp us both bald, I said. What I want is for you to stay right where you are in TCB, darlin'. I'll stay in touch. 'Kay. But take care of yourself. No stupid shit. No stupid shit. Roger that, Houston. Huh? Never mind. I still want to hear you promise, Dad. For one terrible and surpassingly eerie moment I saw Ilsa at 11, Ilsa dressed in a Girl Scout's uniform and looking at me with Monica Goldstein's shocked eyes. Before I could stop the words, I heard myself saying, promise. Big swear. Mother's name. She giggled. Never heard that one before. There's a lot about me you don't know. I'm a deep one. If you say so. A pause. Then, love you. Love you, too. I put the phone gently back into its cradle and stared at it for a long time. 7 instead of showering, I walked down the beach to the water. I quickly discovered my crutch was no help on the sand, was, in fact, a hindrance, but once I was around the corner of the house, the water's edge was less than 24 steps away. That was easy if I went slow. The surge was mild, the incoming wavelets only inches high. It was hard to imagine this water whipped into a destructive hurricane frenzy. Impossible, actually. Later, Wireman would tell me God always punishes us for what we can't imagine. That was one of his better ones. I turned to go back to the house, then paused. There was just enough light to see a deep carpet of shells, a drift of shells, under the jutting Florida room. At high tide, I realized, the front half of my new house would be almost like the foredeck of a ship. I remember Jack saying I'd get plenty of warning if the Gulf of Mexico decided to eat the place, that I'd hear it groaning. He was probably right, but then, I was also supposed to get plenty of warning on a job site when a heavy piece of equipment was backing up. I limped back to where my crutch leaned against the side of the house and took the short plank walk around to the door. I thought about the shower and took a bath instead, going in and coming out in the careful side-saddle way Kathy Green had shown me in my other life, both of us dressed in bathing suits, me with my right leg looking like a badly butchered cut of meat. Now the butchery was in the past, my body was doing its miracle work. The scars would last a lifetime, but even they were fading. Already fading. Dried off and with my teeth brushed, I crouched into the master bedroom and surveyed the king, now divested of decorative pillows. Houston, I said, we have bed. Roger, Fremantle, I replied. You or go for bed. Sure, why not? I'd never sleep, not after that whopper of a nap, but I could lie down for a while. My legs still felt pretty good, even after my expedition to the water, but there was a knot in my lower back and another at the base of my neck. I lay down. No, sleep was out of the question, but I turned off the lamp anyway. Just to rest my eyes. I'd lie there until my back and neck felt better, then dig a paperback out of my suitcase and read. Just lie here for a while, that was. I got that far, and then I was gone again. There were no dreams. 8. I slipped back to some sort of consciousness in the middle of the night with my right arm itching and my right hand tingling and no idea of where I was, only that from below me something vast was grinding and grinding and grinding. At first I thought it was machinery, but it was too uneven to be machinery. And too organic, somehow. Then I thought of teeth, but nothing had teeth that vast. Nothing in the known world, at least. Breathing, I thought, and that seemed right, but what kind of animal made such a vast grinding sound when it drew in breath? And God, that itch was driving me crazy, all the way up my forearm to the crease of the elbow. I went to scratch it, reaching across my chest with my left hand, and of course there was no elbow, no forearm, and I scratched nothing but the bedsheet. That brought me fully awake and I sat up. Although the room was still very dark, enough starlight came in through the westward-facing window for me to see the foot of the bed, where one of my suitcases rested on a bench. That locked me in place. I was on Duma Key, just off the west coast of Florida, home of the newlywed and the nearly dead. I was in the house. I was already thinking of its big pink and that grinding sound. Its shells, I murmured, lying back down. Shells under the house. The tide's in. I loved that sound from the first, when I woke up and heard it in the dark of night, when I didn't know where I was, who I was, or what parts were still attached. It was mine. It had me from hello. 3. Drawing on new resources. What came next was a period of recovery and transition from my other life to the one I lived on Duma Key. Dr. Kamen probably knew that during times like that, most of the big changes are going on inside: civil unrest, revolt, revolution, and finally, mass executions as the heads of the old regime tumble into the basket at the foot of the guillotine. I'm sure the big man had seen such revolutions succeed and seen them fail. Because not everyone makes it into the next life, you know. And those who do don't always discover heaven's golden shore. My new hobby helped in my transition, and Ilsa helped, too. I'll always be grateful for that. But I'm ashamed of going through her purse while she was asleep. All I can say is that at the time I seemed to have no choice. 2. I woke up the morning after my arrival feeling better than I had since my accident, but not so well. I skipped my morning pain cocktail. I took the pills with orange juice, then went outside. It was 7 o'clock. In St. Paul the air would have been cold enough to gnaw on the end of my nose, but on Duma it felt like a kiss. I leaned my crutch where I'd leaned it the night before and walked down to those docile waves again. To my right, any view of the drawbridge and KC Key beyond was blocked out by my own house. To the left, however, in that direction the beach seemed to stretch on forever, a dazzling white margin between the blue-gray gulf and the sea oats. I could see one speck far down, or maybe it was two. Otherwise, that fabulous picture postcard shore was entirely deserted. None of the other houses were near the beach, and when I faced south, I could only see a single roof, what looked like an acre of orange tile mostly buried in palms. It was the hacienda I had noticed the day before. I could block that out with the palm of my hand and feel like Robinson Crusoe. I walked that way, partly because as a southpaw, turning left had come naturally to me my whole life. Mostly because that was the direction I could see in. And I didn't go far, no great beach walk that day. I wanted to make sure I could get back to my crutch, but that was still the first. I remember turning around and marveling at my own footprints in the sand. In the morning light each left one was as firm and bold as something produced by a stamping press. Most of the right ones were blurry, because I had a tendency to drag that foot, but setting out, even those had been clear. I counted my steps back. The total was 38. By then my hip was throbbing. I was more than ready to go in, grab a yogurt cup from the fridge, and see if the cable TV worked as well as Jack Cantor I claimed. Turned out it did. 3, and that became my morning routine: orange juice, walk, yogurt, current events. I became quite chummy with Robin Meade, the young woman who anchors headline news from 6 to 10 a.m. Boring routine, right? But the surface events of a country laboring under a dictatorship can appear boring, too. Dictators like boring, dictators love boring, even as great changes are approaching beneath the surface. A hurt body and mind aren't just like a dictatorship, they are a dictatorship. There is no tyrant as merciless as pain, no despot so cruel as confusion. That my mind had been as badly hurt as my body was a thing I only came to realize once I was alone and all other voices dropped away. The fact that I had tried to choke my wife of 25 years for doing no more than trying to wipe the sweat off my forehead after I told her to leave the room was the very least of it. The fact that we hadn't made love a single time in the months between the accident and the separation, didn't even try, wasn't at the heart of it either, although I thought it was suggestive of the larger problem. Even the sudden and distressing bursts of anger weren't at the heart of the matter. That heart was a kind of pulling away. I don't know how else to describe it. My wife had come to seem like someone other. Most of the people in my life also felt other, and the dismaying thing was that I didn't much care. In the beginning I had tried to tell myself that the otherness I felt when I thought about my wife and my life was probably natural enough in a man who sometimes couldn't even remember the name of that thing you pulled up to close your pants, the zoomer, the zimmer, the zippity-doo-dah. I told myself it would pass, and when it didn't and Pam told me she wanted a divorce, what followed my anger was relief. Because now that other feeling was okay to have, at least toward her. Now she really was other. She'd taken off the Fremantle uniform and quit the team. During my first weeks on Duma, that sense of otherness allowed me to prevaricate easily and fluently. I answered letters and emails from people like Tom Riley, Kathy Green, and William Bozeman III, the immortal Bosie, with short jottings, "I'm fine, the weather's fine, the bones are mending," that bore little resemblance to my actual life. And when their communications first slowed and then stopped, I wasn't sorry. Only Ilsa still seemed to be on my team. Only Ilsa refused to turn in her uniform. I never got that other feeling about her. Ilsa was still on my side of the glass window, always reaching out. If I didn't email her every day, she called. If I didn't call her once every third day, she called me. And to her I didn't lie about my plans to fish in the Gulf or check out the Everglades. To Ilsa I told the truth, or as much of it as I could without sounding crazy. I told her, for instance, about my morning walks along the beach, and that I was walking a little farther each day, but not about the numbers game, because it sounded too silly, or maybe obsessive-compulsive is the term I actually want. Just 38 steps from Big Pink on that first morning. On my second one I helped myself to another huge glass of orange juice and then walked south along the beach again. This time I walked 45 steps, which was a long distance for me to totter crutchless in those days. I managed by telling myself it was really only 9. That sleight of mind is the basis of the numbers game. / You walk 1 step, then 2 steps, then 3, then 4, rolling your mental odometer back to 0 each time until you reach 9. And when you add the numbers 1 through 9 together, you come out with 45. If that strikes you as nuts, I won't argue. The third morning I coaxed myself into walking 10 steps from Big Pink Sands Crutch, which is really 55, or about 90 yards, round trip. A week later and I was up to 17, and when you add all those numbers, you come out with 153. I'd get to the end of that distance, look back at my house, and marvel at how far away it looked. I'd also sag a little at the thought of having to walk all the way back again. You can do it, I'd tell myself. It's easy. Just 17 steps, is all. That's what I'd tell myself, but I didn't tell Ilsa. A little farther each day, stamping out footprints behind me. By the time Santa Claus showed up at the Beneva Road Mall, where Jack Cantor sometimes took me shopping, I realized an amazing thing: all my southbound footprints were clear. The right sneaker print didn't start to drag and blur until I was on my way back. Exercise becomes addictive, and rainy days didn't put a stop to mine. The second floor of Big Pink was one large room. There was an industrial-strength rose-colored carpet on the floor and a huge window facing the Gulf of Mexico. There was nothing else. Jack suggested that I make a list of furniture I wanted up there, and said he'd get it from the same rental place where he'd gotten the downstairs stuff, assuming the downstairs stuff was all right. I assured him it was fine, but said I wouldn't need much on the second floor. I liked the emptiness of that room. It called to my imagination. What I wanted, I said, was 3 things: a plain straight-back chair, an artist's easel, and a Cybex treadmill. Could Jack provide those things? He could and did. In 3 days. From then until the end it was the second floor for me when I wanted to draw or paint, and it was the second floor for exercise on days when the weather closed in. The single straight-back chair was the only real piece of furniture that ever lived up there during my tenure in Big Pink. In any case, there weren't that many rainy days. Not for nothing is Florida called the Sunshine State. As my southward strolls grew longer, the speck or specks I'd seen on that first morning eventually resolved into 2 people, at least. On most days it was 2. One was in a wheelchair and wearing what I thought was a straw hat. The other pushed her, then sat beside her. They appeared on the beach around 7 a.m. Sometimes the one who could walk left the one in the wheelchair for a little while, only to come back with something that glittered in the early sun. I suspected a coffee pot, a breakfast tray, or both. I further suspected they came from the huge hacienda with the acre or so of orange tiled roof. That was the last house visible on Duma Key before the road ran into the enthusiastic overgrowth that covered most of the island. For I couldn't quite get used to the emptiness of the place. It's supposed to be very quiet, Sandy Smith had told me, but I had still pictured the beach filling up by midday, couples sunning on blankets and slathering each other with tanning lotion, college kids playing volleyball with iPods strapped to their biceps, little kids in saggy swimsuits paddling at the edge of the water while jet skis buzzed back and forth 40 feet out. Jack reminded me that it was only December. When it comes to Florida tourism, he said, the month between Thanksgiving and Christmas is Morgue City. Not as bad as August, but still pretty dead. Also, he gestured with his arm. We were standing out by the mailbox with the red 13 on it, me leaning on my crutch, Jack looking sporty in a pair of denim cutoffs and a fashionably tattered Tampa Devil Rays shirt. It's not exactly tourist country here. See any trained dolphins? What you got is 7 houses, counting that big one down there, and the jungle. Where there's another house falling apart, by the way. That's according to some of the stories I've heard on Casey Key. What's with Duma, Jack? 9 miles of prime Florida real estate, a great beach, and it's never been developed? What's up with that? He shrugged. Some kind of long-running legal dispute is all I know. Want me to see if I can find out? I thought about it, then shook my head. Do you mind it? Jack looked honestly curious. All the quiet? Because it'd get on my nerves a little, to tell you the God's honest. No, I said. Not at all. And that was the truth. Healing is a kind of revolt, and as I think I've said, all successful revolts begin in secret. What do you do? If you don't mind me asking? Exercise in the mornings. Read. Sleep in the afternoons. And I draw. I may eventually try painting, but I'm not ready for that yet. Some of your stuff looks pretty good for an amateur. Thank you, Jack, that's very kind. I didn't know if kind was all he was being or if he was telling me his version of the truth. Maybe it didn't matter. When it comes to things like pictures, it's always just someone's opinion, isn't it? I only knew that something was going on for me. Inside me. Sometimes it felt a little scary. Mostly it felt pretty goddamn wonderful. I did most of my drawing upstairs, in the room I come to think of as Little Pink. The only view from there was of the Gulf and that flat horizon line, but I had a digital camera and I took pictures of other things sometimes, printed them out, clipped them to my easel, which Jack and I turned so the strong afternoon light would strike across the paper, and drew that stuff. There was no rhyme or reason to those snapshots, although when I told Cayman this in an email, he responded that the unconscious mind writes poetry if it's left alone. Maybe see, maybe no. I drew my mailbox. I drew the stuff growing around Big Pink, then had Jack buy me a book, Common Plants of the Florida Coast, so I could put names to my pictures. Naming seemed to help, to add power, somehow. By then I was on my second box of colored pencils, and I had a third waiting in the wings. There was aloe vera, sea lavender with its bursts of tiny yellow flowers, each possessing a tiny heart of deepest violet, inkberry with its long spade-shaped leaves, and my favorite, Sephora, which Common Plants of the Florida Coast also identified as necklace bush, for the tiny pod-like necklaces that grow on its branches. I drew shells, too. Of course I did. There were shells everywhere, an eternity of shells just within my limited walking distance. Duma Key was made of shells, and soon I brought back dozens. And almost every night when the sun went down, I drew the sunset. I knew sunsets were a cliché, and that's why I did them. It seemed to me that if I could break through that wall of been there done that even once, I might be getting somewhere. So I piled up picture after picture, and none of them looked like much. I tried overlaying Venus yellow with Venus orange again, but subsequent efforts didn't work. The sullen furnace glow was always missing. Each sunset was only a pencil piece of shit with a color set on trying to tell you the horizon's on fire. / you could undoubtedly have bought 40 better ones at any sidewalk art show on a Saturday in Sarasota or Venice Beach. I saved some of those drawings, but I was so disgusted with most of them that I threw them away. One evening after another bunch of failures, once again watching the top arc of the sun disappear, leaving that flush of Halloween color trailing behind, I thought it was the ship. That was what gave my first one a little sip of magic. How the sunset seemed to be shining right through it. Maybe, but there was no ship out there now to break the horizon. It was a straight line with darkest blue below and brilliant orange-yellow above, fading to a delicate greenish shade I could see but not duplicate, not out of my meager box of colored pencils. There were 20 or 30 photo printouts scattered around the feet of my easel. My app and a close-up of a Sephora necklace. Looking at it, my phantom right arm began to itch. I clamped my yellow pencil between my teeth, bent over, picked up the Sephora photo, and studied it. The light was failing now, but only by degrees. The upper room I called Little Pink held light for a long time, and there was more than enough to admire the details. My digital camera took exquisite close-ups. Without thinking about what I was doing, I clamped the photo to the edge of the easel and added the Sephora bracelet to my sunset. I worked quickly, first sketching, really nothing more than a series of arcs, that's Sephora, and then coloring, brown overlaying black, then a bright dab of yellow, the remains of one flower. I remember my concentration being fine down to a brilliant cone, the way it sometimes was in the early days of my business, when every building, every bid, really, was make or break. I remember clamping a pencil in my mouth once again at some point, so I could scratch at the arm that wasn't there. I was always forgetting the lost part of me. When distracted and carrying something in my left hand, I sometimes reached out with my right one to open a door. Amputees forget, that's all. Their minds forget, and as they heal, their bodies let them. What I mostly remember about that evening is the wonderful, blissful sensation of having caught an actual bolt of lightning in a bottle for 3 or 4 minutes. By then the room had begun to dim out, the shadows seeming to swim forward over the rose-colored carpet toward the fading rectangle of the picture window. Even with the last light striking across my easel, I couldn't get a good look at what I'd done. I got up, limped around the treadmill to the switch by the door, and flipped on the overhead. Then I went back, turned the easel, and caught my breath. The Sephora bracelet seemed to rear over the horizon line like the tentacle of a sea creature big enough to swallow a supertanker. The single yellow blossom could have been an alien eye. More important to me, it had somehow given the sunset back the truth of its ordinary I do this every night beauty. That picture I set aside. Then I went downstairs, microwaved a hungry man fried chicken dinner, and ate it right down to the bottom of the box. The following night I lined the sunset with bundles of witchgrass, and the brilliant orange shining through the green turned the horizon into a forest fire. The night after that I tried palm trees, but that was no good. That one was another cliché. I could almost see hula hula girls and hear uke strumming. Next I put a big old conch shell on the horizon with the sunset firing off around it like a corona, and the result was, to me, at least, almost unbearably creepy. That one I turned to the wall, thinking when I looked at it the next day it would have lost its magic, but it hadn't. Not for me, anyway. I snapped a picture of it with my digital camera and attached it to an email. It prompted the following exchange, which I printed out and stowed in a folder. E319 to Cayman Dock 10:14 a.m. December 9th. Cayman, I told you I was drawing pictures again. This is your fault, so the least you can do is look at the attached and tell me what you think. The view is from my place down here. Do not spare my feelings. Edgar Cayman Dock to E319 12:09 p.m. December 9th. Edgar, I think you are getting better. A lot. Cayman P.S. In truth the picture is amazing. Like an undiscovered dolly. You have clearly found something. How big is it? E319 to Cayman Dock 1:13 p.m. December 9th. Don't know. Big, maybe. EF Cayman Dock to E319 1:22 p.m. December 9th. Then mine it. Cayman 2 days later, when Jack came by to ask if I wanted to run errands, I said I wanted to go to a bookstore and buy a book of Salman Dali's art. Jack laughed. I think you mean Salvador Dali, he said. Unless you're thinking about the guy who wrote the book that got him in so much hot water. I can't remember the name of it. The Satanic Verses, I said at once. The mind's a funny monkey, isn't it? When I got back with my book of prints, it cost a staggering $119, even with my Barnes & Noble discount card. Good thing I'd saved a few million out of the divorce for myself. The message waiting lamp of my answering machine was flashing. It was Ilsa, and the message was cryptic only at first listen. Mom's going to phone you, she said. I did my best talking, Dad, called in every favor she owed me, added my very best pretty please, and just about begged Len, so say yes, okay? Say yes. For me. I sat down, ate a table talk pie I'd been looking forward to but no longer wanted, and leafed through my expensive picture book, thinking, and I'm sure this wasn't original, well hello, Dolly. I wasn't always impressed. In many cases I thought I was looking at the work of a talented smartass who was doing little more than passing the time. Yet some of the pictures excited me and a few frightened me the way my looming conch shell had. Floating tigers over a reclining nude woman. A floating rose. And one picture, swans reflecting elephants, that was so strange I could barely look at it, yet I kept flipping back to look some more. And what I was really doing was waiting for my soon-to-be ex-wife to call and invite me back to St. Paul for Christmas with the girls. Eventually the phone rang, and when she said I'm extending this invitation against my better judgment, I resisted the urge to smash that particular hanging curveball out of the park, and I'm accepting it against mine. What I said was, I understand that. What I said was, how does Christmas Eve sound? And when she said that's fine, some of the I'm covered up and ready to fight had gone out of her voice. The argument that might have nipped Christmas with the family in the bud had been averted, which did not make this trip back home a good idea. Mine it, came in and said, and in big capital letters. I suspected that by leaving now I might kill it, instead. I could come back to Duma, but that didn't mean I'd get my groove back. The walks, the pictures. One was feeding the other. I didn't know exactly how, and I didn't need to know. But Illy, say yes. For me. She knew I would, not because she was my favorite. Lynn was the one who knew that, I think, but because she had always been satisfied with so little and so seldom asked for anything. And because when I listened to her message, I remembered how she'd started to cry that day she and Melinda had come out to Lake Phelan, leaning against me and asking why it couldn't be the way it was. Because things never are, I think I replied, but maybe for a couple of days they could be, or a reasonable facsimile thereof. Ilsa was 19, probably too old for one last childhood Christmas, but surely not too old to deserve one more with the family she'd grown up with. And that went for Lynn, too. Her survival skills were better, but she was flying home from France yet again, and that told me something. All right, then. I'd go, I'd make nice, and I would be sure to pack Reba, just in case one of my rages swept over me. They were baiting, but of course on Duma there was really nothing to rage against except for my periodic forgetfulness and shitty limp. I called the charter service I'd used for the last 15 years and confirmed a Learjet, Sarasota to MSP International, leaving at 9:00 a.m. on the 24th of December. I called Jack, who said he'd be happy to drive me to Dolphin Aviation and pick me up again on the 28th. And then, just when I had all of my ducks in a row, Pam called to tell me the whole thing was off. Pam's father was a retired Marine. He and his wife had relocated to Palm Desert, California, in the last year of the 20th century, settling in one of those gated communities where there's one token African-American couple and 4 token Jewish couples. Children and vegetarians are not allowed. Residents must vote Republican and own small dogs with rhinestone collars, stupid eyes, and names that end in Taffy is good, Cassie is better, and something like Rafifi is the total shit. Pam's father had been diagnosed with rectal cancer. It didn't surprise me. Put a bunch of white assholes together and you're going to find that going around. I did not say this to my wife, who started off strong and then broke down in tears. He started the chemo, but Mama says it might already have metastasis, whatever that fucking word is, I sound like you. And then, still sniffing but sounding shocked and humbled, I'm sorry, Eddie, that was terrible. No, it wasn't, I said. It wasn't terrible at all. And the word is metastasized. Yes. Thank you. Anyway, they're doing the surgery to take out the main tumor tonight. She was starting to cry again. I can't believe this is happening to my dad. Take it easy, I said. They do miracles these days. I'm Exhibit A. Either she didn't consider me a miracle or didn't want to go there. Anyway, Christmas here is off. Of course. And the truth? I was glad. Glad as hell. I'm flying out to Palm tomorrow. Ilsa is coming Friday, Melinda on the 20th. I'm assuming, considering the fact that you and my father never really saw eye to eye, considering the fact that we had once almost come to blows after my father-in-law had referred to the Democrats as the Commie-crats, I thought that was putting it mildly. I said, if you're thinking I don't want to join you and the girls for Christmas in Palm Desert, you're correct. You'll be helping financially, and I hope your folks will understand that I had something to do with that. I hardly think this is the time to drag your goddamn checkbook into the discussion. And the anger was back, just like that. Jack, almost out of his stinking little box. I wanted to say, why don't you go fuck yourself, you loudmouth bitch. But I didn't. At least partly because it would have come out loudmouth Birch or maybe Broadmouth Lurch. I somehow knew this. Still, it was close. Eddie? She sounded truculent, more than ready to get into it if I wanted to. I'm not dragging my checkbook into anything, I said, carefully listening to each word. They came out all right. That was a relief. I'm just saying that my face at your father's bedside would not be likely to speed his recovery. For a moment the anger, the fury, almost added that I hadn't seen his face at mine either. Once more I managed to stop the words, but by then I was sweating. All right. Point taken. She paused. What will you do for Christmas, Eddie? Paint the sunset, I thought. Maybe get it right. I believe that if I'm a good boy, I may be invited to Christmas dinner with Jack Cantori and his family, I said, believing no such thing. Jack's the young fellow who works for me. You sound better. Stronger. Are you still forgetting things? I don't know, I can't remember, I said. That's very funny. Laughter's the best medicine. I read it in Reader's Digest. What about your arm? Are you still having phantom sensations? Nope, I lied, that's pretty well stopped. Good. Great. A pause. Then, Eddie? Still here, I said. And with dark red half-moons in the palms of my hands from clenching my fists. There was a long pause. The phone lines no longer hiss and crackle as they did when I was a kid, but I could hear all the miles sighing gently between us. It sounded like the Gulf when the tide is out. Then she said, I'm sorry things turned out this way. I am, too, I said, and when she hung up, I picked up one of my bigger shells and came very close to heaving it through the screen of the TV. Instead, I limped across the room, opened the door, and chucked it across the deserted road. I didn't hate Pam, not really, but I seemed to still hate something. Maybe that other life. Maybe only myself. 7 Ipsicirl 88 to E3 19905 AM December 23rd. Dear Daddy, the docs aren't saying a lot, but I'm not getting a real good vibe about Grampy's surgery. Of course that might only be Mom. She goes in to visit Grandpa every day, takes Nana and tries to stay upbeat, but you know how she is, not the silver lining type. I want to come down there and see you. I checked the flights and can get one to Sarasota on the 26th. It gets in at 6:15 p.m. your time. I could stay 2 or 3 days. Please say yes. Also, I could bring my prezzies instead of mailing them. Love. Ilsa P.S. I have some special news. Did I think about it, or only consult the ticking of instinct? I can't remember. Maybe it was neither. Maybe the only thing that mattered was that I wanted to see her. In any case, I replied almost at once. E3 19 to Ipsicirl 88 9:17 AM December 23rd. Ilsa, come ahead. Finalize your arrangements and I'll meet you with Jack Cantori, who happens to be my own Christmas elf. I hope you will like my house, which I call Big Pink. One thing, do not do this without your mother's knowledge and approval. We have been through some bad times, as you well know. I am hoping those bad times are now in the past. I think you understand. Dad, her own reply was just as quick. She must have been waiting. Ipsicirl 88 to E3 19 9:23 AM December 23rd. Already cleared it with Mom, she says okay. Tried to talk Lynn into it, but she'd rather stay here before flying back to France. Don't hold it against her. Ilsa P.S. Yippee. I'm excited. Don't hold it against her. It seemed that my if-so girl had been saying that about her older sister ever since she could talk. Lynn doesn't want to go on the weenie roast because she doesn't like hot dogs, but don't hold it against her. Lynn can't wear that kind of sneakers because none of the kids in her class wear high tops anymore, so don't hold it against her. Lynn wants Ryan's dad to take them to the prom, but don't hold it against her. And you know the bad part? I never did. I could have told Linny that preferring Ilsa was like growing up left-hand, something over which I had no control, and that would only have made it worse, even though it was the truth. Maybe especially because it was the truth. 8 Ilsa coming to Duma Key. To Big Pink. Yippee, she was excited, and yippee, I was, too. Jack had found me a stout lady named Juanita to clean twice a week, and I had her make up the guest bedroom. I also asked her if she'd bring some fresh flowers the day after Christmas. Smiling, she suggested something that sounded like Cremus cactus. My brain, by then quite comfortable with the fine art of cross-connection, was stopped by this for no more than 5 seconds. I told Juanita I was sure Ilsa would love a Christmas cactus. On Christmas Eve, I found myself rereading Ilsa's original email. The sun was westering, beating a long and brilliant track across the water, but it was still at least 2 hours to sundown, and I was sitting in the Florida room. The tide was high. Beneath me, the deep drifts of shell shifted and grated, making that sound that was so like breath or hoarse confidential speaking. I ran my thumb over the postscript, I have some special news, and my right arm, the one that was no longer there, began to tingle. The location of that tingle was clearly, almost exquisitely, defined. It began in the fold of the elbow and spiraled to an end on the outside of the wrist. It deepened to an itch I longed to reach over and scratch. I closed my eyes and snapped the thumb of my right hand against the second finger. There was no sound, but I could feel the snap. I rubbed my arm against my side and could feel the rub. I lowered my right hand, long since burned in the incinerator of a St. Paul hospital, to the arm of my chair and drummed the fingers. No sound, but the sensation was there, skin on wicker. I would have sworn to it in the name of God. All at once I wanted to draw. I thought about the big room upstairs, but Little Pink seemed too far to go. I went into the living room and took an artisan pad off a stack of them sitting on the coffee table. Most of my art supplies were upstairs, but there were a few boxes of colored pencils in one of the drawers of the living room desk, and I took one of those, as well. Back in the Florida room, which I would always think of as a porch, I sat down and closed my eyes. I listened to the waves do their work beneath me, lifting the shells and turning them into new patterns, each one different from the one before. With my eyes shut, that grating was more than ever like talk, the water giving temporary tongue to the edge of the land. And the land itself was temporary, because if you took the geological view, Duma wouldn't last long. None of the keys would. In the end the Gulf would take them all and new ones would rise in new locations. It was probably true of Florida itself. The land was low, and on loan. But that sound was restful. Hypnotic. Without opening my eyes, I felt for Ilsa's email and ran the tips of my fingers over it again. I did this with my right hand. Then I opened my eyes, brushed the email printout aside with the hand that was there, and pulled the artisan pad onto my lap. I flipped back the cover, shook all 12 of the pre-sharpened Venus pencils onto the table in front of me, and began to draw. I had an idea I meant to draw Ilsa, who I'd been thinking of, after all, and thought I'd make a spectacularly bad job of it, because I hadn't attempted a single human figure since starting to draw again. But it wasn't Ilsa, and it wasn't bad. Not great, maybe, not Rembrandt, not even Norman Rockwell, but not bad. It was a young man in jeans and a Minnesota Twins t-shirt. The number on the tee was 48, which meant nothing to me. In my old life I used to go to as many T-Wolves games as I could, but I've never been a baseball fan. The guy had blonde hair, which I knew wasn't quite right. I didn't have the colors to get the exact darkening toward brown shade. He was carrying a book in one hand. He was smiling. I knew who he was. He was Ilsa's special news. That was what the shells were saying as the tide lifted them and turned them and dropped them again. Engaged, engaged. She had a ring, a diamond, he had bought it. I had been shading the young man's jeans with Venus blue. Now I dropped it, picked up the black, and stroked the word Zales at the bottom of the sheet. It was information, it was also the name of the picture. Naming lends power. Then, without a pause, I dropped the black, picked up orange, and added work boots. The orange was too bright, it made the boots look new when they weren't, but the idea was right. I scratched at my right arm, scratched through my right arm, and got my ribs instead. I muttered fuck under my breath. Beneath me, the shells seemed to grate a name. Was it Connor? No. And something was wrong here. I didn't know where that sense of wrongness was coming from, but all at once the phantom itch in my right arm became a cold ache. I tossed back the top sheet on the pad and sketched again, this time using just the red pencil. Red, it was red. The pencil raced, spilling out a human figure like blood from a cut. It was Back-to, dressed in a red robe with a kind of scallop collar. I colored the hair red, too, because it looked like blood and this person felt like blood. Like danger. Not for me but for Ilsa, I muttered. Danger for Ilsa. Is it the guy? The special news guy? There was something not right about the special news guy, but I didn't think that was what was creeping me out. For one thing, the figure in the red robe didn't look like a guy. It was hard to tell for sure, but yes, I thought, female. So maybe not a robe at all. Maybe a dress? A long red dress? I flipped back to the first figure and looked at the book the special news guy was holding. I threw my red pencil on the floor and colored the book black. Then I looked at the guy again, and suddenly printed hummingbirds in scripty-looking letters above him. Then I threw my black pencil on the floor. I raised my shaking hands and covered my face with them. I called out my daughter's name, the way you call out if you saw someone too close to a steep drop or busy street. Maybe I was just crazy. Probably I was crazy. Eventually I became aware that there was, of course, only one hand over my eyes. The phantom ache and itching had departed. The idea that I might be going crazy, hell, that I might have already gone, remained. One thing was beyond doubt, I was hungry. Ravenous. 9 Elsa's plane arrived 10 minutes ahead of schedule. She was radiant in faded jeans and a brown university t-shirt, and I didn't see how Jack could keep from falling in love with her right there in Terminal B. She threw herself into my arms, covered my face with kisses, then laughed and grabbed me when I started listening to Port on my crutch. I introduced her to Jack and pretended not to see the small diamond, purchased at Zales, I had no doubt, flashing on the third finger of her left hand when they shook. "You look wonderful, Daddy," she said as we stepped out into the balmy December evening. "You've got a tan. First time since you built that rec center in Lilydale Park. And you've put on weight. At least 10 pounds. Don't you think so, Jack?" "You'd be the best judge of that," Jack said, smiling. "I'll go get the car. You okay to stand, boss? This may take a while." "I'm good." We waited on the curb with her 2 carry-ons and her computer. She was smiling into my eyes. "You saw it, didn't you?" she asked. "Don't pretend you didn't. If you mean the ring, I saw. Unless you want it in one of those quarter drop-the-claw games, I'd say congratulations are in order." "Does Lynn know?" "Yep." "Your mother?" "What do you think, Daddy?" "Best guess." "My best guess is not. Because she's so concerned about Grampy right now." Grampy wasn't the only reason I kept the ring in my purse the whole time I was in California, except to show Lynn, that is. Mostly I just wanted to tell you first. "Is that evil?" "No, honey. I'm touched." I was, too. But I was also afraid for her, and not just because she wouldn't be 20 for another 3 months. His name's Carson Jones, and he's a divinity student, of all things. Do you believe it? "I love him, Daddy. I just love him so much." "That's great, honey," I said, but I could feel dread climbing my legs. "Just don't love him too much," I was thinking. "Not too much." Because she was looking at me closely, her smile fading. "What? What's wrong?" I'd forgotten how quick she was, and how well she read me. Love conveys its own psychic powers, doesn't it? "Nothing, hon. Well, my hip's hurting a little." "Have you had your pain pills?" "Actually, I'm stepping down on those a little more. Plan on getting off them entirely in January. That's my New Year's resolution." "Daddy, that's wonderful." Although New Year's resolutions are made to be broken. Not you. You do what you say you're going to do. Elsa frowned. "That's one of the things Mom never liked about you. I think it makes her jealous." "Han, the divorce is just something that happened. Don't go picking sides, okay?" "Well, I'll tell you something else that's happening," Elsa said. Her lips had thinned down. "Since she's been out in Palm Desert, she's seeing an awful lot of this guy down the street. She says it's just coffee and sympathy because Max lost his father last year and Max really likes Grampy and blah blah blah, but I see the way she looks at him and I don't care for it." Now her lips were almost gone, and I thought she looked eerily like her mother. The thought that came with this was oddly comforting. I think she'll be all right. I think if this Holy Jones boy jilts her, she'll still be okay. I could see my rental car, but Jack would be a while yet. The pickup traffic was stop and go. I leaned my crutch against my midsection and hugged my daughter, who had come all the way from California to see me. "Go easy on your mother, okay? Don't you even care that? What I mostly care about these days is that you and Melinda are happy." There were circles under her eyes, and I could see that, young or not, all the traveling had tired her out. I thought she'd sleep late tomorrow, and that was fine. If my feeling about her boyfriend was right, I hoped it wasn't but thought it was. She had some sleepless nights ahead of her in the year to come. Jack had made it as far as the Air Florida terminal, which still gave us some time. "Do you have a picture of your guy?" Inquiring dads want to know. Elsa brightened. "You bet." The picture she brought out of her red leather wallet was in one of those see-through plastic envelopes. She teased it out and handed it to me. I guess this time my reaction didn't show, because her fond, really sort of goofy, smile didn't change. "And me?" I felt as though I'd swallowed something that had no business going down a human throat. A piece of lead shot, maybe. It wasn't that Carson Jones resembled the man I'd drawn on Christmas Eve. I was prepared for that, had been since I saw the little ring twinkling prettily on Elsa's finger. What shocked me was that the photo was almost exactly the same. It was as if, instead of clipping a photo of Sephora, sea lavender, or Inkberry to the side of my easel, I had clipped this very photograph. He was wearing the jeans and the scuffed yellow work boots that I hadn't been able to get quite right. His darkish blonde hair spilled over his ears and his forehead. He was carrying a book I knew was a Bible in one hand. Most telling of all was the Minnesota Twins t-shirt with the number 48 on the left breast. Who's number 48, and how did you happen to meet a Twins fan at Brown? I thought that was Red Sox country. Number 48's Torrey Hunter, she said, looking at me as if I was the world's biggest stomachs. They have a huge TV in the main student lounge, and I went in there one day last July when the Sox and Twins were playing. The place was crammed even though it was summer session, but Carson and I were the only ones with our Twins on, him with his Torrey t-shirt, me with my cap. So of course we sat together, and she shrugged, to show the rest was history. What flavor is he, religiously speaking? Baptist. She looked at me a little defiantly, as though she'd said cannibal. But as a member in good standing of the First Church of nothing in particular, I had no grudge against the Baptists. The only religions I don't like are the ones that insist their God is bigger than your God. We've been going to services together 3 times a week for the last 4 months. Jack pulled up, and she bent to grab the handles of her various bags. He's going to take spring semester off to travel with this really wonderful gospel group. It's an actual tour, with a booker and everything. The group is called the Hummingbirds. You should hear him, he sings like an angel. I'll bet, I said. She kissed me again, softly, on the cheek. I'm glad I came, Daddy. Are you glad? More than you could ever know, I said, and found myself wishing she'd fall madly in love with Jack. That would have solved everything, or so it seemed to me then. We had nothing so grand as Christmas dinner, but there was one of Jack's astronaut chickens, plus cranberry dressing, salad in a bag, and rice pudding. Ilsa ate 2 helpings of everything. After we exchanged presents and exclaimed over them, everything was just what we wanted, I took Ilsa upstairs to Little Pink and showed her most of my artistic output. The drawing I'd done of her boyfriend and the picture of the woman, if it was a woman, in red were tucked away on a high shelf in my bedroom closet, and there they would stay until my daughter was gone. I had clipped about a dozen others, mostly sunsets, to squares of cardboard and leaned them against the walls of the room. She toured them once. Stopped, then toured them again. It was night by then, my big upstairs window full of darkness. The tide was all the way out. The only way you even knew the gulf was there was by its soft continual sighing as the waves ran up the sand and died. You really did these? She said at last. She turned and looked at me in a way that made me uncomfortable. It's the way one person looks at another when a serious reevaluation is going on. I really did, I said. What do you think? They're good. Maybe better than good. This one, she bent and very carefully picked up the one that showed the conch sitting on the horizon line, with yellow-orange sunset light blazing all around it. This is so excuse me, so damn creepy. I think so, too, I said. But really, it's nothing new. All it does is dress up the sunset with a little surrealism. Then, inanely, I exclaimed, "Hello, Dolly." She put back sunset with conch and picked up sunset with Sephora. Who's seen these? Just you and Jack. Oh, and Juanita. She calls them a sustador. Something like that. Jack says it means scary. They're a little scary, she admitted. But Daddy, this pencil you're using will smudge. And I think it'll fade if you don't do something to the pictures. What? Dunno. But I think you ought to show these to someone who does know. Someone who can tell you how good they really are. I felt flattered but also uncomfortable. Dismayed, almost. I wouldn't know who or where to ask Jack. Maybe he knows an art gallery that would look at them. Sure, just limp in off the street and say, I live out on Duma Key and I've got some pencil sketches, mostly of sunsets, a very unusual subject in coastal Florida, that my housekeeper says are muy asustador. She put her hands on her hips and cocked her head to one side. It was how Pam looked when she had no intention of letting a thing go. When she in fact intended to throw her current argument into four-wheel drive. Father, oh boy, I'm in for it now. She paid no mind. You parlayed 2 pickups, a used Korean War bulldozer, and a $20,000 loan into a $1 million business. Are you going to stand there and tell me you couldn't get a few art gallery owners to look at your pictures if you really set your mind to it? She softened. I mean, these are good, Daddy. Good. All I've got for training is one lousy art appreciation course in high school, and I know that. I said something, but I'm not sure what. I was thinking about my frenzy quick sketch of Carson Jones, alias the Baptist Hummingbird. Would she think that one was also good if she saw it? But she wasn't going to. Not that one, and not the one of the person in the red robe. No one was. That was what I thought then. Dad, if you had this talent in you all the time, where was it? I don't know, I said. And how much talent we're talking about is still open to question. Then get someone to tell you, okay? Someone who knows. She picked up my mailbox drawing. Even this one, it's nothing special, except it is. Because of, she touched paper. The rocking horse. Why'd you put a rocking horse in the picture, Dad? I don't know, I said. It just wanted to be there. Did you draw it from memory? No. I can't seem to do that. Either because of the accident or because I never had that particular skill in the first place. Except for sometimes when I did. When it came to young men in twins t-shirts, for instance. I found one on the internet, then printed, oh shit, I smudged it, she cried. Oh, shit. Ilsa, it's all right. It doesn't matter. It's not all right and it does matter. You need to get some fucking paints. She replayed what she just said and clapped a hand over her mouth. You probably won't believe this, I said, but I've heard that word a time or two. Although I have an idea that maybe your boyfriend might not exactly. You got that right, she said. A little glumly. Then she smiled. But he can let out a pretty good gosh darn when somebody cuts him off in traffic. Dad, about your pictures, I'm just happy you like them. It's more than liking. I'm amazed. She yawned. I'm also dead on my feet. I think maybe you need a cup of hot cocoa and then bed. That sounds wonderful. Which? She laughed. It was wonderful to hear her laugh. It filled the place up. Both, 11, we stood on the beach the next morning with coffee cups in hand and our ankles in the surf. The sun had just hoisted itself over the low rise of the quay behind us, and our shadows seemed to stretch out onto the quiet water for miles. Ilsa looked at me solemnly. Is this the most beautiful place on earth, Dad? No, but you're young and I can't blame you for thinking it might be. It's number 4 on the most beautiful list, actually, but the top 3 are places nobody can spell. She smiled over the rim of her cup. Do tell. If you insist. Number 1, Machu Picchu. Number 2, Marrakesh. Number 3, Petroglyph National Monument. Then, at number 4, Duma Key, just off the west coast of Florida. Her smile widened for a second or two. Then it faded and she was giving me the solemn stare again. I remembered her looking at me the same way when she was 4, asking me if there was any magic like in fairy tales. I had told her yes, of course, thinking it was a lie. Now I wasn't so sure. But the air was warm, my bare feet were in the Gulf, and I just didn't want Ilsa to be hurt. I thought she was going to be. But everyone gets their share, don't they? Sure. Pow, in the nose. Pow, in the eye. Pow, below the belt, down you go, and the ref just went out for a hot dog. Except the ones you love can really multiply the hurt and pass it around. Pain is the biggest power of love. That's what Wireman says. See anything green, sweetheart? I asked. No, I was just thinking again how glad I am that I came. I pictured you running away between an old folks' retirement home and some horrible tiki bar featuring wet t-shirt Thursdays. I guess I've been reading too much Carl Hyacin. There are plenty of places like that down here, I said. And are there other places like Duma? I don't know. Maybe a few. But based on what Jack had told me, I guessed that there were not. Well, you deserve this one, she said. Time to rest and heal. And if all this, she waved to the Gulf, won't heal you, I don't know what will. The only thing, yes? I said, and made a picking out gesture at the air with 2 fingers. Families have their own interior language, and that includes sign language. My gesture would have meant nothing to an outsider, but Ilsa knew and laughed. All right, smarty. The only fly in the ointment is the sound the tide makes when it comes in. I woke up in the middle of the night and almost screamed before I realized it was the shells moving around in the water. I mean, that's it, right? Please tell me that's it. That's it. What did you think it was? She actually shivered. My first thought, don't laugh, was skeletons on parade. Hundreds, marching around the house. I'd never thought of it that way, but I knew what she meant. I find it sort of soothing. She gave a small and doubtful shrug. Well, okay, then. To each his own. Are you ready to go back? I could scramble us some eggs. Even throw in some peppers and mushrooms. You're on. I haven't seen you off your crutch for so long since the accident. I hope to be walking a quarter-mile south along the beach by the middle of January. She whistled. A quarter of a mile and back. I shook my head. No. Just a quarter of a mile. I plan to glide back. I extended my arm to demonstrate. She snorted, started toward the house again, then paused as a point of light heliographed in our direction from the south. Once, then twice. The two specks were down there. People, Ilse said, shading her eyes. My neighbors. My only neighbors, right now. At least, I think so. Have you met them? Nope. All I know is that it's a man and a woman in a wheelchair. I think she has her breakfast down by the water most days. I think the tray is the Glendy thing. You should get yourself a golf cart. Then you could buzz down and say hi. Eventually I'll walk down and say hi, I said. No golf cart for the kid. Dr. Kamen said to set goals, and I'm setting him. You didn't need a shrink to tell you about setting goals, Daddy, she said, still peering south. Which house do they belong to? The big one that looks like a rancho in a Western movie? I'm pretty sure, yes. And no one else lives here? Not now. Jack says there are folks who rent some of the other houses in January and February, but for now I guess it's just me and them. The rest of the island is pure botanical pornography. Plants gone wild. My God, why? Haven't the slightest idea. I mean to find out, to try, anyway, but for now I'm still trying to get my feet under me. And I mean that literally. We were walking back to the house now. Ilse said, an almost empty island in the sun, there should be a story. There almost has to be a story, don't you think? I do, I said. Jack Cantore offered to snoop, but I told him not to bother, thinking I might look on my own. I snagged my crutch, fitted my arm into its two steel sleeves, always comforting after spending time on the beach without its support, and started thumping up the walk. But Ilse wasn't with me. I turned and looked back. She was facing south, her hand once more shading her eyes. Coming, on? Yes, there was one more flash from down the beach, the breakfast tray. Or a coffee pot. Maybe they know the story, Ilse said, catching up. Maybe they do. She pointed to the road. What about that? How far does it go? Don't know, I said. Would you like to drive down it this afternoon and see? Are you willing to pilot a Chevy Malibu from Hertz? Sure, she said. She put her hands on her slim hips, pretended to spit, and affected a southern drawl. I'll drive until yonder road runs out, 12, but we didn't get even close to the end of Duma Road. Not that day. Our southward exploration began well, ended badly. We both felt fine when we left. I'd had an hour off my feet, plus my midday OxyContin. My daughter had changed to shorts and a halter top, and laughed when I insisted on anointing her nose with zinc oxide. Bobo the clown, she said, looking at herself in the mirror. She was in great spirits. I was happier than I'd been since the accident, so what happened to us that afternoon came as a total surprise. Ilse blamed lunch, maybe bad mayo in the tuna salad, and I let her, but I don't think it was bad mayo at all. Bad mojo, more like it. The road was narrow, bumpy, and badly patched. Until we reached the place where it ran into the overgrowth that covered most of the quay, it was also ridged with bone-colored sand dunes that had blown inland from the beach. The rental Chevy thudded gamely over most of these, but when the road curved a little closer to the water, this was just before we reached the hacienda wireman called Palacio de Asesinos, the drifts grew thicker and the car waddled instead of bumping. Ilse, who had learned to drive in snow country, handled this without complaint or comment. The houses between Big Pink and El Palacio were all in the style I came to think of as Florida pastel ugly. Most were shuttered and the driveways of all but one were gated shut. The driveway of the one exception had been barred with two sawhorses, bearing this faded stencil warning, "Mean dogs, mean dogs." Beyond the mean dog house, the grounds of the hacienda commenced. They were enclosed by a sturdy faux stucco wall about 10 feet high and topped with orange tile. More orange tile, the roof of the mansion inside, rose in slants and angles against the blameless blue sky. Jumping jeepers, Ilse said, that was one she must have gotten from her Baptist boyfriend. This place belongs in Beverly Hills. The wall ran along the east side of the narrow, buckled road for at least 80 yards. There weren't any no trespassing signs. Given that wall, the owner's stance on door-to-door salesmen and proselytizing Mormons seemed perfectly clear. In the center was a two-piece iron gate, standing ajar. And sitting just inside its open halves, there she is, I murmured. The lady from down the beach. Holy shit, it's the bride of the Godfather. Daddy, Ilsa said, laughing and shocked at the same time. The woman was seriously old, mid-80s at least. She was in her wheelchair. An enormous pair of blue Converse high tops were propped up on the chrome footrests. Although the temperature was in the mid-70s, she wore a gray two-piece sweatsuit. In one gnarled hand a cigarette smoldered. Clapped on her head was the straw hat I'd seen on my walks, but on my walks I hadn't realized how enormous it was, not just a hat but a battered sombrero. Her resemblance to Marlon Brando at the end of The Godfather, when he's playing with his grandson in the garden, was unmistakable. There was something in her lap that did not quite look like a pistol. Ilsa and I both waved. For a moment she did nothing. Then she raised one hand, palm out, in an Indian out gesture, and broke into a sunny and nearly toothless grin. What seemed like 1,000 wrinkles creased her face, turning her into a benign witch. I never even glimpsed the house behind her. I was still trying to cope with her sudden appearance, her cool blue sneakers, her delta of wrinkles, and her, Daddy, was that a gun? Ilsa was looking into the rearview mirror, wide-eyed. Did that old lady have a gun? The car was drifting, and I saw a real possibility of clipping the hacienda's far corner. I touched the wheel and made a course correction. I think so. Of a kind. Mind your driving, honey. There ain't much road in this road. She faced front again. We'd been driving in bright sunshine, but that ended with the hacienda's wall. What do you mean, of a kind? It looked like, I don't know, a crossbow pistol. Or something. Maybe she shoots snakes with it. Thank God she smiled, Ilsa said. And it was a great smile, wasn't it? I nodded. It was. The hacienda was the last house on Duma Key's open north end. Beyond it, the road swung inland and the foliage crowded up in a way I found first interesting, then awesome, then claustrophobic. The masses of greenery towered to a height of 12 feet at least, the round leaves streaked a dark vermilion that looked like dried blood. What is that stuff, Daddy? Sea grape. The green stuff with the yellow flowers is called Wedelia. It grows everywhere. There's also rhododendron. The trees are mostly just slash pine, I think, although she slowed to a crawl and pointed to the left, craning to look up through the corner of the windshield to do so. Those are palms of some kind. And look, right up there, the road bent still farther inland, and here the trunks flanking the road looked like knotted masses of gray rope. Their roots had buckled the tar. We'd be able to get over now, I judged, but cars passing this way a few years hence? No way. Strangler fig, I said. Nice name, right out of Alfred Hitchcock. And they just grow wild? I don't know, I said. She bumped the Chevy carefully over the tunneling roots and drove on. We were down to no more than 5 miles an hour. There was more strangler fig growing out of the masses of sea grape and rhododendron. The high growth cast the road into deep shadow. It was impossible to see any distance at all on either side. Except for an occasional wedge of blue or errant sunray, even the sky was gone. And now we began to see sprays of sawgrass and tough, waxy fiddlewood growing right up through cracks in the tar. My arm began to itch. The one that wasn't there. I reached to scratch it without thinking and only scratched my still sore ribs, as I always did. At the same time the left side of my head started to itch. That I could scratch, and did. Daddy? I'm okay. Why are you stopping? Because I don't feel so great myself. Nor, I realized, did she look it. Her complexion had gone almost as white as the dab of zinc oxide on her nose. Ilsa? What is it? My stomach. I'm starting to have serious questions about that tuna salad I made for lunch. She gave me a sickly coming down with the flu smile. I'm also wondering how I'm going to get us out of here. Not a bad question. All at once the sea grape seemed to be pushing in and the interweaving palms overhead seemed thicker. I realized I could smell the growth around us, a ropey aroma that seemed to come to life halfway down my throat. And why not? It came from live things. After all, they were crowded in on both sides. And above. Dad, the itch was worse. It was red, that itch, as red as the stink in my nose and throat was green. That itch you got when you were stuck in the burn, stuck in the chart, Daddy. I'm sorry, but I think I'm going to vomit. Not a burn, not a char, it was a car. She opened the door of the car and leaned out, holding onto the wheel with one hand, and then I heard her sewing up. My right eye came over red and I thought, I can do this. I can do this. I just have to get my poor old shit together. I opened my door, reaching crossbody to do it, and got out. Lurched out, holding the top of the door to keep from sprawling headfirst into a wall of sea grape and the interwoven branches of a half-buried banyan. I itched all over. The bushes and branches were so close to the side of the car that they scraped me as I made my way up to the front. Half my vision, red, seemed to be bleeding scarlet. I felt the tip of a pine bough scrape across the wrist of, I could have sworn it, my right arm, and I thought, I can do this, I must do this, as I heard Ilsa vomit again. I was aware that it was much hotter in that narrow lane than it should have been, even with the green roof overhead. I had enough mind left in my mind to wonder what we'd been thinking, coming down this road in the first place. But of course it had seemed like nothing but a lark at the time. Ilsa was still leaning out, hanging onto the wheel with her right hand. Sweat stood on her forehead in clear beads. She looked up at me. Oh boy, push over, Ilsa. Daddy, what are you going to do? As if she couldn't see. And all at once both the words drive and back were unavailable to me, anyway. All I could have articulated in that moment was us, the most useless word in the English language when it stands by itself. I felt the anger rising in my throat like hot water. Or blood. Yes, more like that. Because the anger was, of course, red. Get us out of here. Push over, thinking, don't you get mad at her. Don't you start shouting no matter what. Oh, for Christ's sake, please don't. Daddy, you can't, yes. I can do this. Push over, the habit of obedience dies hard, especially hard, maybe, between fathers and daughters. And of course she was sick. She pushed over and I got behind the wheel, sitting down in my clumsy, stupid backwards fashion and using my hand to lift in my rotten right leg. My whole right side was buzzing, as if undergoing a low-level electric shock. I closed my eyes tightly and thought, I can do this, God damn it, and I don't need any stuff rag bitch to see me through either. When I looked at the world again, some of that redness, and some of the anger, thank God, had drained out of it. I dropped the transmission into reverse and began to back up slowly. I couldn't lean out as Ilsa had done, because I had no right hand to steer with. I used the rear view instead. In my head, ghostly, I heard, meep meep meep. Please don't drive us off the road, Ilsa said. We can't walk. I'm too sick and you're too crippled up. I won't, Monica, I said, but at that moment she leaned out the window to vomit again and I don't think she heard me. 13 slowly, I backed away from the place where Ilsa had stopped, telling myself easy does it and slow and steady wins the race. My hips snarled as we thumped back over the strangler fig roots burrowing under the road. On a couple of occasions I heard sea grape branches scree along the side of the car. The Hertz people weren't going to be happy, but they were the least of my worries that afternoon. Little by little the light brightened as the foliage cleared out overhead. That was good. My vision was also clearing, that managed subsiding. Those things were even better. I see the big place with the wall around it, Ilsa said, looking back over her shoulder. Do you feel any better? Maybe a little, but my stomach's still sudsing like a Maytag. She made a gagging noise. Oh God, I should never have said that. She leaned out, threw up again, then collapsed back onto the seat, laughing and groaning. Her bangs were sticking to her forehead in clumps. I just shellacked the side of your car. Please tell me you have a hose. Don't worry about that. Just sit still and take long, slow breaths. She saluted feebly and closed her eyes. The old woman in the big straw hat was nowhere in evidence, but the two halves of the iron gate were now standing wide open as if she was expecting company. Or knew we'd need a place to turn around. I didn't waste time considering that, just backed the Chevy into the archway. For a moment I saw a courtyard paved with cool blue tiles, a tennis court, and an enormous set of double doors with iron rings set into them. Then I turned for home. We were there 5 minutes later. My vision was as clear as it had been when I woke up that morning, if not clearer. Except for the lowage up and down my right side, I felt fine. I also felt a strong desire to draw. I didn't know what, but I would know when I was sitting in Little Pink with one of my pads propped on my easel. I was sure of that. Let me clean off the side of your car, Ilsa said. You're going to lie down. You look beat half to death. She offered a wan smile. That's just the better half. Remember how Mom used to say that? I nodded. Go on, now. I'll do the rinsing. I pointed to where the hose was coiled on the north side of Big Pink. It's all hooked up and ready to go. Are you sure you're all right? Good to go. I think you ate more of the tuna salad than I did. She managed another smile. I always was partial to my own cooking. You were great to get us back here, Daddy. I'd kiss you, but my breath, I kissed her. On the forehead. The skin was cool and damp. Put your feet up, Miss Cookie, orders from headquarters. She went. I turned on the faucet and hosed off the side of the Malibu, taking more time than the job really needed, wanting to make sure she was down for the count. And she was. When I peeked in through the half-open door of the second bedroom, I saw her lying on her side, sleeping just as she had as a kid, one hand tucked under her cheek and one knee drawn up almost to her chest. We think we change, but we don't really, that's what Wireman says. Maybe see, maybe no, that's what Fremantle says. 14 There was something pulling me, maybe something that had been in me since the accident, but surely something that had come back from Duma Road with me. I let it pull. I'm not sure I could have stood against it in any case, but I didn't even try. I was curious. My daughter's purse was on the coffee table in the living room. I opened it, took out her wallet, and flipped through the pictures inside. Doing this made me feel a little like a cad, but only a little. It's not as if you're stealing anything, I told myself, but of course there are many ways of stealing, aren't there? Here was the photo of Carson Jones she'd shown me at the airport, but I didn't want that. I didn't want him by himself. I wanted him with her. I wanted a picture of them as a couple. And I found one. It looked as if it had been taken at a roadside stand. There were baskets of cucumbers and corn behind them. They were smiling and young and beautiful. Their arms were around each other, and one of Carson Jones's palms appeared to be resting on the swell of my daughter's blue jeans-clad ass. Oh, you crazy Christian. My right arm was still itching, a low, steady skin crawl like prickly heat. I scratched at it, scratched through it, and got my ribs instead for the 10,000th time. This picture was also in a protective see-through envelope. I slid it out, glanced over my shoulder, nervous as a burglar on his first job, at the partially open door of the room where Ilsa was sleeping, then turned the picture over. I love you, Pumpkin. Smiley, could I trust a suitor who called my daughter Pumpkin and signed himself Smiley? I didn't think so. It might not be fair, but no, I didn't think so. Nevertheless, I had found what I was looking for. Not one, but both. I turned the picture over again, closed my eyes, and pretended I was touching their Kodachrome images with my right hand. Although pretending wasn't what it felt like, I suppose I don't have to tell you that by now. After some passage of time, I don't know exactly how long, I returned the picture to its plastic sleeve and submerged her wallet beneath the tissues and cosmetics to approximately the same depth at which I had found it. Then I put her purse back on the coffee table and went into my bedroom to get Reba the anger management doll. I limped upstairs to Little Pink with her clamped between my stump and my side. I think I remember saying I'm going to make you into Monica Seles when I set Reba down in front of the window, but it could as easily have been Monica Goldstein. When it comes to memory, we all stack the deck. The gospel according to Wireman. I'm clearer than I want to be about most of what happened on Duma, but that particular afternoon seems very vague to me. I know that I fell into a frenzy of drawing, and that the maddening itch in my non-existent right arm disappeared completely while I was working. I do not know, but I'm almost sure that the reddish haze which always hung over my vision in those days, growing thicker when I was tired, disappeared for a while. I don't know how long I was in that state. I think quite a while. Long enough so I was both exhausted and famished when I was finished. I went back downstairs and gobbled lunch meat by the fridge's frosty glow. I didn't want to make an actual sandwich, because I didn't want Ilsa to know I'd felt well enough to eat. Let her go on thinking our problems had been caused by bad mayonnaise. That way we wouldn't have to spend time hunting for other explanations. None of the other explanations I could think of were rational. After eating half a package of sliced salami and swilling a pint or so of sweet tea, I went into my bedroom, lay down, and fell into a sodden sleep. 15 sunsets. Sometimes it seems to me that my clearest memories of Duma are of orange evening skies that bleed at the bottom and fade away at the top, green to black. When I woke up that evening, another day was going down in glory. I thudded into the big main room on my crutch, stiff and wincing. The first 10 minutes were always the worst. The door to Ilsa's room was standing open and her bed was empty. "Ilsa?" I called. For a moment there was no answer. Then she called back from upstairs. "Daddy? Holy crow, did you do this?" When did you do this? All thought of aches and pains left me. I got up to Little Pink as fast as I could, trying to remember what I'd drawn. Whatever it was, I hadn't made any effort to put it out of sight. Suppose it was something really awful? Suppose I'd gotten the bright idea of doing a crucifixion caricature with the gospel hummingbird riding the cross? Ilsa was standing in front of my easel, and I couldn't see what was there. Her body was blocking it out. Even if she'd been standing to one side, the only light in the room was coming from that bloody sunset. The pad would have been nothing but a black rectangle against the glare. I flicked on the lights, praying I hadn't done something to distress the daughter who had come all this way to make sure I was okay. From her voice, I hadn't been able to tell. Ilsa? She turned to me, her face bemused rather than angry. When did you do this one? Well, I said. Stand aside a little, would you? Is your memory playing tricks again? It is, isn't it? No, I said. Well, yeah. It was the beach outside the window. I could tell that much, but no more. As soon as I see it, I'm sure I'll step aside. Honey, you make a better door than a window. Even though I am a pain, right? She laughed. Rarely had the sound of laughter so relieved me. Whatever she found on the easel, it hadn't made her mad, and my stomach dropped back where it belonged. If she wasn't angry, the risk that I might get angry and spoil what had, on measure, been a pretty damned good visit went down. She stepped to the left, and I saw what I'd drawn while in my dazed, pre-nap state. Technically, it was probably the best thing I'd done since my first tentative pen innings on Lake Phelan, but I thought it was no wonder she was puzzled. I was puzzled, too. It was the section of beach I could see through Little Pink's nearly wall-length window. The casual scribble of light on the water, achieved with a shade the Venus company called chrome, marked the time as early morning. A little girl in a tennis dress stood at the center of the picture. Her back was turned, but her red hair was a dead giveaway. She was Reba, my little love, that girlfriend from my other life. The figure was poorly executed, but you somehow knew that was on purpose, that she wasn't a real little girl at all, only a dream figure in a dream landscape. All around her feet, lying in the sand, were bright green tennis balls. Others floated shoreward on the mild waves. When did you do it? Ilsa was still smiling, almost laughing. And what the heck does it mean? Do you like it? I asked. Because I didn't like it. The tennis balls were the wrong color because I hadn't had the right shade of green, but that wasn't why. I hated it because it felt all wrong. It felt like heartbreak. I love it, she said, and then did laugh. Come on, when did you do it? Give. While you were sleeping. I went to lie down, but I felt queasy again, so I thought I'd better stay vertical for a while. I decided to draw a little, see if things would settle. I didn't realize I had that thing in my hand until I got up here. I pointed to Reba, sitting propped against the window with her stuffed legs sticking out. That's the doll you're supposed to yell at when you forget things, right? Something like that. Anyway, I drew the picture. It took maybe an hour. By the time I was finished, I felt better. Although I remembered very little about making the drawing, I remembered enough to know this story was a lie. Then I lay down and took a nap. End of story. Can I have it? I felt a surge of dismay, but couldn't think of a way to say no that wouldn't hurt her feelings or sound crazy. If you really want it. It's not much, though. Wouldn't you rather have one of Fremantle's famous sunsets? Or the mailbox with the rocking horse? I could. This is the one I want, she said. It's funny and sweet and even a little, I don't know, ominous. You look at her one way and you say, a doll. You look another way and say, no, a little girl, after all, isn't she standing up? It's amazing how much you've learned to do with colored pencils. She nodded decisively. This is the one I want. Only you have to name it. Artists have to name their pictures. I agree, but I wouldn't have any idea. Come on, no weaseling. First thing to pop into your mind. I said, all right, the end of the game. She clapped her hands. Perfect. Perfect. And you have to sign it, too. Ain't I bossy? You always were, I said. Trace bossy. You must be feeling better. I am. Are you? Yes, I said, but I wasn't. All at once I had a bad case of the mean reds. Venus doesn't make that color, but there was a new, nicely sharpened Venus black in the gutter of the easel. I picked it up and signed my name by one back to Doll's pink legs. Beyond her, a dozen wrong green tennis balls floated on a mild wave. I didn't know what those rope balls meant, but I didn't like them. I didn't like signing my name to this picture either, but after I jotted the end of the game up one side. And what I felt was what Pam had taught the girls to say when they were little and had finished some unpleasant chore. Overdone with, gone. 16, she stayed 2 more days, and they were good days. When Jack and I took her back to the airport, she'd gotten some sun on her face and arms and seemed to give off her own benevolent radiation, youth, health, well-being. Jack had found a travel tube for our new picture. "Daddy, promise you'll take care of yourself and call if you need me," she said. "Roger that," I said, smiling. "And promise me you'll get someone to give you an opinion on your pictures. Someone who knows about that stuff." Well, she lowered her chin and frowned at me. When she did that, it was again like looking at Pam when I'd first met her. "You better promise, or else." And because she meant it, the vertical line between her eyebrows said so. I promised. The line smoothed out. "Good, that's settled. You deserve to get better, you know. Sometimes I wonder if you really believe that." "Of course I do," I said. Ilsa went on as if she hadn't heard. "Because what happened wasn't your fault." I felt tears well up at that. I suppose I did know, but it was nice to hear someone else say it out loud. Someone besides Cayman, that is, whose job it was to scrape caked-on grime off those troublesome unwashed pots in the sinks of the subconscious. She nodded at me. "You are going to get better." "I say so, and I'm Trace Bossy," the loudspeaker honked, "Delta Flight 559, service to Cincinnati and Cleveland. The first leg of Ilsa's trip home. Go on, better let him mend your bod and check your shoes. I have one other thing to say first." I threw up the one hand I still had. "What now, precious girl?" She smiled at that. It was what I called both girls when my patience was finally nearing an end. "Thank you for not telling me that Carson and I are too young to be engaged. Would it have done any good?" No. "Besides, your mother will do an adequate job of that for both of us, I think." Ilsa scrunched her mouth into an out shape, then laughed. "So will Linny, but only 'cause I got ahead of her for once." She gave me one more strong hug. I breathed deep of her hair, that good sweet smell of shampoo and young, healthy woman. She pulled back and looked at my man of all work, standing considerately off to one side. "You better take good care of him, Jack. He's the goods." They hadn't fallen in love, no breaks there, muchacho, but he gave her a warm smile. "I'll do my best." And he promised to get an opinion on his pictures. "You're a witness." Jack smiled and nodded. "Good." She gave me one more kiss, this one on the tip of the nose. "Be good, father. Heal thyself." Then she went through the doors, festooned with bags, but still walking briskly. She looked back just before they closed. "And get some paints." "I will." I called back, but I don't know if she heard me. In Florida, doors whooshed shut in a hurry to save the air conditioning. For a moment or two everything in the world blurred and grew brighter. There was a pounding in my temples and a damp prickle in my nose. I bent my head and worked briskly at my eyes with the thumb and second finger of my hand while Jack once more pretended to see something interesting in the sky. There was a word and it wouldn't come. I thought borrow, then tomorrow. Give it time, don't get mad, tell yourself you can do this, and the words usually come. Sometimes you don't want them, but they come anyway. This one was sorrow. Jack said, "You want to wait for me to bring the car," or "No, I'm good to walk." I wrapped my fingers around the grip of my crutch. "Just keep an eye on the traffic. I don't want to get run down crossing the road." Been there, done that. 17 We stopped at Art and Artifacts of Sarasota on our way back, and while we were in there, I asked Jack if he knew anything about Sarasota art galleries. "Way ahead of you, boss. My mom used to work in one called the Scoto. It's on Palm Avenue." "Is that supposed to mean something to me?" "It's the hotshot gallery on the arty side of town," he said, then rethought that. "I mean that in a nice way. And the people who run it are nice, at least they always were to my mom, but, you know, it is a hotshot gallery." "Yeah. Meaning big prices?" "It's where the elite meet." He spoke solemnly, but when I burst out laughing, he joined me. That was the day, I think, when Jack Cantor became my friend rather than my part-time gopher. "Then that's settled," I said, "because I am definitely elite. Give it up, son." I raised my hand, and Jack gave it a smack. 18 Back at Big Pink, he helped me into the house with my loot, 5 bags, 2 boxes, and a stack of 9 stretched canvases. Almost $1,000 worth of stuff. I told him we'd worry about getting it upstairs the next day. Painting was the last thing on earth I wanted to do that night. I limped across the living room toward the kitchen, meaning to put together a sandwich, when I saw the message light on the answering machine blinking. I thought it must be Ilsa, saying her flight had been canceled due to weather or equipment problems. It wasn't. The voice was pleasant but cracked with age, and I knew who it was at once. I could almost see those enormous blue sneakers propped on the bright footplates of her wheelchair. "Hello, Mr. Fremantle, welcome to Duma. It was a pleasure to see you the other day, if only briefly. One assumes the young lady with you is your daughter, given the resemblance. Have you taken her back to the airport?" One rather hoped so. There was a pause. I could hear her breathing, the loud, not quite emphysemic respiration of a person who has probably spent a great deal of her life with a cigarette in one hand. Then she spoke again. "All things considered, Duma has never been a lucky place for daughters." I found myself thinking of Reba in a very unlikely tennis dress, surrounded by small fuzzy balls as more came in on the next wave. "One hopes we will meet, in the course of time." "Goodbye, Mr. Fremantle." There was a click. Then it was just me and the restless grinding sound of the shells under the house. The tide was in. How to Draw a Picture 3. Stay hungry. It worked for Michelangelo, it worked for Picasso, and it works for 100,000 artists who do it not for love, although that may play a part, but in order to put food on the table. If you want to translate the world, you need to use your appetites. Does this surprise you? It shouldn't. There's nothing as human as hunger. There's no creation without talent, I give you that, but talent is cheap. Talent goes begging. Hunger is the piston of art. That little girl I was telling you about? She found hers and used it. She thinks no more bed all day now. I go daddy room, daddy's study. Sometimes I say study, sometimes I say Grudy. It has a nice big window. They sit me in the jar. I can see down up. Birds and nice. Too nice for me, so it makes me sad. Some clouds have wings. Some have blue eyes. Every sunset I cry from sad. Hurts to see. Hurts the down up in me. I could never say what I see and that makes me sad. She thinks sad, that word is sad. Sad is for how you feel in the jar. She thinks if I could stop the hurt. If I could get it out like wee wee. I cry and beg to say what I mean. Nan can't help. When I say color, she touch her face and smile and say always was, always will be. Big girls don't help either. I'm so mad at them, why don't you listen, you big meanies? Then one day the twins come, Tessie and Lolo. They talk special to each other, listen special to me. They don't understand me at first, but then. Tessie bring me paper. Lolo bring me pencil and I pencil out my mouth and it makes them clap and lap their hands. She thinks I can almost say the name of pencil. She thinks I can make the world on paper. I can draw what the words mean. I see tree, I make tree. I see bird, I make bird. It's good, like water from a glass. This is a little girl with a bandage wound around her head, wearing a little pink housecoat and sitting beside the window in her father's study. Her doll, Novine, lies on the floor beside her. She has a board and on the board is a piece of paper. She has just succeeded in drawing a claw that actually does bear a resemblance to the dead loblolly pine outside the window. She thinks I will have more paper, please. She thinks I am Elizabeth. It must have been like being given back your tongue after you thought it had been still forever. And more. Better. It was a gift of herself, of Elizabeth. Even from those incredibly brave first drawings, she must have understood what was happening. And wanted more. Her gift was hungry. The best gifts, and the worst, always are. For friends with benefits, on New Year's afternoon, I woke from a brief but refreshing nap thinking of a certain kind of shell, the orangey kind with white speckles. I don't know if I dreamed about it or not, but I wanted one. I was ready to start experimenting with paints, and I thought one of those orange shells would be just the thing to plop down in the middle of a Gulf of Mexico sunset. I began prospecting southward along the beach, accompanied only by my shadow and 2 or 3 dozen of the tiny birds, Ilsa called them peeps, that prospect endlessly for food at the edge of the water. Farther out, pelicans cruised, then folded their wings and dropped like stones. I wasn't thinking of exercise that afternoon, I wasn't monitoring the pain in my hip, and I wasn't counting steps. I wasn't thinking of anything, really. My mind was gliding like the pelicans before they spotted dinner in the Col de Largo below them. Consequently, when I finally spotted the kind of shell I wanted and looked back, I was stunned at how small Big Pink had become. I stood bouncing the orange shell up and down in my hand, all at once feeling the broken glass throb in my hip. It started there and went pulsing all the way down my leg. Yet the tracks I saw stretching back toward my house hardly dragged at all. It occurred to me then that I'd been babying myself, maybe a little, maybe quite a lot. Me and my stupid little numbers game. Today I had forgotten about giving myself an anxious mini-physical every 5 minutes or so. I'd simply gone for a walk. Like any normal person. So I had a choice. I could baby myself going back, stopping every now and then to do what Kathy Green's side stretches, which hurt like hell and didn't seem to do much of anything else, or I could just walk. Like any normal unhurt person. I decided to go with that. But before I started, I glanced over my shoulder and saw a striped beach chair a ways farther south. There was a table beside it with an umbrella, striped like the chair, over it. A man was sitting in the chair. What was only a speck glimpse from Big Pink had become a tall, heavy-set guy dressed in jeans and a white shirt with sleeves rolled to the elbows. His hair was long and blowing in the breeze. I couldn't make out his features, we were still too far apart for that. He saw me looking and waved. I waved back, then turned and began trudging for home along my own footprints. That was my first encounter with wiremen. My final thought before turning in that night was that I'd probably find myself hobbling through the second day of the new year almost too sore to walk. I was delighted to find that wasn't true. A hot bath seemed to take care of the residual stiffness. So of course I struck off again the following afternoon. No set goal, no New Year's resolution, no numbers game. Just a guy strolling on the beach, sometimes veering close enough to the mild run of the waves to scatter the peeps aloft in a smudgy cloud. Sometimes I'd pick up a shell and put it in my pocket. In a week I'd be carrying a plastic bag to store my treasures in. When I got close enough to make out the heavy-set guy in some detail, today wearing a blue shirt and khakis, almost certainly barefoot, I once again turned and headed back to Big Pink. But not before giving him a wave, which he returned. That was the real beginning of my great beach walks. Every afternoon they got a little longer, and I saw the heavy-set man in his striped beach chair a little more clearly. It seemed obvious to me that he had his own routine. In the mornings he came out with the old lady, pushing her down a wooden tongue of decking that I hadn't been able to see from Big Pink. In the afternoons he came out on his own. He never took off his shirt, but his arms and face were as dark as old furniture in a formal home. Beside him, on his table, were a tall glass and a pitcher that might have held ice water, lemonade, or gin and tonic. He always waved. I always waved back. One day in late January, when I had closed the distance between us to not much more than 1/8 of a mile, a second striped chair appeared on the sand. A second glass, empty, but tall and terribly inviting, appeared on the table. When I waved, he first waved back and then pointed at the empty chair. "Thanks, but not yet," I called. "Hell, come on down," he called back. "I'll give you a ride back in the golf cart." I smiled at that. Ilsa had been all in favor of a golf cart, so I could go racing up and down the beach, scaring the peeps. "Not in the game plan," I yelled, "but I'll get there in time. Whatever's in that pitcher, keep it on ice for me. You know best, muchacho." He sketched a little salute. "Meantime, do the day and let the day do you." I remember all sorts of things Wireman said, but I believe that's the one I associate with him the most strongly, maybe because I heard him say it before I knew his name or had even shaken his hand. Do the day and let the day do you. 3 walking wasn't all Fremantle was about that winter. Fremantle started to be about living again. And that felt fucking great. I came to a decision one windy night when the waves were pounding and the shells were arguing instead of just conversing. When I knew this new way of feeling was for real, I was going to take Reba the anger management doll down to the beach, douse her with charcoal lighter fluid, and set her ablaze. Give my other life a true Viking funeral. Why the hell not? In the meantime there was painting, and I took to it like peeps and pelicans take to water. After a week, I regretted having spent so much time farting around with colored pencils. I sent Ilsa an email thanking her for bullying me, and she sent me one back, telling me she hardly needed encouragement in that department. She also told me that the Hummingbirds had played a big church in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, sort of a tour warm-up, and the congregation had gone wild, clapping and shouting out hallelujahs. There was a good deal of swaying in the aisles, she wrote. It's the Baptist substitute for dancing. That winter I also made the internet in general and Google in particular my close personal friends, pecking away one-handed. When it came to Duma, I found little more than a map. I could have dug deeper and harder, but something told me to leave that alone for the time being. What I was really interested in were peculiar events following the loss of limbs, and I found a motherlode. I should tell you that while I took all the stories Google led me to with a grain of salt, I didn't reject even the wildest completely, because I never doubted that my own strange experiences were related to the injuries I'd suffered, the insult to Broca's area, my missing arm, or both. I could look at my sketch of Carson Jones in his Tory Hunter t-shirt anytime I wanted to, and I was sure Mr. Jones had purchased Ilsa's engagement ring at Zales. Less concrete, but just as persuasive to me, were my increasingly surreal drawings. The foam pad doodles of my previous life gave no hint of the haunted sunsets I was now doing. I wasn't the first person to lose a body part only to gain something else. In Fredonia, New York, a logger cut off his own hand in the woods and then saved his life by cauterizing the spouting stump of his wrist. The hand he took home, put in a jar of alcohol, and stored in the cellar. 3 years later, the hand that was no longer south of his wrist nevertheless began to feel freezing cold. He went downstairs and discovered a cellar window had broken and the winter wind was blowing in on the jar with his preserved hand floating inside. When the ex-logger moved the jar next to the furnace, that sense of freezing cold disappeared. A Russian peasant from Tura, deep in Siberia, lost his left arm up to the elbow in a piece of farming equipment and spent the rest of his life as a dowser. When he stood over a spot where there was water, his left hand and arm, although no longer there, would grow cool with an accompanying sensation of wetness. According to the articles I read, there were 3, his skills never failed. There was a guy in Nebraska who could predict tornadoes by the corns on his missing foot. A legless sailor in England who was used by his mates as a kind of human fish finder. A Japanese double amputee who became a respected poet, not a bad trick for a fellow who'd been illiterate at the time of the train accident in which he lost his arms. Of all the stories, maybe the strangest was that of Kearney Jaffords of New Jersey, a child born without arms. Shortly after his 13th birthday, this formerly well-adjusted handicapped child became hysterical, insisting to his parents that his arms were hurting and buried on a farm. He said he could show them where. They drove 2 days, finishing up on a dirt road in Iowa, somewhere between nowhere and nowhere in particular. The kid led them into a cornfield, took a sighting on a nearby barn with a mail pouch advertisement on the roof, and insisted that they dig. The parents did, not because they expected to find anything but because they hoped to set the child's mind and body at rest again. 3 feet down they found 2 skeletons. One was a female child between 12 and 15. The other was a man, age undetermined. The Adair County coroner estimated these bodies had been in the ground approximately 12 years, but of course it could have been 13, which was the span of Kearney Jaffords' life. Neither body was ever identified. The arms of the female child's skeleton had been removed. Those bones were mixed with the bones of the unidentified man. Fascinating as this story was, there were 2 others that interested me even more, especially when I thought of how I'd gone rooting through my daughter's purse. I found them in an article called They See With What's Missing from the North American Journal of Parapsychology. It chronicled the histories of 2 psychics, one a woman from Phoenix, the other a man from Rio Gallegos, Argentina. The woman was missing her right hand, the man was missing his entire right arm. Both had had several successes in helping the police find missing persons, perhaps failures as well, but these were not set out in the piece. According to the article, both amputee psychics used the same technique. They would be provided with a piece of the missing person's clothes, or a sample of his handwriting. They would shut their eyes and visualize touching the item with the missing hand. There was a hugger-mugger footnote here about something called the Hand of Glory, aka the Mojo Hand. The Phoenix woman would then get an image, which she would relay to her interlocutors. The Argentinian, however, followed up his communings with brief, furious spates of automatic writing with his remaining hand, a process I saw as analogous to my paintings. And, as I say, I might have doubted a few of the wilder anecdotes I ran across during my internet explorations, but I never doubted something was happening to me. Even without the picture of Carson Jones, I think I would have believed it. Because of the quiet, mostly. Except when Jack dropped by, or when wiremen, ever closer, waved and called Buenos Dias, muchacho. I saw no one and spoke to no one but myself. The extraneous dropped away almost entirely, and when that happens, you begin to hear yourself clearly. And clear communication between selves, the surface self and the deep self is what I mean, is the enemy of self-doubt. It slays confusion. But to be sure, I settled on what I told myself was an experiment. For E319 to Panorama 667 9:15 a.m. January 24th. Dear Pam, I have an unusual bequest for you. I've been painting, and the subjects are odd but kind of fun, at least I think so. Easier to show you what I mean than describe, so I will attach a couple of JPEGs to this email. I have been thinking about those gardening gloves you used to have, the ones that said hands on one glove and OFF on the other. I would love to put those on a sunset. Do not ask me why, these ideas just come to me. Do you still have them? And if you do, would you send them to me? I will happily send them back if you want. I'd just as soon you didn't share the pics with any of the old crowd. Bozy in particular would probably laugh like a look if he saw these things. Eddie P.S. If you don't feel good about sending the gloves, perfectly okay. It's just a wind. This response came that evening from a Pam who was by then back home in St. Paul, Panorama 667 to E3 19:5 p.m. January 24th. Hello Edgar, Ilsa told me about your pictures of course. They certainly are different. Hopefully this hobby will last longer than your car restoration thing. If not for eBay, that old Mustang would still be behind the house, I think. You're right about it being an odd request, but after looking at your pics I can sort of see what you're up to, putting different things together so people will look at them in new ways, right? And I'm ready for a new PR anyway, so knock yourself out. I'll send them UPS, only ask that you send me a JPG of the finished product, if there ever is one. Ilsa SD, she had a terrific time. I hope she sent a thank you card and not just an email, but I know her. One more thing to tell you, Eddie, although I don't know how much you will like it. I sent a copy of your email and JPG pictures to Xander Kamen, you remember him I'm sure. I thought he would like to see the pics, but mostly I wanted him to see the email and find out if it was cause for concern, because you were doing in your writing what you used to do in your speaking, bequest for request, laugh like a look for laugh like a loon. At the bottom you wrote it's just a wind, and I don't know what that means, but Dr. Kamen says maybe whim. I'm just thinking of you. Pam P.S. My father is a little better, came through the operation well, the doctors say they might have got all of it, but I bet they always say that. He seems to be handling the chemo well and is at home. Walking already. Thanks for your concern. Her P.S. Singer was a perfect example of my ex-wife's unlovelier side, lie back, then bite and make herself scarce. She was right, though. I should have told her to pass on best wishes from the commie crap when she spoke to her old man on the phone. That ass cancer's a bitch. The whole email was a symphony of irritation, from the mention of the Mustang that I never had time to finish to her concerns about my mistaken word choices. Said concerns delivered by a woman who thought Xander came with a Z. And with that petty spleen out of my system, spoke into the empty house, and in loud tones, if you must know, I did review the email I'd sent her, and yes, I was worried. A little, anyway. On the other hand, maybe it was just the wind. The second striped beach chair had become a fixture at the heavyset guy's table, and as I drew closer to it, we sometimes shouted a little conversation back and forth. It was a strange way to strike up an acquaintance, but pleasant. The day after Pam's email, with its surface concerns and buried subtext, you could be as sick as my father, Eddie, maybe even sicker, the fellow down the beach yelled, how long before you get here, do you think? 4 days. I yelled back. Maybe 3. You that set on making a round trip? I am. I said. What's your name? His deeply tanned face, although growing fleshy, was still handsome. Now white teeth flashed there, and his incipient jowls disappeared when he grinned. Tell you when you get here. What's yours? It's on the mailbox. I called. The day I stoop to reading mailboxes is the day I start getting my news from talk radio. I gave him a wave, he gave me one in turn, called Hasta Mañana, and turned to look at the water and the cruising birds once more. When I got back to Big Pink, the flag of my computer mailbox was sticking up, and I found this, came in doc to E3 19:2:49 p.m. January 25th. Edgar, Pam sent me copies of your latest email and your pictures. Let me say first and foremost that I am stunned by the rapidity of your growth as an artist. I can see you shying away from the word with that patented sidelong frown of yours, but there is no other word. You must not stop. Concerning your worries, there's probably nothing to them. Still, an MRI would be a good idea. Do you have a doctor down there? You're due for a physical, soup to nuts, my friend. Cayman E3 19 to Cayman Doc 3:58 p.m. January 25th. Cayman, good to hear from you. If you want to call me an artist, or even an artiste, who am I to argue? I currently have no Florida sawbones. Can you refer me to one, or would you rather I went through Todd Jameson, the doc with his fingers most recently in my brain? Edgar, I thought he'd refer, and I might even keep the appointment, but right then a few dropped words and linguistic oddities weren't a priority. Walking was a priority, and reaching the striped beach chair that had been set out for me was also sort of a priority, but my main ones as January waned were internet searches and painting pictures. I had reached sunset with shell number 16 only the night before. On January 27th, after turning back only 200 yards or so shy of the waiting beach chair, I arrived at Big Pink to find UPS had left a package. Inside were 2 gardening gloves, one with hands printed in faded red on the back and the other similarly printed with off. They were beat up from many seasons in the garden but clean. She'd laundered them, as I had expected. As I had, in fact, hoped. It wasn't the Pam who had worn them during the years of our marriage that I was interested in, not even the Pam who might have worn them in the Mendota Heights garden the past fall while I was out at Lake Phelan. That Pam was a known quantity. But I'll tell you something else that's happening, my if-so girl had said, unaware of how eerily like her mother she had looked when she was saying it. She's seeing an awful lot of this guy down the street. That was the Pam I was interested in, the one who had seen an awful lot of the guy down the street. The guy named Max that Pam's hands had laundered these gloves, then picked them up and put them in the white box inside the UPS package. That Pam was the experiment, or so I told myself, but we fool ourselves so much we could do it for a living. That's what Wireman says, and he's often right. Probably too often. Even now. 6. I didn't wait for sunset, because at least I didn't fool myself that I was interested in painting a picture. I was interested in painting information. I took my wife's unnaturally clean gardening gloves, she must have really rammed the bleach to them, up to Little Pink and sat down in front of my easel. There was a fresh canvas there, waiting. To the left were 2 tables. One was for photos from my digital camera and various found objects. The other stood on a small green tarpaulin. It held about 2 dozen paint pots, several jars partly filled with turpentine, and several bottles of the Zephyr Hills water I used as rinse. It was quite the messy, busy little workstation. I held the gloves in my lap, closed my eyes, and pretended I was touching them with my right hand. There was nothing. No pain, no itching, no sense of phantom fingers caressing the rough, warm fabric. I sat there willing it to come, whatever it was, and got more nothing. I might as well have been commanding my body to shit when it didn't need to. After 5 long minutes, I opened my eyes again and looked down at the gloves on my lap, hands off. Useless things. Useless fucking things. Don't get mad, get even, I thought. And then I thought, too late. I am mad. At these gloves and the woman who wore them. As for getting even? Too late for that, too, I said, and looked at my stump. I'll never be heaven again, the wrong word. Always the wrong word, and it would go on like that for fucking ever. I felt like knocking everything off my stupid goddamn play tables and onto the floor. Even, I said, deliberately low and deliberately slow. I'll never be even again. I'm out. That wasn't very funny, or even very sensible, but the anger started seeping away just the same. Hearing myself say the right word helped. It usually did. I turned my thoughts from my stump to my wife's gloves. Hands OFF, indeed. With a sigh, there might have been some relief in it, I don't remember for sure, but it's likely. I set them on the table where I put my model objects, took a brush out of a turp jar, cleaned it with a rag, rinsed it, and looked at the blank canvas. Did I mean to paint the gloves anyway? Why, for fuck's sake? Why? All at once the idea that I had been painting it all seemed ridiculous. The idea that I didn't know how seemed a hell of a lot more plausible. If I dipped this brush in black and then put it on that forbidding white space, surely the best I'd be able to do would be a series of marching stick figures. 10 little Indians went out to dine, 1 drowned her baby self, then there were 9. 9 little Indians, stayed up very late, that was spooky. I got up from my chair, and fast. Suddenly I didn't want to be here, not in Little Pink, not in Big Pink, not on Duma, not in my stupid pointless limping retired retarded life. How many lies was I telling? That I was an artist? Ridiculous. Kamen could cry stunned and you must not stop in his patented email capitals, but Kamen specialized in tricking the victims of terrible accidents into believing the pallid imitations of life they were living were as good as the real thing. When it came to positive reinforcement, Kamen and Kathy Green, the rehab queen, were a tag team. They were fucking brilliant, and most of their grateful patients cried you must not stop. Was I telling myself I was psychic? Possessed of a phantom arm capable of seeing into the unknown? That wasn't ridiculous, it was pitiful and insane. There was a 7-Eleven in Nokomis. I decided I would try my driving skills, pick up a couple of 6-packs, and get drunk. Things might look better tomorrow, through the haze of a hangover. I did not see how they could look much worse. I reached for my crutch and my foot, my left one, my good foot, for Christ's sake, caught under my chair. I stumbled. My right leg wasn't strong enough to hold me up and I fell full length, reaching out with my right arm to break my fall. Just instinct, of course, except it did break my fall. It did. I didn't see it. My eyes were squeezed shut, the way you squeeze them when you know you're going to take one for the team, but if I hadn't broken my fall, I would almost certainly have done myself significant damage, carpet or no carpet. I could have sprained my neck, or even broken it. I lay there a moment, confirming to myself that I was still alive, then got to my knees, my hip aching fiercely, holding my throbbing right arm up in front of my eyes. There was no arm there. I set my chair up on its legs, leaned on it with my left forearm, then darted my head forward and bit my right arm. I felt the crescents of my teeth sink in just below the elbow. The pain. I felt more. I felt the flesh of my forearm against my lips. Then I drew back, panting. Jesus. Jesus. What's happening? What is this? I almost expected to see the arm swirl into existence. It didn't, but it was there, all right. I reached across the seat of my chair for one of my brushes. I could feel my fingers grasp it, but the brush didn't move. I thought, so this is what it's like to be a ghost. I scrambled into the chair. My hip was snarling, but that pain seemed to be happening far downriver. With my left hand I snatched up the brush I'd cleaned and put it behind my left ear. Cleaned another and put it in the gutter of the easel. Cleaned a third and put that in the gutter, as well. Thought about cleaning a fourth and decided I didn't want to take the time. That fever was on me again, that hunger. It was as sudden and violent as my fits of rage. If the smoke detectors had gone off downstairs, announcing the house was on fire, I would have paid no attention. I stripped the cellophane from a brand new brush, dipped black, and began to paint. As with the picture I called the end of the game, I don't remember much about the actual creation of Friends with Benefits. All I know is it happened in a violent explosion, and sunsets had nothing to do with it. It was mostly black and blue, the color of bruises, and when it was done, my left arm ached from the exercise. My hand was splattered with paint all the way to the wrist. The finished canvas reminded me a little of those more paperback covers I used to see back when I was a kid, the ones that always featured some round-heeled dame headed for hell. Only on the paperback covers, the dame was usually blonde and 22-ish. In my picture, she had dark hair and looked on the plus side of 40. This dame was my ex-wife. She was sitting on a rumpled bed, wearing nothing but a pair of blue panties. The strap of a matching bra trailed across one leg. Her head was slightly bent, but there was no mistaking her features. I had caught her brilliantly in just a few harsh strokes of black that were almost like Chinese ideograms. On the slope of one breast was the picture's only real spot of brightness, a rose tattoo. I wondered when she'd gotten it, and why. Pam wearing ink seemed as unlikely to me as Pam racing a dirt bike at Mission Hill, but I had no doubt whatever that it was true, it was just a fact, like Carson Jones's Tory Hunter t-shirt. There were also two men in the picture, both naked. One stood at the window, half-turned. He had a perfectly typical body for a white middle-class man of 50 or so, one I imagined you could see in any Gold's Gym changing room, poochy stomach, flat little no-cheeks ass, moderate man tits. His face was intelligent and well-bred. On that face now was a melancholy she's almost gone look. A nothing will change it look. This was Max from Palm Desert. He might as well have been wearing a sign around his neck. Max, who had lost his father last year, Max, who had started by offering Pam coffee and had ended up offering her more. She'd taken him up on the coffee and the more, but not all the more he would have given. His face said that. You couldn't see all of it, but what you could see was a lot more naked than his ass. The other man leaned in the doorway with his ankles crossed, a position that pressed his thighs together and pushed his considerable package forward. He was maybe 10 years older than the man at the window, in better shape. No belly. No love handles. Long muscles in the thighs. His arms were folded below his chest and he was looking at Pam with a little smile on his face. I knew that smile well, because Tom Riley had been my accountant and my friend for 35 years. If it had not been custom in our family to ask your father to be your best man, I would have asked Tom. I looked at him standing naked in the doorway, looking at my wife on the bed, and remembered him helping me move my stuff out to Lake Phelan. Remembered him saying you don't give up the house, that's like giving up home field advantage in a playoff game. Then catching him with tears in his eyes. Boss, I can't get used to seeing you this way. Had he been fucking her then? I thought not. But I'm going to give you an offer to take back to her, I'd said. And he had. Only maybe he'd done more than make my offer. I limped to the big window, not using my crutch. Sunset was still hours off, but the light was westering strongly, beating a reflection off the water. I made myself look directly into that glaring track, wiping my eyes repeatedly. I tried to tell myself the picture might be no more than a figment of a mind that was still trying to heal itself. It wouldn't wash. All my voices were speaking clearly and coherently to one another, and I knew what I knew. Pam had fucked Max out there in Palm Desert, and when he had suggested a longer, deeper commitment, she had refused. Pam had also fucked my oldest friend and business associate, and might still be fucking him. The only unanswered question was which guy had talked her into the rose on her tit. I need to let this go, I said, and leaned my throbbing forehead against the glass. Beyond me, the sun burned on the Gulf of Mexico. I really need to let this go, then snap your fingers, I thought. I snapped the fingers of my right hand and heard the sound, a brisk little click. All right, overdone with, gone, I said brightly. But then I closed my eyes and saw Pam sitting on the bed, some bed, in her panties, with a bra strap lying across her leg like a dead snake. Friends with benefits. Fucking friends with fucking benefits. 7 that evening I didn't watch the sunset from Little Pink. I left my crutch leaning against the corner of the house, limped down the beach, and walked into the water until I was up to my knees. The water was cold, the way it gets a couple of months after hurricane season has blown itself out, but I hardly noticed. Now the track beating across the water was bitter orange, and that was what I was looking at. Experiment, my ass, I said, and the water surged around me. I rocked unsteadily on my feet, holding my arm out for balance. My fucking ass. Overhead a heron glided across the darkening sky, a silent long-neck projectile. Snooping is what it was, snooping is all it was, and I paid the price. True. If I sort of felt like strangling her all over again, it was nobody's fault but my own. Peek not through a keyhole, lest ye be vexed, my dear old mother used to say. I peeked, I was vexed, end of story. It was her life now, and what she did in it was her business. My business was to drop it. My question was whether or not I could. It was harder than snapping your fingers, even than snapping the fingers of a hand that wasn't there. A wave surged in, one big enough to knock me down. For a moment I was under, and breathing water. I came up spluttering. The backrun tried to pull me out with the sand and shells. I pushed shoreward with my good foot, even kicking feebly with my bad one, and managed to get some purchase. I might be confused about some things, but I didn't want to drown in the Gulf of Mexico. I wasn't confused about that. I crawled out of the water with my hair hanging in my eyes, spitting and coughing, dragging my right leg behind me like so much soaked luggage. When I finally got to dry sand, I rolled over and stared up into the sky. A fat crescent moon sailed the deepening velvet above Big Pink's roof peak. It looked very serene up there. Down here was a man who felt the opposite of serene, shaking and sad and angry. I turned my head to look at the stump of my arm, then up at the moon again. No more peeking, I said. The new deal starts tonight. No more peeking and no more experiments. I meant it, too. But as I've said, and Wireman was there before me, we fool ourselves so much we could do it for a living. 5. Wireman, the first time Wireman and I actually met, he laughed so hard he broke the chair he was sitting in, and I laughed so hard I almost fainted, did in fact go into that half-swooning state that's called a grey out. That was the last thing I would have expected a day after finding out that Tom Riley was having an affair with my ex-wife. Not that my evidence would have stood up in any court of law, but it was an augury of things to come. It wasn't the only time we laughed together. Wireman was many things to me, not least of all my fate, but most of all, he was my friend. Too so, he said, when I finally reached his table with the striped umbrella shading it and the empty chair across from his own. The limping stranger Araveth, bearing a bread bag filled with shells. Sit down, limping stranger. Wet thy whistle. That glass has been waiting for some days now. I put my plastic bag, it was indeed a bread bag, on the table and reached across to him. Edgar Fremantle. His hand was short, the fingers blunt, the grip strong. Jerome Wireman. I go by Wireman, mostly. I looked at the beach chair meant for me. It was the kind with a high back and a low fanny sling, like the bucket seat in a Porsche. Something wrong with that, muchacho? Wireman asked, raising an eyebrow. He had a lot of eyebrow to raise, tufted and half gray. Not as long as you don't laugh when I have to get out of it, I said. He smiled. Honey, live like you got to live. Chuck Berry, 1969. I positioned myself beside the empty chair, said a little prayer, and dropped. I leaned left as always, to spare my bad hip. I didn't land quite square, but I grabbed the wooden arms, pushed with my strong foot, and the chair only teetered. A month before I would have spilled, but I was stronger now. I could imagine Kathy Green applauding. Good job, Edgar, he said. Or are you an Eddie? Pick your poison, I answered either. What might you have in that pitcher? Ice green tea, he said. Very cooling. Try some? I'd love to. He poured me a glass, then topped up his own and raised it. The tea was only faintly green. His eyes, caught in fine nets of wrinkles, were greener. His hair was black, streaking in white at the temples, and quite long indeed. When the wind lifted it, I could see a scar at the top of his hairline on the right side, quaint-shaped but smaller. He was wearing a bathing suit today, and his legs were as brown as his arms. He looked fit, but I thought he also looked tired. Let's drink to you, muchacho. You made it. All right, I said. To me. We clinked glasses and drank. I'd had green tea before and thought it was okay, but this was heavenly, like drinking cold silk, with just a faint tang of sweetness. Do you taste the honey? He asked, and smiled while I nodded. Not everyone does. I just put in a tablespoonful per pitcher. It releases the natural sweetness of the tea. I learned that cooking on a tramp steamer in the China Sea. He held up his glass and squinted through it. We fought off many pirates and made with strange and dusky women neath tropic skies. That sounds a trifle bullshitty to me, Mr. Wireman. He laughed. I actually read about the honey thing in one of Miss Eastlake's cookery books. Is she the lady you come out with in the mornings? The one in the wheelchair? Indeed she is. And without thinking much about what I was saying, it was her enormous blue sneakers propped up on the chrome footrests of her wheelchair I was thinking about, I said, the bride of the Godfather. Wireman gaped, those green eyes of his so wide I was about to apologize for my faux pas. Then he really began to laugh. It was the kind of balls-to-the-wall bellowing you give out on those rare occasions when something sneaks past all your defenses and gets to the sweet spot of your funny bone. I mean, the man was busting a gut, and when he saw I didn't have the slightest idea what had gotten him, he laughed even harder, his not inconsiderable belly heaving. He tried to put his glass back on the little table and missed. The glass plummeted straight down to the sand and stuck there, perfectly upright, like a cigarette butt in one of those urns of sand you used to see beside the elevators in hotel lobbies. That struck him even funnier, and he pointed at it. I couldn't have done that if I was trying, he managed, and then was off again, gill upon gale, heaving in his chair, one hand clutching his stomach, the other planted on his chest. A snatch of poetry read in high school, over 30 years before, suddenly came back to me with haunting clarity. Men do not sham convulsion, nor simulate a throw. I was smiling myself, smiling and chuckling, because that kind of high hilarity is catching, even when you don't know what the joke is. And the glass falling that way, with every drop of Wireman's tea staying inside, that was funny. Like a gag in a Roadrunner cartoon. But the plummeting glass hadn't been the source of Wireman's hilarity. I don't get it. I mean, I'm sorry if she sort of is. Wireman cried, cackling so crazily he was almost incoherent. She sort of is, that's the thing. Only its daughter, of course, she's the daughter of the Godfa, but he had been rocking from side to side as well as up and down, no sham, authentic throw, and that was when his beach chair finally gave up the ghost with a loud crack, first snapping him forward with an extremely comical look of surprise on his face and then spilling him onto the sand. One of his flailing arms caught the post of the umbrella and upended the table. A gust of wind caught the umbrella, popped it like a sail, and began to drag the table down the beach. What got me laughing wasn't the bug-eyed look of amazement on Wireman's face when his disintegrating beach chair tried to clamp on him like a striped jaw, nor his sudden barrel roll onto the sand. It wasn't even the side of that table trying to escape, tugged by its own umbrella. It was Wireman's glass, still standing placidly upright between the sprawling man's side and left arm. Acme Iced Tea Company, I thought, still stuck on those old Roadrunner cartoons. Meep meep. And that, of course, made me think of the crane that had done the damage, the one with the fucked-up beeper that hadn't beeped, and all at once I saw myself as Wile E. Coyote in the cab of my disintegrating pickup truck, eyes bugged in bewilderment, frazzled ears sticking off in two opposite directions and maybe smoking a little at the tips. That did it. I laughed until I rolled bonelessly out of my own chair and plopped onto the sand beside Wireman, but I also missed the glass, which still stood perfectly upright like a cigarette butt in an urn of sand. It was impossible for me to laugh any harder, but I did. Tears gushed down my cheeks and the world had begun to dim out as my brain went into oxygen deprivation mode. Wireman, still howling, went crawling after his runaway table, locomoting on knees and elbows. He made a grab for the base and it skittered away as if sensing his approach. Wireman plowed face first into the sand and came up laughing and sneezing. I rolled over on my back and gasped for breath, on the verge of passing out but still laughing. That was how I met Wireman. 20 minutes later the table had been placed in a rough approximation of its original position. That was all very well, but neither of us could look at the umbrella without breaking into fits of the giggles. One of its pie wedges was torn, and it now rose crookedly from the table, giving it the look of a drunken man trying to pretend he's sober. Wireman had moved the remaining chair down to the end of the wooden walk, and had taken it at my insistence. I was sitting on the walk itself, which, although backless, would make getting up an easier, not to mention more dignified, proposition. Wireman had offered to replace the spilled pitcher of iced tea with a fresh one. I refused this, but agreed to split the miraculously unspilled glass with him. Now we're water brothers, he said when it was gone. Is that some Indian ritual? I asked. Nope, from Stranger in a Strange Land, by Robert Heinlein. Bless his memory. It occurred to me that I'd never seen him reading as he sat in his striped chair, but I didn't mention it. Lots of people don't read on the beach, the glare gives them headaches. I sympathized with people who got headaches. He began to laugh again. He covered his mouth with both hands, like a child, but the laughter burst through. No more. Jesus, no more. I feel like I sprung every muscle in my stomach. Me too, I said. For a moment we said nothing more. The breeze off the Gulf was cool and fresh that day, with a rueful salt tang. The rip in the umbrella flapped. The dark spot on the sand where the iced tea pitcher had spilled was already almost dry. He snickered. Did you see the table trying to escape? The fucking table? I also snickered. My hip hurt and my stomach muscles ached, but I felt pretty good for a man who had almost laughed himself unconscious. Alabama getaway, I said. He nodded, still wiping sand from his face. Grateful Dead. 1979. Or thereabouts. He giggled, the giggle broadened into a chuckle, and the chuckle became another bellow of full-throated laughter. He held his belly and groaned. I can't, I have to stop, but... Bride of the Godfather. Jesus. And he was off again. Don't you ever tell her I said that, I said. He quit laughing, but not smiling. I ain't that indiscreet, muchacho. But it was the hat, right? That big straw hat she wears. Like Marlon Brando in the garden, playing with the little kid. It had actually been as much the sneakers, but I nodded and we laughed some more. If we crack up I introduce you, he said, cracking up again, probably at the idea of cracking up. It goes that way when the fit is on you. We're gonna say it's because I broke my chair, right? Right, I said. What did you mean when you said she's sort of this? You really don't know? No clue. He pointed at Big Pink, which was looking very small in the distance. Looking like a long walk back. Who do you think owns your place, amigo? I mean, I'm sure you pay a real estate agent or Vacation Homes BS, but where do you think the balance of your check finally ends up? I'm going to guess in Miss Eastlake's bank account. Correct. Miss Elizabeth Eastlake. Given the lady's age, 85, I guess you could call her Old Mississippi. He began laughing again, shook his head, and said, I have to stop. But in fairness to myself, it's been a long time since I had anything to belly laugh about. Same here. He looked at me, armless, all patchy-haired on one side, and nodded. Then for a little while we just looked out at the Gulf. I know that people come to Florida when they're old and sick because it's warm pretty much year-round, but I think the Gulf of Mexico has something else going for it. Just looking into that mild flat sunlit calm is healing. It's a big word, isn't it? Gulf, I mean. Big enough to drop a lot of things into and watch them disappear. After a while Wireman said, and who do you think owns the houses between your place and this one? He jerked his thumb over his shoulder at the white walls and orange tile. Which, by the way, is listed on the county plat maps as Heron's Roost and I call it Palacio de Asesinos. Would that also be Miss Eastlake? You're 2 for 2, he said. Why do you call it Palace of Assassins? Well, it's Outlaw Hideout Why I Think in English, Wireman said with an apologetic smile. Because it looks like the place where the head bad guy in a Sam Peckinpah Western would hang his hat. Anyway, you've got 6 rather nice homes between Heron's Roost and Salmon Point, which I call Big Pink, I said. When I think in English. He nodded. El Rosado Grande. Good name. I like it. You'll be there, how long? I have the place for a year, but I honestly don't know. I'm not afraid of hot weather, I guess they call it the mean season, but there's hurricanes to consider. Yep, down here we all consider hurricane season, especially since Charlie and Katrina. But the houses between Salmon Point and Heron's Roost will be empty long before hurricane season. Like the rest of Duma Key. Which could as easily have been called East Lake Island, by the way. Are you saying this is all hers? That's complicated even for a guy like me, who was a lawyer in his other life, Wireman said. Once upon a time her father owned it all, along with a good swatch of the Florida mainland east of here. He sold everything in the 30s except for Duma. Miss Eastlake does on the north end, of that there is no doubt. Wireman waved his arm to indicate the northern tip of the island, the part he would later characterize as being as bald as a stripper's pussy. The land and the houses on it, from Heron's Roost, the most luxurious, to your Big Pink, the most adventurous. They bring her an income she hardly needs, because her father also left her and her siblings mucho dinero. How many of her brothers and sisters are still? None, Wireman said. The daughter of the Godfather is the last. He snorted and shook his head. I have to quit calling her that, he said, more to himself than to me. If you say so. What I really wonder about is why the rest of the island isn't developed. Given the never-ending housing and building boom in Florida, that seemed insane to me from the first day I crossed the bridge. You speak like a man with specialized knowledge. What are you in your other life, Edgar? A building contractor. And those days are behind you now? I could have hedged. I didn't know him well enough to put myself on the line, but I didn't. I'm sure our mutual fit of hysterics had a lot to do with that. Yes, I said. And what are you in this life? I sighed and looked away from him. Out at the Gulf, where you could put all your old miseries and watch them disappear without a trace. Can't tell yet for sure. I've been doing some painting. And waited for him to laugh. He didn't. You wouldn't be the first painter to stay at some Big Pink. It has quite an artistic history. You're kidding, there was nothing in the house to suggest such a thing. Oh yes, he said. Alexander Calder stayed there. Keith Haring. Marcel Duchamp. All back before beach erosion put the place in danger of falling into the water. He paused. Salvador Dali. No shocking way. I cried, then flushed when he cocked his head. For a moment I felt all the old frustrated rage rush in, seeming to clog my head and throat. I can do this, I thought. Sorry. I had an accident a while back, and then I stopped. Not hard to figure that one out, Wireman said. In case you didn't notice, you're short a gizmo on the right side, muchacho. Yes. And sometimes I get, I don't know, aphasic, I guess. In any case, I tell no lie about Dolly. He stayed in your house for 3 weeks in 1981, then, with hardly a pause, I know what you're going through. I seriously doubt that. I didn't mean to sound harsh, but that was how it sounded. That was how I felt, actually. Wireman said nothing for a little while. The torn umbrella flapped. I had time to think, well, this was a potentially interesting friendship that's not going to happen, but when he next spoke, his voice was calm and pleasant. It was as if our little side trip had never occurred. Part of Duma's development problem is simple overgrowth. The sea oats belong, but the rest of that shit has no business growing without irrigation. Somebody better investigate, that's what I think. My daughter and I went exploring one day. It looked like outright jungle south of here. Wireman looked alarmed. Duma Key Road's no excursion for a guy in your condition. It's in shit shape. Tell me about it. What I want to know is how come it isn't 4 lanes wide with bike paths on both sides and condos every 800 yards. Because no one knows who owns the land? How about that, for a start? You serious? Yup. Miss Eastlake has owned from the tip of the island south to Heron's Roost free and clear since 1950. About that there's absolutely no doubt. It was in the wills. Wills? Plural? 3 of them. All holographic, all witnessed by different people, all different when it comes to Duma Key. All of them, however, make the north end of Duma a no-strings bequest to Elizabeth Eastlake from her father, John. The rest has been in the courts ever since. 60 years of squabbling that makes Bleak House look like Dick and Jane. I thought you said all Miss Eastlake's siblings were dead. They are, but she has nieces and nephews and grandnieces and grandnephews. Like Sherwin-Williams paint, they cover the earth. They're the ones doing the squabbling, but they squabble with each other, not her. Her only mention in the old man's multiple wills had to do with this piece of Duma Key, which was carefully marked off by 2 surveying companies, one just before World War II and one just after. This is all a matter of public record. And do you know what, amigo? I shook my head. Miss Eastlake thinks that's exactly what her old man wanted to happen. And, having cast my lawyerly eye over copies of the wills, so do I. Who pays the taxes? He looked surprised, then laughed. I enjoy you more and more, Vado. My other life, I reminded him. I was already liking the sound of that other life thing. Right. Then you'll appreciate this, he said. It's clever. All 3 of John Eastlake's last wills and testaments contain identical clauses setting up a trust fund to pay the taxes. The original investment company administering the trust has been absorbed since then. In fact, the absorbing company has been absorbed. It's the way America does business, I said. It is indeed. In any case, the fund has never been in danger of going broke and the taxes are paid like clockwork every year. Money talks, bullshit walks. It's the truth. He stood up, put his hands in the small of his back, and twisted it. Would you like to come up to the house and meet the boss? She should be arising from her nap just about now. She has her problems, but even at 85 she's quite the babe. This wasn't the time to tell him I thought I already had met her, briefly, courtesy of my answering machine. Another day. When the hilarity subsides. He nodded. Walk down tomorrow afternoon, if you like. Maybe I will. It's been real. I held out my hand again. He shook it again, looking at the stump of my right arm as he did so. No prosthesis? Or do you just leave it off when you're not among the hoi polloi? I had a story I told people about that nerve pain in the stump, but it was a lie, and I didn't want to lie to Wireman. Partly because he had a nose attuned to the delicate smell of bullshit, but mostly because I just didn't want to lie to him. I was measured for one while I was still in the hospital, of course, and I got the hard sell on it from just about everyone, especially my physical therapist and this psychologist friend of mine. They said the quicker I learned to use it, the quicker I'd be able to get on with my life. Just put the whole thing behind you and go on dancing, yes. Only sometimes putting a thing behind you isn't so easy to do. No, sometimes it's not even right, Wireman said. That isn't it, exactly, but it's, I trailed off and seesawed my hand in the air. Close enough for rock and roll? Yes, I said. Thanks for the cold drink. Come on back and get another one. I only take the sun between 2 and 3, an hour a day is enough for me, but Miss Eastlake either sleeps or rearranges her china figurines most of the afternoon, and of course she never misses Oprah, so I have time. More than I know what to do with, actually. Who knows? We might find a lot to talk about. All right, I said. Sounds good. Wireman grinned. It made him handsome. He offered his hand and I shook with him again. You know what I think? Friendships founded on laughter are always fortuitous. Maybe your next job will be writing the fortunes in Chinese cookies, I said. There could be worse jobs, muchacho. Far worse, for walking back, my thoughts turned to Miss Eastlake, an old lady in big blue sneakers and a wide straw hat who just happened to own, sort of, her own Florida key. Not the bride of the Godfather after all, but daughter of the land baron and, apparently, patroness of the arts. My mind had done another of those weird slip slides and I couldn't remember her father's name, something simple, only one syllable, but I remembered the basic situation as Wireman had outlined it. I'd never heard of anything similar, and when you build for a living, you see all sorts of strange property arrangements. I thought it was actually rather ingenious if, that was, you wanted to keep most of your little kingdom in a state of undeveloped grace. The question was, why? I was most of the way back to Big Pink before I realized my leg was aching like a bastard. I limped inside, slurped water directly from the kitchen tap, then made my way across the living room to the main bedroom. I saw the light on the answering machine was blinking, but I wanted nothing to do with messages from the outside world right then. All I wanted was to get off my feet. I lay down and looked at the slowly revolving blades of the overhead fan. I hadn't done very well explaining my lack of a fake arm. I wondered if Wireman would have had better luck with what's a lawyer doing as a rich old spinster's houseman. What kind of other life is that? Still considering this, I drifted off into a dreamless and very satisfying nap. When I woke up, I took a hot shower, then went into the living room to check my answering machine. I wasn't as stiff as I had expected, given my 2-mile walk. I might get up tomorrow hobbling, but for tonight I thought I was going to be all right. The message was from Jack. He said his mother had connected him with someone named Dario Nanuzzi, and Nanuzzi would be happy to look at my pictures between 4 and 5 p.m. on Friday afternoon. Could I bring no more than 10 of those I considered best to the Scoto gallery? No sketches. Nanuzzi only wanted to see finished work. I felt a tickle of unease at this. No, that's not even close to what I felt. My stomach cramped and I could have sworn my bowels dropped 3 inches. Nor was that the worst. That half-itch, half-pain swarmed up my right side and down the arm that was no longer there. I told myself such feelings, which amounted to 3 days in advance flop sweat, were stupid. I had once made a $10 million pitch to the St. Paul City Council, which at that time had included a man who'd gone on to become the governor of Minnesota. I'd seen 2 girls through first dance recitals, cheerleading tryouts, driving lessons, and the hell of adolescence. What was showing some of my paintings to an art gallery guy compared to that? Nevertheless, I made my way up the stairs to Little Pink with leaden heels. The sun was going down, flooding the big room with gorgeous and improbable tangerine light, but I felt no urge to try and capture it, not this evening. The light called to me, just the same. As the photograph of some long-gone love, happened on by accident while going through an old box of souvenirs, may call to you. And the tide was in. Even upstairs I could hear the grinding voice of the shells. I sat down and began poking at the clutter of items on my junk table, a feather, a water-smooth stone, a disposable lighter rinsed to an anonymous gray. Now it wasn't Emily Dickinson I thought of, but some old folk song, Don't the Sun Look Good, Mama, churning through the trees. No trees out there, of course, but I could put one on the horizon if I wanted to. I could put one out there for the red sunset to shine through. Hello, Dolly. I wasn't afraid of being told I had no talent. I was afraid of Senior Nanuzzi telling me I had a little talent. Of having him hold his thumb and forefinger maybe a quarter of an inch apart and advising me to reserve a space at the Venice Sidewalk Art Festival, that I would certainly find success there. Many tourists would surely be taken by my charming Dolly imitations. And if he did that, held his thumb and forefinger a quarter of an inch apart and said little, what did I do then? Could some stranger's verdict take away my new confidence in myself, steal my peculiar new joy? Maybe, I said. Yes. Because painting pictures wasn't like putting up shopping malls. The easiest thing would be just to cancel the appointment, except I'd sort of promised Ilsa, and I wasn't in the habit of breaking the promises I made to my children. My right arm was still itching almost hard enough to hurt, but I barely noticed. There were 8 or 9 canvases lined up against the wall to my left. I turned toward them, thinking I'd try to decide which ones were best, but I never so much as looked at them. Tom Riley was standing at the head of the stairs. He was naked except for a pair of light blue pajama pants, darker at the crotch and down the inside of one leg, where he had wet them. His right eye was gone. There was a matted socket full of red and black gore where it had been. Dried blood streaked back along his right temple like war paint, disappearing into graying hair above his ear. His other eye stared out at the Gulf of Mexico. Carnival sunset swam over his narrow, pallid face. I shrieked in surprise and terror, recoiled, and fell off my chair. I landed on my bad hip and yelled out again, this time from pain. I jerked and my foot struck the chair I'd been sitting in, knocking it over. When I looked toward the stairs again, Tom was gone. 10 minutes later I was downstairs, dialing his home number. I had descended the stairs from Little Pink in the sitting position, thumping down one riser at a time on my ass. Not because I'd hurt my hip falling off the chair, but because my legs were trembling so badly I didn't trust myself on my feet. I was afraid I might take a header, even going down backwards so I could clutch the banister with my left hand. Hell, I was afraid I might faint. I kept remembering the day at Lake Phil and I turned to see Tom with that unnatural shine in his eyes, Tom trying not to embarrass me by actual bawling. Boss, I can't get used to seeing you this way. I'm so sorry. The telephone began to ring in Tom's nice Apple Valley home. Tom, who'd been married and divorced twice, Tom who had advised me against moving out of the house in Mendota Heights, it's like giving up home field advantage in a playoff game, he'd said. Tom who'd gone on to enjoy my home field quite a little bit himself, if friends with benefits were to be believed, and I did believe it. I believed what I'd seen upstairs, too. One ring, 2, 3. Come on, I muttered. Pick the motherfucker up. I didn't know what I'd say if he did, and didn't care. All I wanted right then was to hear his voice. I did, but on recording. Hi, you've reached Tom Riley, he said. My brother George and I are off with our mother on our annual cruise. It's Nassau this year. What do you say, mother? That I'm a Bahama mama, said a cigarette-cracked but undeniably cheerful voice. That's right, she is, Tom resumed. We'll be back February 8th. In the meantime, you can leave a message. When, George? At the sound of the zeep, cried a male voice. Right. Tom agreed. Sound of the zeep. Or you can call my office. He gave the number, and then all three of them said bon voyage. I hung up without saying anything. It hadn't sounded like the outgoing message of a man contemplating suicide, but of course he had been with his nearest and dearest, the ones who, later on, were most apt to say he seemed fine, and who says it's going to be suicide. I asked the empty room, and then looked around fearfully to make sure it was empty. Who says it might not be an accident? Or even murder? Assuming it hasn't happened already? But if it had already happened, someone would probably have called me. Maybe Bosie, but most likely Pam. Also, it's suicide, this time telling the room. It's suicide and it hasn't happened yet. That was a warning. I got up and crutched into the bedroom. I'd been using the crutch less lately, but I wanted it tonight. Indeed I did. My best girl was propped against the pillows on the side of the bed that would have belonged to a real woman if I'd still had one. I sat down, picked her up, and looked into those big blue peepers, so full of cartoon surprise. Oh, you nasty man. My Reba, who looked like Lucy Ricardo. It was like Scrooge getting visited by the ghost of Christmas yet to come, I told her. These are things that may be. Reba offered no opinion on this idea. But what do I do? That wasn't like the paintings. That wasn't like the paintings at all. But it was, and I knew it. Both paintings and visions originated in the human brain, and something in my brain had changed. I thought the change had come about as a result of just the right combination of injuries. Or the wrong one. Contre coup. Broca's area. And Duma key. The key was, what? Amplifying it, I told Reba. Isn't it? She offered no opinion. There's something here, and it's acting on me. Is it possible it even called me? The notion made me break out in gooseflesh. Beneath me, the shells ground together as the waves lifted them and dropped them. It was all too easy to imagine skulls instead of shells, thousands of them, all gnashing their teeth at once when the waves came in. Was it Jack who had said there was another house somewhere out there in the Two Lies, falling apart? I thought so. When Ilsa and I tried to drive that way, the road had gone bad in a hurry. So had Ilsa's stomach. My own gut had been okay, but the stink of the encroaching flora had been nasty and the itch in my missing arm had been worse. Wireman had looked alarmed when I told him about our attempted exploration. Duma Key Road's no excursion for a guy in your condition, he'd said. The question was, exactly what was my condition? Reba went on offering no opinion. I don't want this to be happening, I said softly. Reba only stared up at me. I was a nasty man, that was her opinion. What good are you? I asked, and threw her aside. She landed face down on her pillow with her bottom up and her pink cotton legs spread, looking quite the little slut. Oh, you nasty man, indeed. I dropped my head, looked at the carpet between my knees, and rubbed the nape of my neck. The muscles there were tight and knotted. They felt like iron. I hadn't had one of my bad headaches in a while, but if those muscles didn't loosen soon, I'd be having a whopper tonight. I needed to eat something, that would be a start. Something comforting. One of those calorie-stuffed frozen dinners sounded about right, the kind where you slice the wrapping over the frozen meat and gravy, blast it for 7 minutes in the microwave, then chow down like a motherfucker. But I sat still a while longer. I had many questions, and most were probably beyond my ability to answer. I recognized that and accepted it. I had learned to accept a lot since the day I had my confrontation with the crane. But I thought I had to try for at least one answer before I could bring myself to eat, hungry as I was. The phone on the bed table had come with the house. It was charmingly old-fashioned, the princess model with a rotary dial. It sat on a directory that was mostly yellow pages. I turned to the skinny white section, thinking I wouldn't find Elizabeth Eastlake listed, but I did. I dialed the number. It rang twice and then Wireman answered. "Hello, Eastlake residents." There was hardly a trace in that perfectly modulated voice of the man who had laughed hard enough to break his chair, and all at once this seemed like the world's worst idea, but I saw no other option. "Wireman? This is Edgar Fremantle. I need help." 6. The lady of the house the following afternoon found me once more sitting at the little table at the end of the El Palacio de Asesinos boardwalk. The striped umbrella, although ripped, was still serviceable. A breeze chilly enough to warrant sweatshirts was blowing it off the water. Little scars of light danced across the tabletop as I talked. And I talked, all right, for almost an hour, refreshing myself with sips of green tea from a glass Wireman kept filled. At last I stopped, and for a little while there was no sound but the mild whisper of the incoming waves, breaking and running up the strand. Wireman must have heard enough wrong in my voice the night before to concern him, because he offered to come in the Palacio golf cart immediately. He said he could stay in touch with Miss Eastlake by a walkie-talkie. I told him it could wait a little. It was important, I said, but not urgent. Not in the 9/11 sense, at least. And it was true. If Tom were to commit suicide on his cruise, there was little I could do to prevent it. But I didn't think he'd do it as long as his mother and brother were with him. I had no intention of telling Wireman about my furtive hunt through my daughter's purse. That was something of which I'd grown more rather than less ashamed. But once I started, beginning with Linkbelt, I couldn't stop. I told him almost everything, finishing with Tom Riley standing at the head of the stairs leading up to Little Pink, pale and dead and minus an eye. I think part of what kept me going was the simple realization that Wireman couldn't commit me to the nearest lunatic asylum. He had no legal authority. Part of it was that, attracted as I was by his kindness and cynical good cheer, he was still a stranger. Sometimes, often, I think, telling stories that are embarrassing or even downright crazy is easier when you're telling them to a stranger. Mostly, though, I pushed on out of pure relief. I felt like a man expressing snake venom from a bite. Wireman poured himself a fresh glass of tea with a hand that was not quite steady. I found that interesting and disquieting. Then he glanced at his watch, which he wore nurse-style, with the face on the inside of his wrist. "In half an hour or so I really have to go up and check her," he said. "I'm sure she's fine, but what if she wasn't?" I asked. "If she fell, or something?" He pulled a walkie-talkie from the pocket of his chinos. It was as slim as a cell phone. I make sure she always carries hers. There are also rapid response call buttons all over the house, but he tapped a thumb on his chest. "I'm the real alarm system, okay? The only one I trust." He looked out at the water inside. "She's got Alzheimer's. It's not too bad yet, but Dr. Hadlock says it'll probably move fast now that it's settled in. A year from now," he shrugged almost sullenly, then brightened. "We have tea every day at 4. Tea and Oprah. Why not come up and meet the lady of the house? I'll even throw in a slice of key lime pie." "Okay," I said. "It's a deal." "Do you think she's the one who left that message on my answering machine about Duma not being a lucky place for daughters?" "Sure. Although if you expect an explanation, if you expect her to even remember, good luck. But I can help you a little, maybe. You said something about brothers and sisters yesterday, and I didn't get a chance to correct you. Fact is, all Elizabeth Sibbs were girls. All daughters. The oldest was born in 1908 or thereabouts. Elizabeth came on stage in 1923. Mrs. Eastlake died about 2 months after having her. Some kind of infection. Or maybe she threw a clot, who's to know at this late date? That was here, on Duma Key. Did the father remarry? I still couldn't remember his name. Wireman helped me out. John? No. You're not going to tell me he raised 6 girls out here. That's just too gothic. He tried, with the help of a nanny. But his eldest ran off with a boy. Miss Eastlake had an accident that almost killed her. And the twins, he shook his head. They were 2 years older than Elizabeth. In 1927 they disappeared. The presumption is they tried to go swimming, got swept away by an undertow, and drowned out there in the Caldo Grande. We looked at the water for a little while, those deceptively mild waves running up the beach like puppies, and said nothing. Then I asked if Elizabeth had told him all of this. Some. Not all. And she's mixed up about what she does remember. I found a passing mention of an incident that had to be the right one on a website dedicated to Gulf Coast history. Had a little email correspondence with a guy who's a librarian in Tampa. Wireman raised his hands and waggled his fingers in a typing mime. Tessie and Laura Eastlake. The librarian sent me a copy of the Tampa paper from April 19th, 1927. The headline on the front page is very stark, very bleak, very chilling. 3 words. They are gone. Jesus, I said. 6 years old. Elizabeth would have been 4, old enough to understand what had happened. Maybe old enough to read a newspaper headline as simple as they are gone. The twins dead, and Adriana, the oldest, eloped off to Atlanta with one of his plant managers. No wonder John had had enough of Duma for a while. He and the remaining 3 moved to Miami. Many years later, he moved back here to die, and Miss Eastlake cared for him. Wireman shrugged. Pretty much as I'm caring for her. So, do you see why an old lady with onset Alzheimer's might consider Duma a bad place for daughters? I guess so, but how does an old lady with onset Alzheimer's find the phone number of her new tenant? Wireman gave me a sly look. New tenant, old number, auto dial function on all the phones back there. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder. Any other questions? I gaped at him. She has me on auto dial? Don't blame me, I came in late on this movie show. My guess is that the realtor who handles things for our program the rental properties into the phones. Or maybe Miss Eastlake's business manager. He pops down from St. Petersburg every 6 weeks or so to make sure she's not dead and I'm not stealing the spode. I'll ask him the next time he shows up. So she can call any house on the north end of the key at the touch of a button. Well, yeah. I mean, they are all hers. He patted my hand. But you know what, muchacho? I think your button is going to have a little nervous breakdown this evening. No, I said, not even thinking about it. Don't do that. Ah, Wireman said, exactly as if he understood. And who knows, maybe he did. Anyway, that explains your mystery caller, although I have to tell you, explanations have a way of thinning out on Duma Key. As your story demonstrates. What do you mean? Have you had experiences? He looked at me squarely, his large tan face inscrutable. The chilly late January wind gusted, blowing sand around our ankles. It also lifted his hair, once again revealing the coin-shaped scar above his right temple. I wondered if someone had poked him with the neck of a bottle, maybe in a bar fight, and tried to imagine someone getting mad at this man. It was hard to do. Yes, I've had experiences, he said, and hooked the first 2 fingers of each hand into little quotation marks. It's what makes children into adults. Also what gives English teachers something to bullshit about in first-year lit courses. Each time with the air quotes. Okay, he didn't want to talk about it, at least not then. So I asked him how much of my story he believed. He rolled his eyes and sat back in his chair. Don't try my patience, Vado. You might be mistaken about a few things, but you ain't nuts. I got a lady up there, sweetest lady in the world, and I love her, but sometimes she thinks I'm her dad and it's Miami circa 1934. Sometimes she pops one of her China people into a sweet Owen cookie tin and tosses it into the koi pond behind the tennis court. I have to get him out when she naps, otherwise she pitches a bitch. No idea why. I think by this summer she may be wearing an adult diaper full-time. Point? The point is I know Loco, I know Duma, and I'm getting to know you. I'm perfectly willing to believe you had a vision of your friend dead. No bullshit? No bullshit. Verdad. The question is what you're going to do about it, assuming you're not eager to see him into the ground for, may I be vulgar, buttering what used to be your loaf. I'm not. I did have this momentary thing. I don't know how to describe it. Was it a momentary thing where you felt like chopping off his dick, then putting out his eyes with a hot toasting fork? Was it that momentary thing, muchacho? Wireman made the thumb and forefinger of one hand into a gun and pointed it at me. I was married to a Mexican lassie, and I know jealousy. It's normal. Like a startle reflex. Did your wife ever? I stopped, suddenly aware all over again that I'd only met this man the day before. That was easy to forget. Wireman was intense. No, amigo, not to my knowledge. What she did was die on me. His face was perfectly expressionless. Let's not go there, okay? Okay. Thing to remember about jealousy is it comes, it goes. Like the afternoon showers down here during the mean season. You're over it, you say. You should be, because you ain't her campesino no more. The question is what you're going to do about this other thing. How you going to keep this guy from killing himself? Because you know what happens when the happy family cruise is over, right? For a moment I said nothing. I was translating that last bit of Spanish, or trying to. You ain't her farmer no more, was that right? If so, it had a bitter ring of truth. Muchacho? Your next move? I don't know, I said. He's got email, but what do I write to him? Dear Tom, I'm worried you're contemplating suicide. Please reply soonest. I bet he's not checking his email while he's on vacation, anyway. He's got 2 ex-wives, and still pays alimony to one of them, but he's not close to either. There was one kid, but he died in infancy, spina bifida, I think, and what? What? Wireman had turned away and sat slouched in his chair, looking out at the water, where pelicans were diving for their own high tea. His body English suggested disgust. He turned back. Quit squirming. You know damn well who knows him. Or you think you do? Pam? You mean Pam? He only looked at me. Are you going to talk, Wireman, or only sit there? I have to check on my lady. She'll be up by now and she's going to want her 4 o'clockies. Pam would think I'm crazy. Hell, she still thinks I'm crazy. Convince her, then he relented a little. Look, Edgar. If she's been as close to him as you think, she'll have seen the signs. And all you can do is try. And teens? I don't understand what that means. It means call your wife. She's my ex. Nope. Until your mind changes, the divorce is just a legal fiction. That's why you give a shit what she thinks about your state of mind. But if you also care about this guy, you'll call her and tell her you have reason to think he's planning to high-side it. He heaved himself out of his chair, then held out his hand. Enough palaver. Come on and meet the boss. You won't be sorry. As bosses go, she's a pretty nice one. I took his hand and let him pull me out of what I presumed was a replacement beach chair. He had a strong grip. That was something else I'll never forget about Jerome Wireman. The man had a strong grip. The boardwalk up to the gate in the back wall was only wide enough for one, so I followed, limping gamely along. When he reached the gate, which was a smaller version of the one in front and looked as Spanish as Wireman's offhand patois, he turned toward me, smiling a little. Josie comes in to clean Tuesdays and Thursdays, and she's willing to keep an ear out for Miss Eastlake during her afternoon nap, which means I could come down and look at your pictures tomorrow afternoon around 2, if that suits. How did you know I wanted you to? I was still working up the nerve to ask. He shrugged. It's pretty obvious you want someone to look before you show them to the guy at that gallery. Besides your daughter and the kid who runs your errands, that is. The appointment's on Friday. I'm dreading it. Wireman wiggled his hand in the air and smiled. Don't worry, he said. He paused. If I think your stuff is crap, I'm going to tell you so. That works. He nodded. Just wanted to be clear. Then he opened the gate and led me into the courtyard of Heron's Roost, also known as Palacio de Asesinos. 2, I'd already seen the courtyard. On the day I'd used the front entrance to turn around, but on that day I'd gotten little more than a glance. I'd mostly been concentrating on getting myself and my ashen-faced, perspiring daughter back to Big Pink. I'd noticed the tennis court and the cool blue tiles, but had missed the koi pool entirely. The tennis court was swept and ready for action, its paved surface 2 shades darker than the courtyard tile. One turn of the chrome crank would bring the net taut and ready. A full basket of balls stood on wire stilts and made me think briefly of the sketch Ilsa had taken back to Providence with her, the end of the game. One of these days, muchacho, Wireman said, pointing at the court as we walked by. He had slowed down so I could catch up. You and me. I'll take it easy on you, just volley and serve, but I hunger to swing a racket. Is volley and serve what you charge for evaluating pictures? He smiled. I have a price, but that ain't it. Tell you later. Come on in. 3 Wiremen led me through the back door, across a dim kitchen with large wide service islands and an enormous Westinghouse stove, then into the whispering interior of the house, which shone with dark woods, oak, walnut, teak, redwood, cypress. This was a palacio, all right, old Florida style. We passed one book-lined room with an actual suit of armor brooding in the corner. The library connected with a study were paintings, not stodgy oil portraits but bright abstract things, even a couple of op-art eye-poppers, hung on the walls. Light showered down on us like white rain as we walked the main hall. Wireman walked, I limped, and I realized that, for all of the mansion's grandeur, this part of it was no more than a glorified dog trot, the kind that separates sections of older and much humbler Florida dwellings. That style, almost always constructed of wood, sometimes scrap wood, rather than stone, even has a name, Florida Cracker. This dog trot, filled with light courtesy of its long glass ceiling, was lined with planters. At its far end, Wireman on the right. I followed him into an enormous cool parlor. A row of windows gave on a side courtyard filled with flowers. My daughters could have named half of them, Pam all of them, but I could only name the asters, dayflowers, elderberry, and foxglove. Oh, and the rhododendron. There was plenty of that. Beyond the tangle, on a blue-tiled walk that presumably connected with the main courtyard, stalked a sharp-eyed heron. It looked both thoughtful and grim, but I never saw one on the ground that didn't look like a Puritan elder considering which to burn next. In the center of the room was the woman Elsa and I had seen on the day we tried exploring Duma Road. Then she'd been in a wheelchair, her feet clad in blue high tops. Today she was standing with her hands planted on the grips of a walker, and her feet, large and very pale, were bare. She was dressed in a high-waisted pair of beige slacks and a dark brown silk blouse with amusingly wide shoulders and full sleeves. It was an outfit that made me think of Katharine Hepburn in those old movies they sometimes show on Turner Classic Movies, Adam's Rib, or Woman of the Year. Only I couldn't remember Katharine Hepburn looking this old, even when she was old. The room was dominated by a long, low table of the sort my father had in the cellar for his electric trains, only this one was covered in some light wood. It looked like bamboo, rather than fake grass. It was crowded with model buildings and china figurines, men, women, children, barnyard animals, zoo animals, creatures of mythical renown. Speaking of mythical creatures, I saw a couple of fellows in blackface that wouldn't have passed muster with the NAACP. Elizabeth Eastlake looked at Wireman with an expression of sweet delight I would have enjoyed drawing, although I'm not sure anyone would have taken it seriously. I'm not sure we ever believe the simplest emotions in our art, although we see them all around us, every day. Wireman, she said. I woke up early and I've been having such a wonderful time with my chinas. She had a deep southern girl accent that turned chinas into ch and ahs. Look, the family's at home. At one end of the table was a model mansion. The kind with pillars. Think Tara and Gone with the Wind and you'll be fine. Or Fawn, if you talk like Elizabeth. Around it were ranged almost a dozen figures, standing in a circle. The pose was strangely ceremonial. So they are, Wireman agreed. And the schoolhouse. See how I put the children outside the schoolhouse. Do come see. I will, but you know I don't like you to get up without me, he said. I didn't feel like calling on that old talkie-walkie. I'm really feeling very well. Come and see. Your new friend as well. Oh, I know who you are. She smiled and crooked a finger at me to come closer. Wireman tells me all about you. You're the new fellow at Salmon Point. He calls it Big Pink, Wireman said. She laughed. It was the cigarette kind that dissolves into coughing. Wireman had to hurry forward and steady her. Miss Eastlake didn't seem to mind either the coughing or the steadying. I like that, she said when she was able. Oh hon, I like that. Come and see my new schoolhouse arrangement, mister. I'm sure I've been told your name, but it escapes me, so much does now, you are Mr. Fremantle, I said. Edgar Fremantle. I joined them at her play table. She offered her hand. It wasn't muscular, but was, like her feet, of a good size. She hadn't forgotten the fine art of greeting, and gripped as well as she could. Also, she looked at me with cheerful interest as we shook. I liked her for her frank admission of memory troubles. And, Alzheimer's or not, I did far more mental and verbal stuttering than I'd seen so far from her. It's good to know you, Edgar. I have seen you before, but I don't recall when. It will come to me. Big Pink. That's sassy. I like the house, ma'am. Good. I'm very glad if it gives satisfaction. It's an artist's house, you know. Are you an artist, Edgar? She was looking at me with her guileless blue eyes. Yes, I said. It was the easiest, the quickest, and maybe it was the truth. I guess I am. Of course you are, hon, I knew right away. I'll need one of your pictures. Wireman will strike a price with you. He's a lawyer as well as an excellent cook. Did he tell you that? Yes, no. I mean, I was lost. Her conversation seemed to have developed too many threads, and all at once. Wireman, that dog, looked as if he were struggling not to laugh. Which made me feel like laughing, of course. I try to get pictures from all the artists who've stayed in your Big Pink. I have a herring that was painted there. Also a dolly sketch that stopped any impulse to laugh. Really? Yes. I'll show you in a bit. One really can't avoid it. It's in the television room and we always watch Oprah. Don't we, Wireman? Yes, he said, and glanced at the face of his watch on the inside of his wrist. But we don't have to watch it on the dot, because we have a wonderful gadget called. She paused, frowned, and put a finger to the dimple in one side of her plump chin. Vito? Is it Vito, Wireman? He smiled. TiVo, Miss Eastlake. She laughed. TiVo, isn't that a funny word? And isn't it funny how formal we are? He's Wireman to me, I'm Miss Eastlake to him, unless I'm upset, as I sometimes am when things slip my mind. We're like characters in a play. A happy one, where one knows that soon the band will strike up and everyone in the company will sing. She laughed to show what a charming idea it was, but there was something a little frantic in it. For the first time her accent made me think of Tennessee Williams instead of Margaret Mitchell. Gently, very gently, Wireman said, maybe we ought to go into the other room for Oprah now. I think you ought to sit down. You can have a cigarette when you watch Oprah, and you know you like that. In a minute, Wireman. In just a minute. We have so little company here, then back to me. What kind of artist are you, Edgar? Do you believe in art for art's sake? Definitely art for art's sake, ma'am. I'm glad. That's the kind Salmon Point likes best. What do you call it? My art? No, on Salmon Point. Big Pink, ma'am. Big Pink it shall be. And I shall be Elizabeth to you. I smiled. I had to, because she was earnest rather than flirty. Elizabeth it is. Lovely. In a moment or two we shall go to the television room, but first she turned her attention back to the play table. Well, Wireman? Well, Edgar? Do you see how I've arranged the children? There were about a dozen, all facing the left side of the schoolhouse. Low student enrollment. What does it say to you? She asked. Wireman? Edward? Either, that was a very minor slip, but of course I was attuned to slips. And that time my own name was the banana peel. Recess? Wireman asked, and shrugged. Of course not, she said. If it were recess, they'd be playing, not all bunched together and gawking. It's either a fire or a fire drill, I said. She leaned over her walker. Wireman, vigilant, grabbed her shoulder to keep her from overbalancing and planted a kiss on my cheek. It surprised hell out of me, but not in a bad way. Very good, Edward, she cried. Now which do you say it is? I thought it over. It was easy if you took the question seriously. A drill. Yes. Her blue eyes blazed with delight. Tell Wiring why. If it was a fire, they'd be scattering in all directions. Instead, they're waiting to go back in, yes. But when she turned to Wireman, I saw a different woman, one who was frightened. I called you by the wrong name again. It's all right, Miss Eastlake, he said, and kissed the hollow of her temple with a tenderness that made me like him very much. She smiled at me. It was like watching the sun sail out from behind a cloud. As long as he is still addressing one by one surname, one knows, but now she seemed lost, and her smile began to falter. One knows that it's time to watch Oprah, Wireman said, and took her arm. Together they turned her walker away from the play table, and she began to clump with surprising speed toward a door in the far end of the room. He walked watchfully beside her. Her television room was dominated by a big flat-screen Samsung. At the other end of the room was a stack of expensive sound components. I hardly noticed either one. I was looking at the framed sketch on the wall above the shelves of CDs, and for a few seconds I forgot to breathe. The sketch was just pencil, augmented by 2 scarlet threads, probably added with nothing more than a plain red ballpoint pen, the kind teachers used to grade papers. These not quite offhand scribbles had been laid along the horizon line of the gulf to indicate sunset. They were just right. They were genius writ small. It was my horizon, the one I saw from Little Pink. I knew that just as I knew the artist had been listening to the shells grind steadily beneath him as he turned blank white paper into what as I saw and his mind translated. On the horizon was a ship, probably a tanker. It could have been the very one I'd drawn my first evening at number 13, Duma Key Road. The style was nothing at all like mine, but the choice of subject matter was damn near identical. Scribbled almost carelessly at the bottom, South Dolly. For Miss Eastlake, Elizabeth had her cigarette while Oprah questioned Kirstie Alley on the always fascinating subject of weight loss. Wireman produced egg salad sandwiches, which were delicious. My eyes kept straying to the framed Dolly sketch, and I kept thinking, of course, hello, Dolly. When Dr. Phil came on and began berating a couple of fat ladies in the audience who had apparently volunteered to be berated, I told Wireman and Elizabeth that I really ought to be getting back. Elizabeth used the remote to silence Dr. Phil, then held out the book the remote had been sitting on. Her eyes looked both humble and hopeful. Wireman says you'll come and read to me on some afternoons. Edmund, is that true? We're forced to make some decisions in a split second, and I made one then. I decided not to look at Wireman, who was sitting to Elizabeth's left. The acuity she exhibited at her play table was fading, even I could see that, but I thought there was still quite a lot left. A glance in Wireman's direction would be enough to tell her that this was news to me, and she'd be embarrassed. I didn't want her to be embarrassed, partly because I liked her and partly because I suspected life would hold a great many embarrassments for her in the year or two ahead. It would soon be more than forgetting names. We've discussed it, I said. Perhaps you'd read me a poem this afternoon, she said. Your choice. I miss them so. I could do without Oprah, but a life without books is a thirsty life, and one without poetry is, she laughed. It was a bewildered sound that hurt my heart. It's like a life without pictures, don't you think? Or don't you? The room was very quiet. Somewhere else a clock was ticking, but that was all. I thought Wireman would say something, but he didn't. She had rendered him temporarily speechless. No mean trick when it came to that hijo de madre. It can be your choice, she said again. Or, if you stayed too long, Edward. No, I said. No, that's all right. I'm fine. The book was simply titled, Good Poems. The editor was Garrison Keeler, a man who could probably run for governor and be elected in the part of the world I came from. I opened at random and found a poem by someone named Frank O'Hara. It was short. That made it a good poem in my book, and I waded in. Have you forgotten what we were like then when we were still first-rate and the day came fat with an apple in its mouth? It's no use worrying about time, but we did have a few tricks up our sleeves and turned some sharp corners. The whole pasture looked like our meal. We didn't need speedometers. We could manage cocktails out of ice and water. Something happened to me there. My voice wavered and the words doubled, as if the word water from my mouth had summoned some in my eyes. I looked up and said, Pardon me. My voice was husky. Wireman looked concerned, but Elizabeth Eastlake was smiling at me with an expression of perfect understanding. That's all right, Edgar, she said. Poetry sometimes does that to me, as well. Honest feeling is nothing to be ashamed of. Men do not sham convulsion. Nor simulate a throw, I added. My voice seemed to be coming from someone else. She smiled brilliantly. The man knows his Dickinson, Wireman. Seems to, Wireman agreed. He was watching me closely. Will you finish, Edward? Yes, ma'am. I wouldn't want to be faster or greener than now if you were with me. Oh, you were the best of all my days. I closed the book. That's the end. She nodded. What were the best of all your days, Edgar? Maybe these, I said. I'm hoping. She nodded. Then I'll hope, too. One is always allowed to hope. And Edgar? Yes, ma'am. Let me be Elizabeth to you. I can't stand being a ma'am at this end of my life. Do we understand each other? I nodded. I think we do, Elizabeth. She smiled, and the tears that had been in her own eyes fell. The cheeks they landed on were old and ruined with wrinkles, but the eyes were young. Young. 10 minutes later, Wireman and I were standing at the end of the Palacio boardwalk again. He had left the lady of the house with a slice of key lime pie, a glass of tea, and the remote control. I had 2 of Wireman's egg salad sandwiches in a bag. He said they'd just go stale if I didn't take them home, and he didn't have to press me too hard. I also hit him up for a couple of aspirin. Look, he said, I'm sorry about that. I was going to ask first, believe me. Relax, Wireman. He nodded but didn't look directly at me. He was looking out at the Gulf. I just want you to know I didn't promise her anything. But she's childish now. So she makes assumptions the way kids do, based on what she wants rather than on the facts. And what she wants is to be read to. Yes. Poems on tapes and compact discs don't cut it? Nope. She says the difference between recorded and live is like the difference between canned mushrooms and fresh ones. He smiled, but still wouldn't look at me. Why don't you read to her, Wireman? Still looking out at the water, he said, because I no longer can. No longer, why not? He considered this, then shook his head. Not today. Wireman's tired, muchacho, and she'll be up in the night. Up and argumentative, full of rue and confusion, liable to think she's in London or St. Tropez. I see the signs. Will you tell me another day? Yeah. He sighed through his nose. If you can show yours, I suppose I can show mine, although I don't relish it. Are you sure you're okay to get back on your own? Absolutely, I said, although my hip was throbbing like a big motor. I'd run you in the golf cart, I really would, but when she's this way, Dr. Wireman's clinical term for it is bright going on stupid, she's appointment to take it into her mind to wash the windows, or dust some shelves, or go for a walk without her walker. At that he actually shuddered. It looked like the kind that starts out as burlesque and ends up being real. Everybody keeps trying to get me into a golf cart, I said. You'll call your wife? I don't see any other option, I said. He nodded. Good boy. You can tell me all about it when I come to look at your pictures. Any time will work. There's a visiting nurse I can call, Anne-Marie Whistler, if the morning works better. Okay. Thanks. And thanks for listening to me, Wireman. Thanks for reading to the boss. Buena suerte, amigo. I set off down the beach and had gotten about 50 yards before something occurred to me. I turned back, thinking Wireman would be gone, but he was still standing there with his hands in his pockets and the wind off the Gulf, increasingly chilly, combing back his long graying hair. Wireman. What? Was Elizabeth ever an artist herself? He said nothing for a long time. There was only the sound of the waves, louder tonight with the wind to push them. Then he said, That's an interesting question, Edgar. If you were to ask her, and I'd advise against it, she'd say no. But I don't think that's the truth. Why not? But he only said, You'd better get walking, muchacho, before that hip of yours stiffens up. He gave me a quick see you wave, turned, and was gone back up the boardwalk, chasing his lengthening shadow, almost before I was aware he was leaving. I stood where I was a moment or two longer, then turned north, set my sights on Big Pink, and headed for home. It was a long trip, and before I got there my own absurdly elongated shadow was lost in the sea oats, but in the end I made it. The waves were still building, and under the house the murmur of the shells had again become an argument. How to draw a picture, start with what you know, then reinvent it. Art is magic, no argument there, but all art, no matter how strange, starts in the humble every day. Just don't be surprised when weird flowers sprout from common soil. Elizabeth knew that. No one taught her, she learned for herself. The more she drew, the more she saw. The more she saw, the more she wanted to draw. It works like that. And the more she saw, the more her language came back to her, first the 400 or 500 words she knew on the day she fell from the cart and struck her head, then many, many more. Daddy was amazed by the rapidly growing sophistication of her pictures. So were her sisters, both the big meanies and the twins. Not 80. 80 was in Europe with 3 friends and 2 trusty chaperones, Emery Paulson, the young man she'll marry, and not yet come on the scene. The nanny/housekeeper was awed by her, called her La Petite Obiafie. The doctor who attended her case cautioned that the little girl must be very careful about exercise and excitement lest she take a fever, but by January of 1926 she was coursing everywhere on the south end of the quay, carrying her pad and bundled up in her putty jacket and thumpums, drawing everything. That was the winter she saw her family grow bored with her work, big meanies Maria and Hannah first, then Tessie and Lolo, then Daddy, then even Nan Melda. Did she understand that even genius palls, when taken in large doses? Perhaps, in some instinctive child's way, she did. What came next, the outgrowth of their boredom, was a determination to make them see the wonder of what she saw by reinventing it. Her surrealist phase began, first the birds flying upside down, then the animals walking on water, then the smiling horses that brought her a small measure of renown. And that was when something changed. That was when something dark slipped in, using Little Libbet as its channel. She began to draw her doll, and when she did, her doll began to talk. Novine. By then Adriana was back from Gay Paris, and to begin with, Novine mostly spoke in 80s high and happy la-da-da voice, asking Elizabeth if she could hinky-dinky parley-vous and telling her to Faramay her bush. Sometimes Novine sang her to sleep while pictures of the doll's face, large and round and all brown except for the red lips, scattered Elizabeth's counterpane. Novine sings Frere Jacques, are you sleep-on? Are you sleep-on? Dormez-vous, dormez-vous? Sometimes Novine told her stories, mixed up but wonderful, where Cinderella wore the red slippers from Oz and the Bobbsey twins got lost in the magic forest and found a sweetie house with a roof made of peppermint candy. But then Novine's voice changed. It stopped being 80s voice. It stopped being the voice of anyone Elizabeth knew, and it went right on talking even when Elizabeth told Novine to Faramay her bush. At first, maybe that voice was pleasant. Maybe it was fun. Strange, but fun. Then things changed, didn't they? Because art is magic, and not all magic is white. Not even for little girls. 7. Art for art's sake. There was a bottle of single malt in the living room liquor cabinet. I wanted a shot and didn't take it. I wanted to wait, maybe eat one of my egg salad sandwiches and plan out what I was going to say to her, and I didn't do that either. Sometimes the only way to do it is to do it. I took the cordless phone out into the Florida room. It was chilly even with the glass sliders shut, but in a way that was good. I thought the cool air might sharpen me up a little. And maybe the sight of the sun dropping toward the horizon and painting its golden track across the water would calm me down. Because I wasn't calm. My heart was pounding too hard, my cheeks felt hot, my hip hurt like a bastard, and I suddenly realized, with real horror, that my wife's name had slipped my mind. Every time I dipped for it, all I came up with was peligro, the Spanish word for danger. I decided there was one thing I did need before calling Minnesota. I left the phone on the overstuffed couch, limped to the bedroom, using my crutch now. I and my crutch were going to be inseparable until bedtime, and got Reba. One look into her blue eyes was enough to bring Pam's name back, and my heartbeat slowed. With my best girl clamped between my side and my stump, her boneless pink legs wagging, I made my way back to the Florida room and sat down again. Reba flopped onto my lap and I set her aside with a thump so she faced the westering Sunday. Stare at it too long, you'll go blind, I said. Of course, that's where the fun is. Bruce Springsteen, 1973 or so, muchacha. Reba did not reply. I should be upstairs, painting that, I told her, doing fucking art for fucking art's sake. No reply. Reba's wide eyes suggested to the world in general that she was stuck with America's nastiest man. I picked up the cordless and shook it in her face. I can do this, I said. Nothing from Reba, but I thought she looked doubtful. Beneath us, the shells continued their wind-driven argument. You did, I didn't, oh yes you did. I wanted to go on discussing the matter with my anger management doll. Instead, I punched in the number of what used to be my house. No problem at all remembering that. I was hoping to get Pam's answering machine. Instead, I got the lady herself, sounding breathless. Hey, Joni, thank God you called back. I'm running late and was hoping our 3:15 could be. It's not Joni, I said. I reached for Reba and drew her back onto my lap without even thinking about it. It's Edgar. And you might have to cancel your 3:15. We've got something to talk about, and it's important. What's wrong? With me? Nothing. I'm fine. Edgar, can we talk later? I need to get my hair done and I'm running late. I'll be back at 6. It's about Tom Riley. Silence from Pam's part of the world. It went on for maybe 10 seconds. During those 10 seconds, the golden track on the water darkened just a little. Elizabeth Eastlake knew her Emily Dickinson. I wondered if she also knew her Vachel Lindsay. What about Tom? Pam asked at last. There was caution in her voice, deep caution. I was pretty sure that her hair appointment had left her mind. I have reason to believe he may be contemplating suicide. I crooked the phone against my shoulder and began stroking Reba's hair. Know anything about that? What do I? She sounded punched, breathless. Why in God's name would I? She began to gain a little strength, grasping for indignation. It's handy in such situations, I suppose. You call out of a clear blue sky and expect me to tell you about Tom Riley's state of mind? I thought you were getting better, but I guess that was wishful th. Fucking him should give you some insight. My hand wound into Reba's fake orange hair and clutched, as if to tear it out by the roots. Or am I wrong? That is insane, she nearly screamed. You need help, Edgar. Either call a doctor came in or get help down there, and soon, the anger and the accompanying certainty that I would begin to lose my words suddenly disappeared. I relaxed my hold on Reba's hair. Calm down, Pam. This isn't about you. Or me. It's about Tom. Have you seen signs of depression? You must have. No answer. But no hang up click either. And I could hear her breathing. At last she said, okay. Okay, right. I know where you got this idea. Little Miss Drama Queen, correct? I suppose Ilsa also told you about Max Stanton out in Palm Desert. Oh, Edgar, you know how she is. At that the rage threatened to return. My hand reached out and grasped Reba by her soft middle. I can do this, I thought. It's not about Ilsa either. And Pam? Pam's only scared because this came at her out of left field. She's scared and angry, but I can do this. I have to do this. Never mind that for a few moments I wanted to kill her. Or that, if she'd been there in the Florida room with me, I might have tried. Ilsa didn't tell me. Enough lunacy, I'm hanging up now. The only thing I don't know is which one of them talked you into getting the tattoo on your breast. The little rose. She cried out. Just one soft cry, but that was enough. There was another moment of silence. It pulsed like black felt. Then she burst out, that bitch. She saw it and told you. It's the only way you could know. Well, it means nothing. It proves nothing. This isn't court, Pam, I said. She made no reply, but I could hear her breathing. Ilsa did have her suspicions about this guy Max, but she doesn't have a clue about Tom. If you tell her, you'll break her heart. I paused. And that'll break mine. She was crying. Fuck your heart. And fuck you. I wish you were dead, you know it? You lying, prying bastard, I wish you were dead. At least I no longer felt that way about her. Thank God. The track on the water had darkened to burnished copper. Now the orange would begin to creep in. What do you know about Tom's state of mind? Nothing. And for your information, I'm not having an affair with him. If I did have one, it lasted for all of 3 weeks. It's over. I made that clear to him when I came back from Palm Desert. There are all sorts of reasons, but basically he's too. Abruptly she jumped back. She must have told you. Melinda would not have, even if she'd known. And, absurdly spiteful, she knows what I've been through with you. It was surprising, really, how little interest I had in going down that road with her. I was interested in something else. He's too what? Who's too what? She cried. Jesus, I hate this. This interrogation. Like I was loving it. Tom. You said basically he's too, then stopped. Too moody. He's an emotional grab bag. One day up, one day down, one day both, especially if he doesn't take, she ceased abruptly. If he doesn't take his pills, I finish for her. Yeah, well, I'm not his psychiatrist, she said, and that wasn't tinny petulance in her voice. I was pretty sure it was blue steel. Jesus. The woman I'd been married to could be tough when the situation called for it, but I thought that unforgiving blue steel was a new thing, her part of my accident. I thought it was Pam's limp. I got enough of that shrink-eating shit with you, Edgar. Just once I'd like to meet a man who was a man and not a pill-popping magic 8-ball. Cannot say now, ask later when I'm not feeling so upset. She sniffed in my ear, and I waited for the follow-up honk. It came. She cried the same way as always. Some things apparently didn't change. Fuck you, Edgar, for fucking up what was actually a pretty good day. I don't care who you sleep with, I said. We're divorced. All I want is to save Tom Riley's life. This time she screamed so loud I had to hold the phone away from my ear. I'm not responsible for his life. We're quits. Did you miss that? Then, a little lower, but not much. He's not even in St. Paul. He's on a cruise with his mother and that gay boy brother of his. Suddenly I understood, or thought I did. It was as if I were flying over it, getting an aerial view. Maybe because I had contemplated suicide, cautioning myself all the while that it must absolutely look like an accident. Not so the insurance money would get paid, but so that my daughters wouldn't have to go through life with the stigma of everyone knowing, and that was the answer, wasn't it? Tell him you know. When he gets back, tell him you know he's planning to kill himself. Why would he believe me? Because he is planning to. Because you know him. Because he's mentally ill and probably thinks he's going around with a sign that says planning suicide taped to his back. Tell him you know he's been ditching his antidepressants. You do know that, right? For a fact. Yes. But telling him to take them never helped before. Did you ever tell him you'd tell on him if he didn't start taking his medicine? Tell to everyone? No, and I'm not going to now. She sounded appalled. Do you think I want everyone in St. Paul to know I slept with Tom Riley? That I had a thing with him? How about all of St. Paul knowing you care what happens to him? Would that be so goddamn awful? She was silent. All I want is for you to confront him when he comes back, all you want. Right. Your whole life has been about all you want. I tell you what, Eddie, if this is such a BFD to you, then you confront him. It was that shrill hardness again. But this time with fear behind it. I said, if you were the one who broke it off, you probably still have power over him. Including, maybe, the power to make him save his life. I know that's scary, but you're stuck with it. No, I'm not. I'm hanging up. If he kills himself, I doubt if you'll spend the rest of your life with a bad conscience, but I think you'll have one miserable year. Or two. I won't. I'll sleep like a baby. Sorry, Panda, I don't believe you. It was an ancient pet name, one I hadn't used in years, and I don't know where it came from, but it broke her. She began to cry again. This time there was no anger in it. Why do you have to be such a bastard? Why won't you leave me alone? I wanted no more of this. What I wanted was a couple of pain pills. And maybe to sprawl on my bed and have a good cry myself. I wasn't sure. Tell him you know. Tell him to see his psychiatrist and start taking his antidepressants again. And here's the most important thing, tell him that if he kills himself, you'll tell everyone, starting with his mother and brother. Then no matter how good he makes it look, everyone will know it was really suicide. I can't do that. I can't. She sounded hopeless. I considered this, and decided I'd put Tom Riley's life entirely in her hands, simply pass it down the telephone wire to her. That sort of letting go hadn't been in the old Edgar Fremantle's repertoire, but of course that Edgar Fremantle would never have considered spending his time painting sunsets. Or playing with dolls. You decide, Panda. It might be useless anyway if he no longer cares for you, but, oh, he does. She sounded more hopeless than ever. Then tell him he has to start living life again, like it or not. Good old Edgar, still managing things, she said wanly. Even from his island kingdom. Good old Edgar. Edgar the monster. That hurts, I said. Lovely, she said, and on up. I sat on the couch a while longer, watching as the sunset grew brighter and the air in the Florida room grew colder. People who think there is no winter in Florida are very mistaken. An inch of snow fell in Sarasota in 1977. I guess it gets cold everywhere. I bet it even snows in hell, although I doubt if it sticks. 2 wiremen called the next day shortly after noon and asked if he was still invited to look at my pictures. I felt some misgivings, remembering his promise, or threat, to give me his unvarnished opinion, but told him to come ahead. I set out what I thought were my 16 best, although in the clear, cold daylight of that January afternoon they all looked pretty crappy to me. The sketch I'd made of Carson Jones was still on the shelf in my bedroom closet. I took it down, clipped it to a piece of fiberboard, and propped it at the end of the line. The pencil colors looked dowdy and plain compared to the oils, and of course it was smaller than the rest, but I still thought it had something the others lacked. I considered putting out the picture of the red robe, then didn't. I don't know why. Maybe just because it gave me the creeps. I put out hello, the pencil sketch of the tanker, instead. Wireman came buzzing up in a bright blue golf cart with sporty yellow pinstriping. He didn't have to ring the bell. I was at the door to meet him. You've got a certain drawn look about you, muchacho, he said, coming in. Relax. I ain't the doctor and this ain't the doctor's office. I can't help it. If this was a building and you were a building inspector, I wouldn't feel this way, but that was your other life, Wireman said. This be your new one, where you haven't got your walking shoes broken yet. That's about the size of it. You're damn right. Speaking of your prior existence, did you call your wife about that little matter you discussed with me? I did. Do you want the blow-by-blow? Nope. All I want to know is if you're comfortable with the way the conversation turned out. I haven't had a comfortable conversation with Pam since I woke up in the hospital. But I'm pretty sure she'll talk to Tom. Then I guess that'll do, pig. Babe, 1995. He was all the way in now, and looking around curiously. I like what you've done to the place. I burst out laughing. I hadn't even removed the no smoking sign on top of the TV. I had Jack put in a treadmill upstairs, that's new. You've been here before, I take it? He gave me an enigmatic little smile. We've all been here before, amigo, this is bigger than pro football. Peter Straub, circa 1985. I'm not following you. I've been working for Miss Eastlake about 16 months now, with one brief and uncomfortable diversion to St. Pete when the Keys were evacuated for Hurricane Frank. Anyway, the last people to rent Salmon Point, pardon me, Big Pink, stayed just 2 weeks of their 8-week lease and then went boogie bye-bye. Either they didn't like the house or the house didn't like them. Wireman raised ghost hands over his head and took big wavery ghost steps across the light blue living room carpet. The effect was to a large degree spoiled by his shirt, which was covered with tropical birds and flowers. After that, whatever walked in Big Pink walked alone. Shirley Jackson, I said. Circa whenever. Yep. Anyway, Wireman was making a point, or trying to. Big Pink then. He swept his arms out in an all-encompassing gesture. Furnished in that popular Florida style known as 21st century rent-a-house. Big Pink now. Furnished in 21st century rent-a-house, plus Cybex treadmill upstairs, and he squinted. Is that a Lucille Ball dolly I spy sitting on the couch in the Florida room? That's Reba, the anger management queen. She was given to me by my psychologist friend, Kramer. But that wasn't right. My missing arm began to itch madly. For the 10,000th time I tried to scratch it and got my still-mending ribs instead. Wait, I said, and looked at Reba, who was staring out at the Gulf. I can do this, I thought. It's like where you put money when you want to hide it from the government. Wireman was waiting patiently. My arm itched. The one not there. The one that sometimes wanted to draw. It wanted to draw then. I thought it wanted to draw Wireman. Wireman and the bowl of fruit. Wireman and the gun. Stop the weird shit, I thought. I can do this, I thought. You hide money from the government in offshore banks, I thought. Nassau. The Bahamas. The Grand Caymans. And bingo, there it was. Cayman, I said. That's his name. Cayman gave me Reba. Xander Cayman. Well, now that we've got that solved, Wireman said, let's look at the art. If that's what it is, I said, and led the way upstairs, limping on my crutch. Halfway up, something struck me and I stopped. Wireman, I said, without looking back, how did you know my treadmill was a Cybex? For a moment he said nothing. Then, it's the only brand I know. Now can you resume the upward ascent on your own, or do you need a kick in the ass to get going? Sounds good, rings false, I thought as I started up the stairs again. I think you're lying, and you know what? I think you know I know. 3. My work was leaning against the north wall of Little Pink, with the afternoon sun giving the paintings plenty of natural light. Looking at them from behind Wireman as he walked slowly down the line, sometimes pausing and once even backtracking to study a couple of canvases a second time, I thought it was far more light than they deserved. Ilsa and Jack had praised them, but one was my daughter and the other my hired man. When he reached the colored pencil drawing of the tanker at the very end of the line, Wireman squatted and stared at it for maybe 30 seconds with his forearms resting on his thighs and his hands hanging limply between his legs. What? I began. Shoo, he said, and I endured another 30 seconds of silence. At last he stood up. His knees popped. When he turned to face me, his eyes looked very large, and the left one was inflamed. Water, not a tear, was running from the inner corner. He pulled a handkerchief from the back pocket of his jeans and wiped it away, the automatic gesture of a man who does the same thing a dozen or more times a day. Holy God, he said, and walked toward the window, stuffing the handkerchief back into his pocket. Holy God what? I asked. Holy God what? He stood looking out. You don't know how good these are, do you? I mean you really don't. Are they? I asked. I had never felt so unsure of myself. Are you serious? Did you put them in chronological order? He asked, still looking out at the Gulf. The joking, joshing, wisecracking Wireman had taken a hike. I had an idea the one I was listening to now had a lot more in common with the one juries had heard, always assuming he'd been that kind of lawyer. You did, didn't you? Other than the last couple, I mean. Those were obviously much earlier. I didn't see how anything of mine could qualify as much earlier when I'd only been doing pictures for a couple of months, but when I ran my eye over them, I saw he was right. I hadn't meant to put them in chronological order, not consciously, but that was what I had done. Yes, I said. Earliest to most recent. He indicated the last 4 paintings, the ones I'd come to think of as my sunset composites. To one I added a nautilus shell, to one a compact disc with the word Memorex printed across it, and the sun shining redly through the hole, to the third a dead seagull I'd found on the beach, only blown up to pterodactyl size. The last was of the shell bed beneath Big Pink, done from a digital photograph. To this I have for some reason felt the urge to add roses. There were none growing around Big Pink, but there were plenty of photos available from my new pal Google. "This last group of paintings," he said. "Has anyone seen these?" "Your daughter?" "No, these 4 were done after she left." "The guy who works for you?" "Nope." "And of course you never showed your daughter the sketch you made of her boy, for God, no." "Are you kidding?" "No, of course you didn't. That one has its own power, hasty as it obviously is. As for the rest of these things," he laughed. I suddenly realized he was excited, and that was why I started to get excited. But cautious, too. Remember, he used to be a lawyer, I told myself. He's not an art critic. The rest of these fucking things, he gave that little yipping laugh again. He walked in a circle around the room, stepping onto the treadmill and over it with an unconscious ease that I envied bitterly. He put his hands in his graying hair and pulled it out and up, as if to stretch his brains. At last he came back. Stood in front of me. Confronted me, almost. "Look. The world has knocked you around a lot in the last year or so, and I know that takes a lot of gas out of the old self-image airbag. But don't tell me you don't at least feel how good they are." I remembered the 2 of us recovering from our wild laughing fit while the sun shone through the torn umbrella, putting little scars of light on the table. Wireman had said, "I know what you're going through," and I had replied, "I seriously doubt that." I didn't doubt it now. He knew. This memory of the day before was followed by a dry desire, not a hunger but an itch, to get Wireman down on paper. A combination portrait and still life, lawyer with fruit and gun. He patted my cheek with one of his blunt finger hands. "Earth to Edgar." "Come in, Edgar." "Aw, Roger, Houston," I heard myself say. "You have Edgar. So what do you say, muchacho? Am I lying or am I dying? Did you or did you not feel they were good when you were doing them?" "Yeah," I said. "I felt like I was kicking ass and taking down names." He nodded. "It's the simplest fact of art. Good art almost always feels good to the artist. And the viewer, the committed viewer, the one who's really looking, I guess that'd be you," I said. "You took long enough." He didn't smile. When it's good and the person who's looking opens up to it, there's an emotional bang. I felt the bang, Edgar. Good. You bet it is. And when that guy at the Scoto gets a load of these, I think he'll feel it, too. In fact, I'd bet on it. They're really not so much. Reheated dolly, when you get right down to it. He put an arm around my shoulders and led me toward the stairs. I'm not going to dignify that. Nor are we going to discuss the fact that you apparently painted your daughter's boyfriend via some weird phantom limb telepathy. I do wish I could see that tennis ball picture, but what's gone is gone. Good riddance, too, I said. But you have to be very careful, Edgar. Duma is a powerful place for certain kinds of people. It magnifies certain kinds of people. People like you. And you? I asked. He didn't answer immediately, so I pointed at his face. That eye of yours is watering again. He took out the handkerchief and wiped it. Want to tell me what happened to you? I asked. Why you can't read? Why it weirds you out to even look at pictures too long? For a long time he said nothing. The shells under Big Pink had a lot to say. With one wave they said the fruit. With the next they said the gun. Back and forth like that. The fruit, the gun, the fruit. No, he said. Not now. And if you want to draw me, sure. Knock yourself out. How much of my mind can you read, Wireman? Not much, he said. You caught a break there, muchacho. Could you still read it if we were off Duma? If we were in a Tampa coffee shop, for instance? Oh, I might get a tickle. He smiled. Especially after spending over a year here, soaking up the rays. Will you go to the gallery with me? The Scoto? Amigo, I wouldn't miss it for all the tea in China, for that night a squall blew in off the water and it rained hard for 2 hours. Lightning flashed and waves pounded the pilings under the house. Big Pink groaned but stood firm. I discovered an interesting thing. When the Gulf got a little crazy and those waves really poured in, the shells shut up. The waves lifted them too high for conversation. I went upstairs at the boom-and-flash height of the festivities, and, feeling a little like Dr. Frankenstein animating his monster in the castle tower, drew wiremen using a plain old Venus black pencil. Until the very end, that was. Then I used red and orange for the fruit in the bowl. In the background I sketched a doorway, and in the doorway I put Reba, standing there and watching. I suppose Cayman would have said Reba was my representative in the world of the picture. Maybe see, maybe no, the last thing I did was pick up the Venus sky to color in her stupid eyes. Then it was done. Another Fremantle masterpiece is born. I sat looking at it while the diminishing thunder rolled away and the lightning flashed a few goodbye stutters over the gulf. There was Wireman, sitting at a table. Sitting there, I had no doubt, at the end of his other life. On the table was a bowl of fruit and the pistol he kept either for target practice, back then his eyes had been fine, or for home protection, or both. I had sketched the pistol and then scribbled it in, giving it a sinister, slightly blobby look. That other house was empty. Somewhere in that other house a clock was ticking. Somewhere in that other house a refrigerator was whining. The air was heavy with the scent of flowers. The scent was terrible. The sounds were worse. The march of the clock. The relentless whine of the refrigerator as it went on making eyes in a wifeless, childless world. Soon the man at the table would close his eyes, stretch out his hand, and pick a piece of fruit from the bowl. If it was an orange, he'd go to bed. If it was an apple, he would apply the muzzle of the gun to his right temple, pull the trigger, and air out his aching brains. It had been an apple. Jack showed up the next day with a borrowed van and plenty of soft cloth in which to wrap my canvases. I told him I'd made a friend from the big house down the beach, and that he'd be going with us. No problem, Jack said cheerfully, climbing the stairs to Little Pink and trundling a hand dolly along behind him. There's plenty of room in the— Whoa! He had stopped at the head of the stairs. What? I asked. Are these ones new? They must be. Yeah. Ninuzzi from the Scoto had asked to see half a dozen pictures, no more than 10, so I'd split the difference and set out 8. 4 were the ones that had impressed Wireman the night before. What do you think? Dude, these are awesome. It was hard to doubt his sincerity. He'd never called me dude before. I mounted a couple more steps and then poked his blue jean butt with the tip of my crutch. Make room. He stepped aside, pulling the dolly with him so I could climb the rest of the way up to Little Pink. He was still staring at the pictures. Jack, is this guy at the Scoto really okay? Do you know? My mom says he is, and that's good enough for me. Meaning, I think that it should be good enough for me, too. I guessed it would have to be. She didn't tell me anything about the other partners. I think there are 2 more, but she says Mr. Ninuzzi's okay. Jack had called in a favor for me. I was touched. And if he doesn't like these, Jack finished, he's whack. You think so, huh? He nodded. From downstairs, Wireman called cheerfully, knock knock. I'm here for the field trip. Are we still going? Who's got my name tag? Was I supposed to pack a lunch? 6 I had pictured a bald, skinny, professorial man with blazing brown eyes, an Italian Ben Kingsley, but Dario Ninuzzi turned out to be 40-ish, plump, courtly, and possessed of a full head of hair. I was close on the eyes, though. They didn't miss a trick. I saw them widen once, slightly but perceptibly, when Wireman carefully unwrapped the last painting I brought, Roses Grow from Shells. The pictures were lined up against the back wall of the gallery, which was currently devoted mostly to photographs by Stephanie Shotchat and oils by William Barra. Better stuff, I thought, than I could do in a century. Although there had been that slight widening of the eyes. Ninuzzi went down the line from first to last, then went again. I had no idea if that was good or bad. The dirty truth was that I had never been in an art gallery in my life before that day. I turned to ask Wireman what he thought, but Wireman had withdrawn and was talking quietly with Jack, both of them watching Ninuzzi look at my paintings. Nor were they the only ones, I realized. The end of January is a busy season in the pricey shops along Florida's west coast. There were a dozen or so Lucaellas in the good-sized Scoto gallery. Ninuzzi later used the far more dignified term potential patrons, eyeing the Shotchat dahlias, William Barra's gorgeous but touristy oils of Europe, and a few eye-popping, cheerfully feverish sculptures I'd missed in the anxiety of getting my own stuff unwrapped. These were by a guy named David Gerstein. At first I thought it was the sculptures, jazz musicians, crazy swimmers, throbbing city scenes that were drawing the casual afternoon browsers. And some glanced at them, but most didn't even do that. It was my pictures they were looking at. A man with what Floridians call a Michigan tan, that can mean skin that's either dead white or burned lobster red, tapped me on the shoulder with his free hand. The other was interlaced with his wife's fingers. "Do you know who the artist is?" he asked. "Me," I muttered, and felt my face grow hot. I felt as if I were confessing to having spent the last week or so downloading pictures of Lindsay Lohan. "Good for you," his wife said warmly. "Will you be showing?" Now they were all looking at me. Sort of the way you might look at a new species of pufferfish that may or may not be the sushi du jour. That was how it felt, anyway. "I don't know if I'll be showing." I could feel more blood stacking up in my cheeks. Shame blood, which was bad. Anger blood, which was worse. If it spilled out, it would be anger at myself, but these people wouldn't know that. I opened my mouth to pour out words, and closed it. Take it slow, I thought, and wished I had Reba. These people would probably view a dull-toting artist as normal. They had lived through Andy Warhol, after all. Take it slow. I can do this. What I mean to say is I haven't been working long, and I don't know what the procedure is. Quit fooling yourself, Edgar. You know what they're interested in. Not your pictures, but your empty sleeve. You're already the one-armed artist. Why not just cut to the chase and tell them to fuck off? That was ridiculous, of course, but now I was goddamned if everyone in the gallery wasn't standing around. Those who'd been up front looking at Miss Shaw's flowers had been drawn by simple curiosity. It was a familiar grouping. I had seen similar clusters standing around the peepholes and board fences at 100 construction sites. "I'll tell you what the procedure is," said another fellow with a Michigan tan. He was swag-bellied, sporting a little garden of gin blossoms on his nose, and wearing a tropical shirt that hung almost to his knees. His white shoes matched his perfectly combed white hair. "It's simple. Just 2 steps. Step 1 is you tell me how much you want for that one." He pointed to Sunset with Seagull. "Step 2 is I write the check." The little crowd laughed. Dario Ninitsi didn't. He beckoned to me. "Excuse me," I said to the white-haired man. "Price of poker just went up, my friend," someone said to Gin Blossoms, and there was laughter. Gin Blossoms joined in, but didn't look really amused. I noticed all this as though in a dream. Ninitsi smiled at me, then turned to the patrons, who were still looking at my paintings. "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Fremantle didn't come in to sell anything today, only for an opinion on his work. Please respect his privacy and my professional situation." Whatever that is, I thought, bemused. "May I suggest that you browse the works on display while we step into the rear quarters for a little while? Ms. O'Coin, Mr. Brooks, and Mr. Castellano will be pleased to answer all your questions." "My opinion is that you ought to sign this man up," said a severe-looking woman with her graying hair drawn back into a bun and a kind of wrecked beauty still lingering on her face. There was actually a smattering of applause. My feeling of being in a dream deepened. An ethereal young man floated toward us from the rear. Ninutsi might have summoned him, but I was damned if I knew just how. They spoke briefly, and then the young man produced a big roll of stickers. They were ovals with the letters NFS embossed on them in silver. Ninutsi removed one, then toward the first painting, then hesitated and gave me a look of reproach. "These haven't been sealed in any way." Guess not," I said. I was blushing again. "I don't exactly know what that is." "Dario, what you're dealing with here is a true American primitive," said the severe-looking woman. "If he's been painting longer than 3 years, I'll buy you dinner at Zoria's, along with a bottle of wine." She turned her wrecked but still almost gorgeous face to me. "When and if there's something for you to write about, Mary," Ninitsi said, "I'll call you myself." "You better," she said. "And I'm not even going to ask his name. Do you see what good girl I am?" She twiddled her fingers at me and slipped through the little crowd. "Not much need to ask," Jack said, and of course he was right. I had signed each of the oils in the lower left corner, just as neatly as I had signed all invoices, work orders, and contracts in my other life, Edgar Fremantle. 7 Ninutsi settled for dabbing his NFS stickers on the upper right-hand corners of the paintings, where they stuck up like the tabs of file folders. Then he led Wireman and me into his office. Jack was invited but elected to stay with the pictures. In the office, Ninutsi offered us coffee, which we declined, and water, which we accepted. I also accepted a couple of Tylenol capsules. "Who was that woman?" Wireman asked. "Mary Iyer," Ninutsi said. "She's a fixture on the Suncoast art scene. Publishes a free culture vulture newspaper called Boulevard. It comes out once a month during most of the year, once every 2 weeks during the tourist season. She lives in Tampa, in a coffin, according to some wits in this business. New local artists are her favorite thing. She looked extremely sharp, Warman said. Nanitzi shrugged. Mary's all right. She's helped a lot of artists, and she's been around forever. That makes her important in a town where we live, to a large extent, on the transient trade. I see, Warman said. I was glad someone did. She's a facilitator. More, Nanitzi said. She's a kind of docent. We like to keep her happy. If we can, of course. Wireman was nodding. There's a nice artist and gallery economy here on the west coast of Florida. Mary Iyer understands it and fosters it. So if the Happy Art Galleria down the street discovers they can sell paintings of Elvis done in macaroni on velvet for $10,000 a pop, Mary would, she'd blow them out of the water, Nanitzi said. Contrary to the belief of the art snobs, you can usually pick them out by their black clothes and teeny-tiny cell phones. We're not venal. Got it off your chest? Wireman asked, not quite smiling. Almost, he said. All I'm saying is that Mary understands our situation. We sell good stuff, most of us, and sometimes we sell great stuff. We do our best to find and develop new artists, but some of our customers are too rich for their own good. I'm thinking of fellows like Mr. Costenza out there, who is waving his checkbook around, and the ladies who come in with their dogs dyed to match their latest coats. Nanitzi showed his teeth in a smile I was willing to bet not many of his richer clients ever saw. I was fascinated. This was another world. Mary reviews every new show she can get to, which is most of them, and believe me, not all her reviews are raves. But most are? Wireman said. Sure, because most of the shows are good. She'd tell you very little of the stuff she sees is great, because that isn't what tourist track areas as a rule produce, but good? Yes. Stuff anyone can hang, then point to and say I bought that without a quaver of embarrassment. I thought Nanitzi had just given a perfect definition of mediocrity. I had seen the principle at work in hundreds of architectural drawings, but again I kept silent. Mary shares our interest in new artists. There may come a time when it would be in your interest to sit down with her, Mr. Fremantle. Prior to a showing of your work, let us say. Would you be interested in having such a showing here at the Scoto? Wireman asked me. My lips were dry. I attempted to moisten them with my tongue, but that was dry, too. So I took a sip of my water and then said, that's getting the harm before the force. I paused. Gave myself time. Took another sip of water. Sorry. Cart before the horse. I came in to find out what you think, Senior Nanitzi. You're the expert. He unlaced his fingers from the front of his vest and leaned forward. The squeak his chair made in the small room seemed very loud to me. But he smiled, and the smile was warm. It brightened his eyes, made them compelling. I could see why he was a success when it came to selling pictures, but I don't think he was selling just then. He reached across his desk and took my hand, the one I painted with, the only one I had left. Mr. Fremantle, you do me honor, but my father Augustino is the senior of our family. I am happy to be a mister. As for your paintings, yes, they're good. Considering how long you've been at work, they are very good indeed. Maybe more than good. What makes them good? I asked. If they're good, what makes them good? Truth, he said. It shines through in every stroke. But most of them are only sunsets. The things I added, I lifted my hand, then dropped it. They're just gimmicks. Nanitzi laughed. You've learned such mean words. Where? Reading the New York Times art pages? Listening to Bill O'Reilly? Both? He pointed to the ceiling. Light bulb? Gimmick. He pointed to his own chest. Pacemaker? Gimmick. He tossed his hands in the air. The lucky devil had two to toss. Throw out your mean words, Mr. Fremantle. Art should be a place of hope, not doubt. And your doubts rise from inexperience, which is not a dishonorable thing. Listen to me. Will you listen? Sure, I said. That's why I came. When I say truth, I mean beauty. John Keats, Wireman said. Ode on a Grecian urn. All we know, all we need to know. An oldie but still a goodie. Nanitzi paid no attention. He was leaning forward over his desk and looking at me. For me, Mr. Fremantle, Edgar. For me, Edgar, that sums up what all art is for, and the only way it can be judged. He smiled, a trifle defensively, I thought. I don't want to think too much about art, you see. I don't want to criticize it. I don't want to attend symposia, listen to papers, or discuss it at cocktail parties, although sometimes in my line of work I'm forced to do all those things. What I want to do is clutch my heart and fall down when I see it. Wireman burst out laughing and raised both hands in the air. Yes, Lord, he proclaimed. I don't know if that guy out there was clutching his heart and falling down, but he surely was ready to clutch his checkbook. Ninitsi said, inside himself, I think he did fall down. I think they all did. Actually, I do too, Wireman said. He was no longer smiling. Ninitsi remained fixed on me. No talk of gimmicks. What you are after in most of these paintings is perfectly straightforward. You're looking for a way to reinvent the most popular and hackney of all Florida subjects, the tropical sunset. You've been trying to find your way past the cliché. Yes, that's pretty much it. So I copied Dolly, Ninitsi waved a hand. Those paintings out there are nothing like Dolly. And I won't discuss schools of art with you, Edgar, or stoop to using words ending in ism. You don't belong to any school of art, because you don't know any. I know buildings, I said. Then why don't you paint buildings? I shook my head. I could have told him the thought had never crossed my mind, but it would have been closer to the truth to say it had never crossed my missing arm. Mary was right. You were an American primitive. Nothing wrong with that. Grandma Moses was an American primitive. Jackson Pollock was another. The point is, Edgar, you're talented. I opened my mouth. Closed it. I simply couldn't figure out what to say. Wireman helped me. Thank the man, Edgar, he said. Thank you, I said. Very welcome. And if you do decide to show, Edgar, please come to the Scoto first. I'll make you the best deal of any gallery on Palm Avenue. That's a promise. Are you kidding? Of course I'll come here first. And of course I'll vet the contract, Wireman said with a choirboy's smile. Ninitsi smiled in return. You should, and I welcome it. Not that you'll find a lot to vet. The standard Scoto first artist contract is a page and a half long. Mr. Ninitsi, I said, I really don't know how to thank you. You already did, he said. I clutched my heart, what's left of it, and fell down. Before you go, there's one more matter. He found a pad on his desk, scribbled on it, then tore off the sheet and handed it to me like a doctor handing a patient a prescription. The word written on it in large slanting capitals even looked like a word you'd see on a doctor's prescription, liquin. What's liquin? I asked. A preservative. I suggest you begin by putting it on finished works with a paper towel. Just a thin coat. Let it dry for 24 hours, then put on a second coat. That will keep your sunsets bright and fresh for centuries. He looked at me so solemnly I felt my stomach rise a little toward my chest. I don't know if they're good enough to deserve such longevity, but maybe they are. Who knows? Maybe they are. We ate dinner at Zoria's, the restaurant Mary Iyer had mentioned, and I let Wireman buy me a bourbon before the meal. It was the first truly stiff drink I had since the accident, and it hit me in a funny way. Everything seemed to grow sharper until the world was drenched with light and color. The angles of things, doors, windows, even the cocked elbows of the passing waiters, seemed sharp enough to cut the air open and allow some darker, thicker atmosphere to come flowing out like syrup. The swordfish I ordered was delicious, the green beans snapped between my teeth, and the creme brulee was almost too rich to finish, but too rich to leave. The conversation among the three of us was cheerful, there was plenty of laughter. Still, I wanted the meal to be over. My head still ached, although the throb had slid to the back of my skull, like a weight in one of those barroom bowling games, and the bumper-to-bumper traffic we could see on Main Street was distracting. Every horn honk sounded ill-tempered and menacing. I wanted Duma. I wanted the blackness of the Gulf and the quiet conversation of the shells below me as I lay in my bed with Reba on the other pillow. And by the time the waiter came to ask if we wanted more coffee, Jack was carrying the conversation almost single-handed. In my state of hyper-awareness, I could see that I wasn't the only one who needed a change of venue. Given the low lighting in the restaurant and Wireman's mahogany tan, it was hard to tell just how much color he'd lost, but I thought quite a bit. Also, that left eye of his was weeping again. Just the check, Wireman said, and then managed to smile. Sorry to cut the celebration short, but I want to get back to my lady. If that's okay with you guys. Fine by me, Jack said. A free meal and home in time to watch SportsCenter? Such a deal. Wireman and I waited outside the parking garage while Jack went to get the rented van. Here the light was brighter, but what it showed didn't make me feel better about my new friend. In the glow spilling out of the garage, his complexion looked almost yellow. I asked him if he was okay. Wireman's as fine as paint, he said. Miss Eastlake, on the other hand, has put in a few restless, shitty nights. Calling for her sisters, calling for her pa, calling for everything but her pipe and bowl and fiddlers 3. There's something to that full moon shit. It makes no logical sense, but there it is. Diana calls on a wavelength to which only the tottering mind is attuned. Now that it's in its last quarter, she'll start sleeping through again. Which means I can start sleeping through again. I hope. Good. If I were you, Edgar, I'd sleep on this gallery thing, and for more than one night. Also, keep painting. You've been a busy bee, but I doubt if you have enough pictures yet to. There was a tile pillar behind him. He staggered back against it. If it hadn't been there, I'm pretty sure he would have gone down. The effects of the bourbon were wearing off a little, but there was enough of that hyperreality left for me to see what happened to his eyes when he lost his equilibrium. The right one looked down, as if to check out his shoes, while the bloodshot and weepy left one rolled up in its socket until the iris was no more than an arc. I had time to think that what I was seeing was surely impossible. Eyes couldn't go in two completely different directions like that. And that was probably true for people who were healthy. Then Wireman started to slide. I grabbed him. Wireman? Wireman. He gave his head a shake, then looked at me. Eyes front and all accounted for. The left one was glistening and bloodshot, that was all. He took out his hanky and wiped his cheek. He laughed. I've heard of putting other people to sleep with a boring line of quack, but oneself? That's ridiculous. You weren't dozing off. You were. I don't know what you were. Don't be silly, darling, Wireman said. No, your eyes got all funny. That's called going to sleep, muchacho. He gave me one of his patented Wireman looks, head cocked, eyebrows raised, corners of the mouth dimpled and the beginnings of a smile. But I thought he knew exactly what I was talking about. I have to see a doctor, have a checkup, I said. Do the MRI thing? I promised my friend came in. How about I make it a twofer? Wireman was still leaning against the pillar. Now he straightened up. Hey, here's Jack with the van. That was quick. Step lively, Edgar, last bus to Duma key, leaving now. 9 had happened again, on the way back, and worse, although Jack didn't see it, he was busy piloting the van along Casey Key Road, and I'm pretty sure Wireman himself never knew. I had asked Jack if he minded skipping the Tamiami Trail, which is West Coast Florida's engagingly tacky Main Street, in favor of the narrower, twistier way. I wanted to watch the moon on the water, I said. Getting those little artist eccentricities, muchacho, Wireman said from the back seat, where he was stretched out with his feet up. He wasn't much of a stickler when it came to seatbelts, it seemed. Next thing we know, you'll be wearing a beret. He pronounced it so it rhymed with Garrett. Fuck you, Wireman, I said. I've been fucked to the east and I've been fucked to the west, Wireman recited in tones of sentimental recollection, but when it comes to the fucking, your mama's the best. With that he lapsed into silence. I watched the moon go swimming through the black water to my right. It was hypnotic. I wondered if it would be possible to paint it the way it looked from the van, a moon in motion, a silver bullet just beneath the water. I was thinking these thoughts, and maybe drifting toward a doze, when I became aware of ghostly movement above the moon in the water. It was Wireman's reflection. For a moment I had the crazy idea that he was jerking off back there, because his thighs appeared to be opening and closing and his hips seemed to be moving up and down. I shot a peek at Jack, but the Casey Key Road is a symphony of curves and Jack was absorbed in his driving. Besides, most of Wireman was right behind Jack's seat, not even visible in the rearview mirror. I looked over my left shoulder. Wireman wasn't masturbating. Wireman wasn't sleeping and having a vivid dream. Wireman was having a seizure. It was quiet, probably petit mal, but it was a seizure, all right. I'd employed an epileptic draftsman during the first 10 years of the Fremantle Company's existence, and I knew a seizure when I saw one. Wireman's torso lifted and dropped 4 or 5 inches as his buttocks clenched and released. His hands jittered on his stomach. His lips were smacking as though he tasted something particularly good. And his eyes looked as they had outside the parking garage. By starlight that one up, one down look was weird beyond my ability to describe. Spittle ran from the left corner of his mouth. A tear from his welling left eye trickled into his shaggy sideburn. It went on for perhaps 20 seconds, then ceased. He blinked, and his eyes went back where they belonged. He was completely quiet for a minute. Maybe two. He saw me looking at him and said, "I'd kill for another drink or a peanut butter cup, and I suppose a drink is out of the question, huh?" "I guess it is if you want to make sure you hear her ring in the night," I said, hoping I sounded casual. "Bridge to Duma Key dead ahead," Jack told us. "Almost home, guys." Wireman sat up and stretched. "It's been a hell of a day, but I won't be sorry to see my bed tonight, boys. I guess I'm getting old, although my leg was stiff. I got out of the van and stood next to him while he opened the door of the little iron box beside the gate to reveal a state-of-the-art security keypad. "Thanks for coming with me, Wireman." "Sure," he said. "But if you thank me again, muchacho, I'm going to have to punch you in the mouth." "Sorry, but that's just the way it's gotta be." "Good to know," I said. "Thanks for sharing." He laughed and clapped me on the shoulder. "I like you, Edgar. You got style, you got class, you got the lips to kiss my ass. Beautiful. I may cry." "Listen, Wireman," I could have told him about what had just happened to him. I came close. In the end, I decided not to. I didn't know if it was the right decision or the wrong one, but I did know he might have a long night with Elizabeth Eastlake ahead of him. Also, the headache was still sitting in the back of my skull. I settled for asking him again if he wouldn't consider letting me turn my promised doctor's appointment into a double date. "I will consider it," he said. "And I'll let you know." "Well, don't wait too long," because he raised a hand, stilling me, and for once his face was unsmiling. "Enough, Edgar. Enough for one night, okay?" "Okay," I said. I watched him go in, then went back to the van. Jack had the volume up. It was Renegade. He went to turn it down and I said, "No, that's okay. Crank it." "Really?" He turned around and headed back up the road. "Great band. You ever heard him before?" "Jack," I said, "that sticks." "Dennis DeYoung? Tommy Shaw? Where have you been all your life? In a cave?" Jack smiled guiltily. "I'm into country and even more into old standards," he said. "To tell you the truth, I'm a Rat Pack kind of guy." The idea of Jack Cantora hanging with Dino and Frank made me wonder, and not for the first time that day, if any of this was really happening. I also wondered how I could remember that Dennis DeYoung and Tommy Shaw had been in Styx, that Shaw had in fact written the song currently blasting out of the van's speakers, and sometimes not be able to remember my own ex-wife's name. 11 Both lights on the answering machine next to the living room phone were blinking, the one indicating that I had messages and the one indicating that the tape for recording messages was full. But the number in the messages waiting window was only 1. I considered this with foreboding while the weight with my headache inside it slid a little closer to the front of my skull. The only 2 people I could think of who might call and leave a message so long it would use up the whole tape were Pam and Ilsa, and in neither case would hitting play messages be apt to bring me good news. It doesn't take 5 minutes of recording time to say everything's fine, call when you get a chance. Leave it until tomorrow, I thought, and a craven voice I hadn't even known was in my mental repertoire, maybe it was new, was willing to go further. It suggested I simply delete the message without listening to it at all. "That's right, sure," I said. "And when whichever one it is calls back, I can just tell her the dog ate my answering machine." I pushed play. And as so often happens when we are sure we know what to expect, I drew a wild card. It wasn't Pam and it wasn't Elsa. The wheezy, slightly emphysematic voice coming from the answering machine belonged to Elizabeth Eastlake. "Hello, Edgar," she said. "One hopes you had a fruitful afternoon and are enjoying your evening out with Wireman as much as I am my evening in with Miss, well, I forget her name, but she's very pleasant. And one hopes you'll notice that I have remembered your name. I'm enjoying one of my clear patches. I love and treasure them, but they make me sad, as well. It's like being in a glider and rising on a gust of wind above a low-lying ground mist. For a little while one can see everything so clearly, and at the same time one knows the wind will die and one's glider will sink back into the mist again. Do you see?" I saw, all right. Things were better for me now, but that was the world I'd woken up to, one where words clanked senselessly and memories were scattered like lawn furniture after a windstorm. It was a world where I had tried to communicate by hitting people and the only 2 emotions I really seemed capable of were fear and fury. One progresses beyond that state, as Elizabeth might say, but afterward one never quite loses the conviction that reality is gossamer. Behind its webwork? Chaos. Madness. The real truth, maybe, and the real truth is red. But enough of me, Edgar. I called to ask a question. Are you one who creates art for money, or do you believe in art for art's sake? I'm sure I asked when I met you. I'm almost positive, but I can't remember your answer. I believe it must be art for art's sake, or Duma should not have called you. But if you stay here for long, clear anxiety crept into her voice. Edgar, one is sure you'll make a very nice neighbor. I have no doubts on that score, but you must take precautions. I think you have a daughter, and I believe she visited you. Didn't she? I seem to remember her waving to me. A pretty thing with blonde hair? I may be confusing her with my sister Hannah. I tend to do that. I know I do, but in this case, I think I'm right. If you mean to stay, Edgar, you mustn't invite your daughter back. Under no circumstances. Duma isn't a safe place for daughters. I stood looking down at the recorder. Not safe. Before she had said not lucky, or at least that was my recollection. Did those two things come to the same or not? And your art. There is the matter of your art. She sounded apologetic and a little breathless. One does not like to tell an artist what to do, really, one cannot tell an artist what to do, and yet, oh dear, she broke out in the loose, rattlebox cough of a lifelong smoker. One does not like to speak of these things directly, or even know how to speak of them directly, but might I give you a word of advice, Edgar? As one who only appreciates, to one who creates? Might I be allowed that? I waited. The machine was silent. I thought perhaps the tape had run its course. Under my feet the shells murmured quietly, as if sharing secrets. The gun, the fruit. The fruit, the gun. Then she began again. If the people who run the Scoto or the Avenida should offer you a chance to show your work, I would advise you most strongly to say yes. So others can enjoy it, of course, but mainly to get as much of it off Duma as soon as you can. She took a deep, audible breath, sounding like a woman preparing to finish some arduous chore. She also sounded completely and utterly sane, totally there and in the moment. Do not let it accumulate. That is my advice to you, well meant and without any personal agenda? Yes, that's what I mean. Letting artistic work accumulate here is like letting too much electricity accumulate in a battery. If you do that, the battery may explode. I didn't know if that was actually true or not, but I took her meaning. I can't tell you why that should be, but it is, she went on, and I had a sudden intuition that she was lying about that. And surely if you believe in art for art's sake, the painting is the important part, isn't it? Her voice was almost wheedling now. Even if you don't need to sell your paintings to buy your daily bread, sharing work, giving it to the world, surely artists care about such things, don't they? The giving? How would I know what was important to artists? I had only that day learned what sort of finish to put on my pictures to preserve them when I was done with them. I was what Nancy and Mary Iyer called me. An American primitive. Another pause. Then, I think I'll stop now. I've said my piece. Just please think about what I've said if you mean to stay, Edward. And I look forward to you reading to me. Many poems, I hope. That will be a treat. Goodbye for now. Thank you for listening to an old woman. A pause. Then she said, the table is leaking. It must be. I'm so sorry. I waited 20 seconds, then 30. I had just about decided that she'd forgotten to hang up on her end and was reaching to push the stop button on the answering machine when she spoke again. Just 6 words, and they made no more sense than the thing about the leaking table, but still they brought gooseflesh out on my arm and turned the hair on the nape of my neck into hackles. My father was a skin diver, Elizabeth Eastlake said. Each word was clearly enunciated. Then came the clear click of the phone being hung up on her end. No more messages, the phone robot said. The message tape is full. I stood staring down at the machine, thought of erasing the tape, then decided to save it and play it for wiremen. I undressed, brushed my teeth, and went to bed. I lay in the dark, feeling the soft throb of my head, while below me the shells whispered the last thing she'd said over and over, my father was a skin diver. 8. Family portrait. I think slowed down for a while. Sometimes that happens. The pot boils, and then, just before it can boil over, some hand, God, fate, maybe plain coincidence, lowers the heat. I mentioned this once to Wireman and he said life is like Friday on a soap opera. It gives you the illusion that everything is going to wrap up, and then the same old shit starts up on Monday. I thought he'd go with me to see a doctor and we'd find out what was wrong with him. I thought he'd tell me why he'd shot himself in the head and how a man survives that sort of thing. The answer seemed to be, with seizures and a lot of trouble reading the fine print. Maybe he'd even be able to tell me why his employer had a bee in her bonnet about keeping Elsa off the island. And the capper, I'd decide on what came next in the life of Edgar Fremantle, the great American primitive. None of those things actually happened, at least for a while. Life does produce changes, and the end results are sometimes explosive, but in soap operas and in real life, big bangs often have a long fuse. Wireman did agree to go see a doctor with me and get his head examined, but not until March. February was too busy, he said. Winter residents, what Wireman called the monthlies, as if they were menstrual periods instead of tenants, would start moving into all the Eastlake properties the coming weekend. The first snowbirds to arrive would be the ones Wireman liked least. These were the Godfreys from Rhode Island, known to Wireman, and hence to me, as Joe and Rita Mean Dog. They came for 10 weeks every winter and stayed in the house closest to the Eastlake estate. The signs warning of their rotties and their pit bull route, Ilsa and I had seen them. Wireman said Joe Mean Dog was an ex-Green Beret, in a tone of voice which seemed to indicate that explained everything. Mr. Derisco won't even get out of his car when he has a package for them, Wireman said. He was referring to the U.S. Postal Service's fat and jolly representative on the south end of Casey and all of Duma Key. We were sitting on the sawhorses in front of the Mean Dog house a day or two before the Godfreys were scheduled to arrive. The crushed shell driveway was glistening a damp pink. Wireman had turned on the sprinklers. He just leaves whatever he's got at the foot of the mailbox post, honks, and then rolls wheels for El Palacio. And do I blame him? Non, Ninette. Wireman, about the doctor, March, muchacho, and before the Ides. I promise. You're just putting it off, I said. I'm not. I have only one busy season, and this be it. I got caught a little off guard last year, but it's not going to happen this time around. It can't happen this time around, because this year Miss Eastlake's going to be far less capable of pitching in. At least the Mean Dogs are returners, known quantities, and so are the Baumgartens. I like the Baumgartens. 2 kids. Either of them girls? I asked, thinking about Elizabeth's prejudice concerning daughters in Duma. Nope, both the kind of boys who ought to have got it made but don't hold it against U.S. stamped on their foreheads. The people coming into the other 4 houses are all new. I can hope that none of them will be the rock and roll all night, party every day type, but what are the odds? Not good, but you can at least hope they left their Slipknot CDs home. Who's Slipknot? What's Slipknot? Wireman, you don't want to know. Especially not while you're busy working yourself into a state. I'm not. Wireman is just explaining February on Duma Key, muchacho. I'm going to be fielding everything from emergency queries about what to do if one of the Baumgarten boys gets stung by a jellyfish to a Rita Mean Dog can get a fan for her grandmother, who they'll probably stash in the back bedroom again for a week or so. You think Miss Eastlake's getting on? I've seen Mexican mummies haul through the streets of Guadalajara on the Day of the Dead who look better than Grandma Mean Dog. She's got 2 basic lines of conversation. There's the inquisitive line, "Did you bring me a cookie?" And the declarative, "Give me a towel, Rita, I think that last fart had a lump in it." I burst out laughing. Wireman scraped a sneaker through the shells, creating a smile with his foot. Beyond us, our shadows lay on Duma Key Road, which was paved and smooth and even. Here, at least. Farther south was a different story. The answer to the fan problem, should you care, is Dan's Fan City. Is that a great name, or what? And I'll tell you something, I actually like solving these problems. Diffusing little crises. I make folks a hell of a lot happier here on Duma Key than I ever did in court. But you haven't lost the knack for leading people away from the things you don't want to discuss, I thought. Wireman, it would only take half an hour to get a physician to look into your eyes and tap your skull. You're wrong, muchacho, he said patiently. At this time of year it takes a minimum of 2 hours to get looked at in a roadside doc in the box for a lousy strep throat. When you add an hour of travel time, more now, because it's snowbird season and none of them know where they're going, you're talking about 3 daylight hours I just can't give up. Not with appointments to see the air conditioning guy at 17, the meter reader at 27, the cable guy right here, if he ever shows up. He pointed to the next house down the road, which happened to be 39. Youngsters from Toledo are taking that one until March 15th, and they're paying an extra $700 for something called Wi-Fi, which I don't even know what it is. Wave of the future, that's what it is. I've got it. Jack took care of it. Wave of the father raping, mother stabbing future. Good one. Arlo Guthrie, 1967. Movie was 1969, I think, I said. Whenever it was, viva the wave of the mother raping, froggy stabbing future. Doesn't change the fact that I'm busier than a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest, plus come on, Edgar. You know it's going to be more than a quick tap and peek with the old doctor flashlight. That's just where it starts. But if you need it, for the time being I'm good to go. Sure. That's why I'm the one reading her poems every afternoon. A little literary culture won't hurt you, you fucking cannibal. I know it won't, and you know that's not what I'm talking about. I thought, and not for the first time, that Wireman was one of the very few men I ever met in my adult life who could consistently tell me no without making me angry. He was a genius of no. Sometimes I thought it was him, sometimes I thought the accident had changed something in me, sometimes I thought it was both. I can read, you know, Wireman said. In short bursts. Enough to get by. Medicine bottle labels, phone numbers, things like that. And I will get looked at, so relax that type A compulsion of yours to set the whole world straight. Christ, you must have driven your wife crazy. He glanced at me sideways and said, oops. Did Wireman step on a corn there? Ready to talk about that little round scar on the side of your head yet? Muchacho? He grinned. Touché, touché. All apologies. Kurt Cobain, I said. 1993, or thereabouts. He blinked. Really? I would have said 95, but rock music has largely left me behind. Wireman got old, sad but true. As for the seizure thing, sorry, Edgar, I just don't believe it. He did, though. I could see it in his eyes. But before I could say anything else, he climbed down from the sawhorse and pointed north. Look! White van. I think the forces of cable TV have arrived, too. I believed Wireman when he said he had no idea what Elizabeth Eastlake had been talking about on the answering machine tape after I played it for him. He continued to think that her concern for my daughter had something to do with her own long-deceased sisters. He professed to be completely puzzled about why she didn't want me to stockpile my pictures on the island. About that, he said, he didn't have a clue. Joe and Rita Mean Dog moved in, the relentless barking of their menagerie commenced. The Baumgartens also moved in, and I often began to pass their boys playing frisbee on the beach. They were just as Wireman had said, sturdy, handsome, and polite, one maybe 11 and the other maybe 13, with builds that would soon make them giggle bait among the junior high cheerleader set, if not already. They were always willing to share their frisbee with me for a throw or two as I limped past, and the older, Jeff, usually called something encouraging like, yo, Mr. Fremantle, nice chuck. A couple with a sports car moved into the house just south of Big Pink, and the distressing strains of Toby Keith began to waft to me around the cocktail hour. On the whole, I might have preferred Slipknot. The quartet of young people from Toledo had a golf cart they raised up and down the beach when they weren't playing volleyball or off on fishing expeditions. Wireman was more than busy, he was a dervish. Luckily, he had help. One day Jack lent him a hand unclogging the Mean Dog lawn sprinklers. A day or two later, I helped him push the Toledo visitors' golf cart out of a dune in which it had gotten stuck. Those responsible had left it to go get a six-pack, and the tide was threatening to take it. My hip and leg were still mending, but there was nothing wrong with my remaining arm. Bad hip and leg or not, I took great beach walks. Some days, mostly when the fog came in during the late afternoon, first obliterating the Gulf with cold amnesia and then taking the houses, as well, I took pain pills for my diminishing stock. Most days I didn't. Wireman was rarely parked in his beach chair drinking green tea that February, but Elizabeth Eastlake was always in her parlor. She almost always knew who I was, and she usually had a book of poetry near to hand. It wasn't always Keeler's good poems, but that was the one she liked the best. I liked it, too. Merwin and Sexton and Frost, oh my. I did plenty of reading myself that February and March. I read more than I had in years, novels, short stories, 3 long nonfiction books about how we had stumbled into the Iraq mess. The short answer appeared to have W for a middle initial and a Dick for a vice president. But mostly what I did was paint. Every afternoon and evening I painted until I could barely lift my strengthening arm. Beachscapes, seascapes, still lives, and sunsets, sunsets, sunsets. But that fuse continued to smolder. The heat had been turned down but not off. The matter of Candy Brown wasn't the next thing, only the next obvious thing. And that didn't come until Valentine's Day. A hideous irony when you think of it. Hideous. 3 of Girl 88 to E Free 1910 19 a.m. February 3rd. Dear Daddy, it was great to hear you got a thumbs up on your paintings. Hooray! And if they deal offer you a show, I'll catch the next plane and be there in my little black dress. I have one, believe it or not. Got to stay put for now and study my butt off because, here is a secret, I'm hoping to surprise Carson when spring break rolls around in April. The Hummingbirds will be in Tennessee and Arkansas then. He says the tour is off to a great start. I'm thinking that if I do okay on my midterms, I could catch up with the tour in either Memphis or Little Rock. What do you think? Ilsa, my misgivings about the Baptist Hummingbird hadn't faded, and what I thought was she was asking for trouble. But if she was making a mistake about him, it might be better for her to find out sooner rather than later. So, hoping to God I wasn't making a mistake, I emailed back and told her that sounded like an interesting idea, assuming she was okay on her coursework. I couldn't bring myself to go balls out and tell my beloved younger daughter that spending a week in the company of her boyfriend, even assuming said boyfriend was chaperoned by hardshell Baptists, was a good idea. I also suggested it might be bad policy to share her plan with her mother. This brought prompt response. It's Girl 88 to E Free 19:12:02 p.m. February 3rd. Daddy dearest, do you think I've lost my freaking mind? Illy, no, I didn't think that. But if she caught her tenor doing the horizontal bop with one of the altos when she got to Little Rock, she was going to be one very unhappy if-so girl. I had no doubt that everything would then come out to her mother, engagement and all, and Pam would find a lot to say on the subject of my own sanity. I had already asked myself some questions on that score, and mostly decided to give myself a pass. When it comes to your kids, you find yourself making some weird calls from time to time and just hoping they turn out alright, calls and kids. Parenting is the greatest of hum a few bars and I'll fake it skills. Then there was Sandy Smith, the realtor. On my answering machine, Elizabeth had said I must be one of those who believed in art for art's sake, or Duma would not have called me. What I wanted from Sandy was confirmation that the only thing calling me had been a glossy brochure, one that had probably been shown to potential renters with deep pockets all over the United States. Maybe all over the world. The response I got wasn't what I had hoped for, but I'd be lying if I said I was completely surprised. That was my bad memory year, after all. And then there's the desire to believe things happen a certain way. When it comes to the past, we all stack the deck. Smith Realty 9505 to E Free 19:17 p.m. February 8th. Dear Edgar, I am so glad you're enjoying the place. In answer to your question, the Salmon Point property wasn't the only brochure I sent you, but one of 9 detailing lease opportunities in Florida and Jamaica. As I recall, Salmon Point was the only one you expressed interest in. In fact, I remember you saying, don't dicker the deal, just do it. Hope this helps. Sandy, I read this message through twice, then murmured, just do the deal and let the deal do you, muchacha. I couldn't remember the other brochures even now, but I remembered the one for Salmon Point. The folder it came in had been a bright pink. A big pink, you might say, and the words that caught my eye hadn't been Salmon Point but those below it, embossed in gold, your secret Gulfside retreat. So maybe it had called me. Maybe it had, after all. For Cayman Dock to E Free 19:146 p.m. February 10th. Edgar, long time no hear, as the deaf Indian said to the prodigal son, please forgive me, bad jokes are the only jokes I know. How goes the art? Concerning the MRI, I suggest you call the Center for Neurological Studies at Sarasota Memorial Hospital. The number is 941-555-5554. Cayman E Free 19 to Cayman Dock 2:19 p.m. February 10th. Cayman, thanks for the referral. Center for Neurological Studies sounds pretty damn serious. But I will make the appointment very soon. Edgar, Cayman Dock to E Free 19:4:55 p.m. February 10th. Soon should be soon enough. As long as you're not having seizures. Caymania punctuated as long as you're not having seizures with one of those handy email emoticons, this one a round laughing face with a mouthful of teeth. Having seen Wireman doing a pogo in the shadowy back seat of the rented van with his eyes pointing in different directions, I didn't feel like laughing myself. But I knew that, short of chains and a tractor hitch, I wouldn't be getting Wireman examined much before March 15th, unless he pitched a grand mal bitch. And of course, Wireman wasn't Xander Cayman's problem. I wasn't either, strictly speaking, and I was touched that he was still bothering. On impulse, I clicked the reply button and typed, E Free 19 to Cayman Dock 5:05 p.m. February 10th. Cayman, no seizures. I'm fine. Painting up a storm. I took some of my stuff to a Sarasota gallery, and one of the guys who owns the place had a look at it. I think he might offer me a show. If he does, and if I agree, would you come? It would be good to see a familiar face from the land of ice and snow. Edgar, I was going to shut down the machine after that and make myself a sandwich, but the incoming mail chime rang before I could. Came in doc to E3 19509 p.m. February 10th, name the date, and I'm there. I was smiling as I shut the computer down. And misting up a little, too. A day later, I went to Nokomi's with Wireman to pick up a new sink trap for the folks at 17, sports car, shitty country music, and some plastic fencing at the hardware store for the mean dogs. Wireman didn't need my help, and he certainly didn't need me limping around behind him in the Nokomi's True Value, but it was a crappy, rainy day, and I wanted to get off the island. We had lunch at Ophelia's and argued about rock and roll, which made it a cheerful outing. When I got back, the message light on my answering machine was blinking. It was Pam. "Call me," she said, and hung up. I did, but first, this feels like a confession, and a cowardly one, at that. I went online, searched that day's Minneapolis Star-Tribune, and clicked on obituaries. I scrolled through the names quickly and made sure Thomas Riley wasn't one of them, knowing it proved nothing. He might have offed himself too late to make the morning line. Sometimes she muted the phone and napped in the afternoon, in which case I get the answering machine and a little reprieve. Not this afternoon. It was Pam herself, soft but not warm. "Hello. It's me, Pam. Returning your call. I suppose you were out sunning," she said. "It's snowing here. Snowing as cold as a well-digger's belt buckle." I relaxed a little. Tom wasn't dead. If Tom had been dead, we wouldn't be settling in for a little impromptu obituary. "Actually, it's cold and raining where I am," I said. "Good. I hope you catch bronchitis." Tom Riley stormed out of here this morning after calling me a meddlesome cunt and throwing a vase on the floor. I suppose I should be glad he didn't throw it at me. Pam started to cry. She honked, then surprised me by laughing. It was bitter, but also surprisingly good-humored. "When do you suppose your strange ability to induce my tears runs out? Tell me what happened, Panda. And no more of that. Call me that again and I'm hanging up. Then you can buzz Tom and ask him what happened. Probably that's what I ought to make you do, anyway. It would serve you right." I put my hand to my head and began to massage my temples, thumb in the left hollow, first two fingers in the right. It's sort of amazing that one hand can encompass so many dreams and so much pain. Not to mention the potential to hatch so much plain and fancy fuckery. "Tell me, Pam. Please. I'll listen and not get angry. Getting past that, are you?" "Give me a second." There was a clunk as the phone went down, probably on the kitchen counter. For a moment I heard the distant babble of the TV and then it was gone. When she came back she said, "All right, now I can hear myself think." There was another mighty honk as she blew her nose once more. When she started talking again, she was composed, with no end of tears in her voice. I asked Myra to call me when he got back home, Myra Dvorkian, who lives across the street from him. I told her I was worried about his state of mind. No reason to keep that much to myself, was there? No, and bango. Myra said she'd been worried, too. She and Ben both. Said he was drinking too much, for one thing, and sometimes going into his office with a 10 o'clock shadow. Although she said he looked spiffy enough when he went off on his trip. Amazing how much neighbors see, even when they're not really close friends. Ben and Myra didn't know about us, of course, but they knew damn well that Tom had been depressed. You think they didn't know? I didn't say. Anyway, long story short, I invited him over. There was a look in his eyes when he came in, this look, as if he thought maybe I intended to, pick up where you left off, I said. Am I telling this or are you? Sorry. Well, you're right. Of course you're right. I wanted to ask him into the kitchen for coffee, but we never got any farther than the hall. He wanted to kiss me. She said this with a kind of defiant pride. I let him, once, but when it became obvious that he wanted more, I pushed him back and said I had something to say. He said he knew it was bad from the way I looked, but nothing could hurt the way I heard him when I said we couldn't see each other anymore. That's men for you, and they say we're the ones who know how to lay on the guilt. I said that just because we couldn't go on seeing each other romantically didn't mean I didn't still care about him. Then I said several people had told me he was acting strange, not like himself, and I put that together with him not taking his antidepressant pills and began to worry. I said I thought he was planning to kill himself. She stopped for a moment, then went on. Before he came, I never meant to say it right out like that. But it's funny, the minute he walked through the door I was almost positive, and when he kissed me I knew for a fact. His lips were cold. And dry. It was like kissing a corpse. I'll bet, I said, and tried to scratch my right arm. His face tightened up, and I mean really. Every line smoothed out, and his mouth almost disappeared. He asked me who put an idea like that in my head. And then, before I could even answer, he said it was bullshit. That's the word he used, and it's not a Tom Riley word at all. She was right about that. The Tom I'd known in the old days wouldn't have said bullshit if he had a mouthful. I didn't want to give him any names, certainly not yours, because he would have thought I was crazy, and not Illy's, because I didn't know what he might say to her if I told you Illy had nothing to do with be quiet. I'm almost through. I just said these people who were talking about how funny he was acting didn't even know about the pills he's been taking since the second divorce, and how he quit taking them last May. He calls them stupid pills. I said if he thought he was keeping everything that was wrong with him under wraps, he was mistaken. Then I said that if he did something to himself, I'd tell his mother and brother it was suicide, and it would break their hearts. That was your idea, Edgar, and it worked. I hope you're proud. That was when he broke my vase and called me a meddlesome cunt, see? He was as white as a sheet. I bet, she swallowed. I could hear the click in her throat across all the miles. I bet he had the way he was going to do it all planned out. I don't doubt it, I said. What do you think he'll do now? I don't know. I really don't. Maybe I better call him. Maybe you better not. Maybe finding out we talked would push him right over the edge. With a touch of malice she added, then you'll be the one losing sleep. It was a possibility I hadn't thought of, but she had a point. Tom and Wireman were alike in one way, both needed help and I couldn't drag them to it. An old Bond MOT bounced into my head, maybe apropos, maybe not. You can lead a horticulture, but you can't make her think. Maybe Wireman could tell me who had said it. And when. So how did you know he meant to kill himself? She asked. I want to know, and by God you're going to tell me before I hang up. I did my part and you're going to tell me. There it was, the question she hadn't asked before. She'd been too fixated on how I'd found out about her and Tom in the first place. Well, Wireman wasn't the only one with sayings. My father had a few, as well. One was, well, a line won't suffice, the truth will have to do. Since the accident, I've been painting, I said. You know that. So? I told her about the sketch I'd drawn of her, Max from Palm Desert, and Tom Riley. About some of my internet explorations into the world of phantom limb phenomena. And about seeing Tom Riley standing at the head of the stairs in what I supposed was now my studio, naked except for his pajama pants, one eye gone, replaced by a socket filled with congealed gore. When I finished, there was a long silence. I didn't break it. At last she said, in a new and cautious voice, do you really believe that, Edgar, any of it? Wireman, the guy from down the beach, I stopped, infuriated in spite of myself. And not because I didn't have any words. Or not exactly. Was I going to tell her the guy from down the beach was an occasional telepath, so he believed me? What about the guy from down the beach, Edgar? Her voice was calm and soft. I recognized it from the first month or so after my accident. It was her Edgar's going Section 8 voice. Nothing, I said. It doesn't matter. You need to call Dr. Kamen and tell him about this new idea of yours, she said. This idea that you're psychic. Don't email him, call him. Please. All right, Pam. I felt very tired. Not to mention frustrated and pissed off. All right, what? All right, I'm hearing you. You're coming in loud and clear. No misunderstandings whatsoever. Perish the goddamn thought. All I wanted was to save Tom Riley's life. To that she had no answer. And no rational explanation for what I had known about Tom either. So that was where we left it. My thought as I hung up the phone was no good deed goes unpunished. Maybe it was hers, too. 6. I felt angry and lost. The dank, dreary weather didn't help. I tried to paint and couldn't. I went downstairs, took up one of my sketch pads, and found myself reduced to the sort of doodles I'd done in my other life while taking phone calls, cartoon schmoes with big ears. I was about to toss the pad aside in disgust when the phone rang. It was Wireman. Are you coming this afternoon? He asked. Sure, I said. I thought maybe with the rain, I'd plan on creeping down in the car. I'm certainly not doing squat here. Good. Just don't plan on poetry hour. She's in the fog. Bad? As bad as I've seen her. Disconnected. Drifting. Confused. He took a deep breath and let it out. It was like listening to a gust of wind blow through the telephone. Listen, Edgar, I hate to ask this, but could I leave her with you for a while? 45 minutes, tops. The Baumgartens have been having trouble with the sauna. It's the damned heater, and the guy coming out to fix it needs to show me a cut-off switch or something. And to sign his work order, of course. Not a problem. You're a prince. I'd kiss you, but for those sore-raddled lips of yours. Fuck you very much, Wireman. Yeah, everyone loves me. It's my curse. Pam called me. She talked to my friend Tom Riley. Considering what the two of them had been up to, it felt strange to be calling Tom a friend, but what the hell? I think she took the air out of his suicide plan. That's good. So why do I hear lead in your voice? She wanted to know how I knew. Not how you knew she was bumping uglies with this guy, but how I diagnosed his suicidal depression from 1,500 miles away. Oh. And what did you say? Not having a good lawyer present, I was reduced to the truth. And she thought you were un poco loco. No, Wireman, she thought I was muy loco. Does it matter? No. But she's going to brood about this, believe me when I say Pam's U.S. Olympic brooding team material, and I'm afraid my good deed could explode in my younger daughter's face. Assuming your wife's looking for someone to blame. It's a safe assumption. I know her. That would be bad. It'd rock Elsa's world more than it deserves to be rocked. Tom's been like an uncle to her and Melinda their whole lives. Then you'll have to convince your wife that you really saw what you saw, and your daughter had nothing to do with it. How do I do that? How about you tell her something about herself you have no way of knowing? Wireman, you're crazy. I can't just make something like that happen. How do you know? I have to get off the phone, amigo. By the sound, Miss Eastlake's lunch just went on the floor. I'll see you later? Yeah, I said. I was about to add goodbye, but he was already gone. I hung up, wondering where I had put Pam's gardening gloves, the ones that said hands off. Maybe if I had those, Wireman's idea might not turn out to be so crazy after all. I looked for them all over the house and came up empty. Maybe I threw them away after making the friends with benefits drawing, but I couldn't remember doing it. I can't remember now. All I know is that I never saw them again. 7. The room which Wireman and Elizabeth called the China Parlor was filled with a sad, subtropical winterlight that afternoon. The rain was heavier now, drumming against the walls and windows in waves, and a wind had gotten up, clattering through the palms surrounding El Palacio and sending shadows flying across the walls. For the first time since I'd been coming there, I could see no sense to the china figures on the long table. There were no tableaus, only a clutter of people, animals, and buildings. A unicorn and one of the black-faced guys lay side by side next to the overturned schoolhouse. Yet there was a story on the table today. It was a disaster movie. Near the terrace-style mansion stood a sweet-owned cookie tin. Wireman had explained the routine I should follow if Elizabeth called for it. The lady herself was in her wheelchair, slumped a bit sideways, vacantly overseeing the dishevelry on her play table, which was usually so neatly kept. She was wearing a blue dress that almost matched the enormous blue Chuck Taylors on her feet. Her slump had stretched the boat neck of the dress into a lopsided gaup that revealed an ivory-colored slipstrap. I found myself wondering who had dressed her that morning, she or Wireman. She spoke rationally at first, calling me by my correct name and inquiring after my health. She said goodbye to Wireman when he left for the Baumgartens and asked him to please wear a hat and take an umbrella. All that was good. But when I brought her snack from the kitchen 15 minutes later, there had been a change. She was looking into the corner and I heard her murmur, go back, Tessie, you don't belong here. And make the big boy go away. Tessie. I knew that name. I used my thinking sideways technique, looking for associations, and found one, a newspaper headline reading they are gone. Tessie had been one of Elizabeth's twin sisters. Wireman had told me that. I heard him saying the presumption as they drowned, and a chill like a knife slipped into my side. Bring me that, she said, pointing to the cookie tin, and I did. From her pocket she drew a figurine wrapped in a hanky. She took the lid off the tin, gave me a look that combined slyness and confusion in a way that was hard to look at, then popped the figure inside. It made a soft, hollow bonk. She fumbled the lid back on, pushing my hand away when I tried to help. Then she handed it to me. Do you know what to do with this? She asked. Did, I could see her struggling. The word was there, but dancing just out of reach. Mocking her. I could give it to her, but I remembered how furious it made me when people did that, and waited. Did him tell you what to do with it? Yes. Then what are you waiting for? Take the bitch. I carried the tin up one side of the tennis court to the little pond. The fish were jumping at the surface, a lot more excited by the rain than I was. There was a little pile of stones beside the bench, just as Wireman had said there would be. I tossed one in. You might not think she could hear that, but her ears are very sharp, Wireman had told me, being careful to avoid beating one of the carp. Then I took the tin, with the figurine still inside, back into the house. But not into the china parlor. I went into the kitchen, removed the lid, and pulled out the wrapped figure. This hadn't been in Wireman's set of contingency instructions, but I was curious. It was a China woman, but the face had been chipped away. There was only a ragged blank where it had been. Who's there? Elizabeth shrieked, making me jump. I almost dropped the creepy little thing on the floor, where it surely would have shattered on the tiles. Just me, Elizabeth, I called back, laying the figure on the counter. Edmund? Or Edgar, or whatever your name is. Right. I went back into the parlor. Did you take care of that business of mine? Yes, ma'am, I sure did. Have I had my snack yet? Yes. All right. She sighed. Do you want something else? I'm sure I could. No thanks, hon. I'm sure the train will be here soon, and you know I don't like to travel on a full stomach. I always end up in one of the backward seats, and with food in my stomach I should certainly be train sick. Have you seen my tin, my sweet Owen tin? I think it was in the kitchen. Should I bring it? Not on such a wet day, she said. I thought I'd have you throw her in the pond would do, but I've changed my mind. It seems unnecessary on such a wet day. The quality of mercy is not strained, you know. It droppeth like the gentle rain. From heaven, I said. Yeah. She flapped her hand as if that part were of no matter. Why don't you arrange your chinas, Elizabeth? They're all mixed up today. She cast a glance at the table, then looked at the window when an especially strong gust of wind slapped it with rain. Fuck, she said. I'm so fucking confused. And then, with a spite I would not have guessed she had in her, they all died and left me to this. I was the last one to be repulsed by her lapse into vulgarity. I understood it too well. Maybe the quality of mercy isn't strained. There are millions of us who live and die by the idea, but we have things like this waiting. Yes. She said, he never should have got that thing, but he didn't know. What thing? What thing? She agreed, and nodded. I want the train. I want to get out of here before the big boy comes. After that we both lapsed into silence. Elizabeth closed her eyes and appeared to doze off in her wheelchair. For something to do, I got out of my own chair, which would have looked at home in a gentleman's club, and approached the table. I plucked up a china girl and boy, looked at them, then put them aside. I scratched absently at the arm that wasn't there, studying the senseless litter before me. There had to be at least 100 figures on the polished length of oak. Maybe 200. Among them was a China woman with an old-fashioned cap on, a milkmaid's cap, I thought, but I didn't want her either. The cap was wrong, and besides, she was too young. I found another woman with long painted hair, and she was better. That hair was a little too long and a little too dark, but no it wasn't, because Pam had been to the beauty parlor, sometimes known as the midlife crisis fountain of youth. I held the china figure, wishing I had a house to put her in and a book for her to read. I tried to switch the figurine to my right hand, perfectly natural because my right hand was there, I could feel it, and it fell to the table with a clack. It didn't break, but Elizabeth's eyes opened. Dick. Was that the train? Did it whistle? Did it cry? Not yet, I said. Why don't you nap a little? Oh, you'll find it on the second floor landing, she said as if I had asked her something else, and closed her eyes again. Call me when the train comes. I'm so sick of this station. And watch for the big boy, that cuntlicker could be anywhere. I will, I said. My right arm itched horribly. I reached into my back pocket, hoping my notebook was there. It wasn't. I'd left it on the kitchen counter back at Big Pink. But that made me think of the Palacio kitchen. There was a notepad for messages on the counter where I'd left the tin. I hurried back, snatched up the pad, stuck it between my teeth, then almost ran back to the china parlor, already pulling my Uniball pen from my breast pocket. I sat down in my wingback chair and began to sketch the china doll rapidly while the rain whipped the windows and Elizabeth sat leaning in her wheelchair across the table from me, dozing with her mouth ajar. The wind-driven shadows of the palms flew around the walls like bats. It didn't take long, and I realized something as I worked. I was pouring the itch out through the tip of the pen, decanting it onto the page. The woman in my drawing was the China figure, but she was also Pam. The woman was Pam, but she was also the China figure. Her hair was longer than when I'd last seen her, and spread out on her shoulders. She was sitting in the burn, the char, a chair. What chair? A rocking chair. Hadn't been any such item in her house when I left it, but there was now. Something was on the table beside her. I didn't know what it was at first, but it emerged from the tip of the pen and became a box with printing across the top. Sweet Owen? Did it say Sweet Owen? No, it said Grandma's. My Ball put something on the table beside the box. An oatmeal cookie. Pam's favorite. While I was looking at it, the pen drew the book in Pam's hand. Couldn't read the title because the angle was wrong. By now my pen was adding lines between the window and her feet. She'd said it was snowing, but now the snow was over. The lines were meant to be sun rays. I thought the picture was finished, but apparently there were two more things. My pen moved to the far left side of the paper and added the television, quick as a flash. New television, flat screen like Elizabeth's. And below it, the pen finished and fell away. The itch was gone. My fingers were stiff. On the other side of the long table, Elizabeth's doze had deepened into real sleep. Once she might have been young and beautiful. Once she might have been some young man's dream baby. Now she was snoring with her mostly toothless mouth pointed at the ceiling. If there's a God, I think he needs to try a little harder. I had seen a phone in the library as well as the kitchen, and the library was closer to the china parlor. I decided neither Wyman nor Elizabeth would begrudge me a long-distance call to Minnesota. I picked up the phone, then paused with it curled to my chest. On a wall next to the suit of armor, highlighted by several cunning little pin spots in the ceiling, was a display of antique weapons, a long-barreled muzzleloader that looked of Revolutionary War vintage, a flintlock pistol, a derringer that would have been at home in a riverboat gambler's boot, a Winchester carbine. Mounted above the carbine was the gadget Elizabeth had been holding in her lap the day Ilsa and I had seen her. To either side, making an inverted V, were 4 loads for the thing. You couldn't call them arrows, they were too short. Harpoonlets still seemed like the right word. Their tips were very bright and looked very sharp. I thought you could do some real damage with a thing like that. Then I thought my father was a skin diver. I pushed it out of my mind and called what used to be home. 9i, Pam, it's me again. I don't want to talk to you anymore, Edgar. We finished what we have to say. Not quite. But this will be short. I have an old lady to look after. She's sleeping now, but I don't like to leave her long. Pam, curious in spite of herself, what old lady? Her name's Elizabeth Eastlake. She's in her mid-80s, and she's got a good start on Alzheimer's. Her principal caregiver is taking care of an electrical problem with someone's sauna, and I'm helping out. Did you want a gold star to paste on the Helping Others page of your workbook? No, I called to convince you I'm not crazy. I had brought in my drawing. Now I crooked the handset between my shoulder and my ear so I could pick it up. Why do you care? Because you're convinced that all this started with Ilsa, and it didn't. My God, you're unbelievable. If she called from Santa Fe and said she'd broken a shoelace, you'd fly out there to take her a new one. I also don't like you thinking that I'm down here going insane when I'm not. So, are you listening? Only silence from the other end, but silence was good enough. She was listening. You're 10 or maybe 15 minutes out of the shower. I think that because your hair is down on the back of your housecoat. I guess you still don't like the hairdryer. How? I don't know how. You were sitting in a rocking chair when I called. You must have gotten it since the divorce. Reading a book and eating a cookie. A grandma's oatmeal cookie. The sun's out now, and it's coming in the window. You have a new television, the kind with a flat screen. I paused. And a cat. You got cat. It's sleeping under the TV. Dead silence from her end. On my end the wind blew and the rain slapped the windows. I was about to ask her if she was there when she spoke again, in a dull voice that didn't sound like Pam at all. I had thought she was done hurting my heart, but I was wrong. Stop spying on me. If you ever love me, stop spying on me. Then stop blaming me, I said in a hoarse, not quite breaking voice. Suddenly I remembered Ilsa getting ready to go back to Brown, Ilsa standing in the strong tropical sun outside the Delta terminal, looking up at me and saying, "You deserve to get better." Sometimes I wonder if you really believe that. What's happened to me isn't my fault. The accident wasn't my fault, and neither is this. I didn't ask for it. She screamed, "Do you think I did?" I closed my eyes, begging something, anything, to keep me from giving back anger for anger. No, of course not. Then leave me out of it. Stop calling me. Stop scaring me. She hung up. I stood holding the phone to my ear. There was silence, then a loud click. It was followed by that distinctive Duma key warbling hum. Today it sounded rather subaqueous. Maybe because of the rain. I hung the phone up and stood looking at the suit of armor. "I think that went very well, Sir Lancelot," I said. No reply, which was exactly what I deserved. I crossed the plant-lined main hall to the doorway of the china parlor, looked in at Elizabeth, and saw she was sleeping in the same head-cocked position. Her snores, which had earlier struck me as pathetic in their naked antiquity, were now actually comforting. Otherwise, it would have been too easy to imagine her sitting there dead with her neck broken. I wondered if I should wake her, and decided to let her sleep. Then I glanced right, toward the wide main staircase, and thought of her saying, "Oh, you'll find it on the second-floor landing." Find what? Probably it had been just another bit of gibberish, but I had nothing better to do, so I walked down the hall that would have been a dog trot in a humbler house, the rain tapping the glass ceiling, and then climbed the wide staircase. I stopped 5 risers from the top, staring, then slowly climbed the rest of the way. There was something, after all, an enormous black and white photograph in a frame of narrow-banded gold. I asked Wireman later how a black and white from the 1920s could have been blown up to such a size. It had to have been at least 5 feet tall by 4 wide, with so little blurring. He said it had probably been taken with a Hasselblad, the finest non-digital camera ever made. There were 8 people in the photograph, standing on white sand with the Gulf of Mexico in the background. The man was tall and handsome and appeared to be in his mid-40s. He was wearing a black bathing singlet that consisted of a strap-style shirt and trunks that looked like the close-fitting underwear basketball players wear nowadays. Ranged on either side of him stood 5 girls, the oldest a ripe teenager, the youngest identical towheads that made me think of the Bobbsey twins from my earliest adventures in reading. The twins were wearing identical bathing dresses with frilled skirts and holding hands. In their free hands they clasped dangly-legged, apron-wearing Raggedy Ann dolls that made me think of Reba, and the dark yarn hair above the vacantly smiling faces of the twins' dolls was surely red. In the crook of one arm, the man, John Eastlake, I had no doubt, held girl number 6, the toddler who would eventually become the snoring crone below me. Behind the white folks stood a young black woman of perhaps 22, with her hair tied in a kerchief. She was holding a picnic basket, and judging from the way the not inconsiderable muscles in her arms were bunched, it was heavy. 3 bangled silver bracelets clung to one forearm. Elizabeth was smiling and holding out her chubby little hands to whoever had taken this family portrait. No one else was smiling, although there might have been the ghost of one lurking around the corners of the man's mouth. He had a mustache, and that made it hard to tell. The young black nanny looked positively grim. In the hand not occupied with supporting the toddler, John Eastlake held 2 items. One was a skin diver's face mask. The other was the harpoon pistol I had seen mounted on the wall of the library with the other weapons. The question, it seemed to me, was whether or not some rational Elizabeth had come out of the mental fog long enough to send me up here. Before I could consider this further, the front door opened below me. "I'm back," Wireman called. "Mission accomplished. Now who wants a drink?" How to draw a picture. V. Don't be afraid to experiment. Find your muse and let her lead you. As her talent grew stronger, Elizabeth's muse became Novine, the marvelous talking doll. Or so she thought. And by the time she discovered her mistake, by the time Novine's voice changed, it was too late. But at first it must have been wonderful. Finding one's muse always is. The cake, for instance. "Make it go on the floor," Novine says. "Make it go on the floor, Libbet." And because she can, she does. She draws Nan Melba's cake on the floor. Splatter on the floor. Ah. And Nan Melba standing over it, hands on hips, disgusted. And was Elizabeth ashamed when it actually happened? Ashamed and a little frightened? I think she was. I know she was. For children, meanness is usually funny only when it's imagined. Still, there were other games. Other experiments. Until finally, in 27. In Florida, all out-of-season hurricanes are called Alice. It's a kind of joke. But the one that came screaming in off the gulf in March of the year should have been named Hurricane Elizabeth. The doll whispered to her in a voice that must have sounded like the wind in the palms at night, or the retreating tide grating through the shells under Big Pink, whispering as little Libet lingered on the porch of sleep, telling her how much fun it would be to paint a big storm. And more. Novine says there are secret things. Buried treasures a big storm will uncover. Things Daddy would like to find and look at. And that turned the trick. Elizabeth cared only a little about painting a storm, but pleasing her Daddy? That idea was irresistible. Because Daddy was angry that year. Mad at Edie, who wouldn't go back to school even after her European tour. Edie didn't care about meeting the right people or going to the right deb balls. She was besotted with her Emery, who wasn't the right sort at all in Daddy's view of things. Daddy says he's not our kind, he's a celluloid collar, and Edie says he's my kind, no matter what collar, and Daddy's furious. There were bitter arguments. Daddy mad at Edie and vice versa. Hannah and Maria mad at Edie for having a handsome boyfriend who was both older and below her. The twins scared by all that mad. Libet scared, too. Nan Melba declared over and over that if not for Tessie and Lolo, she would have gone back to her people in Jacksonville long since. Elizabeth drew these things, so I saw them. The boil finally popped its top. Edie and her unsuitable young man eloped off to Atlanta, where Emery had been promised work in the office of a competitor. Daddy was raging. The big meanies, home from the Braden school for the weekend, heard him on the telephone in his study, telling someone he'd have Emery Paulson brought back and horsewhipped within an inch of his life. He would have them both horsewhipped. Then he says no, by God. Let it be what it is. She's made her bed, let her sleep in it. After that came the storm. The Alice. Libet felt it coming. She felt the wind begin to rise and blow out of simple charcoal strokes as black as death. The size of the actual storm when it arrived, the pelting rain, the freight train shriek of the gale, frightened her badly, as if she had whistled for a dog and gotten a wolf. But then the wind died and the sun came out and everyone was all right. Better than all right, because in the Alice's aftermath, Edie and her unsuitable young man were forgotten for a time. Elizabeth even heard Daddy humming as he and Mr. Shennington cleaned up the wreckage in the front yard, Daddy driving the little red tractor and Mr. Shennington throwing drowned palm fronds and busted branches into the little trailer trundling along behind. The doll whispered, the muse told its tale. Elizabeth listened and painted the place off Hag's Rock that very day, the one where Novine whispered the buried treasure now lay exposed. Libet begs her Daddy to go look, begs him. Daddy says no, Daddy says he's too tired, too stiff from all that yard work. Nan Melba says sometime in the water might loosen you up, Mr. Eastlake. Nan Melba says I'll bring down a picnic lunch and the little girls. And then Nan Melba says you know how she is now. If she says something's out there, then maybe. So they went down beach by Hag's Rock, Daddy in the swimsuit that no longer fit him, and Elizabeth, and the twins, and Nan Melba. Hannah and Maria were back in school, and Edie, but best not talk about her. Edie's in Dutch. Nan Melba was carrying the red picnic basket. Inside was the lunch, sun hats for the girls, Elizabeth's drawing things, Daddy's spear pistol, and a few harpoons for it. Daddy puts on his flippers and wades into the caldo up to his knees and says this is cold. It better not take long, Libet. Tell me where this fabulous treasure lies. Libet says I will, but do you promise I can have the china dolly? Daddy says any doll is yours, fair salvage. The muse saw it and the girl painted it. So their future is set. 9. Candy Brown. 2 nights later I painted the ship for the first time. I called it Girl and Ship to begin with, then Girl and Ship number 1, although neither was its real name was Ilsa and Ship number 1. It was the ship series even more than what happened to Candy Brown that decided me on whether or not to show my work. If Nanuzzi wanted to do it, I'd go along. Not because I was seeking what Shakespeare called the bubble reputation, I owe Wireman for that one, but because I came to understand that Elizabeth was right, it was better not to let work pile up on Duma Key. The ship paintings were good. Maybe great. They certainly felt that way when I finished them. They were also bad, powerful medicine. I think I knew that from the first one, executed during the small hours of Valentine's Day. During the last night of Tina Garibaldi's life. The dream wasn't exactly a nightmare, but it was vivid beyond my power to describe in words, although I captured some of the feeling on canvas. Not all, but some. Enough, maybe. It was sunset. In that dream and all the ones which followed, it was always sunset. Vast red light filled the west, reaching high to heaven, where it faded first to orange, then to a weird green. The gulf was nearly dead calm, with only the smallest and glassiest of rollers crossing its surface like respiration. In the reflected sunset glare, it looked like a huge socket filled with blood. Silhouetted against that furnace light was a three-masted derelict. The ship's rotted sails hung limp with red fire glaring through the holes and ribs. There was no one alive on board. You only had to look to know that. There was a feeling of hollow menace about the thing, as though it had housed some plague that had burned through the crew, leaving only this rotting corpse of wood, hemp, and sailcloth. I remember feeling that if a gull or pelican flew over it, the bird would drop dead on the deck with its feathers smoking. Floating about 40 yards away was a small rowboat. Sitting in it was a girl, her back to me. Her hair was red, but the hair was false. No live girl had tangled yarn hair like that. What gave away her identity was the dress she wore. It was covered with tic-tac-toe grids and the printed words "I win, you win," over and over. Elsa had that dress when she was 4 or 5, about the age of the twin girls in the family portrait I'd seen on the second-floor landing of El Palacio de Asesinos. I tried to shout, to warn her not to go near the derelict. I couldn't. I was helpless. In any case, it didn't seem to matter. She only sat there in her sweet little rowboat on the mild red rollers, watching and wearing Illy's tic-tac-toe dress. I fell out of my bed, and on my bad side. I cried out in pain and rolled over on my back, listening to the waves from outside and the soft grinding of the shells under the house. They told me where I was but did not comfort me. "I win," they said. "I win, you win. You win, I win. The gun, I win. The fruit, you win. I win, you win." My missing arm seemed to burn. I had to put a stop to it or go crazy, and there was only one way to do that. I went upstairs and painted like a lunatic for the next 3 hours. I had no model on my table, no object in view out my window. Nor did I need any. It was all in my head. And as I worked, I realized this was what all the pictures had been struggling toward. Not the girl in the rowboat, necessarily. She was probably just an added attraction, a toehold in reality. It was the ship I had been after all along. The ship and the sunset. When I thought back, I realized the irony of that. Hello, the pencil sketch I'd made on the day I came had been the closest. I had tumbled into bed around 3:30 and slept until 9. I woke feeling refreshed, cleaned out, brand new. The weather was fine, cloudless and warmer than it had been in a week. The Baumgartens were getting ready to return north, but I had a spirited game of frisbee with their boys on the beach before they left. My appetite was high, my pain level low. It was nice to feel like one of the guys again, even for an hour. Elizabeth's weather had also cleared. I read her a number of poems while she arranged her chinas. Wireman was there, caught up for once and in good spirits. The world felt fine that day. It occurred to me only later that George Candy Brown might well have been abducting 12-year-old Tina Garibaldi at the same time I was reading Richard Wilbur's poem about laundry. Love calls us to the things of the world, to Elizabeth. I chose it because I happened to see an item in that day's paper saying it had become something of a Valentine's Day favorite. The Garibaldi kidnapping happened to be recorded. It occurred at exactly 3:16 p.m., according to the timestamp on the tape, and that would have been just about the time I paused to sip from my glass of Wireman's green tea and unfold the Wilbur poem, which I had printed off the internet. There were closed-circuit cameras installed to watch the loading dock areas behind the Crossroads Mall. To guard against pilferage, I suppose. What they caught in this case was the pilferage of a child's life. She comes into view crossing right to left, a slim kid dressed in jeans with a pack on her back. She was probably planning to duck into the mall before going the rest of the way home. On the tape, which the TV stations replayed obsessively, you see him emerge from a rampway and take her by the wrist. She turns her face up to his and appears to ask him a question. Brown nods in reply and leads her away. At first she's not struggling, but then, just before they disappear behind a dumpster, she attempts to pull free. But he's still holding her firmly by the wrist when they disappear from the camera's view. He killed her less than 6 hours later, according to the county medical examiner, but judging by the terrible evidence of her body, those hours must have seemed very long to that little girl who never harmed anyone. They must have seemed endless. Outside the open window, the morning air is all awash with angels, Richard Wilbur writes, and love calls us to the things of the world. But no, Richard. No, those were only sheets. For the Baumgartens departed. The Godfrey's dogs barked them goodbye. A merry maid's crew went into the house where the Baumgartens had been staying and gave it a good cleaning. The Godfrey's dogs barked them hello and goodbye. Tina Garibaldi's body was found in a ditch behind the Wilk Park Little League field, naked from the waist down and discarded like a bag of garbage. Her mother was shown on Channel 6 screaming and harrowing at her cheeks. The Kintners replaced the Baumgartens. The folks from Toledo vacated number 39 and 3 pleasant old ladies from Michigan moved in. The old ladies laughed a lot and actually said yoo-hoo when they saw me or wiremen coming. I have no idea if they put the newly installed Wi-Fi at number 39 to use or not, but the first time I played Scrabble with them, they fed me my lunch. The Godfrey's dogs barked tirelessly when the old ladies went on their afternoon walks. A man who worked at the Sarasota EasyJet Wash called the police and said the guy on the Tina Garibaldi tape looked very much like one of his fellow car washers, a guy named George Brown, known to everyone as Candy. Candy Brown had left work around 2:30 on Valentine's Day afternoon, this man said, and hadn't returned until the next morning. Claimed he hadn't felt well. The EasyJet Wash was only a block from the Crossroads Mall. 2 days after Valentine's, I came into the Palacio kitchen and found Wireman sitting at the table with his head thrown back, shaking all over. When the shakes subsided, he told me he was fine. When I said he didn't look fine, he told me to keep my opinions to myself, speaking in a brusque tone that was unlike him. I held up 3 fingers and asked him how many he saw. He said 3. I held up 2 and he said 2. I decided, not without misgivings, to let it go. Again. I was not, after all, my wireman's keeper. I painted girl and ship numbers 2 and 3. In number 2, the child in the rowboat was wearing Reba's polka-dotted blue dress, but I was pretty sure it was still Ilsa. And in number 3 there was no doubt. Her hair had returned to the fine cornsilk I remembered from those days, and she was wearing a sailor blouse with blue curlicue stitching around the collar that I had reason to remember very well. She'd been wearing it one Sunday when she'd fallen out of the apple tree in our backyard and broken her arm. In number 3 the ship had turned slightly, and I could read the first letters of its name on the prow in flaking paint, PR. I had no idea what the rest of the letters might be. That was also the first painting with John Eastlake's spear pistol in it. It was lying loaded on one of the rowboat seats. On the 18th of February, a friend of Jack's showed up to help with repairs to some of the rental properties. The Godfrey's dogs barked gregariously at him, inviting him to come over any time he felt like having a chunk removed from his hip-hop jeans-clad butt sky. Police questioned Candy Brown's wife. She also called him Candy. Everyone called him Candy. He had probably invited Tina Garibaldi to call him Candy before torturing and killing her, about his whereabouts on the afternoon of Valentine's Day. She said maybe he was sick, but he hadn't been sick at home. He hadn't come home until 8 o'clock or so that night. She said he had brought her a box of chocolates. She said he was an old sweetie about things like that. On the 21st of February, the country music folks took their sports car and went boot-scooting back to the northern climes from whence they'd come. No one else moved in to take their place. Wireman said it signaled the turn of the snowbird tide. He said it always turned earlier on Duma Key, which had 0 restaurants and tourist attractions, not even a lousy alligator farm. The Godfrey's dogs barked ceaselessly, as if to proclaim the tide of winter vacationers might have turned, but it was a long way from out. On the same day the boot scooters left Duma, the police showed up at Candy Brown's home in Sarasota with a search warrant. According to Channel 6, they took several items. A day later, the 3 old ladies at number 39 once more fed me my lunch at Scrabble. I never so much as sniffed a triple word score, but I did learn that caveat is a word. When I got home and snapped on the TV, the breaking news logo was on Channel 6, which is all Suncoast, all of the time. Candy Brown had been arrested. According to sources close to the investigation, 2 of the items taken in the search of the Brown house were undergarments, one spotted with blood. DNA testing would follow as day follows night. Candy Brown didn't wait. The following day's newspaper quoted him as saying to police, "I got high and did a terrible thing." This was what I read as I drank my morning juice. Above the story was the picture, already as familiar to me as the photo of Kennedy being shot in Dallas. The picture showed Candy with his hand locked on Tina Garibaldi's wrist, her face turned up to his questioningly. The telephone rang. I picked it up without looking at it and said hello. I was preoccupied with Tina Garibaldi. It was Wireman. He asked if maybe I could come down to the house for a little while. I said sure, of course, started to say goodbye, and then realized I was hearing something, not in his voice but just under it, that was a long way from normal. I asked him what was wrong. I seemed to have gone blind in my left eye, muchacho. He laughed a little. It was a strange, lost sound. I knew it was coming, but it's still a shock. I suppose we'll all feel that way when we wake up. DD, he drew a shuddering breath. Can you come? I tried to get Anne-Marie from Bay Area Private Nursing, but she's out on call, and can you come, Edgar? Please? I'll be right there. Just hang on, Wireman. Stay where you are and hang on. I hadn't had trouble with my own eyesight in weeks. The accident had caused some loss of peripheral vision, and I tended to turn right to look at things I'd formerly picked up easily while looking straight ahead, but otherwise I was fine in the vision department. Going out to my anonymous rental Chevy, I wondered how I'd feel if that bloody redness started to creep over things again, or if I woke up some morning with nothing but a black hole on one side of my world. That made me wonder how Wireman could have managed to laugh. Even a little one. I had my hand on the Malibu's door handle when I remembered him saying that Anne-Marie Whistler, whom he depended upon to stay with Elizabeth when he had to be gone for any length of time, was on call. I hurried back to the house and called Jack's mobile, praying that he'd answer and that he could come. He did, and he could. That was one for the home team. 6 I drove off the island for the first time that morning, and I broke my cherry in a big way, joining the bumper-to-bumper northbound traffic on the Tamiami Trail. We were bound for Sarasota Memorial Hospital. This was on the recommendation of Elizabeth's doctor, who had called over Wireman's weak protests. And now Wireman kept asking me if I was all right, if I was sure I could do this, if it wouldn't have been better to let Jack drive him so I could stay with Elizabeth. I'm fine, I said. Well, you look scared to death. I can see that much. His right eye had shifted in my direction. His left tried to follow suit, but without much success. It was bloodshot, slightly upturned, and welling careless tears. You gonna freak out, muchacho? No. Besides, you heard Elizabeth. If you hadn't gone on your own, she would have taken a broom and beaten you right out the door. He hadn't met Miss Eastlake to know there was anything wrong with him, but she'd been coming into the kitchen on her walker and overheard his end of our conversation. And besides, she had a little of what Wireman had. It went unacknowledged between us, but it was there. If they want to admit you, I began. Oh, they'll want to, it's a fucking reflex with them, but it's not going to happen. If they could fix it, that would be different. I'm only going because Havelock may be able to tell me that this isn't a permanent clusterfuck but just a temporary blip on the radar. He smiled wanly. Wireman, what the hell's wrong with you? All in good time, muchacho. What are you painting these days? Never mind right now. Oh dear, Wireman said. Looks like I'm not the only one who's tired of questions. Did you know that during the winter months, 1 out of every 40 regular users of the Tamiami Trail will have a vehicular mishap? It's true. And according to something I heard on the news the other day, the chances of an asteroid the size of the Houston Astrodome hitting the Earth are actually better than the chances of... I reached for the radio and said, why don't we have some music? Good idea, he said. But no fucking country. For a second I didn't understand, and then I remembered the recently departed boot scooters. I found the area's loudest, dumbest rock station, which styles itself the Bone. Their Nazareth was screaming its way through Hair of the Dog. Ah, puke on your shoes, rock and roll, Wireman said. Now you're talking, mijo. 7 That was a long day. Any day you drop your bod onto the conveyor belt of modern medicine, especially as it's practiced in a city overstuffed with elderly, often ailing winter visitors, you're in for a long day. We were there until 6. They did indeed want to admit Wireman. He refused. I spent most of my time in those purgatorial waiting rooms where the magazines are old, the cushions on the chairs are thin, and the TV is always bolted high in one corner. I listened to worry conversations compete with the TV cackle, and every now and then I went to one of the areas where cell phones were allowed and used Wireman's to call Jack. Was she good? She was terrific. They were playing Parcheesi. Then reconfiguring Chinatown. The 3rd time they were eating sandwiches and watching Oprah. The 4th time she was sleeping. Tell him she's made all our restroom calls, Jack said. So far. I did. Wireman was pleased to hear it. And the conveyor belt trundled slowly along. 3 waiting rooms, 1 outside general admitting, where Wireman refused to even take a clipboard with a form on it, possibly because he couldn't read it. I filled in the necessary information, 1 outside neurology, where I met both Jean Havelock, Elizabeth's doctor, and a pallid, goateed fellow named Herbert Principe. Dr. Havelock claimed that Principe was the best neurologist in Sarasota. Principe did not deny this, nor did he say shucks. The last waiting room was on the 2nd floor, home of big fancy equipment. Here Wireman was taken not to magnetic resonance imaging, a process with which I was very familiar, but instead to X-ray at the far end of the hall, a room I imagine to be dusty and neglected in this modern age. Wireman gave me his Mary medallion to hold, and I was left to wonder why Sarasota's best neurologist would resort to such old-fashioned technology. No one bothered to enlighten me. The TVs in all 3 waiting rooms were tuned to Channel 6, where again and again I was subjected to the picture, Candy Brown with his hand locked on Tina Garibaldi's wrist, her face turned up to his, frozen in a look that was terrible because anyone brought up in a halfway decent home knew, in his or her heart, exactly what it meant. You told your children be careful, very careful, that a stranger could mean danger, and maybe they believed it, but kids from nice homes had also been raised to believe safety was their birthright. So the eyes said, "Sure, mister, tell me what I'm supposed to do." The eyes said, "You're the adult, I'm the kid, so tell me what you want." The eyes said, "I've been raised to respect my elders." And most of all, "What killed you?" were the eyes saying, "I've never been hurt before." I don't think that endless, looping coverage and near constant repetition of the picture accounts for everything that followed, but did it play a part? Yeah. Sure it did. 8 It was past dark when I finally drove out of the parking garage and turned south on the trail, headed back toward Duma. At first I hardly thought about Wireman. I was totally absorbed in my driving, somehow positive this time my luck would run out and we would have an accident. Once we got past the siesta key turnoffs and the traffic thinned a little, I started to relax. When we got to the Crossroads Mall, Wireman said, "Pull in. Need something at the Gap? Joe boxers? Couple of t-shirts with pockets? Don't be a smartass, just pull in. Park under a light." I parked under one of the lights and turned off the engine. I found it moderately creepy there, even though the lot was well over half full and I knew that Candy Brown had taken Tina Garibaldi on the other side, the loading dock side. "I guess I can tell this once," Wireman said. "And you deserve to hear. Because you've been good to me. And you've been good for me." "Right back at you on that, Wireman." His hands were resting on a slim gray folder he had carried out of the hospital with him. His name was on the tab. He raised one finger off it to still me without looking at me. He was looking straight ahead, at the Beals department store anchoring this end of the mall. "I want to do this all at once. That work for you?" "Sure. My story is like," he turned to me, suddenly animated. His left eye was bright red and weeping steadily, but at least now it was pointing at me along with the other one. "Muchacho, have you ever seen one of those happy news stories about a guy winning $200 or $300 million on the Powerball? Everyone has. They get him up on stage, they give him a great big fake cardboard check, and he says something which is almost always inarticulate, but that's good. In a situation like that, inarticulate is the point, because picking all those numbers is fucking outrageous. Absurd. In a situation like that, the best you can do is, I'm going to fucking Disney World. Are you with me so far?" "So far, yeah." Wireman went back to studying the people going in and out of Beals, behind which Tina Garibaldi had met Candy Brown to her pain and sorrow. "I won La Loteria, too. Only not in a good way. In fact, I'd say it was just about the world's worst way. The lawyering I did in my other life was in Omaha. I worked for a firm called Fineham, Dooling, and Allen Wits, of which I considered myself one, sometimes called it Find'em, Fuck'em, and Forget'em. It was actually a great firm, honest as the day. We did good business, and I was well positioned there. I was a bachelor, and by that time, I was 37, I thought that was probably my lot in life. Then the circus came to town, Edgar. I mean an actual circus, one with big cats and aerialists. Most of the performers were of other nationalities, as is often the case. The aerialist troupe and their families were from Mexico. One of the circus accountants, Julia Tavares, was also from Mexico. As well as keeping the books, she functioned as translator for the flyers. He gave her name the Spanish pronunciation, Julia. I did not go to the circus. Wireman does the occasional rock show, he doesn't do circuses. But here's the lottery again. Every few days, the circus's clerical staff would draw slips from a hat to see who goes shopping for the office snacks, chips, dips, coffee, soda. One day in Omaha, Julia drew the marked slip. While coming back across the supermarket parking lot to the van, a produce truck entering the lot at a high rate of speed struck a line of shopping carts. You know how they stacked them up? Yes. Okay. Bang. The carts roll 30 feet, strike Julia, break her leg. She was blindsided, and no chance to get out of the way. There happened to be a cop parked nearby, and he heard her screaming. He called an ambulance. He also breathalyzed a produce truck driver. He blew a 1-7. Is that bad? Yes, muchacho. In Nebraska, a 1-7 means do not collect $200, go directly to drunk. Julia, on the advice of the doctor who saw her in the emergency room, came to us. There were 35 lawyers in find 'em, fuck 'em, and forget 'em back then, and Julia's personal injury case could have ended up with any one of 15. I got it. Do you see the numbers starting to roll into place? Yes. I did more than represent her, I married her. She wins this suit and a large chunk of change. The circus rolls out of town, as circuses have a way of doing, only -1 accountant. Shall I tell you we were very much in love? No, I said. I hear it every time you say her name. Thank you, Edgar. Thanks. He sat there with his head bowed and his hands on his folder. Then he dragged a battered, bulging wallet from his hip pocket. I had no idea how he could bear to sit on such a rock. He flipped through the little windows meant for photographs and important documents, then stopped and slid out a photograph of a dark-haired, dark-eyed woman in a white sleeveless blouse. She looked about 30. She was a heart-stopper. Meet Julia, he said. I started to hand the picture back and he shook his head. He was choosing another photo. I dreaded to see it. I took it, though, when he handed it over. It was Julia Wireman in miniature. That same dark hair, framing a pale, perfect face. Those same dark, solemn eyes. Esmeralda, Wireman said. The other half of my heart. Esmeralda, I said. I thought the eyes looking out of this photograph and the eyes looking up at Candy Brown in the picture were almost the same. But maybe all children's eyes are the same. My arm began to itch. The one that had been burned up in a hospital incinerator. I scratched at it and got my ribs. No news there. Wireman took the pictures back, kissed each with a brief, dry ardor that was terrible to see, and returned them to their transparent sleeves. It took him a little while, because his hands had picked up a tremble. And, I suppose, he was having trouble seeing. You actually don't even have to watch those old numbers, amigo. If you close your eyes you can hear them falling into place, click and click and click. Some guys just strike lucky. Acha. He popped his tongue against the roof of his mouth. The sound was shockingly loud in the little sedan. When EZ was 3, Julia signed on part-time with an outfit called Workfare, Immigration Solutions in downtown Omaha. She helped Spanish speakers with and without green cards get jobs, and she helped start illegals who wanted citizenship on the right road. Just a little storefront outfit, low profile, but they did a lot more practical good than all the marches and sign waving. In Wireman's humble opinion. He pressed his hands against his eyes and drew a deep, shuddering breath. Then he let his palms fall on top of the file folder with a thump. When it happened, I was in Kansas City on business. Julia spent Monday to Thursday mornings at Workfare. EZ went to a daycare. A good one. I could have sued and broken that place, beggared the women who ran it, but I didn't. Because even in my grief, I understood that what happened to Esmeralda could have happened to anyone's child. It's all just loliteria, and teens. Once our firm sued a Venetian blind company, I wasn't personally involved, when a baby lying in his crib got hold of the draw cord, swallowed it, and choked to death. The parents won and there was a payout, but their baby was just as dead, and if it hadn't been the cord, it might have been something else. A matchbox car. The ID tag off the dog's collar. A marble. Wireman shrugged. With EZ it was the marble. She pulled it down her throat during playtime and choked to death. Wireman, Jesus. I'm so sorry. She was still alive when they got her to the hospital. The woman from the daycare called both Julia's office and mine. She was babbling crazy, insane. Julia went tearing out of Workfare, got into her car, drove like hell. 3 blocks from the hospital she had a head-on collision with an Omaha Public Works truck. She was killed instantly. By then our daughter had probably already been dead for 20 minutes. That Mary medallion you held for me, that was Julia's. He fell silent, and the silence spun out. I didn't feel it, there's nothing to say to a story like that. Eventually he resumed. Just another version of the Powerball. 5 numbers, plus that all-important bonus number. Click, 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 click. And then clack for good measure. Did I think such a thing could happen to me? No, muchacho, never in my wildest, and God punishes us for what we can't imagine. My mother and dad begged me to go see a psychiatrist, and for a little while, 8 months after the funerals, I did indeed go. I was tired of floating through the world like a balloon tethered 3 feet over my own head. I know the feeling, I said. I know you do. We checked into hell on different shifts, you and me. And out again, I suppose, although my heels are still smoking. How about yours? Yeah. The psychiatrist, nice man, but I couldn't talk to him. With him I was inarticulate. With him I found myself grinning a lot. I kept expecting a cute chick in a bathing suit to try out my big cardboard check. The audience would see it and applaud. And eventually a check did come. When we married, I'd taken out a joint life insurance policy. When EZ came, I added to it. So I really did win La Loteria. Especially when you add in the compensation Julia received from the accident in the supermarket parking lot. Which brings us to this. He held up the slim gray folder. The thought of suicide had been out there, circling closer and closer. The primary attraction was the idea that Julia and Esmeralda might also still be out there, waiting for me to catch up, but they might not wait forever. I'm not a conventionally religious man, but I think there's at least a chance that there is life after death, and that we survive as, ourselves. But of course, a wintry smile touched the sides of his mouth. Mostly I was just depressed. I had a gun in my safe. A .22. I bought it for home protection after Esmeralda was born. One night I sat down with it at the dining room table, and I believe you might know this part of the story, muchacho. I raised one hand and seesawed in a maybe see, maybe no gesture. I sat down at the dining room table in my empty house. There was a bowl of fruit there, courtesy of the home shopper I employed. I put the gun on the table, and then I closed my eyes. I spun the bowl of fruit around 2 or 3 times. I told myself if I picked an apple out of the bowl, I'd put the gun to my temple and end my life. If it was an orange, however, then I'd take my lottery winnings and go to Disney World. You could hear the refrigerator, I said. That's right, he said without surprise. I could hear the fridge, both the hum of the motor and the clunk of the ice maker. I reached out and I picked an apple. Did you cheat? Wireman smiled. A fair question. If you mean did I peek, the answer is no. If you mean did I memorize the geography of the fruit in the bowl, he shrugged. Quien sabe? In any case, I picked an apple, in Adam's fall, sin we all. I didn't have to bite it or smell it, I could tell what it was by the skin. So without opening my eyes, or giving myself any chance to think, I picked up the gun and put it to my temple. He mimed this with the hand I no longer had, cocking the thumb and placing the first finger against the small circular scar that his long, graying hair usually hid. My last thought was, at least I won't have to listen to that refrigerator anymore, or eat one more gourmet shepherd's pie out of it. I don't remember any bang. Nevertheless, the whole world went white, and that was the end of Wireman's other life. Now, would you like the hallucinogenic shit? Yes, please. You want to see if it matches yours, don't you? Yes. And a question occurred to me. One of some import, maybe? Wireman, did you have any of these telepathic bursts, weird receptions, whatever you want to call them, before you came to Duma? I was thinking of Monica Goldstein's dog, Gandalf, and how I seemed to have choked him with an arm I no longer had. Yes, 2 or 3, he said. I may tell you about them in time, Edgar, but I don't want to stick Jack with Miss Eastlake for too long. All other considerations aside, she's apt to be worried about me. She's a dear thing. I could have said that Jack, also sort of a dear thing, would probably be worried, too, but instead I only told him to go on. You often have a redness about you, muchacho, Wireman said. I don't think it's an aura, exactly, and it's not exactly a thought, except when it is. I've gotten it from you as a word as well as a color on 3 or 4 occasions. And yes, once while I was off Duma, when we were at the Scoto. When I was stuck for a word. Were you? I don't remember. Neither do I, but I'm sure that was it. Red's a mnemonic for me. A trigger. From a Reba McEntire song, of all things. I found it almost by accident. And there's something else, I guess. When I forget stuff I tend to get, a little pissed off. I thought of how I'd taken Pam by the throat. How I tried to choke her. Yeah, I said. You could say that. Oh. Anyway, I guess that red must have gotten out and stained my mental suit of clothes. Is that what it's like? Close. And every time I sense that around you, in you, I think of waking up after putting a bullet in my temple and seeing the whole world was dark red. I thought I was in hell, that was what hell was going to be like, an eternity of deepest scarlet. He paused. Then I realized it was just the apple. It was lying right in front of me, maybe an inch from my eyes. It was on the floor and I was on the floor. I'll be damned, I said. Yes, that's what I thought, but it wasn't damnation, only an apple. In Adam's fall, sin we all. I said that out loud. Then I said, fruit bowl. I remember everything that happened and everything that was said over the next 96 hours with perfect clarity. Every detail. He laughed. Of course I know some of the things I remember aren't true, but I remember them with exquisite precision, all the same. No cross-examination could trip me up to this very day, not even concerning the pus-covered roaches I saw crawling out of old Jack Finham's eyes, mouth, and nostrils. I had a hell of a headache, but once I got over the shock of the apple close-up, I felt pretty much okay otherwise. It was 4 a.m. 6 hours had gone by. I was lying in a puddle of congealed blood. It was caked on my right cheek like jelly. I remember sitting up and saying, I'm a dandy in aspic, and trying to remember if aspic was some kind of jelly. I said, no jelly in the fruit bowl. And saying that seemed so rational it was like passing a sanity test. I began to doubt that I'd shot myself. It seemed more likely that I'd gone to sleep at the dining room table only thinking of shooting myself, fallen off my chair, and hit my head. That's where the blood came from. In fact, it seemed almost certain, given the fact that I was moving around and talking. I told myself to say something else. To say my mother's name. Instead I said, cash crop in the ground, landlord soon be ruin. I nodded, excited. I had had similar experiences, not once but countless times, after coming out of my coma. Sit in the buddy, sit in the chum. Were you angry? No, serene. Relieved. I could accept a little disorientation from a knock on the head. Only then I saw the gun on the floor. I picked it up and smelled the muzzle. There's no mistaking the smell of a recently fired gun. It's acrid, a smell with claws. Still, I held on to the falling asleep and hitting my idea until I got into the bathroom and saw the hole in my temple. Little round hole with a corona of singe marks around it. He laughed again, as people do when remembering some crazy boner they've pulled, forgetting to open the garage door, for instance, and then backing into it. That's when I heard the last number clicking into place, Edgar, the Powerball number. And I knew I was going to Disney World, after all. Or a reasonable facsimile, I said. Christ, wireman. I tried to wash the powder burns off, but bearing down with a face cloth hurt too much. It was like biting down on a bad tooth. Suddenly I understood why they'd x-rayed him instead of sticking him in the MRI machine. The bullet was still in his head. Wireman, can I ask you something? All right. Are a person's optic nerves? I don't know, base backwards? Indeed they are. So that's why your left eye is fucked up. It's like, for a moment the word wouldn't come, and I clenched my fists. Then it was there. It's like contre coup. I guess so, yeah. I shot myself in the right side of my stupid head, but it's my left eye that's fucked up. I put a band-aid over the hole. And took some aspirin. I laughed. I couldn't help it. Wireman smiled and nodded. Then I went to bed and tried to sleep. I might as well have tried sleeping in the middle of a brass band. I didn't sleep for 4 days. I felt I would never sleep again. My mind was going 4,000 miles an hour. This made cocaine seem like Xanax. I couldn't even lie still for long. I managed 20 minutes, then leaped up and put on mariachi record. It was 5:30 in the morning. I spent 30 minutes on the exercise bike, first time I'd been on it since Julia and Easy died, showered, and went into work. For the next 3 days I was a bird, I was a plane, I was super lawyer. My colleagues progressed from being worried about me to being scared for me to being scared for themselves. The non-sequiturs were getting worse, and so was my tendency to lapse into both pidgin Spanish and a kind of Pepe Le Pew French, but there can be no doubt that I moved a mountain of paper during those days, and very little of it ever came back on the firm. I checked. The partners in the corner offices and the lawyers in the trenches were united in the belief that I was having a nervous breakdown, and in a sense they were right. It was an organic nervous breakdown. Several people tried to get me to go home, with no success. Dion Knightley, one of my good friends there, all but begged me to let him take me to see a doctor. Know what I told him? I shook my head. Corn in the field, deal soon sealed. I remember it perfectly. Then I walked away. Except I was almost skipping. Walking was too slow for wiremen. I pulled 2 all-nighters. The third night, the security guard escorted me, protesting, from the premises. I informed him that a rigid penis has 1,000,000 capillaries but not one scruple. I also told him he was a dandy in aspic and that his father hated him. Wireman brooded down at his folder briefly. The thing about his father got to him, I think. Actually, I know it did. He tapped his scarred temple. Weird radio, amigo. Weird radio. The next day I was called in to see Jack Fineham, the Grand High Raja of our kingdom. I was ordered to take a leave of absence. Not asked, ordered. Jack opined that I come back too soon after my unfortunate family reversals. I told him that was silly, I'd had no family reversals. Say only that my wife and child E.T. are rotten apple, I told him. Say that white-haired syndic, for it did be mortal full of bugs, that was when the roaches started to come out of his eyes and nose. And a couple from under his tongue, spilling white scum down his chin when they crawled over his lower lip. I started to scream. And I went for him. If not for the panic button on his desk, I didn't even know the paranoid old geezer had one, I might have killed him. Also, he could run surprisingly fast. I mean, he sped around that office, Edgar. Must have been all those years of tennis and golf. He mulled this for a moment. Still, I had both madness and youth on my side. I had laid hands on him by the time the posse burst in. It took 6 lawyers to haul me off him, and I tore his Paul Stewart suit coat in half. Straight down the back. He shook his head slowly back and forth. You should have heard that Eodaputa holler. And you should have heard me. The maddest shit you can imagine, including accusations, shouted at the top of my lungs about his preference for ladies' underwear. And like the thing about the security guard's father, I think that may well have been true. Funny, no? And, crazy or not, valued legal mind or not, that was the end of my career at Findham, fuck 'em, and forget 'em. I'm sorry, I said. De nada, all for the best, he said in a businesslike tone. As the lawyers were wrestling me out of his office, which was trashed, I pitched a fit. The grandest of grand mals. If there hadn't been a legal aid handy with some medical training, I might have died right there. As it was, I was out cold for 3 days. And hey, I needed the sleep. So now, he opened the folder and handed me 3 x-rays. They weren't as good as the cortical slices produced by an MRI, but I had an informed layman's understanding of what I was looking at, thanks to my own experience. There it is, Edgar, a thing many claim does not exist, the brain of a lawyer. Have any pictures like these yourself? Let's put it this way, if I wanted to fill a scrapbook, he grinned. But who'd want a scrapbook of shots like these? Do you see the slug? Yes. You must have been holding the gun. I held up my hand, tilting the finger at a pretty severe downward angle. That's about right. And it had to be been a partial misfire. There was enough bang to drive it through my skull case and deflect the bullet downward at an even steeper angle. It burrowed into my brain and came to rest. But before it did, it created a kind of, I don't know, bow wave? His eyes lit up. Exactly. Only the texture of brain matter is more like calf's liver than water. You. Nice. I know. Wireman can be eloquent, he admits it. The slug created a downward bow wave that caused edema and pressure on the optic chiasm. That's the brain's visual switching point. Are you getting the richness of this? I shot myself in the temple, and not only did I end up still alive, I ended up with the bullet causing problems in the equipment located back here. He tapped the ridge of bone above his right ear. And the problems are getting worse because the slug's moving. It's at least a 1/4 inch deeper than 2 years ago. Probably more. I didn't need Hadlock or Principe to give me that information. I can see it in these pictures for myself. So let them operate on you, wireman, and take it out. Jack and I will make sure Elizabeth's okay until you're back on your... He was shaking his head. No. Why no? It's too deep for surgery, amigo. That's why I didn't let them admit me. Did you think it was because I've got a Marlboro Man complex? No way. My days of wanting to be dead are over. I still miss my wife and my daughter, but now I've got Miss Eastlake to take care of, and I've come to love the key. And there's you, Edgar. I want to know how your story comes out. Do I regret what I did? Sometimes see, sometimes no. When it's see, I remind myself I wasn't the same man then that I am now, and that I have to cut the old me some slack. That man was so hurt and lost he really wasn't responsible. This is my other life, and I try to look at my problems in it as, well, birth defects. Wireman, that's bizarre. Is it? Think of your own situation. I thought of my situation. I was a man who had choked his own wife and then forgot about it. A man who now slept with a doll in the other half of the bed. I decided to keep my opinions to myself. Dr. Principe only wants to admit me because I'm an interesting case. You don't know that. But I do. Wireman spoke with suppressed passion. I've met at least 4 Principes since I did this to myself. They're terrifyingly similar, brilliant but disassociative, incapable of empathy, really only 1 or 2 doors down from the sociopaths John D. MacDonald used to write about. Principe can't operate on me any more than he could on a patient who presents with a malignant tumor in that same location. With a tumor, they could at least try radiation. A lead slug isn't amenable to that. Principe knows it, but he's fascinated. And sees nothing wrong with giving me a little false hope if it'll get me in a hospital bed where he can ask me if it hurts when he does this. And later, when I'm dead, perhaps there'd be a paper in it for him. He can go to Cancun and drink wine coolers on the beach. That's harsh. Ain't in the same league as those Principe eyes, those are harsh. I get one look at him and want to run the other way while I still can. Which is pretty much what I did. I shook my head and let it go. So what's the outlook? Why don't you get rolling? This place is starting to give me the willies. I just realized it's where that freako grabbed the little girl. I could have told you that when we drove in. Probably just as well you kept it to yourself. He yawned. God, I'm tired. It's stress. I looked both ways, then turned back onto the Tamimi Trail. I still couldn't believe I was driving, but I was starting to like it. The outlook is not exactly rosy. I'm taking enough doxepin and Zongran now to choke a horse, those anti-seizure drugs, and they've been working pretty well, but I knew I was in trouble that night we had dinner at Zoria's. I tried to deny it, but you know what they say, denial drowned Pharaoh and Moses led the children of Israel free. I think that was the Red Sea. Are there other drugs you can take? Stronger ones? Principe certainly waved his prescription pad at me, but he wanted to offer Neurontin, and I won't even chance that. Because of your job. Right. Wireman, you won't do Elizabeth any good if you go bat blind. He didn't reply for a minute or two. The road, now all but deserted, unrolled in front of my headlights. Then he said, blindness will soon be the least of my problems. I risked a sideways glance at him. You mean this could kill you? Yes. He spoke with a lack of drama that was very convincing. And Edgar? What? Before it does, and while I've still got one good eye left to see with, I'd like to look at some more of your work. Miss Eastlake wants to see some, too. She asked me to ask. You can use the car to haul him down to El Palacio. You seem to be doing admirably. The turn-off to Duma Key was ahead. I put on my blinker. I'll tell you what I think sometimes, he said. I think that this run of fabulous luck I've been having has got to turn and run the other way. There's absolutely no statistical reason to think such a thing, but it's something to hold on to. You know? I do, I said. And Wireman? Still here, muchacho. You love the key, but you also think something's wrong with the key. What is it about this place? I don't know what it is, but it's got something. Don't you think so? Of course I do. You know I do. The day Ilsa and I tried to drive down the road, we both got sick. Her worse than me. And she's not the only one, according to the stories I've heard. There are stories? Oh yeah. The beach is okay, but inland, he shook his head. I'm thinking it might be some kind of pollution in the water table. The same something that makes the flora grow like a mad bastard in a climate where you need irrigation just to keep the frigging lawns from dying. I don't know. But it's best to stay clear. I think that might be especially true for young ladies who'd like to have children someday. The kind without birth defects. Now there was a nasty idea that hadn't occurred to me. I didn't say anything the rest of the way back. This is about memory, and few of mine from that winter are as clear as the one of arriving back at El Palacio that February night. The wings of the iron gate were open. Sitting between them in her wheelchair, just as she had been on the day Ilsa and I had set out on our abortive exploration southward, was Elizabeth Eastlake. She didn't have the harpoon gun, but she was once more in her two-piece sweatsuit, this time with what looked like an old high school jacket thrown over the top, and her big sneakers, looking black instead of blue in the wash of the Malibu's headlights, were propped on the chrome footrests. Beside her was her walker, and beside her walker stood Jack Cantori with a flashlight in his hand. When she saw the car, she began struggling to her feet. Jack moved to restrain her. Then, when he saw she really meant it, he put the flashlight down on the cobbles and helped. By the time I parked next to the gateway, Wireman was opening his door. The Malibu's headlights illuminated Jack and Elizabeth like actors on a stage. "No, Miss Eastlake," Wireman called. "No, don't try to get up. I'll push you inside." She paid no attention. Jack helped her to her walker, or she led him to it, and she grasped the handles. Then she started thumping it toward the car. By then I was struggling out on the driver's side, fighting my bad right hip to escape, as I always did. I was standing beside the hood when she set the walker aside and held her arms out to him. The flesh above her elbows hung limp and dead, pale as dough in the headlights, but her feet were planted wide apart and her stance was sure. A breeze full of night perfumes blew back her hair, and I wasn't a bit surprised to see a scar, a very old one, denting the right side of her head. It could almost have been the twin of my own. Wireman came around the open passenger door and just stood there for a second or two. I think he was deciding if he could still take comfort as well as give it. Then he went to her in a kind of bear-like, shambling walk, his head lowered, his long hair hiding his ears and swinging against his cheeks. She put her arms around him and pulled his head down on her considerable bosom. For a moment she swayed and I was alarmed, wide-set stance or no, but then she came straight again and I saw those gnarled, arthritis-twisted hands begin to rub his back, which had begun to heave. I walked toward them, a little uncertainly, and her eyes turned toward me. They were perfectly clear. This wasn't the woman who had asked about when the train was coming, the one who had said she was so fucking confused. All her circuit breakers were back in the on positions. At least temporarily. "We'll be fine," she said. "You can go home, Edgar." "But, we'll be fine." Rubbing his back with her gnarled fingers. Rubbing it with infinite tenderness. "Wireman will push me inside. In just a minute. Won't you, Wireman?" He nodded against her breast without lifting his head or making a sound. I thought it over and decided to do what she wanted. "That's fine, then. Good night, Elizabeth." "Good night, Wireman." "Come on, Jack." The walker was the kind equipped with a shelf. Jack put the flashlight on it, glanced at Wireman, still standing with his face hidden against the old woman's bosom, and then walked to the open passenger door of my car. "Good night, ma'am." "Good night, young man. You are an impatient Parcheesi player, but you show promise." "And Edgar?" She looked calmly back at me over Wireman's bent head, his heaving back. "The water runs faster now. Soon come the rapids. Do you feel that?" "Yes," I said. I didn't know what she was talking about. I didn't know what she was talking about. "Stay. Please stay on the key, no matter what happens. We need you. I need you, and Duma needs you. Remember I said that, when I slip away again. I will. Look for Nan Melda's picnic basket. It's in the attic, I'm quite sure. It's red. You'll find it. They're inside. What would that be, Elizabeth?" She nodded. "Yes. Good night, Edward." And as simply as that, I knew the slipping away had begun once more. But Wireman would get her inside. Wireman would take care of her. But until he was able to, she would take care of them both. I left them standing on the cobbles beneath the gate arch, between the walker and the wheelchair, she with her arms around him, he with his head on her breast. That memory is clear. Clear. I was exhausted from the stress of driving, I think from spending the day among so many people after being alone for so long, too, but the thought of lying down, let alone going to sleep, was out of the question. I checked my email and found communiques from both my daughters. Melinda had come down with strep in Paris and was taking it as she always took illness, personally. Ilsa had sent a link to the Asheville, North Carolina, Citizen Times. I clicked on it and found a terrific review of the hummingbirds, who had appeared at the First Baptist Church and had the faithful shouting hallelujah. There was also a picture of Carson Jones and a very good-looking blonde standing in front of the rest of the group, their mouths open in song, their eyes locked. Carson Jones and Bridget Andreessen duet on How Great Thou Art, read the caption. My if so girl had written, I'm not a bit jealous. Double. I made myself a bologna and cheese sandwich, 3 months on Duma Key, and I was still a go for bologna, then went upstairs. Looked at the girl and ship paintings that were really Ilsa and ship. Thought of Wireman asking me what I was painting these days. Thought of the long message Elizabeth had left on my answering machine. The anxiety in her voice. She'd said that I must take precautions. I came to a sudden decision and went back downstairs, going as fast as I could without falling. 11. Unlike Wireman, I don't lug my old swollen Lord Buxton around with me. I usually tuck one credit card, my driver's license, and a little fold of cash into my front pocket and call it good. The wallet was locked in a living room desk drawer. I took it out, thumbed through the business cards, and found the one with Scoto Gallery printed on it in raised gold letters. I got the after-hours recording I had expected. When Dario Nanitsi had finished his little spiel and the beep had beeped, I said, Hello, Mr. Nanitsi, this is Edgar Fremantle from Duma Key. I paused briefly, wanting to say guy and knowing that wasn't what I was to him. I'm the artist who does the sunsets with the big shells and plants and things sitting on them. You spoke about possibly showing my work. If you're still interested, would you give me a call? I recited my telephone number and hung up, feeling a little better. Feeling as if I'd done something, at least. I got beer out of the fridge and turned on the TV, thinking I might find a movie worth watching on HBO before turning in. The shells beneath the house had taken on pleasant, lulling sound, their conversation tonight civilized and low-pitched. They were drowned out by the voice of a man standing in a thicket of microphones. It was Channel 6, and the current star was Candy Brown's court-appointed lawyer. He must have held this videotaped press conference at approximately the same time Wireman was getting his head examined. The lawyer looked about 50, and his hair was pulled back into a barrister ponytail, but there was nothing going through the motions about him. He looked and sounded invested. He was telling the reporters that his client would plead not guilty by reason of insanity. He said that Mr. Brown was a drug addict, a porn-addicted sex addict, and a schizophrenic. Nothing about being powerless over ice cream, and now that's what I call music compilations, but of course the jury hadn't been impaneled yet. In addition to Channel SIX's Mike, I saw NBC, CBS, ABC, Fox, and CNN logos. Tina Garibaldi couldn't have gotten coverage like this winning a spelling bee or a science fair, not even for saving the family dog from a raging river, but get raped and murdered in your nationwide sweepee. Everyone knows your killer had your underpants in his bureau drawer. He comes by his addictions honestly, the lawyer said. His mother and both his stepfathers were drug addicts. His childhood was a horror during which he was systematically beaten and sexually abused. He has spent time in institutions for mental illness. His wife is a good-hearted woman, but mentally challenged herself. He never should have been on the streets to begin with. He faced the cameras. This is Sarasota's crime, not George Brown's. My heart goes out to the Garibaldis. I weep for the Garibaldis. He lifted his tearless face to the cameras, as if to somehow prove this, but taking George Brown's life up in Stark won't bring Tina Garibaldi back, and it won't fix the broken system that put this broken human being on the streets, unsupervised. That's my statement. Thank you for listening, and now, if you'll excuse me, he started away, ignoring the shouted questions, and things might still have been all right, different, at least, if I'd turned off the TV or changed the channel right then. But I didn't. I watched the Channel 6 talking head back in the studio say, Royal Bonnier, a legal crusader who has won half a dozen supposedly unwinnable pro bono cases, said he would make every effort to exclude the following video, shot by a security camera behind Beale's department store, from the trial. And that damn thing started again. The kid crosses from right to left with the pack on her back. Brown emerges from the rampway and takes her by the wrist. She looks up at him and appears to ask him a question. And that was when the itch descended on my missing arm like a swarm of bees. I cried out, in surprise as well as agony, and fell on the floor, knocking both the remote and my sandwich plate onto the rug, scratching at what wasn't there. Or what I couldn't get at. I heard myself yelling at it to stop, please stop. But of course there was only one way to stop it. I got on my knees and crawled for the stairs, registering the crunch as one knee came down on the remote and broke it, but first changing the station. To CMT, Country Music Television. Alan Jackson was singing about murder on Music Row. Twice going up the stairs I clawed for the banister, that's how there my right hand was. I could actually feel the sweaty palm squeak on the wood before it passed through like smoke. Somehow I got to the top and stumbled to my feet. I flicked all the light switches up with my forearm and staggered to my easel at a half-assed run. There was a partly finished girl and ship on it. I heaved it aside without a look and slammed a fresh blank canvas in its place. I was breathing in hot little moans. Sweat was trickling out of my hair. I grabbed a wipe-off cloth and flapped it over my shoulder the way I'd flap burp rags over my shoulder when the girls were small. I stuck a brush in my teeth, put a second one behind my ear, started to grab a third, then picked up a pencil instead. The minute I started sketching, the monstrous itch in my arm began to abate. By midnight the picture was done and the itch was gone. Only it wasn't just a picture, not this one was the picture, and it was good, if I do say so myself. And I do. I really was a talented son of a bitch. It showed Candy Brown with his hand locked around Tina Garibaldi's wrist. It showed Tina looking up at him with those dark eyes, terrible in their innocency. I'd caught her look so perfectly that her parents would have taken one glance at the finished product and wanted to commit suicide. But her parents were never going to see this. No, not this one. My painting was an almost exact copy of the photograph that had been in every Florida newspaper at least once since February 15th, and probably in most papers across the United States. There was only one major difference. I'm sure Dario Nanizzi would have seen it as a trademark touch. Edgar Fremantle, the American primitive fighting game, lay past the cliché, struggling to reinvent Candy and Tina, that match made in hell, but Nanizzi was never going to see this one either. I dropped my brushes back into their mayo jars. I was paint up to my elbow, and all down the left side of my face, but cleaning up was the last thing on my mind. I was too hungry. There was hamburger, but it wasn't thawed. Ditto the pork roast Jack had picked up at Morton's the previous week. And the rest of my curd bologna stash had been supper. There was, however, an unopened box of Special K with fruit and yogurt. I started to pour some into a cereal bowl, but in my current state of ravenousness, a cereal bowl looked roughly the size of a thimble. I shoved it aside so hard it bounced off the bread box, got one of the mixing bowls from the cupboard over the stove instead, and dumped the whole box of cereal into it. I flooded it with half a quart of milk, added 7 or 8 heaping tablespoons of sugar, then dug in, pausing only once to add more milk. I ate all of it, then sloshed off to bed, stopping at the TV to silence the current urban cowboy. I collapsed crosswise on the counterpane and found myself eye to eye with Reba as the shelves beneath Big Pink murmured. "What did you do?" Reba asked. "What did you do this time, you nasty man?" I tried to say nothing, but I was asleep before the word could come out. And besides, I knew better. 12 The phone woke me. I managed to push the right button on the second try and said something that vaguely resembled hello. "Muchacho, wake up and come to breakfast." Wireman cried. "Steak and eggs. It's a celebration." He paused. "At least I'm celebrating." Miss Eastlake's fogged out again. "Where we seal," it hit me then, the only thing it possibly could be, and I snapped upright, tumbling Reba onto the floor. "Did your vision come back?" "It's not that good, I'm afraid, but it's still good. This is something all of Sarasota can celebrate. Candy Brown, amigo." The guards who do the morning count found him dead in his cell. For a moment that itch flashed down my right arm, and it was red. "What are they saying?" I heard myself asking. "Suicide?" "Don't know, but either way, suicide or natural causes, he saved the state of Florida a lot of money and the parents the grief of a trial. Come on over and blow a noisemaker with me, what do you say?" "Just let me get dressed," I said. "And wash." I looked at my left arm. It was splattered with many colors. I was up late. Painting? No, banging Pamela Anderson. Your fantasy life is sadly deprived, Edgar. I banged the Venus de Milo last night, and she had arms. Don't be too long. How do you like your huevos? Oh. Scrambled. I'll be half an hour. That's fine. I must say you don't sound very thrilled with my news bulletin. I'm still trying to wake up. On the whole, I have to say I'm very glad he's dead. Take a number and get in line, he said, and hung up. 13 because the remote was broken. I had to tune the TV manually, an antique skill but one I found I still possessed. On 6, All Tina, All the Time had been replaced by a new show, All Candy, All the Time. I turned the volume up to an ear-splitting level and listened while I scrubbed the paint off. George Candy Brown appeared to have died in his sleep. A guard who was interviewed said, "The guy was the loudest snorer we ever had. We used to joke that the inmates would have killed him just for that, if he'd been in Gen Pop." A doctor said that sounded like sleep apnea and opined that Brown might have died from a resulting complication. He said such deaths in adults were uncommon but far from unheard of. Sleep apnea sounded like a good call to me, but I thought I had been the complication. With most of the paint washed off, I climbed the stairs to Little Pink for a look at my version of the picture in the long light of morning. I didn't think it would be as good as I believed when I staggered downstairs to eat an entire box of cereal. It couldn't be, considering how fast I'd worked. Only it was. There was Tina, dressed in jeans and a clean pink t-shirt, with her pack on her back. There was Candy Brown, also dressed in jeans, with his hand upon her wrist. Her eyes were turned up to his and her mouth was slightly open, as if to ask a question. "What do you want, mister?" Being the most likely. His eyes were looking down at her, and they were full of dark intent, but the rest of his face showed nothing at all, because the rest of his face wasn't there. I hadn't painted his mouth and nose. Below the eyes, my version of Candy Brown was a perfect blank. 10. The bubble reputation I got on the plane that brought me to Florida wearing a heavy duffel coat, and I wore it that morning when I limped down the beach from Big Pink to El Palacio de Asesinos. It was cold, with a stiff wind blowing in from the Gulf, where the water looked like broken steel under an empty sky. If I had known that was to be the last cold day I'd ever experience on Duma Key, I might have relished it, but probably not. I had lost my knack for suffering the cold gladly. In any case, I hardly knew where I was. I had my canvas collection pouch slung over my shoulder, because carrying it while I was on the beach was now second nature, but I never put a single shell or bit of flotsam in it. I just plodded along, swinging my bad leg without really feeling it, listening to the wind whistle past my ears without really hearing it, and watching the peeps scurry in and out of the surf without really seeing them. I thought, I killed him just as surely as I killed Monica Goldstein's dog. I know that sounds like bullshit, but only it didn't sound like bullshit. It wasn't bullshit. I had stopped his breath. 2. There was a glassed-in sun porch on the south side of El Palacio. It looked toward the tangles of tropical overgrowth in one direction and out at the metallic blue of the Gulf in the other. Elizabeth was seated there in her wheelchair, with a breakfast tray attached to the arms. For the first time since I'd met her, she was strapped in. The tray, littered with curds of scrambled egg and pieces of toast, looked like the aftermath of a toddler's meal. Wireman had even been feeding her juice from a sippy cup. The small table model television in the corner was tuned to Channel 6. It was still all Candy, all of the time. He was dead and Channel 6 was beating off on the body. He undoubtedly deserved no better, but it was still gruesome. "I think she's finished," Wireman said, "but maybe you'd sit with her while I scramble you a couple and burn the toast." "Happy to, but you don't have to go to any trouble on my part." I worked late and had a bite afterward. A bite. Sure. I'd spied the empty mixing bowl in the kitchen sink on my way out. "It's no trouble. How's your leg this morning?" "Not bad." It was the truth. "ET2, brute?" "I'm alright, thanks." But he looked tired, his left eye was still red and drippy. "This won't take 5 minutes." Elizabeth was almost completely AWOL. When I offered her the sippy cup, she took a little and then turned her head away. Her face looked ancient and bewildered in the unforgiving winter light. I thought that we made quite a trio, the senile woman, the ex-lawyer with the slug in his brain, and the amputee ex-contractor. All with battle scars on the right side of our heads. On TV, Candy Brown's lawyer, now ex-lawyer, I guess, was calling for a full investigation. Elizabeth perhaps spoke for all of Sarasota County on this issue by closing her eyes, slumping down against the restraining strap so that her considerable breastworks pushed up, and going to sleep. Wireman came back in with eggs enough for both of us, and I ate with surprising gusto. Elizabeth began to snore. One thing was certain, if she had sleep apnea, she wouldn't die young. "Missed a spot on your ear, muchacho," Wireman said, and tapped the lobe of his own with his fork. "Huh? Paint. On your bugger lug." "Yeah," I said. "I'll be scrubbing it off everywhere for a couple of days." I splashed it around pretty good. "What were you painting in the middle of the night?" "I don't want to talk about it right now." He shrugged and nodded. "You're getting that artist tang going. That groove. Don't start with me. Matters have come to a sad pass when I offer respect and you hear sarcasm." "Sorry." He waved it away. "Eat your huevos. Grow up big and strong like Wireman." I ate my huevos. Elizabeth snored. The TV chattered. Now it was Tina Garibaldi's aunt in the electronic center ring, a girl not much older than my daughter Melinda. She was saying that God had decided the state of Florida would be too slow and had punished that monster himself. I thought, God point there, muchacha, only it wasn't God. Turn that shit carnival off, I said. He killed the tube, then turned to me attentively. Maybe you were right about the artist staying. I've decided to show my stuff at the Scoto, if that guy Nancy still wants to show it. Wireman smiled and patted his hands together softly so as not to wake Elizabeth. Excellent. Edgar seeks the bubble reputation. And why not? Just why the hell not? I don't seek the bubble anything, I said, wondering if that were completely true. But if they offer me a contract, would you come out of retirement long enough to look it over? His smile faded. I will if I'm around, but I don't know how long I'll be around. He saw the look on my face and raised his hand. I ain't tuning up the Dead March yet, but ask yourself this, mi amigo, am I still the right man to take care of Miss Eastlake? In my current condition? And because that was a can of worms I didn't want to open, not this morning, I asked, how did you get the job in the first place? Does it matter? It might, I said. I was thinking of how I'd started my time on Duma Key with one assumption, that I had chosen the place, and had since come to believe that maybe it had chosen me. I had even wondered, usually lying in bed and listening to the shells whisper, if my accident had really been an accident. Of course it had been, must have been, but it was still easy to see similarities between mine and Julia Wireman's. I got the crane, she got the public works truck. But of course there are people, functioning human beings in most respects, who will tell you they've seen the face of Christ on a taco. Well, he said, if you expect another long story, you can forget it. It takes a lot to story me out, but for the time being, the well's almost dry. He looked at Elizabeth moodily. And perhaps with a shade of envy. I didn't sleep very well last night. Short version, then. He shrugged. His febrile good cheer had disappeared like the foam on top of a glass of beer. His big shoulders were slumped forward, giving his chest a caved-in look. After Jack Fineham furloughed me, I decided Tampa was reasonably close to Disney World. Only when I got there, I was bored titless. Sure you were, I said. I also felt that some atonement was in order. I didn't want to go to Darfur or to New Orleans and work storefront pro bono, although that crossed my mind. I felt like maybe the little balls with the lottery numbers on them were still bouncing somewhere and one more was waiting to go up the pipe. The last number. Yeah, I said. A cold finger touched the base of my neck. Very lightly. One more number. I know the feeling. Si, senor, I know you do. I was waiting to do good, hoping to balance the books again. Because I felt they needed balancing. And one day I saw an ad in the Tampa Tribune. Wanted, companion for elderly lady and caretaker for several premium island rental properties. Applicant must supply resume and recommendations to match excellent salary and benefits. This is a challenging position which the right person will find rewarding. Must be bonded. Well, I was bonded and I liked the sound of it. I interviewed with Miss Eastlake's lawyer. He told me the couple who previously filled the position had been called back to New England when the parent of one or the other had suffered a catastrophic accident. And you got the job. What about? I pointed in the general direction of his temple. Never told him. He was dubious enough already, wondered, I think, why a legal beagle from Omaha would want to spend a year putting an old lady to bed and rattling the locks on houses that are empty most of the time, but Miss Eastlake, he reached out and stroked her gnarled hand. We saw eye to eye from the first, didn't we, dear? She only snored, but I saw the look on Wireman's face and felt that cold finger touch the back of my neck again, a little more firmly this time. I felt it and knew, the three of us were here because something wanted us here. My knowing wasn't based on the kind of logic I'd grown up with and built my business on, but that was all right. Here on Duma I was a different person, and the only logic I needed was in my nerve endings. I think the world of her, you know, Wireman said. He picked up his napkin with a sigh, as though it were something heavy, and wiped his eyes. By the time I got here, all that crazy, febrile shit I told you about was gone. I was husked out, a gray man in a blue and sunny clime who could only read the newspaper in short bursts without getting a blinder of a headache. I was holding on to one basic idea, I had a debt to pay. Work to do. I'd find it and do it. After that I didn't care. Miss Eastlake didn't hire me, not really, she took me in. When I came here she wasn't like this, Edgar. She was bright, She was funny, she was haughty, flirty, capricious, demanding. She could hector me or humor me out of a blue mood if she chose to, and she often chose to. She sounds smokin'. She was smokin'. Another woman would have given in completely to the wheelchair by now. Not her. She hauls her 180 up on that walker and plods around this air-conditioned museum, the courtyard outside. She even used to enjoy target shooting, sometimes with one of her father's old handguns, more often with that harpoon pistol, because it's got less kick. And because she says she likes the sound. You see her with that thing, and she really does look like the bride of the Godfather. That's how I first saw her, I said. I took to her right away, and I've come to love her. Julia used to call me mi compañero. I think of that often when I'm with Miss Eastlake. She's mi compañera, mi amiga. She helped me find my heart when I thought my heart was gone. I'd say you struck lucky. Maybe see, maybe no. Tell you this, it's going to be hard to leave her. What's she gonna do when a new person shows up? A new person won't know about how she likes to have her coffee at the end of the boardwalk in the morning, or about pretending to throw that fucking cookie tin in the goldfish pond, and she won't be able to explain, because she's headed into the fog for good now. He turned to me, looking haggard and more than a little frantic. I'll write everything down, that's what I'll do, our whole routine. Morning to night. And you'll see that the new caretaker keeps to it. Won't you, Edgar? I mean, you like her, too, don't you? You wouldn't want to see her hurt. And Jack. Maybe he could pitch in a little. I know it's wrong to ask, but a new thought struck him. He got to his feet and stared out at the water. He'd lost weight. The skin was so tight on his cheekbones that it shone. His hair hung over his ears in clumps, badly needing a wash. If I die, and I could go out in a wink just like Senor Brown. You'll have to take over here until the estate can find a new live-in. It won't be much of a hardship, you can paint right out here. The light's great, isn't it? The light's terrific. He was starting to scare me. Wireman, he whirled around and now his eyes were blazing, the left one seemingly through a net of blood. Promise, Edgar. We need a plan. If we don't have one, they'll cart her away and put her in a home and she'll be dead in a month. In a week. I know it. So promise. I thought he might be right. And I thought that if I wasn't able to take some of the pressure off his boiler, he was apt to have another seizure right in front of me. So I promised. Then I said, you may end up living a lot longer than you think, Wireman. Sure. But I'll write everything down anyway. Just in case. 3. He once more offered me the Palacio golf cart for the return trip to Big Pink. I told him I'd be fine walking, but I wouldn't mind having a glass of juice before setting out. Now I enjoy fresh squeezed Florida OJ as much as anyone, but I confess to having an ulterior motive that particular morning. He left me in the little receiving room at the beach end of El Palacio's glassed-in center hall. He used this room as an office, although how a man who couldn't read for more than 5 minutes at a stretch could deal with correspondence was beyond me. I guessed, and this touched me, that Elizabeth might have helped him, and quite a lot, before her own condition began to worsen. Coming in for breakfast, I had glanced into this room and spied a certain gray folder lying on the closed lid of a laptop for which wiremen probably have little use these days. I flipped it open now and took one of the 3 x-rays. Big glass or little glass? Wireman called from the kitchen, startling me so badly that I almost dropped the sheet in my hand. Medium's fine. I called back. I tucked the x-ray film into my collection pouch and flipped the folder closed again. 5 minutes later I was trudging back up the beach. For I didn't like the idea of stealing from a friend, not even a single x-ray photograph. Nor did I like keeping silent about what I was sure I'd done to Candy Brown. I could have told him, after the Tom Riley business, he would have believed me. Even without that little twinkle of ESP, he would have believed me. That was the trouble, actually. Wireman wasn't stupid. If I could send Candy Brown to the Sarasota County morgue with a paintbrush, then maybe I could do for a certain brain-damaged ex-lawyer what the doctors could not. But what if I couldn't? Better not to raise false hopes, at least outside of my own heart, where they were outrageously high. By the time I got back to Big Pink, my hip was yelling. I slung my duffel coat into the closet, took a couple of OxyContins, and saw the message light on my answering machine was blinking. It was Nanutsi. He was delighted to hear from me. Yes, indeed, he said, if the rest of my work was on par with what he'd seen, the Scoto would be pleased and proud to sponsor an exhibition of my work, and before Easter, when the winter people went home. Would it be possible for him and one or more of his partners to come out, visit me in my studio, and look at some of my other completed work? They would be happy to bring a sample contract for me to look at. It was good news, exciting news, but in a way it seemed to be happening on some other planet, to some other Edgar Fremantle. I saved the message, started to go upstairs with the pilfered x-ray, then stopped. Little Pink wasn't right because the easel wasn't right. Canvas and oil paints weren't right either. Not for this. I limped back down to my big living room. There was a stack of artisan pads and several boxes of colored pencils on the coffee table, but they weren't right either. There was a low, vague itching in my missing right arm, and for the first time I thought that I might really be able to do this, if I could find the right medium for the message, that was. It occurred to me that a medium was also a person who took dictation from the great beyond, and that made me laugh. A little nervously, it's true. I went into the bedroom, at first not sure what I was after. Then I looked at the closet and knew. The week before, I had Jack take me shopping, not at the Crossroads Mall but at one of the men's shops on St. Armand Circle, and I bought half a dozen shirts, the kind that button up the front. When she was a little kid, Ilse used to call them big people shirts. They were still in their cellophane bags. I tore the bags off, pulled out the pins, and tossed the shirts back into the closet, where they landed in a heap. I didn't want the shirts. What I wanted were the cardboard inserts. Those bright white rectangles of cardboard. I found a Sharpie in a pocket of my PowerBook carrying case. In my old life, I'd hated Sharpies for both the smell of the ink and their tendency to smear. In this one, I'd come to love the fat boldness of the lines they created, lines that seemed to insist on their own absolute reality. I took the cardboard inserts, the Sharpie, and the X-ray of Wireman's brain out to the Florida room, where the light was bright and declamatory. The itch in my missing arm deepened. By now it felt almost like a friend. I didn't have the sort of light box doctors stick X-rays and MRI scans on when they want to study them, but the Florida room's glass wall made a very acceptable substitute. I didn't even need Scotch tape. I was able to snap the X-ray into the crack between the glass and the chrome facing, and there it was, a thing many claimed did not exist, the brain of a lawyer. It floated against the gulf. I stared at it for a while, I don't know how long, 2 minutes? Fascinated by the way the blue water looked when viewed through the gray crenellations, how those folds changed the water to fog. The slud was a black chip, slightly fragmented. It looked a little like a small ship. Like a rowboat floating on the Caldo. I began to draw. I had meant only to draw his brain intact, no slug, but it ended up being more than that. I went on and added the water, you see, because the picture seemed to demand it. Or my missing arm. Or maybe they were the same. It was just a suggestion of the gulf, but it was there, and it was enough to be successful, because I really was a talented son of a bitch. It only took 20 minutes, and when I was done I had drawn a human brain floating on the Gulf of Mexico. It was, in a way cool. It was also horrifying. It isn't a word I want to use about my own work, but it's unavoidable. As I took the X-ray down and compared it to my picture, slug in the science, no slug in the art, I realized something I perhaps should have seen much earlier. Certainly after I started the Girl and Ship series. What I was doing didn't work just because it played on the nerve endings, it worked because people knew, on some level they really did know, that what they were looking at had come from a place beyond talent. The feeling those Duma pictures conveyed was horror, barely held in check. Horror waiting to happen. Inbound on rotted sails. I was hungry again. I made myself a sandwich and ate it in front of my computer. I was catching up with the hummingbirds, they had become quite the little obsession with me, when the phone rang. It was Wireman. My headache's gone, he said. Do you always say hello like that? I asked. Can I maybe expect your next call to begin I just evacuated my bowels? Don't make light of this. My head has ached ever since I woke up on the dining room floor after shooting myself. Sometimes it's just background noise and sometimes it rings like New Year's Eve in hell, but it always aches. And then, half an hour ago, it just quit. I was making myself a cup of coffee and it quit. I couldn't believe it. At first I thought I was dead. I've been walking around on eggshells, waiting for it to come back and really wallop me with Maxwell's silver hammer, and it hasn't. Lennon McCartney, I said. 1968, and don't tell me I'm wrong on that one. He didn't tell me anything. Not for a long time. But I could hear him breathing. Then, at last, he said, Did you do something, Edgar? Tell Wireman. Tell your daddy. I thought about telling him I hadn't done a damn thing. Then I considered him checking his x-ray folder and finding one was gone. I also considered my sandwich, wounded but far from dead. What about your vision? Any change there? Nope, the left lamp is still out. And according to Principe, it ain't coming back. Not in this life. Shit. But hadn't part of me known the job wasn't done? This morning's diddling with Sharpie and cardboard had been nothing like the previous night's full-blown orgasm. I was tired. I didn't want to do anything more today but sit and stare at the Gulf. Watch the sun go down in the Cabo Largo without painting the fucking thing. Only this was Wireman. Wireman, goddammit. You still there, muchacho? Yes, I said. Can you get Anne-Marie Whistler for a few hours later today? Why? What for? So you can sit for your portrait, I said. If your eye's still out, I guess I need the actual Wireman. You did do something. His voice was low. Did you paint me already? From memory? Check the folder with your x-rays in it, I said. Be here around 4. I want to take a nap first. And bring something to eat. Painting makes me hungry. I thought of amending that to a certain kind of painting, and didn't. I thought I'd said enough. 6, I wasn't sure I'd be able to nap, but I did. The alarm roused me at 3 o'clock. I went up to Little Pink and considered my store of blank canvases. The biggest was 5 feet long by 3 wide, and this was the one I chose. I pulled my easel support strut to full extension and set up the blank canvas longways. That blank shape, like a white coffin on end, touched off a little flutter of excitement in my stomach and down my right arm. I flexed those fingers. I couldn't see them, but I could feel them opening and closing. I could feel the nails digging into the palm. They were long, those nails. They had grown since the accident and there was no way to cut them. 7, I was cleaning my brushes when Wireman came striding up the beach in his shambling, bear-like gait, the peeps fleeing before him. He was wearing jeans and a sweater, no coat. The temperatures had begun to moderate. He hollered a hello at the front door and I yelled for him to come upstairs. He got most of the way and saw the big canvas on the easel. Holy shit, amigo, when you said portrait, I got the idea we were talking about a headshot. That's sort of what I'm planning, I said, but I'm afraid it's not going to be that realistic. I've already done a little advance work. Take a look, the pilfered x-ray and Sharpie sketch were on the bottom shelf of my workbench. I handed them to Wireman, then sat down again in front of my easel. The canvas waiting there was no longer completely blank and white. 3/4 of the way up was a faintly drawn rectangle. I had made it by holding the shirt cardboard against the canvas and running a number 2 pencil around the edge. Wireman said nothing for almost 2 minutes. He kept looking back and forth between the x-ray and the picture I had drawn from it. Then, in a voice almost too low to hear, what are we talking about here, muchacho? What are we saying? We're not, I said. Not yet. Hand me the shirt cardboard. Is that what this is? Yes, and be careful. I need it. We need it. The x-ray doesn't matter anymore. He passed me the shirt cardboard picture with a hand that wasn't quite steady. Now go over to the wall where the finished pictures are. Look at the one on the far left. In the corner. He went over, looked, and recoiled. Holy shit. When did you do this? Last night. He picked it up and turned it toward the light streaming through the big window. He looked at Tina, who was looking up at the mouthless, noseless Candy Brown. No mouth, no nose, brown eyes, case closed, Wireman said. His voice was no more than a whisper. Jesus Christ, I'd hate to be the Maricon de Playa who kicked sand in your face. He set the picture back down and stepped away from it, carefully, like it might explode if it were joggled. What got into you? What possessed you? Goddamn good question, I said. I almost didn't show you. But, considering what we're up to here, what are we up to here? Wireman, you know. He staggered a little bit, as if he were the one with the bad leg. And he had come over sweaty. His face shone with it. His left eye was still red, but maybe not as red. Of course that might only have been the department of wishful thinking. Can you do it? I can try, I said. If you want me to. He nodded, then stripped off his sweater. Go for it. I need you by the window, so the light falls on your face nice and strong as the sun starts going down. There's a stool in the kitchen you can sit on. How long have you got Anne-Marie for? She said she could stay until 8, and she'll give Miss Eastlake dinner. I brought us lasagna. I'll put it in your oven at 5:30. Good. By the time the lasagna was ready, the light would be gone anyway. I could take some digital photos of wiremen, clip them to the easel, and work from those. I was a fast worker, but I already knew this was going to be a longer process, days, at least. When wireman came back upstairs with the stool, he stopped dead. What are you doing? What does it look like I'm doing? Cutting a hole in a perfectly good canvas. Go to the head of the class. I laid aside the cut rectangle, then picked up the cardboard insert with the floating brain on it. I went behind the easel. Help me glue this in place. When did you figure all this out, Vado? I didn't, I said. You didn't? He was looking at me through the canvas, like 1,000 looky-loos I'd seen peering through 1,000 peepholes at construction sites in my other life. Nope. Something's kind of telling me as I go along. Come around to this side. With Wireman's help, the rest of the prep only took a couple of minutes. He blocked the rectangle with the shirt cardboard. I fished a little tube of Elmer's glue from my breast pocket and began fixing it in place. When I came back around, it was perfect. Looked that way to me, anyway. I pointed at Wireman's forehead. This is your brain, I said. Then I pointed at my easel. This is your brain on canvas. He looked blank. It's a joke, Wireman. I don't get it, he said. We ate like football players that night. I asked Wireman if he was seeing any better, and he shook his head regretfully. Things are still mighty black on the left side of my world, Edgar. Wish I could tell you different, but I can't. I played him Ninitzi's message. Wireman laughed and pumped his fist. It was hard not to be touched by his pleasure, which bordered on glee. You're on your way, muchacho, this is your other life for sure. Can't wait to see you on the cover of Time. He held his hands up, as if framing a cover. There's only one thing about it that worries me, I said, and then had to laugh. Actually, a lot of things about it worried me, including the fact that I had not the slightest idea what I was letting myself in for. My daughter may want to come. The one who visited me down here. What's wrong with that? Most men would be delighted to have their daughters watch them turn pro. You going to eat that last piece of lasagna? We split it. Being of artistic temperament, I took the bigger half. I'd love her to come. But your boss lady says Duma is no place for daughters, and I sort of believe her. My boss lady has Alzheimer's, and it's really starting to bite. The bad news about that is she doesn't know her ass from her elbow anymore. The good news is she meets new people every day. Including me. She said the thing about daughters twice, and she wasn't fogged out either time. And maybe she's right, he said. Or possibly it's just a bee in Miss Eastlake's bonnet, based on the fact that a couple of her sisters died here when she was 4. Ilsa vomited down the side of my car. When we got back here she was still so sick she could hardly walk. She probably just ate the wrong thing on top of too much sun. Look, you don't want to take a chance, and I respect that. So what you're going to do is put both daughters up in a good hotel where there's 24-hour room service and the concierge sucks up harder than an Oric. I suggest the Ritz-Carlton. Both? Melinda won't be able to. He took a last bite of his lasagna and put it aside. You ain't looking at this straight, muchacho, but Wireman, grateful bastard that he is, you've got nothing to be grateful for yet, will set you straight. Because I can't stand to see a bunch of needless worries steal away your happiness. And Jesus Krispies, you should be happy. Do you know how many people there are on the west coast of Florida who'd kill for a show on Palm Avenue? Wireman, did you just say Jesus Krispies? Don't change the subject. They haven't exactly offered me a show yet. They will. They ain't bringing a sample contract out here to the Willywags just for shits and giggles. So listen to me, now. Are you listening? Sure. Once this show is scheduled, and it will be, you're going to do what any artist new on the scene would be expected to do, publicity. Interviews, starting with Mary Iyer and going on from there to the newspapers and Channel 6. If they want to play up your missing arm, so much the better. He did the framing thing with his hands again. Edgar Fremantle bursts upon the Suncoast art scene like a phoenix from the smoking ashes of tragedy. Smoke this, amigo, I said, and gripped my crotch. But I couldn't help smiling. Wireman took no notice of my vulgarity. He was on a roll. That missing brazo of yours gonna be golden. Wireman, you are one cynical mongrel. He took this for the compliment it sort of was. He nodded and waved it aside magnanimously. I'll serve as your lawyer. You're going to pick the paintings, Minuzzi consults. Minuzzi sets the show arrangement, you consult. Sound about right? I guess so, yeah. If that's how it's done. It's how this is going to be done. And, Edgar, last but very far from least, you're going to call everyone you care for and invite them to your show. But, yes, he said, nodding. Everyone. Your shrink, your ex, both daughters, this guy Tom Riley, the woman who rehabbed you, Kathy Green, I said, bemused. Wireman, Tom won't come. No way in hell. Neither will Pam. And Lynn's in France. With strep, for God's sake. Wireman took no notice. You mentioned a lawyer, William Bozeman III. Bozy. Invite him. Oh, your mom and dad, of course. Your sisters and brothers. My parents are dead and I was an only child. Bozy, I nodded. Bozy would come. But don't call him that, Wireman. Not to his face. Call another lawyer Bozy? Do you think I'm stupid? He considered. I shot myself in the head and didn't manage to kill myself, so you better not answer that. I wasn't paying much attention, because I was thinking. For the first time I understood that I could throw a coming-out party for my other life, and people might show up. The idea was both thrilling and daunting. They might all come, you know, he said. Your ex, your globe-trotting daughter, and your suicidal accountant. Think of it, a mob of Michiganders. Minnesotans. He shrugged and flipped up his hands, indicating they were both the same to him. Pretty snooty for a guy from Nebraska. I could charter a plane, I said. A Gulfstream. Take a whole floor at the Ritz-Carlton. Blow a big wad. Why the fuck not? That's right, he said, and snickered. Really do the starving artist bit. Yeah, I said. Put out a sign in the window. We'll work for truffles, then we were both laughing. 9 after our plates and glasses were in the dishwasher, I led him back upstairs, but just long enough so I could take half a dozen digital photos of him, big, charmless close-ups. I have taken a few good photographs in my life, but always by accident. I hate cameras, and the cameras seem to know it. When I was done, I told him he could go home and spell Anne-Marie. It was dark outside, and I offered him my Malibu. Gonna walk the air will be good for me, then he pointed at the canvas. Can I take a look? Actually, I'd rather you didn't. I thought he might protest, but he just nodded and went back downstairs, almost trotting. There was a new spring in his step that was surely not my imagination. At the door he said, call Minuzzi in the morning. Don't let the grass grow under your heels. All right. And you call me if anything changes with your, I gestured at his face with my paint-stippled hand. He grinned. You'll be the first to know. For the time being, I can settle for being headache-free. The grin faded. Are you sure it won't come back? I'm sure of nothing. Yeah, that's the human condition, ain't it? But I thank you for trying. And before I knew he was going to do it, he had taken my hand and kissed the back of it. A gentle kiss in spite of the bristles on his upper lip. Then he told me adios and was gone into the dark, and the only sound was the sigh of the Gulf and the whispering conversation of the shells under the house. Then there was another sound. The phone was ringing. It was Ilsa, calling to chat. Yes, her classes were going fine, yes, she felt well, great, in fact, yes, she was calling her mother once a week and staying in touch with Lynn by email. In Ilsa's opinion, Lynn's strep was probably so much self-diagnosed bullcrap. I told her I was stunned by her generosity of feeling and she laughed. I told her there was a possibility that I might be showing my work at a gallery in Sarasota, and she shrieked so loudly I had to hold the phone away from my ear. Daddy, that's wonderful. When? Can I come? Sure, if you want to, I said. I'm going to invite everybody. This was a decision I hadn't entirely made until I heard myself telling her. We're thinking mid-April. Shit. That's why I was planning to catch up with the Hummingbirds tour. She paused. Thinking. Then, I can work them both in. A little tour of my own. You think? Yes, of course. You just give me the date and I am there. Tears pricked the backs of my eyelids. I don't know what it's like to have sons, but I'm sure it can't be as rewarding, as plain nice, as having daughters. I appreciate that. Han, do you think, is there any possibility your sister might come? You know what, I think she will, Ilsa said. She'll be crazy to see what you're doing that's got people in the know so excited. Will you get written up? My friend Wireman thinks so. One-on artist, and all that. But you're just good, Daddy. I thanked her, then moved on to Carson Jones. Asked what she heard from him. He's fine, she said. Really? Sure, why? I don't know. I just thought I heard a little cloud in your voice. She laughed ruefully. You know me too well. The fact is, they're SRO every place they play now, word's getting around. The tour was supposed to end on May 15th because 4 of the singers have other commitments, but the booking agent found 3 new ones. And Bridget Andreessen, who's become quite the star, got them to push back the start of her understudy pastorate in Arizona. Which was lucky. Her voice flattened as she said this last, and became the voice of some adult woman I didn't know. So instead of finishing in mid-May, the tour has been extended to the end of June, with dates in the Midwest and a final concert at the Cow Palace in San Francisco. Some big a time, this was my phrase, used when Illy and Lynn were little girls putting on what they called ballet super shows in the garage, but I couldn't recall ever saying it in that sad tone of not quite sarcasm. Are you worried about your guy and this Bridget? No, she said at once, and laughed. He says she has a great voice and he's lucky to be singing with her. They have 2 songs now instead of just 1, but she's shallow and stuck up. Also, he wishes she popped some certs before he has to, share a mic with her. I waited. Okay, Ilsa said at last. Okay, what? Okay, I'm worried. A pause. A little bit, because he's with her on bus every day and on stage with her every night and I'm here. Another, longer pause. Then, and he doesn't sound the same when I talk to him on the phone. Almost, but not quite. That could be your imagination. Yes. It could. And in any case, if something's going on, nothing is. I'm sure nothing is, but if something is, better now rather than after, than after we, yes, I said, thinking that was so adult it hurt. I remembered finding the picture of them at the roadside stand with their arms around each other and touching it with my missing right hand. Then rushing up to Little Pink with Reba clamped between my stump and my right side. A long time ago, that seemed. I love you, Pumpkin. Smiley had written, but the picture I'd done that day with my Venus-colored pencils, they also seemed a long time ago, had somehow mocked the idea of enduring love, the little girl in her little tennis dress, looking out at the enormous gulf. Tennis balls all around her feet. More floating on the incoming waves. That girl had been Reba, but also Ilsa, and who else? Elizabeth Eastlake? The idea came out of nowhere, but I thought yes. The water runs faster now, Elizabeth had said. Soon come the rapids. Do you feel that? I felt it. Daddy, are you there? Yes, I said again. Honey, be good to yourself, okay? And try not to get too spun up. My friend down here says in the end we were our worries. I sort of believe that. You always make me feel better, she said. That's why I call. I love you, Daddy. I love you too. How many bunches? How many years since she'd asked that? 12? 14? It didn't matter, I remembered the answer. 1,000,001 for under your pillow, I said. Then I said goodbye and hung up and thought that if Carson Jones heard my daughter, I'd kill him. The thought made me smile a little, wondering how many fathers had had the same thought and made the same promise. But of all those fathers, I might be the only one who could kill a heedless, daughter-hurting suitor with a few strokes of a paintbrush. 11 Dario Nanitsi and one of his partners, Jimmy Yoshida, came out the very next day. Yoshida was a Japanese-American Dorian Gray. Getting out of Nanitsi's Jaguar in my driveway, dressed in faded straight-leg jeans and an even more faded Rihanna Ponda Replay t-shirt, long black hair blowing in the breeze off the Gulf, he looked 18. By the time he got to the end of the walk, he looked 28. When he shook my hand, up close and personal, I could see the lines tattooed around his eyes and mouth and put him somewhere in his late 40s. Pleased to meet you, he said. The gallery is still buzzing over your visit. Mary Iyer has been back 3 times to ask when we're going to sign you up. Come on in, I said. Our friend down the beach, Wireman, has called me twice already to make sure I don't sign anything without him. Nanitsi smiled. We're not in the business of cheating artists, Mr. Fremantle. Edgar, remember? Would you like some coffee? Look first, Jimmy Yoshida said. Coffee later. I took a breath. Fine. Come on upstairs. 12. I'd covered my portrait of Wireman, which was still little more than a vague shape with a brain floating in it 3/4 of the way up, and my picture of Tina Garibaldi and Candy Brown had gone bye-bye in the downstairs closet, along with Friends with Benefits and the Red Rope figure, but I had left my other stuff out. There was now enough to lean against 2 walls and part of a third, 41 canvases in all, including 5 versions of Girl and Ship. When their silence was more than I could bear, I broke it. Thanks for the tip on that liquid stuff. It's great. What my daughters would call to bomb. Ninitsi seemed not to have heard. He was going in one direction, Yoshida in the other. Neither asked about the big, sheet-draped canvas on the easel. I guessed that doing that might be considered poor etiquette in their world. Beneath us, the shells murmured. Somewhere, far off, a jet ski blacked. My right arm itched, but faint and very deep, telling me it wanted to paint but could wait. It knew the time would come. Before the sun went down. I'd paint, and at first I would consult the photographs clipped to the sides of the easel, and then something else would take over and the shells would grind louder and the chrome of the Gulf would change color, first to peach and then to pink and then to orange and finally to red, and it would be well, all manner of things would be well. Ninutsi and Yoshida met back by the stairs leading down from Little Pink. They conferred briefly, then came toward me. From the hip pocket of his jeans, Yoshida produced a business-size envelope with the word sample contract/Skoto gallery neatly typed on the front. Here, he said. Tell Mr. Wireman we'll make any reasonable accommodation in order to represent your work. Really? I asked. Are you sure? Yoshida didn't smile. Yes, Edgar. We're sure. Thank you, I said. Thank you both. I looked past Yoshida to Ninitsi, who was smiling. Dario, I really appreciate this. Dario looked around at the paintings, gave a little laugh, then lifted his hands and dropped them. I think we should be the ones expressing appreciation, Edgar. I'm impressed by their clarity, Yoshida said. And their, I don't know, but I think lucidity. These images carry the viewer along without drowning him. The other thing that amazes me is how fast you've worked. You're unbottling. I don't know that word. Artists who begin late are sometimes said to unbottle, Ninitsi said. It's as if they're trying to make up for lost time. Still, 40 paintings in a matter of months, of weeks, really, and you didn't even see the one that killed the child murderer, I thought. Dario laughed without much humor. Try not to let the place burn down, all right? Yes, that would be bad. Assuming we make a deal, could I store some of my work at your gallery? Of course, Ninitsi said. That's great, thinking I'd like to sign as soon as possible no matter what Wireman thought of the contract, just to get these pictures off the key, and it wasn't fire I was worried about. Unbottling might be fairly common among artists who began later in life, but 41 paintings on Duma Key were at least 3 dozen too many. I could feel their live presence in this room, like electricity in a bell jar. Of course, Dario and Jimmy felt it, too. That was part of what made those fucking pictures so effective. They were catching. 13. I joined Wireman and Elizabeth for coffee at the end of El Palacio's boardwalk the next morning. I was down to nothing but aspirin to get going, and my great beach walks were now a pleasure instead of a challenge. Especially since the weather had warmed up. Elizabeth was in her wheelchair with the remains of a breakfast pastry scattered across her tray. It looked to me as if he'd also managed to get some juice and half a cup of coffee into her. She was staring out at the Gulf with an expression of stern disapproval, looking this morning more like Captain Bligh of HMS Bounty than a Mafia Don's daughter. Buenos dias, mi amigo, Wireman said. And to Elizabeth, it's Edgar, Miss Eastlake. He came for sevens. Want to say hello? Piss shit head rat, she said. I think. In any case, she said it to the Gulf, which was still dark blue and mostly asleep. Still not so good, I take it, I said. No. She's gone down before and come back up, but she's never gone down so far. I still haven't brought her any of my pictures to look at. No point right now. He handed me a cup of black coffee. Here. Get your bad self around this. I passed him the envelope with the sample contract in it. As Wireman pulled it out, I turned to Elizabeth. Would you like some poems later today? I asked her. Nothing. She only looked out at the Gulf with that stony frown, Captain Bligh about to order someone strapped to the foremast and flogged raw. For no reason at all, I asked, was your father a skin diver, Elizabeth? She turned her head slightly and cut her ancient eyes in my direction. Her upper lip lifted in a dog's grin. There was a moment, it was brief, but seemed long, when I felt another person looking at me. Or not a person at all. An entity that was wearing Elizabeth Eastlake's old, doughy body like a sock. My right hand clenched briefly, and once more I felt non-existent, 2 long fingernails bite into a non-existent palm. Then she looked back at the gulf, simultaneously feeling across the tray until her fingers happened on a piece of the breakfast pastry, and I was calling myself an idiot who had to stop letting his nerves get the best of him. There were undoubtedly strange forces at work here, but not every shadow was a ghost. He was, Wireman said absently, unfolding the contract. John Eastlake was a regular Riku Browning, you know, the guy who played the creature from the Black Lagoon back in the 50s. Wireman, you're an artesian well of useless information. Yeah, ain't I cool? Her old man didn't buy that harpoon pistol in a store, you know, Miss Eastlake says he had it commissioned. It probably ought to be in a museum. But I didn't care about John Eastlake's harpoon gun, not just then. Are you reading that contract? He dropped it on the tray and looked at me, bemused. I was trying. And your left eye? Nothing. But hey, no reason to be disappointed. The doctor said, do me a favor. Cover your left peeper. He did. What do you see? You, Edgar. One hombre muy feo. Yeah. Cover the right one. He did. Now I just see black. Only, he paused. Maybe not as black. He dropped his hand again. I can't tell for sure. These days I can't separate the truth from the wishful thinking. He shook his head hard enough to make his hair fly, then thumped his forehead with the heel of his hand. Take it easy. Easy for you to say. He sat silent for a few moments, then picked the piece of breakfast pastry out of Elizabeth's hand and fed it to her. When it was tucked safely away in her mouth, he turned to me. Would you mind her while I go get something? Happy to. He jogged up the boardwalk and I was left with Elizabeth. I tried feeding her one of the remaining pieces of breakfast pastry and she nibbled it out of my hand, bringing back a fleeting recollection of a rabbit I had when I was 7 or 8. Mr. Hitchens had been its name, although I no longer knew why. Memory's a funny thing, isn't it? Her lips were toothless and soft, but not unpleasant. I stroked the side of her head, where her white hair, wiry, rather coarse, was pulled back toward a bun. It occurred to me that Wireman must comb that hair each morning and make that bun. That Wireman must have dressed her this morning, including diapers, for surely she wasn't continent when she was like this. I wondered if he thought of Esmeralda when he pinned the pins or secured the ties. I wondered if he thought of Julia when he made the bun. I picked up another piece of breakfast pastry. She opened her mouth obediently for it, but I hesitated. What's in the red picnic basket, Elizabeth? The one in the attic? She seemed to think. And hard. Then, any old pipe dip. She hesitated. Shrugged. Any old pipe dip 80 once. Shoot. And cackled. It was a startling, witch-like sound. I fed her the rest of her breakfast pastry, piece by piece, and asked no more questions. 14 when Wireman returned, he had a microcassette recorder. He handed it to me. I hate to ask you to put that contract on tape, but I have to. At least the damn thing's only 2 pages long. I'd like it back this afternoon, if that's possible. It is. And if some of my pictures actually sell, you're on commission, my friend. 15% that should cover both legal and talent. He sat back in his chair, laughing and groaning at the same time. Por Dios. Just when I thought I couldn't sink any lower in life, I become a fucking talent agent. Excuse the language, Miss Eastlake. She took no notice, only stared sternly out at the Gulf, where, at the farthest, bluest edge of vision, a tanker was streaming north toward Tampa. It fascinated me at once. Boats on the Gulf had a way of doing that to me. Then I forced my attention back to Wireman. You're responsible for all of this, so, bullshit you say. So you have to be prepared to stand up and take your cut like a man. I'll take 10%, and that's probably too much. Take it, muchacho, or we start discussing 8. All right. 10 it is. I stuck out my hand and we shook over Elizabeth's crumb-littered tray. I put the little recorder in my pocket. And you let me know if there's any change in your, I pointed at his red eye. Which really wasn't as red as it had been. Of course. He picked up the contract. There were crumbs on it from Elizabeth's pastry. He brushed them off and handed it to me, then leaned forward, hands clasped between his knees, gazing at me over the imposing shelf of Elizabeth's bosom. If I had another X-ray, what would it show? That the slug was smaller? That it was gone? I don't know. Are you still working on my portrait? Yes. Don't stop, muchacho. Please don't stop. I don't plan to. But don't get your hopes up too high, okay? I won't. Then another thought struck him, one that was eerily similar to Dario's stated concern. What do you think would happen if lightning struck Big Pink and it burned flat with that picture inside? What do you think would happen to me? I shook my head. I didn't want to think about it. I did think about asking Wireman if I could go up to El Palacio's attic and look around for a certain picnic basket. It was red, then decided not to. I was sure it was there, less sure that I wanted to know what was in it. There were strange things kicking around Duma Key, and I had reason to believe they weren't all nice things, and what I wanted to do about most of them was nothing. If I left them alone, then maybe they'd leave me alone. I'd send most of my pictures off island to keep everything nice and peaceful, sell them, too, if people wanted to buy them. I could watch them go without paying. I was passionate about them while I was working on them, but when they were done, they meant no more to me than the hard semicircles of callus I'd sometimes sand off the sides of my great toes so my work boots wouldn't pinch at the end of a hot August day on some job site. I'd hold back the Girl and Ship series, not out of any special affection, but because the series wasn't done, those paintings were still live flesh. I might show them and sell them later, but for now I meant to keep them right where they were, in Little Pink. 15. There were no boats on the horizon by the time I got back to my place, and the urge to paint had passed for the time being. I used Wireman's micro-recorder instead, and put the sample contract on tape. I was no lawyer, but I'd seen and signed my share of legal paper in my other life, and this struck me as pretty simple. That evening I took both the contract and the tape recorder back down to El Palacio. Wireman was making supper. Elizabeth was sitting in the china parlor. The gimlet-eyed heron, which was a kind of unofficial house pet, stood on the walk outside, peering in with grim disapproval. The late-day sun filled the room with light. Yet it was not light. Chinatown was in disarray, the people and animals tumbled here and there, the buildings scattered to the four corners of the bamboo table. The pillared plantation house was actually overturned. In her chair beside it, wearing her Captain Bligh expression, Elizabeth seemed to dare me to put things right. Wireman spoke from behind me, making me jump. If I try to set things back up in any kind of pattern, she sweeps it apart again. She's knocked a bunch to the floor and broken them. Are they valuable? Some, but that's really not the point. When she's herself, she knows every one of them. Knows and loves. If she comes around and asks where Bo Peep is, or the coaling man, and I have to tell her she broke them, she'll be sad all day. If she comes around. Yes. Well, think I'll head on home, Wireman. Gonna paint? That's the plan. I turned to the disarray on the table. Wireman? Right here, they do. Why does she mess them up when she's like this? I think because she can't stand looking at what she's not. I started to turn around. He put a hand on my shoulder. I'd just as soon you didn't look at me just now, he said. His voice was barely under control. I'm not myself just now. Go out the front door and then cut back through the courtyard if you want to take the beach. Would you do that? I did that. And when I got back, I worked on his portrait. It was all right. By which I suppose I mean it was good. I could see his face in there, wanting to come out. Starting to rise. There was nothing special, but that was fine. It was always best when it was nothing special. I was happy, I remember that. I was at peace. The shells murmured. My right arm itched, but very low and deep. The window giving on the gulf was a rectangle of blackness. Once I went downstairs and ate a sandwich. I turned on the radio and found the bone, J. Giles doing Hold Your Lovin'. J. Giles was nothing special, only great, a gift from the gods of rock and roll. I painted and Wireman's face rose a little more. It was a ghost now. It was a ghost haunting the canvas. But it was a harmless ghost. If I turned around, Wireman wouldn't be standing at the head of the stairs where Tom Riley had been standing, and down the beach at El Palacio de Asesinos, the left side of Wireman's world was still dark. It was just a thing I knew. I painted. The radio played. Below the music, the shells whispered. At some point I quit, showered, and went to bed. There were no dreams. When I think back to my time on Duma Key, those days in February and March while I was working on Wireman's portrait seem like the best days. 16 wiremen called the next day at 10. I was already at my easel. Am I interrupting? It's okay, I said. I can use a break. This was a lie. We missed you this morning. A pause. Well, you know. I missed you. Yeah, I said. The contract's a bunny hug. Very little to fuck with. It says you and the gallery split right down the middle, but I'm gonna cap that. 50-50 shall not live after gross sales reach $250,000. Once you pass that point, the split goes to 60-40, your favor. Wireman, I'll never sell $250,000 worth of paintings. I'm hoping they'll feel exactly the same way, muchacho, which is why I'm also going to propose that the split goes to 70-30 at $500,000. Plus a handjob for Miss Florida, I said feebly. Get that in there. Noted. The other thing is this 180-day termination clause. It ought to be 90. I don't foresee a problem there, but I think it's interesting. They're afraid some big New York gallery is going to swoop down and carry you off. Anything else about the contract I should know? Nope, and I sense you want to get back to work. I'll get in touch with Mr. Yoshida about these changes. Any change in your vision? No, amigo. Wish I could say there was. But you keep painting. I was taking the phone away from my ear when he said, Did you happen to see the news this morning? No, never turned it on. Why? County coroner says Candy Brown died of congestive heart failure. Just thought you'd like to know. 17 I painted. It was a slow go but far from a no-go. Wireman swam into existence around the window where his brain swam on the Gulf. It was a younger wireman than the one in the photos clipped to the sides of my easel, but that was okay. I consulted them less and less, and on the third day I took them down altogether. I didn't need them anymore. Still, I painted the way I supposed most other artists painted, as if it were a job instead of some speed trip insanity that came and went in spasms. I did it with the radio on, now always tuned to the bone. On the fourth day, Wireman brought me a revised contract and told me I could sign. He said Nanitzi wanted to photograph my paintings and make slides for a lecture at the Selby Library in Sarasota in mid-March, a month before my show opened. The lecture, Wireman said, would be attended by 60 or 70 art patrons from the Tampa-Sarasota area. I told him fine and signed the contract. Dario came up that afternoon. I was impatient for him to click his pics and be gone so I could go back to work. Mostly to make conversation, I asked him who would be giving the lecture at the Selby Library. Dario looked at me with one eyebrow cocked, as if I had made a joke. The one person in the world who is now conversant with your work, he said. You. I gaped at him. I can't give a lecture. I don't know anything about art. He swept his arm at the paintings, which Jack and 2 part-timers from the Scoto were going to crate and transport to Sarasota the following week. They would remain crated, I assumed, in the storage area at the back of the gallery until just before the show opened. These say different, my friend. Dario, these people know stuff. They've taken courses. I'll bet most of them were art majors, for Christ's sake. What do you want me to do, stand up there and say duh? That's pretty much what Jackson Pollock did when he talked about his work. Often while drunk. And it made him rich. Dario came over to me and took me by the stump. That impressed me. Very few people will touch the stump of a limb. It's as if they believe, down deep, that amputation might be catching. Listen, my friend, these are important people. Not just because they have money, but because they're interested in new artists and each one knows 3 more who feel the same. After the lecture, your lecture, the talk will start. The kind of talk that almost always turns into that magical thing called buzz. He paused, twiddling the strap of his camera and smiling a little. All you have to do is talk about how you began and how you grew. Dario, I don't know how I grew. Then say that. Say anything. You're an artist, for God's sake. I left it at that. The threatened lecture still seemed distant to me, and I wanted him out of there. I wanted to turn on the bone, pull the cloth off the painting on the easel, and go back to work on Wireman Looks West. Want the dirty-ass truth? The painting was no longer about some hypothetical magic trick. Now it was its own magic trick. I had become very selfish about it, and anything that might come after, a promised interview with Mary Iyer, the lecture, the show itself, seemed to be not ahead of me but somehow far above me. The way rain on the surface of the Gulf must seem to a fish. During that first week of March, it was all about daylight. Not sunset light but daylight. How it filled Little Pink and seemed to lift it. That week it was about the music from the radio, anything by the Allman Brothers, Molly Hatchet, Foghat. It was about J. Cale beginning Call Me the Breeze by saying here's another of your old rock and roll favorites, shuffle on down to Broadway, and now when I turned the radio off and cleaned my brushes, I could hear the shells under the house. It was about the ghost face I saw, the one belonging to a younger man who had yet to see the view from Duma. There was a song, I think by Paul Simon, with the line, if I'd never loved, I never would have cried. That was this face. It wasn't a real face, not quite real, but I was making it real. It was growing around the brain that was floating on the gulf. I didn't need photographs anymore, because this was a face I knew. This one was a memory. 18 March 4th was hot all day, but I didn't bother turning on the air conditioning. I painted in nothing but a pair of gym shorts, with the sweat trickling down my face and sides. The telephone rang twice. The first time it was Wireman. We haven't seen much of you in these parts lately, Edgar. Come to supper? I think I'm going to pass, Wireman. Thanks. Painting, we're tired of our society down here at El Palacio? Or both? Just the painting part. I'm almost done. Any change in the vision department? The left lamp is still out, but I bought an eye patch for it, and when I wear it, I can read with my right eye for as long as 15 minutes at a stretch. This is a great leap forward, and I think I owe it to you. I don't know if you do or not, I said. This isn't the same as the picture I did of Candy Brown and Tina Garibaldi. Or of my wife and her friends, for that matter. This time there's no Bam. Do you know what I mean when I say Bam? Yes, muchacho. But if something's going to happen, I think it'll happen soon. If not, you'll at least have a portrait of how you looked, maybe how you looked when you were 25. Are you kidding, amigo? No, I don't think I even remember what I looked like when I was 25. How's Elizabeth? Any change in her? He sighed. She seemed a little better yesterday morning, so I set her up in the back parlor. There's a smaller table there, what I call the China suburbs, and she threw a set of Wallendorf ballerinas on the floor. Smashed all 8. Irreplaceable, of course. I'm sorry. Last fall I never thought it could get this bad, and God punishes us for what we can't imagine. My second call came 15 minutes later, and I threw my brush down on my work table in exasperation. It was Jimmy Yoshida. It was hard to stay exasperated after being exposed to his excitement, which bordered on exuberance. He'd seen the slides, which he claimed were going to knock everyone on their asses. That's wonderful, I said. At my lecture I intend to tell them, get up off your asses, and then walk out. He laughed as though this were the funniest thing he ever heard, then said, mainly I called to ask if there are any pictures you want marked NFS, not for sale. Outside there was a rumble that sounded like a big, heavily loaded truck crossing a plank bridge. I looked toward the Gulf, where there were no plank bridges, and realized I'd heard thunder far off to the west. Edgar? Are you still there? Still here, I said. Assuming anyone wants to buy, you can sell everything but the girl and ship series. Oh. That sounded like a disappointed awe. I was hoping to buy one of those for the gallery. I had my eye on number 2. And considering the terms of the contract, he would be buying it at a 50% discount. Not bad, lad, my father might have said. That series isn't done yet. Maybe when the rest of them are painted. How many more will there be? I'll keep painting them until I can read the fucking ghost ship's name on the transom. I might have said this aloud if more thunder hadn't rumbled out in the west. I guess I'll know when the time comes. Now, if you'll excuse me, you're working. Sorry. I'll let you get back to it. When I killed the cordless, I considered whether or not I did want to go back to work. But I was close. If I forged ahead, I might be able to finish tonight. And I sort of liked the idea of painting while a thunderstorm blew in from the Gulf. God help me, the idea struck me as romantic. So I turned up the radio, which I turned down to talk on the phone, and there was Axl Rose, screaming ever deeper into Welcome to the Jungle. I picked up a brush and put it behind my ear. Then I picked up another and began to paint. 19 The thunderheads stacked up, huge flatboats black on the bottom and bruised purple through the middle. Every now and then lightning would flash inside them, and then they looked like brains filled with bad ideas. The Gulf lost its color and went dead. Sunset was a yellow band that flicked feeble orange and went out. Little pink filled with gloom. The radio began to brace static with each burst of lightning. I paused long enough to turn it off, but I didn't turn on the lights. I don't remember exactly when it stopped being me that was doing the painting, and to this day I'm not sure that it ever stopped being me. Maybe see, maybe no. All I know is that at some point I looked down and saw my right arm in the last of the failing daylight and the occasional stutters of lightning. The stump was tanned, the rest dead white. The muscles hung loose and flabby. There was no scar, no seam except the tan line, but below there it itched like old dry fire. Then the lightning flashed again and there was no arm. There had never been an arm, not on Duma key, at least, but the itch was still there, so bad it made you want to bite a piece out of something. I turned back to the canvas, and the second I did, the itch poured in that direction like water let out of a bag, and the frenzy fell on me. The storm dropped on the key as the dark came down, and I thought of certain circus acts where the guy throws knives blindfolded at a pretty girl spread-eagled on a spinning wooden platter, and I think I laughed because I was painting blindfold, or almost. Every now and then the lightning would flash and wiremen would leap at me, wiremen at 25, wiremen before Julia, before Esmeralda, before La Loteria. I win, you win. A huge flash of lightning lit my window purple-white, and a great whooping gust of gale rode that electricity in from the Gulf, driving rain against the glass so hard I thought, in the part of my mind still capable of thought, that it must surely break. A munitions dump exploded directly overhead. And beneath me the murmur of the shells had become the gossip of dead things telling secrets in bone voices. How could I not have heard that before? Dead things, yes. A ship had come here, a ship of the dead with rotted sails, and it had offloaded living corpses. They were under this house, and the storm had brought them to life. I could see them pushing up through the boneyard blanket of the shells, pallid jellies with green hair and seagull eyes, crawling over each other in the dark and talking. Yes. Because they had a lot to catch up on, and who knew when the next storm might come and bring them to life again? Yet still I painted. I did it in terror and in the dark, my arm moving up and down so that for a little while there I seemed to actually be conducting the storm. I couldn't have stopped. And at some point, Wireman Looks West was done. My right arm told me so. I slashed my initials, EF, in the lower left corner and then broke the brush in two, using both hands to do it. The pieces I dropped on the floor. I staggered away from my easel, crying out for whatever was going on to stop. And it would, surely it would, the picture was done and surely now it would. I came to the head of the stairs and looked down, and there at the bottom were two small dripping figures. I thought, apple, orange. I thought, I win, you win. Then the lightning flashed and I saw two girls of about 6, surely twins and surely Elizabeth Eastlake's drowned sisters. They wore dresses that were plastered to their bodies. Their hair was plastered to their cheeks. Their faces were pale horrors. I knew where they had come from. They had crawled out of the shells. They started up the stairs toward me, hand in hand. Thunder exploded a mile overhead. I tried to scream. I couldn't. I thought, I am not seeing this. I thought, I am. I can do this, one of the girls said. She spoke in the voice of the shells. It was red, the other girl said. She spoke in the voice of the shells. They were halfway up now. Their heads were little more than skulls with wet hair draggling down the sides. Sit in the char, they said together, like girls chanting a skip rope rhyme, but they spoke in the voice of the shells. Sit in the burn, they reached up for me with terrible fish-belly fingers. I fainted at the head of the stairs. XX the telephone was ringing. That was my telephone, Winter. I opened my eyes and groped for the bedside lamp, wanting light right away because I just had the worst nightmare of my life. Instead of finding the lamp, my fingers struck a wall. At the moment they did, I became aware that my head was cocked at a strange, painful angle against that same wall. Thunder rumbled, but faint and sullen, it was going away thunder now, and that was enough to bring everything back with painful, frightening clarity. I wasn't in bed. I was in Little Pink. I had fainted because my eyes flew open. My ass was on the landing, my legs trailing down the stairs. I thought of the two drowned girls. No, it was more, it was an instant of total, brilliant recall, and shot to my feet without feeling my bad hip at all. My concentration was fixed entirely on the 3 light switches at the head of the stairs, but even as my fingers found them I thought, won't work, the storm will have knocked out the power. But they did work, banishing the dark in the studio and the stairwell. I had a nasty moment when I saw sand and water at the foot of the stairs, but the light reached far enough for me to see that the front door had blown open. Surely it had just blown open. In the living room, the phone quit and the answering machine kicked in. My recorded voice invited the caller to leave a message at the sound of the beep. The caller was Wireman. Edgar, Where are you? I was too disoriented to tell if I was hearing excitement, dismay, or terror in his voice. Call me, you need to call me right away. And then a click. I went downstairs one tentative step at a time, like a man in his 80s, and made the lights my first priority: living room, kitchen, both bedrooms, Florida room. I even turned on the lights in the bathrooms, reaching into the darkness to do it, bracing myself in case something cold and wet and draped in seaweed should reach back. Nothing did. With all the lights on, I relaxed enough to realize I was hungry again. Starving. It was the only time I felt that way after working on Wireman's portrait, but of course, that last session had been a lulu. I stooped to examine the mess that had blown in through the open door. Just sand and water, the water already beating atop the wax my housekeeper used to keep the cypress gleaming. There was some dampness on the lower stair risers, which were carpeted, but dampness was all it was. I wouldn't admit to myself that I'd been looking for footprints. I went to the kitchen, made a chicken sandwich, and gobbled it standing at the counter. I grabbed a beer from the fridge to wash it down. When the sandwich was gone, I ate the remains of the previous day's salad, more or less floating in Newman's own French. Then I went into the living room to call up Palacio. Wireman answered on the first ring. I was prepared to tell him I'd been outside, looking to see if the storm had done any damage to the house, but my whereabouts at the time of his call were the last thing on Wireman's mind. Wireman was crying and laughing. I can see. As well as ever. Left eyes as clear as a bell. I can't believe it, but slow down, Wireman, I can barely make you out. He didn't slow down. Maybe he couldn't. A pain went through my back at the height of the storm, pain like you wouldn't believe, like a hot wire. I thought we'd been struck by lightning, so help me God. I tore off the eye patch, and I could see. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I can see. Yes, I said. I understand. That's wonderful. Was it you? It was, wasn't it? I said, maybe. Probably. I've got painting for you. I'll bring it tomorrow. I hesitated. I'd take good care of it, amigo. I don't think it matters what happens to them once they're done, but I also thought Carrie was gonna beat Bush. He laughed wildly. Oh, Verdad, I heard that. Was it hard? A thought struck me before I could answer. Was the storm hard on Elizabeth? Oh man, awful. They always scare her, but this one, she was in terror. Screaming about her sisters. Tessie and Lolo, the ones who drowned back in the 1920s. She even had me going for a while there, but it's over now. Are you okay? Was it hard? I looked at the scatterings of sand on the floor between the front door and the stairs. Surely no footprints there. If I thought I was seeing more than sand, that was just my fucking artistic imagination. A little. But it's all over now. I hope that was true. 21 We talked for another 5 minutes, or rather Wireman talked. Babbled, actually. The last thing he said was that he was afraid to go to sleep. He was afraid he might wake up to discover he was blind in his left eye again. I told him I didn't think he had to worry about that, wished him a good night, and hung up. What I was worried about was waking up in the middle of the night to discover Tessie and Laura, Lolo, to Elizabeth, sitting on either side of my bed. One of them perhaps holding Reba on her damp lap. I took another beer and went back upstairs. I approached the easel with my head down, staring at my feet, then looked up quickly, as if hoping to catch the portrait by surprise. Part of me, a rational part, expected to see it defaced by paint splattered from hell to breakfast, a partial Wireman obscured by the daubs and blotches I'd thrown at the canvas during the thunderstorm when my only real light had been lightning. The rest of me knew better. The rest of me knew that I'd been painting by some other light, just as blinded knife throwers use some other sense to guide their hands. That part knew Wireman looks west had turned out just fine, and that part was right. In some ways it was the best work I did on Duma Key, because it was my most rational work up until the end. Remember, Wireman looks west had been done in daylight. And by a man in his right mind. The ghost haunting my canvas had become a sweetheart of a face, young and calm and vulnerable. The hair was a fine clear black. A little smile lurked at the corners of the mouth, in the green eyes, as well. The eyebrows were thick and handsome. The forehead above them was broad, an open window where this man bent his thoughts toward the Gulf of Mexico. There was no slug in that visible brain. I could just as easily have taken away an aneurysm or a malignant tumor. The cost of finishing the job had been high, but the bill had been paid. The storm had faded to a few faint rumbles somewhere over the Florida Panhandle. I thought I could sleep, and I could do it with the bedside lamp on if I wanted to. Reba would never tell. I could even sleep with her nestled in between my stump and my side. I'd done it before. And Wireman could see again. Although even that seemed beside the point right then. The point seemed to be that I had finally painted something great. And it was mine. I thought I could sleep on that. How to draw a picture. 6. Keep your focus. It's the difference between a good picture and just one more image cluttering up a world filled with them. Elizabeth Eastlake was a demon when it came to focus. Remember that she literally drew herself back into the world. And when the voice inhabiting Novine told her about the treasure, she focused on that and drew pictures of it littered on the sandy floor of the Gulf. Once the storm had uncovered it, that entrancing strew was close enough to the surface so that the sun must have picked out gleams on it at midday, gleams that would have searched all the way to the surface. She wanted to please her daddy. All she wanted for herself was the china doll. Daddy says any doll is yours, fair salvage, and God help him for that. She waded in beside him, up to her chubby knees, pointing, saying it's right out there. Swim and kick till I say stop. He waded out farther while she stood there, and when he rolled forward, giving his body to the caldo, his flippers looked to her the size of small rowboats. Later she would draw them just that way. He spat in his mask, rinsed it, and put it on. Popped the mouthpiece of his snorkel behind his lips. Went fin trudging out into the sunny blue with his face in the water, his body merging with the moving sun sparks that turned the glassy rollers to gold. I know all this. Elizabeth drew some and I drew some. I win, you win. She stood up to her knees in the water with Novine tucked under her arm, watching, until Nan Melda, worried about the rip, hollered her back to what they called Shade Beach. Then they all stood together. Elizabeth shouted for John to stop. They saw his flippers go up as he made his first dive. He was down maybe 40 seconds, then surfaced in a spray, spitting the snorkel's mouthpiece. He says I'll be damned if there isn't something down there. And when he came back to Little Libbet, he hug her. I knew it. I drew it. With the red picnic basket on a blanket nearby and the spear gun sitting on top of the basket. He went out again, and the next time he came in with an armload of antiquity held awkwardly against his chest. Later he would begin using Nan Melda's market basket, a lead weight in the bottom to pull it down more easily. Later still came a newspaper photo with much of the rescued rickrack, the treasure, spread out before a smiling John Eastlake and his talented, fiercely focused daughter. But no china doll in that picture. Because the china doll was special. It belonged to Libbet. It was her fair salvage. Was it the doll thing that drove Tessie and Lolo to their deaths? That created the big boy? Just how much did Elizabeth have to do with it by then? Who was the artist? Who the blank surface? Some questions I have never answered to my own satisfaction, but I have drawn my own pictures and I know that when it comes to art, it's perfectly okay to paraphrase Nietzsche. If you keep your focus, eventually your focus will keep you. Sometimes without parole. 11. The view from Duma. The next morning, early, Wireman and I stood in the Gulf, plenty cold enough to be an eye popper, up to our shins. He had walked in, and I had followed without question. Without a single word. Both of us were holding coffee cups. He was wearing shorts. I had paused just long enough to roll my pants to my knees. Behind us, at the end of the boardwalk, Elizabeth slouched in her chair, looking grimly out at the horizon and grizzling down her chin. A large part of her breakfast still lay before her. She had eaten some, scattered the rest. Her hair was loose, blowing in a warm breeze from the south. The water surged around us. Once I got used to it, I loved the silky feel of that surge, first the lift that made me feel as if I'd magically dieted off 12 pounds or so, then the back run that pulled sand out from between my toes in small, tickling whirlpools. 70 or 80 yards beyond us, 2 fat pelicans drew a line across the morning. Then they folded their wings and dropped like stones. One came up empty, but the other had breakfast in its bill. The small fish disappeared down the hatch even as the pelican rose. It was an ancient ballet, but no less pleasing for that. South and inland, where the green tangles rose, another bird cried oh oh. Oh, over and over. Wireman turned toward me. He didn't look 25, but he looked younger than at any time since I'd met him. There was no redness at all in his left eye, and it had lost that disjointed, I'm looking my own way cast. I had no doubt that it was seeing me very well. Anything I can ever do for you, he said. Ever. In my life. You call, I come. You ask, I do. It's a blank check. Are you clear on that? Yes, I said. I was clear on something else, as well. When someone offers you a blank check, you must never, ever cash it. That wasn't a thing I thought out. Sometimes understanding bypasses the brain and proceeds directly from the heart. All right, then, he said. It's all I'm going to say. I heard snoring. I looked around and saw that Elizabeth's chin had sunk to her chest. One hand was fisted around a piece of toast. Her hair whirled around her head. She looks thinner, I said. She's lost 20 pounds since New Year's. I'm slipping her those Maxa shakes, and sure, they're called once a day, but she won't always take 'em. What about you? Is it just too much work that's got you looking that way? What way? Like the hound of the Baskervilles recently bit off your left ass cheek. If it's overwork, maybe you ought to knock off and stretch out a little. He shrugged. That's our opinion, we welcome yours, as they say on Channel 6. I stood where I was, feeling the lift and drop of the waves, and thinking about what I could tell Wireman. About how much I could tell Wireman. The answer seemed self-evident, all or nothing. I think I'd better fill you in on what happened last night. You just have to promise not to call for the men in the white coats. All right. I told him about how I'd finished his portrait mostly in the dark. I told him about seeing my right arm and hand. Then seeing the two dead girls at the foot of the stairs and passing out. By the time I finished, we'd waded back out of the water and walked to where Elizabeth was snoring. Wireman began to clean her tray, sweeping the refuse into a bag he took from the pouch hanging on one arm of her chair. Nothing else? He asked. That isn't enough? I'm just asking. Nothing else. I slept like a baby until 6 o'clock. Then I put you, the painting of you, in the back of the car and drove down here. When you're ready to see it, by the way, all in good time. Think of a number between 1 and 10. What? Just humor me, muchacho. I thought of a number. Okay. He was silent for a moment, looking out at the gulf. Then he said, 9? Nope. 7. He nodded. 7. He drummed his fingers against his chest for a few moments, then dropped them into his lap. Yesterday I could have told you. Today I can't. My telepathy thing, that little twinkle, is gone. It's more than a fair trade. Wireman is as Wireman was, and Wireman's as much as Gracias. What's your point? Or did you have one? I did. The point is you're not going crazy, if that's what you're afraid of. On Duma Key, broken people seem to be special people. When they cease being broken, they cease being special. Me, I'm mended. You're still broken, so you're still special. I'm not sure what you're getting at. Because you're trying to make a simple thing hard. Look in front of you, muchacho. What do you see? The Gulf. What you call the Col del Largo. And what do you spend most of your time painting? The Gulf. Sunsets on the Gulf. And what is painting? Painting is seeing, I guess. No guess about it. And what is seeing on Duma Key? Feeling like a child reciting a lesson of which he's not quite sure, I said, special seeing? Yes. So what do you think, Edgar? Were those dead girls there last night or not? I felt a chill up my back. Probably they were. I think so, too. I think you saw the ghosts of her sisters. I'm frightened of them. I said this in a low voice. Edgar. I don't think ghosts can hurt people. Maybe not ordinary people in an ordinary place, I said. He nodded, rather reluctantly. All right. So what do you want to do? What I don't want to do is leave. I'm not done here yet. I wasn't just thinking of the show, the bubble reputation. There was more. I just didn't know what the more was. Not yet. If I'd attempted putting it into words, it would have come out sounding stupid, like something written on a fortune cookie. Something with the word fate in it. Do you want to come down here to the Palacio? Move in with us? No, I thought that might make matters even worse, somehow. And besides, Big Pink was my place. I had fallen in love with it. But Wireman, will you see how much you can find out about the Eastlake family in general and those two girls in particular? If you can read again, then maybe you could dig around on the internet. He gripped my arm. I'll dig like a motherfucker. Maybe you could do some good in that direction, as well. You're going to do an interview with Mary Iyer, right? Yes. They've scheduled it for the week after my so-called lecture. Ask her about the Eastlakes. Maybe you'll hit the jackpot. Miss Eastlake was a big patron of the arts in her time. Okay. He grasped the handles of the sleeping old woman's wheelchair and turned it around so it faced the orange roofs of the estate house again. Now let's go look at my portrait. I want to see what I looked like back when I still thought Jerry Garcia could save the world. I parked my car in the courtyard beside Elizabeth Eastlake's silver Vietnam War-era Mercedes-Benz. I slid the portrait from my much humbler Chevrolet, set it on end, and held it up for Wireman to look at. As he stood there silently regarding it, a strange thought occurred to me. I was like a tailor standing beside a mirror in a men's clothing store. Soon my customer would either tell me he liked the suit I'd made for him, or shake his head regretfully and say it wouldn't do. Far off to the south, in what I was coming to think of as the Duma jungle, that bird took up its warning oh, cry again. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. Say something, Wireman. Say anything. I can't. I'm speechless. You? Not possible. But when he looked up from the portrait, I realized it was true. He looked like someone had walloped him on the head with a hammer. I understood by then that what I was doing affected people, but none of those reactions were quite like Wireman's on that March morning. What finally woke him up was a sharp knocking sound. It was Elizabeth. She was awake and rapping on her tray. Smoke, she cried. Smoke. Smoke. Some things survive even the fog of Alzheimer's, it seemed. The part of her brain that craved nicotine never decayed. She'd smoke until the end. Wireman took a pack of American spirits from the pocket of his shorts, shook one out, put it in his mouth, and lit it. Then he held it out to her. If I let you handle this yourself, are you going to light yourself on fire, Miss Eastlake? Smoke. That's not very encouraging, dear. But he gave it to her, and Alzheimer's or no Alzheimer's, she handled it like a pro, drawing in a deep drag and jetting it out through her nostrils. Then she settled back in her chair, looking for the moment not like Captain Bligh on the poop deck but FDR on the reviewing stand. All she needed was a cigarette holder to clamp between her teeth. And, of course, some teeth. Wireman returned his gaze to the portrait. You don't seriously mean to just give this away, do you? You can't. It's incredible work. It's yours, I said. No arguments. You have to put it in your show. I don't know if that's such a good idea. You yourself said once they're done, any effect on the subject's probably over. Yeah, probably. Probably's good enough for me, and the Scoto's safer than this house. Edgar, this deserves to be seen. Hell, it needs to be seen. Is it you, Wireman? I was honestly curious. Yes. No. He stood looking at it a moment longer. Then he turned to me. It's how I wanted to be. Maybe it's how I was, on the few best days of my best year. He added, almost reluctantly, my most idealistic year. For a little while we said nothing, only looked at the portrait while Elizabeth puffed like a choo-choo train. An old choo-choo train. Then Wireman said, there are many things I wonder about, Edgar. Since coming to Duma Key, I have more questions than a 4-year-old at bedtime. But one thing I don't wonder about is why you want to stay here. If I could do something like this, I'd want to stay here forever. Last year at this time I was doodling on foam pads while I was on hold, I said. So you said. Tell me something, muchacho. Looking at this, and thinking of all the other ones you've done since you started, would you change the accident that took your arm? Would you change it, even if you could? I thought of painting in little pink while the bone pumped out hardcore rock and roll in thick chunks. I thought of the great beach walks. I even thought of the older Baumgarten kid yelling, yo, Mr. Fremantle, nice chuck, when I spun the frisbee back to him. Then I thought of waking up in that hospital bed, how dreadfully high I had been, how scattered my thoughts had been, how sometimes I couldn't even remember my own name. The anger. The dawning realization, it came during the Jerry Springer show, that part of my body was AWOL. I had started crying and had been unable to stop. I would change it back, I said, in a heartbeat. Ah, he said. Just wondering. And turned to take away Elizabeth's cigarette. She immediately held out her hands like an infant who has been deprived of a toy. Smoke. 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 Wireman butted the cigarette on the heel of his sandal, and a moment later she quieted again, the cigarette forgotten now that her nicotine Jones was satisfied. Stay with her while I put the painting in the front hole, would you? Wireman asked. Sure, I said. Wireman, I only meant, I know. Your arm. The pain. Your wife. It was a stupid question. Obviously. Just let me put this painting safe, okay? Then the next time Jack comes, send him down here. We'll wrap it nice and he can take it to the Scoto. But I'm gonna scrawl NFS all over the packing before it goes to Sarasota. If you're giving it to me, this baby is mine. No screw-ups. In the jungle to the south, the bird took up its worried cry again. Oh! 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 I wanted to say something else to him, explain to him, but he was hurrying away. Besides, it had been his question. His stupid question. 3 Jack Cantorite took Wireman looks west to the Scoto the following day, and Dario called me as soon as he had it out of the cardboard panels. He claimed to have never seen anything like it, and said he wanted to make it and the girl and ship paintings the centerpieces of the show. He and Jimmy believed the very fact that those works weren't for sale would hype interest. I told him fine. He asked me if I was getting ready for my lecture, and I told him I was thinking about it. He told me that was good, because the event was already stirring uncommon interest, and the circulars hadn't even gone out yet. Plus, of course, we'll be sending JPEG images to our E-listers, he said. That's great, I said, but it didn't feel great. During those first 10 days of March, a curious lassitude stole over me. It didn't extend to work. I painted another sunset and another girl and ship. Each morning I walked on the beach with my pouch slung over my shoulder, prospecting for shells and any other interesting litter that might have washed up. I found a great many beer and soda cans, most worn as smooth and white as amnesia, a few prophylactics, a child's plastic ray gun, and 1 bikini bottom. 0 tennis balls. I drank green tea with Wireman under the striped umbrella. I coaxed Elizabeth to eat tuna salad and macaroni salad, heavy on the mayo. I chivied her into drinking Ensure milkshakes through a straw. One day I sat on the boardwalk beside her wheelchair and sanded the mystic rings of yellow callus on her big old feet. What I did not do was make any notes for my supposed art lecture, and when Dario called to say it had been switched to the public library lecture space, which seated 200, I flatter myself that my offhand reply gave no clue as to how cold my blood ran. 200 people meant 400 eyes, all trained on me. What I also did not do was write any invitations, make any move to reserve rooms for the nights of April 15th and 16th at the Ritz-Carlton in Sarasota, or reserve a Gulfstream to fly down a gaggle of friends and relatives from Minnesota. The idea that any of them might want to see my daubings began to seem nutty. The idea that Edgar Fremantle, who 1 year previous had been fighting with the St. Paul Planning Committee about bedrock test drillings, might be giving an art lecture to a bunch of actual art patrons seemed absolutely insane. The paintings seemed real enough, though, and the work was. God, the work was wonderful. When I stood before my easel in Little Pink at sunset, stripped to my gym shorts and listening to the bone, watching girl and ship number 7 emerge from the white with eerie speed, like something sliding out of a fog bank, I felt totally awake and alive, a man in exactly the right place at exactly the right time, a ball that was a perfect fit for its socket. The ghost ship had turned a little more. Its name appeared to be the Purse. On a whim, I googled this word, and found exactly 1 hit, probably a world's record. Purse was a private school in England, where the alumni were called Old Persians. There was no mention of a school ship, 3-masted or otherwise. In this latest version, the girl in the rowboat was wearing a green dress with straps that crossed over her bare back, and all around her, floating on the sullen water, were roses. It was a disturbing picture. Walking on the beach, eating my lunch and drinking a beer, with Wireman or on my own, I was happy. When I was painting pictures, I was happy. More than happy. When I was painting, I felt filled up and fully realized in some basic way I had never understood before coming to Duma. But when I thought about the show at the Scoto and all the stuff that went into making an exhibition of new work successful, my mind went into lockdown. It was more than stage fright. This felt like outright panic. I forgot things, like opening any emails from Dario, Jimmy, or Alice O'Coin at the Scoto. If Jack asked me if I was excited about doing my thing at the Selby Library's Gilbart Auditorium, I'd tell him oh yeah, then ask him to gas up the Chevy and Osprey, and forget what he'd asked me. When Wireman asked if I'd talked to Alice O'Coin about how the various groupings were to be hung, I'd suggest we volley some tennis balls, because Elizabeth seemed to enjoy watching. Then, about a week before the scheduled lecture, Wireman said he wanted to show me something he'd made. A little craft work. Maybe you could give me your opinion as an artist, he said. There was a black folder lying on the table in the shade of the striped umbrella. Jack had mended the rip with a piece of electrician's tape. I opened it and took out what looked like a glossy brochure. On the front was one of my early efforts, Sunset with Sephora, and I was surprised at how professional it looked. Below the repro was this: Dear Lenny, this is what I've been doing in Florida, and although I know you're awfully busy. Below awfully busy was an arrow. I looked up at Wireman, who was watching me expressionlessly. Behind him, Elizabeth was staring at the gulf. I didn't know if I was angry at his presumption or relieved by it. In truth, I felt both things. And I couldn't remember telling him I sometimes called my older daughter Lenny. You can use any type font you want, he said. This one's a little girly girl for my taste, but my collaborator likes it. And the name in each salutation is interchangeable, of course. You can customize. That's the beauty of doing things like this on a computer. I didn't reply, just turned to the next page. Here was sunset with witchgrass on one side and girl and ship number 1 on the other. Running below the pictures was this: I hope you'll join me for an exhibition of my work on the night of April 15th at the Scoto Gallery in Sarasota, Florida, 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. A first-class reservation in your name has been made on Air France Flight 22, departing Paris on the 15th at 8:25 a.m. and arriving in New York at 10:15 a.m. You are also reserved on Delta Flight 496, leaving New York's JFK on the 15th at 1:20 p.m. and arriving in Sarasota at 4:30 p.m. A limousine will meet your flight and take you to the Ritz-Carlton, where your stay has been booked, with my compliments, for the nights of April 15th to April 17th. There was another arrow below this. I looked up at Wireman, bewildered. He was still with the poker face, but I could see a pulse beating on the right side of his forehead. Later on he said, I knew I was putting our friendship on the line, but somebody had to do something, and by then it had become clear to me that it wasn't going to be you. I turned to the next page in the brochure. 2 more of those amazing reproductions, sunset with conch on the left and an untitled sketch of my mailbox on the right. That was a very early one, done with Venus-colored pencils, but I liked the flower growing up beside the wooden post. It was a brilliant yellow and black oxeye, and even the sketch looked good in reproduction, as if the man who'd done it knew his business. Or was getting to know it. The copy here was brief. If you can't come, I'll more than understand. Paris isn't just around the corner, but I'm hoping that you will. I was angry, but I wasn't stupid. Somebody had to take hold. Apparently Wireman had decided that was his job. Ilsa, I thought. It's got to be Ilsa who helped him with this. I expected to find another painting over the printed matter on the last page, but I didn't. What I saw there hurt my heart with surprise and love. Melinda was ever my heart girl, my project, but I had never loved her the less for that, and what I felt showed clearly in the black and white photo, which looked creased across the middle and dog-eared at 2 of its 4 corners. It had a right to look beat up, because the Melinda standing next to me could have been no older than 4. That made this snapshot at least 18 years old. She was wearing jeans, cowboy boots, a Western-style shirt, and a straw hat. Had we just come back from Pleasant Hill Farms, where she sometimes rode a Shetland pony named Sugar? I thought so. In any case, we were standing on the sidewalk in front of the little starter home we had in Brooklyn Park, me in faded jeans and a white t-shirt with the short sleeves rolled up a turn and my hair combed back like a greaser. I had a can of Grain Belt beer in one hand and a smile on my face. Lenny had one hand hooked into the pocket of my jeans and a look of love, such love, on her upturned face that it made my throat ache. I smiled the way you do when you're about an inch away from bursting into tears. Below the picture it said, if you want to keep current on who else is coming, you can call me at 941-555-6166, or Jerome Wireman at 941-555-8191, or your mom. She'll be coming down with the Minnesota contingent, by the way, and we'll meet you at the hotel. Hope you can come, love you either way, Pony Girl. Dad. I closed the letter that was also a brochure that was also an invitation and sat staring silently down at it for a few moments. I did not entirely trust myself to speak. That's just a rough draft, of course. Wireman sounded tentative. In other words, not like himself at all. If you hate it, I'll junk it and start again. No harm, no foul. You didn't get that picture from Ilsa, I said. No, muchacho. Pam found it in one of her old photo albums. All at once everything made sense. How many times have you talked to her, Jerome? He winced. That hurts, but maybe you have a right. Probably half a dozen times. I started by telling her you were getting yourself in a jam down here, and that you were taking a lot of other people with you. What the fuck? I cried, stung. People who'd invested a lot of hope and trust in you, not to mention money. I'm perfectly capable of refunding any money the people at the Scoto may have laid on. Shut up, he said, and I had never heard such coldness in his voice. Or seen it in his eyes. You ain't an asshole, muchacho, so don't act like one. Can you refund their trust? Can you refund their prestige if the great new artist they promised their customers doesn't materialize for either the lecture or the show? Wireman, I can do the show, it's just the goddamn lecture. They don't know that, he shouted. He had a hell of a shouting voice on him, a real courtroom bellow. Elizabeth took no notice, but Peeps took off from the water's edge in a brown sheet. They have this funny idea that maybe on April 15th you'll be a no-show, or that you'll yank your stuff altogether and they'll have a bunch of empty rooms during the tenderloin of the tourist season when they're used to doing a third of their yearly business. They have no reason to think that, I said, but my face was throbbing like a hot brick. No? How did you think about this kind of behavior in your other life, amigo? What conclusions did you draw about a supplier who contracted for cement and then didn't show up on the dime? Or a plumbing sub who got the job on a new bank and wasn't there on the day he was supposed to start? Did you feel real, I dunno, confident about guys like that? Did you believe their excuses? I said nothing. Dario sends you emails asking for decisions, he gets no answer. He and the others call on the phone and get vague replies like, I'll think about it. This would make them nervous if you were Jamie Wyeth or Dale Chihuly, and you're not. Basically, you're just some guy who walked in off the street. So they call me, and I do the best I can. I'm your fucking agent, after all, but I'm no artist, and neither are they, not really. We're like a bunch of cab drivers trying to deliver a baby. I get it, I said. I wonder if you do. He sighed. Big sigh. You say it's just stage fright about the lecture and you're going to go through with the show. I'm sure part of you believes that, but amigo, I gotta say that I think part of you has no intention of showing up at the Scoto Gallery on April 15th. Wireman, that's just bullshit? Is it? I call the Ritz-Carlton and ask if a Mr. Fremantle has reserved any rooms for mid-April and get the big nanette. So I take a deep breath and get in touch with your ex. She's no longer in the phone book, but your realtor gives me the number when I tell her it's sort of an emergency. And right away I discover Pam still cares about you. She actually wants to call and tell you that, but she's scared you'll blow her off. I gaped at him. The first thing we establish once we get past the introductions is Pam Fremantle knows zip and zoop about a big art exhibition 5 weeks hence by her ex-husband. The second thing, she makes a phone call while Wireman dangles on hold and does a crossword puzzle with his newly restored vision, is that her ex has done bucks about chartering a plane, at least with the company she knows. Which leads us to discuss if, deep down, Edgar Fremantle has decided that when the time comes, he's just going to, in the words of my misspent youth, cry fuck it and crawl in the bucket. No, you've got it all wrong, I said, but these words came out in a listless drone that did not sound especially convincing. It's just that all the organizational stuff drives me crazy, and I kept, putting it off. Wireman was relentless. If I'd been on the witness stand, I think I'd have been a little puddle of grease and tears by then. The judge would have called a recess to allow the bailiff time to either mop me up or buff me to a shine. Pam says if you subtracted the Fremantle Company buildings from the St. Paul skyline, it would look like Des Moines in 1972. Pam exaggerates. He took no notice. Am I supposed to believe that a guy who organized that much work couldn't organize some plane tickets and 24 hotel rooms? Especially when he could reach out to an office staff that would absolutely love to hear from him? They don't. They can't just, are you getting pissed? No, but I was. The old anger was back, wanting to raise its voice until it was shouting as loud as Axl Rose on the bone. I raised my fingers to a spot just over my right eye, where a headache was starting up. There would be no painting for me today, and it was Wireman's fault. Wireman was to blame. For one moment I wished him blind. Not just half blind, but blind, and realized I could paint him that way. At that the anger collapsed. Wireman saw my hand go to my head and let up a little. Look, most of the people she's contacted unofficially have already said hell yes, of course, they'd love to. Your old line foreman Angel Slobodnik told Pam he'd bring you a jar of pickles. She said he sounded thrilled. Not pickles, pickled eggs, I said, and Big Angel's broad, flat, smiling face was for a moment almost close enough to touch. Angel, who had been right there beside me for 20 years, until a major heart attack sidelined him. Angel, whose most common response to any request, no matter how seemingly outrageous, was "can do, boss." Pam and I made the flight arrangements, Wireman said. Not just for the people from Minneapolis, St. Paul, but from other places, as well. He tapped the brochure. The Air France and Delta flights in here are real, and your daughter Melinda is really booked on him. She knows what's going on. So does Ilsa. They're only waiting to be officially invited. Ilsa wanted to call you, and Pam told her to wait. She says you have to pull the trigger on this, and whatever she may have been wrong about in the course of your marriage, muchacho, she's right about that. All right, I said. I'm hearing you. Good. Now I want to talk to you about the lecture. I groaned. If you do a bunk on the lecture, you'll find it twice as hard to go to the opening night party. I looked at him incredulously. What? He asked. You disagree? Do a bunk? I asked. Do a bunk? What the fuck is that? To cut and run, he said, sounding slightly defensive. British slang. See for instance Evelyn Waugh, Officers and Gentlemen, 1952. See my ass and your face, I said. Edgar Fremantle, present day. He flipped me the bird, and just like that we were mostly okay again. You sent Pam the pictures, didn't you? You sent her the JPEG file. I did. How did she react? She was blown away, muchacho. I sat silently, trying to imagine Pam blown away. I could do it, but the face I saw lighting up in surprise and wonder was a younger face. It had been quite a few years since I'd been able to generate that sort of wind. Elizabeth was dozing off, but her hair was flying against her cheeks and she pawed at them like a woman troubled by insects. I got up, took an elastic from the pouch on the arm of her wheelchair, there was always a good supply of them in many bright colors, and pulled her hair back into a horsetail. The memories of doing this for Melinda and Ilsa were sweet and terrible. Thank you, Edgar. Thank you, mi amigo. So how do I do it? I asked. I was holding my palm on the side of Elizabeth's head, feeling the smoothness of her hair as I had often felt the smoothness of my daughter's after it had been shampooed. When memory takes its strongest hold, our own bodies become ghosts, haunting us with the gestures of our younger selves. How do I talk about a process that's at least partially supernatural, there? It was out. The root of the matter. Yet Wireman looked calm. Edgar, he exclaimed. Edgar what? The son of a bitch actually laughed. If you tell them that, they will believe you. I opened my mouth to refute this. Thought of Dahlia's work. Thought of that wonderful Van Gogh picture, Starry Night. Thought of certain Andrew Wyeth paintings, not Christina's world but his interiors, spare rooms where the light is both sane and strange, as if coming from two directions at the same time. I closed my mouth again. I can't tell you just what to say, Wireman said, but I can give you something like this. He held up the brochure/invitation. I can give you a template. That would help. Yeah? Then listen. I listened. For hello? I was sitting on the couch in the Florida room. My heart was beating heavily. This was one of those calls, everyone's made a few, where you simultaneously hope it will go through the first time, so you can get it over with, and hope it won't, so you can put off some hard and probably painful conversation a little while longer. I got option 1, Pam answered on the first ring. All I could hope was this conversation would go better than the last one. Than the last couple, in fact. Pam, it's Edgar. Hello, Edgar, she said cautiously. How are you? I'm all right. Good. I've been talking with my friend Wireman. He showed me the invitation the two of you worked up, That sounded unfriendly. Conspiratorial, even. But what other way was there to put it? Yes? Her voice was impossible to read. I drew in a breath and jumped. God hates a coward, Wireman says. Among other things. I called to say thanks. I was being a horse's ass. Your jumping in like that was what I needed. The silence was long enough for me to wonder if maybe she quietly hung up at some point. Then she said, I'm still here, Eddie, I'm just picking myself up off the floor. I can't remember the last time you apologized to me. Had I apologized? Well, never mind. Close enough, maybe? Then I'm sorry about that, too, I said. I owe you an apology myself, she said, so I guess this one's a wash. You? What do you have to apologize for? Tom Riley called. Just 2 days ago. He's back on his meds. He's going to, I quote, see someone again, by which I assume he means a shrink, and he called to thank me for saving his life. Have you ever had someone call and thank you for that? No, although I've recently had someone call and thank me for saving his sight, so I kind of knew what she was talking about. It's quite an experience. If not for you, I'd be dead now, those were his exact words. And I couldn't tell him he had you to thank, because it would have sounded crazy. It was as if a tight belt cinching my middle had suddenly been cut away. Sometimes things work out for the best. Sometimes they actually do. That's good, Pam. I've been on to Ilsa about this show of yours. Yes, Illy and Lynn both, but when I talked to Ilsa, I turned the conversation toward Tom and I could tell right away that she doesn't know anything about what went on between the two of us. I was wrong about that, too. And showed a very unpleasant side of myself while I was at it. I realized, with alarm, that she was crying. Pam, listen. I've shown several unlovely sides of myself to several people since you left me. I didn't leave you. I almost shouted. And it was close. Close enough to make sweat pop out on my forehead. I didn't leave you. You asked for a divorce. You wouldn't quench. What I said was, Pam, that's enough. But it was so hard to believe, even after you called and told me those other things. You know, about my new TV. And Puffball. I started to ask who Puffball was, then remembered the cat. I'm doing better, though. I've started going to church again. Can you believe that? And a therapist. I see her once a week. She paused, then rushed on. She's good. She says a person can't close the door on the past, she can only make amends and go on. I understood that, but I didn't know how to start making amends to you, Eddie. Pam, you don't owe me any. My therapist says it isn't about what you think, it's about what I think. I see, that sounded a lot like the old Pam, so maybe she found the right therapist. And then your friend Wireman called and told me you needed help, and he sent me those pictures. I can't wait to see the actual things. I mean, I knew you had some talent, because you used to draw those little books for Lynn when she was so sick that year. I did. I remembered Melinda's sick year. She'd had one infection after another, culminating in a massive bout of diarrhea, probably brought on by too many antibiotics that had landed her in the hospital for a week. She lost 10 pounds that spring. If not for summer vacation and her own grade A intelligence, she would have needed to repeat the second grade. But I couldn't remember drawing any little books. Freddy the Fish? Carla the Crab? Donald the Timid Deer? Donald the Timid Deer rang a very faint bell, way down deep, but... No, I said. Angel thought you should try to get them published, don't you remember? But these, my God. Did you know you could do it? No. I started thinking something might be there when I was at the place on Lake Phelan, but it's gone farther than I thought it would. I thought of Wireman Looks West and the mouthless, noseless Candy Brown and thought I just uttered the understatement of the century. Eddie, will you let me do the rest of the invitations the way I did the sample? I can customize them, make them nice. Paw, almost panda again. Pam, I can't ask you to do that. I want to. Yeah? Then okay. I'll write them and email them to Mr. Wireman. You can check them over before he prints them. He's quite a jewel, your Mr. Wireman. Yes, I said. He is. The two of you really gained up on me. We did, didn't we? She sounded delighted. You needed it. Only you have to do something for me. What? You have to call the girls, because they're going crazy, Ilsa in particular. Okay? Okay. And Pam? What, hon? I'm sure she said it without thinking, without knowing how it could cut. Ah, well, she probably felt the same when she heard my pet name for her coming up from Florida, growing colder with every mile it sped north. Thanks, I said. Totally welcome. It was only 11:15 when we said goodbye and hung up. Time never went faster that winter than it did during my evenings in Little Pink, standing at my easel. I wonder how the colors in the west could possibly fade so fast, and it never went slower than it did that morning when I made the phone calls I'd been putting off. I swallowed them one after the other, like medicine. I looked at the cordless sitting in my lap. Fuck you, phone, I said, and started dialing again. V. Scoto Gallery, this is Alice. A cheery voice I come to know well over the last 10 days. Hi, Alice, it's Edgar Fremantle. Yes, Edgar? Cheery became cautious. Had that cautious note been there before? Had I just ignored it? I said, if you have a couple of minutes, I wonder if we could talk about ordering the slides at the lecture. Yes, Edgar, we certainly could. The relief was palpable. It made me feel like a hero. Of course it also made me feel like a rat. Have you got a pad handy? You bet your tail feathers. Okay. Basically, we're going to want them in chronological order, but I don't know the chronology. I've been trying to tell you I know, and I'm going to give it to you now, but listen, Alice, the first slide won't be chronological. The first should be of roses grow from shells. Have you got that? Roses grow from shells. I've got it. For only the second time since meeting me, Alice sounded genuinely happy that we were talking. Now, the pencil sketches, I said. We talked for the next half an hour. Hello? For a moment I said nothing. The French threw me a little. The fact that it was a young man's voice threw me more. Hello? Impatient now. Qu'est-ce la période? Maybe I have the wrong number, I said, feeling not just like an asshole, but a monolingual American asshole. I was trying to reach Melinda Fremantle. Dackard, you have the right number, then, off a little, Melinda. Say ton papa, J.E. Croy, Sherry, the phone went down with a clunk. I had a momentary image, very clear, very politically incorrect, and very likely brought on by Pam's mention of the cartoon books I'd once drawn for a little sick girl, of a large talking skunk in a beret, Monsieur Pepe Le Pew, strutting around my daughter's pension, if that was the word for a bedsitter-type apartment in Paris, with wavy aroma lines rising from his white-striped back. Then Melinda was there, sounding uncharacteristically flustered. Dad? Daddy? Is everything all right? Everything's fine, I said. Is that your roommate? It was a joke, but I realized from her uncharacteristic silence that I had unwittingly hit the nail on the head. It's not a big deal, Lenny. I was just goofing with me, right? It was impossible to tell if she was amused or exasperated. The connection was good, but not that good. He is, actually, the subtext of that one to come through loud and clear. Want to make something of it? I most assuredly did not want to make something of it. Well, I'm glad you made a friend. Does he wear a beret? To my immense relief, she laughed. With Lynn, it was impossible to tell which way a joke was going to go, because her sense of humor was as unreliable as an April afternoon. She called, Rick. Mon Papa, something I didn't catch, then, as I 2 ports on beret, there was faint male laughter. Ah, Edgar, I thought. Even overseas you lay them in the aisles, you pair foe. Daddy, are you all right? Fine. How's your strep? All better, thanks. I just got off the phone with your mother. You're going to get an official invitation to this show I'm having, but she says you'll come and I'm thrilled. You're thrilled? Mom sent me some of the pictures and I can't wait. When did you learn to do that? This seemed to be the question of the hour. Down here. They're amazing. Are the others as good? You'll have to come and see for yourself. Could Rick come? Does he have a passport? Yes. Will you promise not to poke the fun at your old man? He's very respectful of his elders. Then assuming the flights aren't sold out and you don't mind sleeping 2 to a room, I assume that's not a problem, then of course he can come. She squealed so loudly it hurt my ear, but I didn't take the telephone away. It had been a long time since I'd said or done anything to make Lenny Fremantle squeal like that. Thank you, Daddy, that's great. It'll be nice to meet Rick. Maybe I'll steal his beret. I'm an artist now, after all. I'll tell him you said that. Her voice changed. Have you talked to Elsa yet? No, why? When you do, don't say anything about Rick coming, okay? Let me do that. I hadn't planned to. Because she and Carson, she said she told you about him, she did. Well, I'm pretty sure there's a problem there. Illy says she's thinking things over, that's a direct quote. Rick's not surprised. He says you should never trust a person who prays in public. All I know is she sounds a lot more grown up than my baby sister used to. Same goes for you, Lynn, I thought. I had a momentary image of how she'd looked at 7, when she'd been so sick Pam and I both thought she might die on us, although we'd never said so aloud. Back then Melinda had been all big dark eyes, pale cheeks, and lank hair. Once I remember thinking skull on a stick and hating myself for the thought. And hating myself more for knowing, in the deep reaches of my heart, that if one of them had to sicken that way, I was glad it had been her. I always tried to believe that I loved both my daughters with the same weight and intensity, but it wasn't true. Maybe it is for some parents, I think it was for Pam, but it never was for me. And did Melinda know? Of course she did. Are you taking care of yourself? I asked her. Yes, Daddy. I could almost see her rolling her eyes. Continue to do so, And get here safe. Daddy? A pause. I love you. I smiled. How many bunches? 1,000,001 for under your pillow, she said, as if humoring a child. That was all right. I sat there for a little while, looking out at the water, rubbing upsetly at my eyes, then made what I hoped would be the day's last call. 7, it was noon by then, and I didn't really expect to get her. I thought she'd be out eating lunch with friends. Only like Pam, she answered on the first ring. Her hello was oddly cautious, and I had a sudden clear intuition. She thought I was Carson Jones, calling either to beg for another chance or to explain. To explain yet again. That was a hunch I never verified, but then, I never had to. Some things you simply know are true. Hey, if so girl, what ya doin'? Her voice brightened immediately. Daddy. How are you, hon? I'm fine, Daddy, but not as fine as you. Did I tell you they were good? I mean, did I tell you, or what? You told me, I said, grinning in spite of myself. She might have sounded older to Lynn, but after that first tentative hello, she sounded to me like the same old Illy, bubbling over like a Coke float. Mom said you were dragging your feet, but she was going to team up with this friend you made down there and get you cranking. I loved it. She sounded just like the old days. She paused to draw a breath, and when she spoke again, she didn't sound so giddy. Well, not quite, but it'll do. Know what you mean, Jelly Bean? Daddy, you're so amazing. This is a comeback and a half. How much is all this sugar going to cost me? Millions, she said, and laughed. Still planning to drop in on the Hummingbirds tour? I tried to sound just interested. Not particularly concerned with my almost 20-year-old daughter's love life. No, she said, I think that's off. Only 5 words, and little ones at that, but in those 5 words I heard the different, older Illy, one who might in the not-so-distant future be at home in a business suit and pantyhose and pumps with practical 3/4 heels, who might wear her hair tied back at the nape of her neck during the day and perhaps carry a briefcase down airport concourses instead of wearing a gap sack on her back. Not an if-so girl any longer, you could strike any from this vision. The girl as well. The whole thing, or that remains to be seen. I don't mean to pry, honey. It's just that inquiring dads want to know. Of course they do, but I can't help you this time. All I know right now is that I still love him, or at least I think I do, and I miss him, but he's got to make a choice. At this point, Pam would have asked between you and the girl he's been singing with. What I asked was, are you eating? She burst into peals of merry laughter. Answer the question, Illy. Like a damn pig. Then why are you up to lunch now? A bunch of us are going to have a picnic in the park, that's why. Complete with anthro study notes and frisbee. I'm bringing the cheese and French bread. And I'm late. Okay. As long as you're eating and not brooding in your tent. Eating well, brooding moderately. Her voice changed again, became the adult one. The abrupt switches back and forth were disconcerting. Sometimes I lie awake a little, and then I think of you down there. Do you lie awake? Sometimes. Not as much now. Daddy, was marrying Mom a mistake you made? That she made? Or was it just an accident? It wasn't an accident and it wasn't a mistake. 24 good years, 2 fine daughters, and we're still talking. It wasn't a mistake, Illy. You wouldn't change it? People kept asking me that question. No, if you could go back, would you? I paused, but not long. Sometimes there's no time to decide what's the best answer. Sometimes you can only give the true answer. No, honey. Okay. But I miss you, Dad. I miss you, too. Sometimes I miss the old times, too. When things were less complicated. She paused. I could have spoken, wanted to, but kept silent. Sometimes silence is best. Dad, do people ever deserve second chances? I thought of my own second chance. How I had survived an accident that should have killed me. And I was doing more than just hanging out, it seemed. I felt a rush of gratitude. All the time. Thanks, Daddy. I can't wait to see you. Back at ya. You'll get an official invitation soon. Okay. I really have to go. Love you. Love you, too. I sat for a moment with the phone in my ear after she hung up, listening to the nothing. Do the day and let the day do you, I said. Then the dial tone kicked in, and I decided I had one more call to make, after all. 8 this time when Alice O'Coin came to the phone, she sounded a lot more lively and a lot less cautious. I thought that was a nice change. Alice, we never talked about a name for the show, I said. I was sort of assuming you meant to call it Roses Grow from Shells, she said. That's good. Very evocative. It is, I said, looking out to the Florida room and the Gulf beyond. The water was a brilliant blue-white plate. I had to squint against the glare. But it's not quite right. You have one you like better, I take it? Yes, I think so. I want to call it The View from Duma. What do you think? Her response was immediate. I think it sings. So did I. I had sweat through my Lose It in the Virgin Islands t-shirt in spite of Big Pink's efficient air conditioning, and I was more exhausted than a brisk walk to El Palacio and back left me these days. My ear felt hot and throbby from the telephone. I felt uneasy about Ilsa, the way parents are always uneasy about the problems of their children, I suppose, once they're too old to be called home when it starts to get dark and the baths are being drawn, but I also felt satisfied with the work I'd put in, the way I used to feel after a good day on a hard construction job. I didn't feel particularly hungry, but I made myself slop a few tablespoons of tuna salad onto a lettuce leaf and washed it down with a glass of milk. Whole milk, bad for the heart, good for the bones. I guess that one's a wash, Pam would have said. I turned on the kitchen TV and learned that Candy Brown's wife was suing the city of Sarasota over her husband's death, claiming negligence. Good luck on that one, sweetheart, I thought. The local meteorologist said the hurricane season might start earlier than ever. And the Devil Rays had gotten their lower-end asses kicked by the Red Sox in an exhibition game. Welcome to baseball reality, boys. I considered dessert. I had Jell-O pudding, sometimes known as the last resort of the single man, then just put my plate in the sink and limped off to the bedroom for a nap. I considered setting the alarm, then didn't bother. I'd probably only doze. Even if I actually slept, the light would wake me up in an hour or so, when he got over to the western side of the house and came angling in the bedroom window. So thinking, I lay down and slept until 6 o'clock that evening. There was no question of supper. I didn't even consider it. Below me the shells were whispering paint, paint. I went upstairs to Little Pink like a man in a dream, wearing only my undershorts. I turned on the bone, set girl and ship number 7 against the wall, and put a fresh canvas, not as big as the one I'd used for Wireman Looks West, but big, on my easel. My missing arm was itching, but this no longer bothered me the way it had at first. The truth was, I'd almost come to look forward to it. Shark Puppy was on the radio, dig. Excellent song. Excellent lyrics. Life is more than love and pleasure. I remember clearly how the whole world seemed to be waiting for me to begin. That was how much power I felt running through me while the guitars screamed and the shells murmured. I came here to dig for treasure. Treasure, yes. Loot. I painted until the sun was gone and the moon cast its bitter rind of white light over the water, and after that was gone, too. And the next night. And the next. And the next. Girl in ship number 8. If you want to play, you gotta pay. I unbottled. 11 the side of Dario in a suit and a tie, with his lush hair tamed and combed straight back from his forehead, scared me even more than the murmuring audience that filled Gilbert Auditorium, where the lights had just been turned down to half, except for the spotlight shining down on the lectern standing at center stage. That was. The fact that Dario himself was nervous, going to the podium he had nearly dropped his note cards, scared me even worse. Good evening, my name is Dario Nanitsi, he said. I am co-curator and chief buyer at the Scoto Gallery on Palm Avenue. More importantly, I have been a part of the Sarasota art community for 30 years, and I hope you will excuse my brief descent into what some might call bobbery when I say there is no finer art community in America. This brought enthusiastic applause from an audience which, as Wireman said later, might know the difference between Monet and Manet, but apparently didn't have a clue that there was a difference between George Babbitt and John Bobbitt. Standing in the wings, suffering through that purgatory only frightened main speakers experience as their introducers win their slow and peristaltic courses, I hardly noticed. Dario shifted his top file card to the bottom, once again nearly dropped the whole stack, recovered, and looked out at his audience again. I hardly know where to begin, but to my relief I need say very little, for true talent seems to blaze up from nowhere, and serves as its own introduction. That said, he proceeded to introduce me for the next 10 minutes as I stood in the wings with my one lousy page of notes clutched in my remaining hand. Names went past like floats in a parade. A few, like Edward Hopper and Salvador Dali, I knew. Others, like Yves Tanguy and Kay Sage, I didn't. Each unknown name made me feel more of an imposter. The fear I felt was no longer mental, it clamped a deep and stinking hold in my bowels. I felt like I needed to pass gas, but I was afraid I might load my pants instead. And that wasn't the worst. Every word I had prepared had gone out of my mind except for the very first line, which was hideously appropriate. My name is Edgar Fremantle, and I have no idea how I wound up here. It was supposed to elicit a chuckle. It wouldn't, I knew that now, but at least it was true. While Dario droned on Joan Moreau this, Britain's surrealist manifesto, that a terrified ex-contractor stood with his pathetic page of notes clutched in his cold fist. My tongue was a dead slug that might croak but would speak no coherent word, not to 200 art mavens, many of whom held advanced degrees, some of whom were motherfucking professors. Worst of all was my brain. It was a dry socket waiting to be filled with pointless, flailing anger. The words might not come, but the rage was always on tap. Enough! Dario cried cheerily, striking fresh terror into my pounding heart and sending a cramp rolling through my miserable basement regions, terror above, barely held in shit below. What a lovely combination. It has been 15 years since the Scoto added a new artist to its crowded spring calendar, and we have never introduced one in whom there has been greater interest. I think the slides you are about to see and the talk you are about to hear will explain our interest and excitement. He paused dramatically. I felt a poison dew of sweat spring out on my brow and wiped it off. The arm that I lifted seemed to weigh 50 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Edgar Fremantle, lately of Minneapolis, St. Paul, now of Duma, they applauded. It sounded like an artillery barrage going off. I commanded myself to run away. I commanded myself to faint. I did neither. Like a man in a dream, but not a good one, I walked on stage. Everything seemed to be happening slowly. I saw that every seat was taken, but no seat was taken because they were on their feet. They were giving me a standing O. High above me, on the domed ceiling, angels flew in airy disregard of the earthly matters below, and how I wished I was one of them. Dario stood beside the podium, hand outstretched. It was the wrong one. In his own nervousness he had extended his right, and so my return handshake was awkward and backwards. My notes were crumpled briefly between our palms, then tore. Look what you did, you asshole, I thought, and for one terrible moment I was afraid I'd said it aloud for the mic to pick up and broadcast all over the room. I was aware of how bright the spotlight was as Dario left me there on my lonely perch. I was aware of the microphone on its flexible chrome rod, and thinking it looked like a cobra rising out of a snake charmer's basket. I was aware of bright points of light shining on that chrome, and on the rim of the water glass, and on the neck of the Evian bottle next to the water glass. I was aware that the applause was starting to taper off. Some of the people were resuming their seats. Soon an expectant silence would replace the applause. They would wait for me to begin. Only I had nothing to say. Even my opening line had left my head. They would wait and the silence would stretch out. There would be a few nervous coughs, and then the murmuring would start. Because they were assholes. Just a bunch of looky-loo assholes with rubber necks. And if I managed anything, it would be an angry torrent of words that would sound like the outburst of a man suffering from Tourette's. I'd just call for the first slide. Maybe I could do that much and the pictures would carry me. I'd have to hope they would. Only when I looked at my page of notes, I saw that not only was it torn straight down the middle, my sweat had blurred the jottings so badly I could no longer make them out. Either that or stress had created a short circuit between my eyes and my brain. And what was the first slide, anyway? A mailbox painting? Sunset with Sephora? I was almost positive neither of those was right. Now everyone was sitting. The applause was finished. It was time for the American primitive to open his mouth and ululate. 3 rows back, sitting on the aisle, was that Nazi Birch Mary Iyer, with what looked like a port hand shed open on her lap. I looked for Wireman. He'd gotten me into this, but I bore him no anus. I only wanted to apologize with my eyes for what was coming. I'll be in the front row, he'd said. Dead center. And he was. Jack, my housekeeper Juanita, Jimmy Yoshida, and Alice O'Coin were sitting on Wireman's left. And on his right, on the aisle, the man on the aisle had to be a hallucination. I blinked, but he was still there. A vast face, dark and calm. A figure crammed so tightly into the plush auditorium seat it seemed it might take a crowbar to get him out again. Xander came in, peering up at me through his enormous horn-rimmed glasses and looking more like a minor god than ever. Obesity had canceled his lap, but balanced on the bulge of his belly was a ribbon-garnished gift box about 3 feet long. He saw my surprise, my shock, and made a gesture, not a wave but an odd, beneficent salute, putting the tips of his fingers first to his massive brow, then to his lips, then holding his hand out to me with the fingers spread. I could see the pallor of his palm. He smiled up at me, as if his presence here in the first row of the Gelbart Auditorium next to my friend Wireman were the most natural thing in the world. His large lips formed 4 words, one after the other: "You can do this." And maybe I could. If I thought away from this moment. If I thought sideways. I thought of Wireman looking west, to be exact, and my opening line came back to me. I nodded to Cayman. Cayman nodded back. Then I looked at the audience and saw they were just people. All the angels were over our heads, and they were now flying in the dark. As for demons, most were probably in my mind. "Hello," I began, then recoiled at the way my voice boomed out from the microphone. The audience laughed, but the sound didn't make me angry, as it would have a minute before. It was only laughter, and good-natured. "I can do this." "Hello," I said again. "My name is Edgar Fremantle, and I'm probably not going to be very good at this. In my other life, I was in the building trade. I knew I was good at that, because I landed jobs. In my current life, I paint pictures." But nobody said anything about public speaking. This time the laughter was a little freer and a little more general. I was going to start by saying I have no idea how I wound up here, but actually I do. And that's good, because it's all I have to tell. You see, I don't know anything about art history, art theory, or even art appreciation. Some of you probably know Mary Ireland. This brought a chuckle, as if I'd said some of you may have heard of Andy Warhol. The lady herself looked around, preening a little, her back ramrod straight. When I first brought some of my paintings into the Scoto Gallery, Ms. Iyer saw them and called me an American primitive. I sort of resented that, because I change my underwear every morning and brush my teeth every night before I go to bed. Another burst of laughter. My legs were just legs again, not cement, and now that I felt capable of running away, I no longer wanted or needed to. It was possible they'd hate my pictures, but that was all right because I didn't hate them. Let them have their little laugh, their little boo and hiss, their little gasp of distaste, or their little yawn. If that was what they wanted to do, when it was over, I could go back and paint more. And if they loved them? Same deal. But if she meant I'm someone who's doing something he doesn't understand, that he can't express in words because no one ever taught him the right terms, then she's right. Cayman was nodding and looking pleased. And so, by God, was Mary Ireland. So all that leaves is the story of how I got here, the bridge I walked over to get from my other life to the one I'm living these days. Cayman was patting his meaty hands together soundlessly. That made me feel good. Having him there made me feel good. I don't know exactly what would have happened if he hadn't been, but I think it would have been what Wireman calls mucho feo, very ugly. But I have to keep it simple, because my friend Wireman says that when it comes to the past, we all stack the deck, and I believe that's true. Tell too much and you find yourself, I don't know, telling the past you wished for? I looked down and saw Wireman was nodding. Yeah, I think so, the one you wished for. So simply put, what happened is this: I had an accident at a job site. Bad accident. There was this crane, you see, and it crushed the pickup truck I was in, and it crushed me, as well. I lost my right arm and I almost lost my life. I was married, but my marriage broke up. I was at my wit's end. This is a thing I see more clearly now. I only knew then that I felt very, very bad. Another friend, a man named Xander Cayman, asked me one day if anything made me happy. That was something. I paused. Cayman looked up intently from the first row with the long gift box balanced on his non-lap. I remembered him that day at Lake Phelan, the tatty briefcase, the cold autumn sunshine coming and going in diagonal stripes across the living room floor. I remembered thinking about suicide, and the myriad roads leading into the dark, turnpikes and secondary highways and shaggy little forgotten lanes. The silence was spinning out, but I no longer dreaded it. And my audience seemed not to mind. It was natural for my mind to wander. I was an artist. The idea of happiness, at least as it applied to me, was something I hadn't thought of in a long time, I said. I thought of supporting my family, and after I started my own company, I thought of not letting down the people who worked for me. I also thought of becoming a success, and worked for it, mostly because so many people expected me to fail. Then the accident happened. Everything changed. I discovered I reached out for the word I wanted, groping with both hands, although they only saw one. And, perhaps, a twitch of the old stump inside its pinned-up sleeve. I had no resources to fall back on. As far as happiness went, I shrugged. I told my friend Cayman that I used to draw, but I hadn't done it in a long time. He suggested I take it up again, and when I asked why, he said because I needed hedges against the night. I didn't understand what he meant then, because I was lost and confused and in pain. I understand it better now. People say night falls, but down here it rises. It rises out of the gulf after sunset's done. Seeing that happen amazed me. I was also amazed at my own unplanned eloquence. My right arm was quiet throughout. My right arm was just a stump inside a pinned-up sleeve. Could we have the lights all the way down? Including mine, please? Alice was running the board herself and wasted no time. The spotlight in which I had been standing dimmed to a whisper. The auditorium was swallowed in gloom. I said, what I discovered, crossing the bridge between my two lives, is that sometimes beauty grows in spite of all expectations. But that's not a very original idea, is it? It's really just a platitude, sort of like a Florida sunset. Nevertheless, it happens to be the truth, and the truth deserves to be spoken, if you can say it in a new way. I tried to put it in a picture. Alice, could we have the first slide, please? It shone out on the large screen to my right, 9 feet wide and 7 feet high, a trio of gigantic lush roses growing from a bed of dark pink shells. They were dark because they were below the house, in the shadow of the house. The audience drew in its breath, a sound like a brief but loud gust of wind. I heard that and knew it wasn't just wiremen and the folks at the Scoto who understood. Who saw? They gasped the way people do when they have been blindsided by something completely unexpected. Then they began to applaud. It went on for almost a full minute. I stood there gripping the left side of the podium, listening, dazed. The rest of the presentation took about 25 minutes, but I remember very little of it. I was like a man conducting a slideshow in a dream. I kept expecting to wake up in my hospital bed, hot and shot through with pain, roaring from morphine. 12 That dreamlike feeling persisted through the post-lecture reception at the Scoto. I had no sooner finished my first glass of champagne, bigger than a thimble, but not much, before a second was thrust into my hand. I was toasted by people I didn't know. There were shouts of here, here, and one cry of maestro. I looked around for my new friends and didn't see them anywhere. Not that there was much time to look. The congratulations seemed endless, both on my talk and on the slides. At least I didn't have to deal with any extended critiques of my technique, because the actual paintings, plus a few sketches in colored pencil for good measure, were squirreled away in 2 of the large back rooms, safely under lock and key. And the secret of avoiding getting smashed at your reception if you're a one-armed man, I was discovering, was to constantly keep a bacon-wrapped shrimp in your remaining paw. Mary Iyer came by and asked if we were still on for our interview. Sure, I said. Although I don't know what else I can tell you. I think I said it all this evening. Oh, we'll think of a few things, she said, and damned if she didn't tip me a wink from behind her 1950s-style cat's eye glasses as she handed her champagne flute back to one of the circulating waiters. Day after tomorrow. À bientôt, monsieur. You bet, I said, restraining an urge to tell her that if she was going to speak French, she'd have to wait until I was wearing my Manet beret. She wafted it off, kissing Dario on one cheek before slipping out into the fragrant March night. Jack came over, snagging a couple of champagne flutes on the way. Juanita, my housekeeper, looking trim and chic in a little pink suit, was with him. She took a skewered shrimp, but refused the champagne. He held out the glass to me instead, waiting until I swallowed the last of my hors d'oeuvre and took it. Then he clinked his own against it. Congrats, boss, you rocked the house. Thanks, Jack. A critic I can actually understand. I swallowed the champagne, a swallow per flute is all there was, and turned to Juanita. You look absolutely beautiful. Gracias, Mr. Edgar, she said, and glanced around. These pictures are nice, but yours are much better. Thank you. Jack handed Juanita another shrimp. Will you excuse us a couple of seconds? Of course. Jack drew me to the side of a splashy Kirstein sculpture. Mr. Kamen asked wiremen if they could stay behind a little at the lab after the joint cleared out. He did? I felt a tickle of concern. Why? Well, he spent most of the day getting down here, and he said that him and airplane heads really don't get along. Jack grinned. He told wiremen he'd been sitting on something all day and sorta wanted to climb down off it in peace. I burst out laughing. Yet I was also touched. It couldn't be easy for a man of Kamen's size to travel on public transport, and now that I really considered the matter, I guessed it would be impossible for him to sit down in one of those paltry airplane bathrooms at all. To stand up and take a leak? Maybe. Barely. But not sit down. He simply wouldn't fit. Anyway, Wireman thought Mr. Cayman deserved a TO, said you'd understand. I do, I said, and beckoned Juanita over. She looked too lonely standing there by herself in what was probably her best outfit while the culture vultures ebbed and flowed around her. I gave her a hug and she smiled up at me. And just as I was finally persuading her to take one of the glasses of champagne, my use of the word pequeño for small made her giggle, so I assumed it wasn't quite right. Wireman and Cayman, the latter still holding the gift box, came in. Cayman lit up at the sight of me, and that did me more good than several rounds of applause, even with a standing O thrown in. I took a champagne flute from a passing tray, cut through the crowd, and handed it to him. Then I slipped my arm around as much of his bulk as I could and gave him a hug. He hugged back hard enough to make my still tender ribs squall. Edgar, you look terrific. I'm so glad. God is good, my friend. God is good. So are you, I said. How'd you happen to turn up in Sarasota? Was it Wireman? I turned to my compadre of the striped umbrella. It was, wasn't it? You called and asked Cayman if he'd be the mystery guest at my lecture. Wireman shook his head. I called Pam. I was in a panic, muchacho, because I could see you were freaking out about the gig. She said that after your accident you listened to Dr. Cayman when you wouldn't listen to anyone else. So I called him. I never thought he'd come on such short notice, but here he is. Not only am I here, I brought you a gift from your daughters, he said, and handed me the box. Although you'll have to make do with what I had in stock, because I didn't have time to shop. I fear you may be disappointed. I suddenly knew what the present was, and my mouth went dry. Nevertheless, I lodged the box under my stump, pulled away the ribbon, and tore off the paper. I was barely aware of Juanita taking it. Inside was a narrow cardboard box that looked to me like a child's coffin. Of course. What else would it look like? Stamped on the lid was made in the Dominican Republic. Classy, Doc, Wireman said. I didn't have time to do something nicer, I'm afraid, Cayman replied. Their voices seemed to come from far away. Juanita removed the box top. I think Jack took that. And then Reba was looking up at me, this time in a red dress instead of a blue one, but the polka dots were the same, so were the shiny black Mary Janes, the lifeless red hair, and the blue eyes that said, oh you nasty man. I've been in here all this time. Still from a great distance, Cayman was saying, Ilsa was the one who called and suggested a doll as a present. This was after she and her sister talked on the phone. Of course it was Ilsa, I thought. I was aware of the steady murmur of conversation in the gallery, like the sound of the shells under Big Pink. My oh gosh, how nice smile was still nailed to my face, but if someone had poked me in the back just then, I might have screamed. Ilsa is the one who's been on Duma Key. Who's been down the road that leads past El Palacio. As shrewd as he was, I don't think Cayman had any idea that anything was wrong, but of course he'd been traveling all day and was far from his best. Wireman, however, was looking at me with his head cocked slightly to one side and his brow furrowed. And by then, I think Wireman knew me better than Dr. Cayman ever had. She knew you already had one, Cayman was saying. She thought a pair would remind you of both daughters, and Melinda agreed. But of course, Lucis are all I have, Lucis? Wireman asked, taking the doll. Her pink rag-stuffed legs dangled. Her shallow eyes stared. They look like Lucille Ball, don't you think? I give them to some of my patients, and of course they give them their own names. What did you name yours, Edgar? For a moment the old frost descended on my brain and I thought Rhonda Robin Rachel, sit in the buddy, sit in the chum, sit in the fucking char, then I thought it was red. Reba, I said. Just like the country singer. And do you still have her? Cayman asked. Ilsa said you did. Oh, yes, I said, and remembered Wireman talking about the Powerball, how you could close your eyes and hear the numbers falling into place, click and click and click. I thought I could hear that now. The night I'd finished Wireman Looks West, I had visitors at Big Pink, little refugees seeking shelter from the storm. Elizabeth's drowned sisters, Tessie and Laura Eastlake. Now I was meant to have twins in Big Pink again, and why? Because something had reached out, that was why. Something had reached out and put the idea in my daughter's head. This was the next click of the wheel, the next ping-pong ball to pop out of the basket. Edgar? Wireman asked. Are you all right, muchacho? Yes, I said, and smiled. The world came swimming back, in all its light and color. I made myself take the doll from Juanita, who was looking at it with puzzlement. It was a hard thing to do, but I managed. Thank you, Dr. Kamen. Xander. He shrugged and spread his hands. Thank your girls, Ilsa in particular. I will. Who's ready for another glass of champagne? They all were. I replaced my new doll in her box, promising myself 2 things. One was that neither of my daughters would ever know how badly seeing the damn thing had frightened me. The other promise was that I knew 2 sisters, 2 living sisters, who were never, ever going to set foot on Duma Key at the same time. Or ever, if I could help it. That was one promise that I kept. 12. Another Florida. All right, Edgar, I think we're almost finished. Maybe she saw something on my face, because Mary laughed. Has it been that awful? No, I said, and it hadn't been, really, although her questions about my technique had made me feel uncomfortable. What it came down to was I looked at things, then slopped on the paint. That was my technique. And influences? What could I say? The light. It always came down to the light, both in the pictures I liked to look at and the ones I liked to paint. What it did to the surface of things, and what it seemed to suggest about what was inside, hunting a way out. But that didn't sound scholarly. To my ears it sounded goofy.